Fong Yuan. Quietly hand over the spring-autumn cicada, and he'll give you a quick death. Old BSTRD Fong. Stop attempting to resist anymore. Today, all of the major factions of justice have combined together just to destroy your devil lair. This place is already covered in inescapable nets. This time you will definitely be decapitated. Fong Yuan, you demon. Just because you wanted to cultivate the spring-autumn cicada, you've gone and killed thousands of people. You've committed too many unforgivable, heinous sins. Demon, 300 years ago you insulted me, took away my Buddhist purity, killed my entire family, and executed my 9 generations. From that moment onwards, I hated you with a burning pa.s.sing. Today, I want you to die. Fong Yuan was in deep green robes that had been torn to shreds. His hair was disheveled, and his entire body was covered in blood. He looked around. The bloody robes waved lightly in the mountain breeze like a war flag. Fresh blood flowed from the numerous wounds on the body. Just by standing there for a short while, Fong Yuan had already accumulated the large pool of blood beneath his feet. Enemies surrounded him all around. There was already no way out. It was a foregone conclusion that he would die here. Fong Yuan understood his situation clearly, but even in the face of death, his expression did not change. It was calm. His gaze was quiet, his eyes like deep pools of water in a well, so deep that there seemed to be no end. The major factions of justice that had surrounded him were not just the experienced elders, but also young and talented heroes. Around the heavily surrounded Fong Yuan, some were roaring, some were sneering. There were eyes that were gleaming with light, some holding onto their wounds while looking on fearfully. They did not move. Everyone was wary of Fong Yuan's final attack. For 6 hours this tense moment went on until the evening came, the sun casting its rays upon the side of the mountain. In that moment, it was as if the place was on fire. Fong Yuan, who had been silent as a sculpture the entire time, slowly turned his body. The group of warriors was suddenly alerted, and they all took a big step backwards. By now, the gray mountain rock beneath Fong Yuan's feet had long been stained a deep red. Due to losing too much blood, his face had become deathly pale in the afterglow of the sunset. It suddenly had a brilliant luster upon it. Looking at the setting sun, Fong Yuan lightly laughed. The sun sets above the blue mountain, the autumn moon with the wind of spring. The morning is fine like hair, and night is like snow. Whether you succeed or fail, when you look back, there's nothing left. As he said this, memories of his previous life on Earth emerged before his eyes. He was originally a Chinese scholar on Earth who chanced upon this world. He endured a hard life for 300 years and went through another 200 years. About over 500 years of his life flew by in the blink of an eye. So many memories that were buried deep inside the heart begun to relive themselves, sprouting into life before his eyes. I failed in the end. Fong Yuan sighed in his heart emotionally, yet there were no regrets. This end result was something he had foreseen. When he made his decision in the beginning, he had prepared himself for this. To be a demon is to be merciless and cruel, a murderer and destroyer. There is no place in heaven or earth for such a thing, turning into an enemy to the world, still having to face the consequences. If the spring-autumn cicada that I have just cultivated is effective, I shall still be a demon in my next life. With this thought, Fong Yuan couldn't help but let out a big laugh. Wicked demon, what are you laughing about? Be careful, everyone. The demon is going to attack before his final moments. Hurry up and surrender the spring-autumn cicada. The group of warlords surged forward at this moment. With a loud bang, Fong Yuan was engulfed in a blinding surge of energy. The spring rain quietly rained down on Qingmao Mountain. It was already late in the night, a slight breeze blowing with the light rain. Yet Qingmao Mountain was not covered in darkness from the side down to the foot of the mountain. Dozens of tiny lights shone like a bright band. These lights shone from tall buildings. Even though it could not be said to match up to 10,000 lights, yet it was still a few thousand in number. Situated on the mountain was Gu-Yu-One Village, giving the vast, lonely mountain a rich touch of human civilization. In the middle of the Gu-Yu village was a magnificent pavilion. A grand ceremony was being held at this moment, and the lights were even brighter than ever, radiating with glory. Ancestors, please bless us. We pray that this ceremony will bring many young men of outstanding talent and intelligence, bringing their families new blood and hopes. The head of the Gu-Yu clan had a middle-aged appearance. His sideburns were graying, and he was clothed in ceremonial white robes, kneeling on the brownish-yellow floor. His body was straight with his hands held together, eyes tightly shut as he prayed sincerely. He was facing a tall black case. There were 3 layers on the case, all housing memorial tablets of ancestors. On both sides of the tablets was copper incense, the smoke rising. Behind him were over 10 people kneeling in a similar phase that H.E.l.lip on as him. They wore loose white ceremonial garments, and were all the clan's elders, important members, and those who had much authority. After finest at H.E.l.lip prayers, the Guyu clan head bent his waist with his 2 hands pressing against the floor and kowtowed. As the forehead knocked against the brownish-yellow floor, light thuds could be heard. Behind him, the elders and important clan members solemnly and quietly followed suit. With this, the hall was filled with light thuds as the heads knocked against the floor. When the ceremony was over, the crowd of people slowly got up from the ground and silently walked out of the sacred temple. In the hallway, sighs of relief were heard from the crowd of elders, and the atmosphere loosened up. The noise of discussion slowly rose. Time flies too quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year has gone by. The previous ceremony feels like it just happened yesterday. I can still recall it vividly. Tomorrow is the opening of the annual grand ceremony. I wonder what new clan blood will show up this year? I hope that some highly talented youths will appear. The Guyu clan hasn't seen a genius emerge for 3 years now. Agreed. The Bai village, Xiong village, these few years all had some talented geniuses appear. Especially that Bai Ningbing from the Bai clan. His natural talent is quite terrifying. It was unclear who had brought up the name Bai Ningbing, but the faces of the elders started to show worry. The boy's qualifications were splendid. In just a short period of 2 years' worth of training, he had already reached the level of a level 3 Gu master. In the younger generation, he could be said as the most outstanding one. It was to the point that even the older generation could feel pressured from the promising youth. In time, he would inevitably become the pillar of the Bai clan. At the very least, he would also be an independently strong warrior. No one ever doubted this fact. But for this year's youths that will be part.i.p. aiding in the ceremony, not all hope is lost. You're right. Fangji's side has appeared a young genius. Able to start talking after 3 months, able to walk after 4. At 5 years of age, he was able to recite poetry. Seems exceptionally intelligent, especially talented. What a pity that his parents died early. Now he is being raised by his uncle and aunt. Yes, this one has wisdom at a young age, also harboring big ambitions. In the recent years, I have heard his creations, Jiang Jingjiu, Yong Mei, and Jiang Chengzi. What a genius. The Guyu clan head was the last to walk out of the ancestral temple. After slowly closing the door, he heard the discussions that were going on in the corridor among the clan elders. He knew at once that the elders were discussing about the youth known as Guyu Fangyuan at that moment. As the head of the clan, it is natural to pay attention to the outstanding and prominent young ones. And it so happens that Guyu Fangyuan was the most eye-catching one amongst the juniors. Experience has shown that those who have photographic memory at a young age, or those who possess strength that could rival an adult, or had other great inborn talents, all had outstanding cultivation qualifications. If this child shows a great potential, with great care, he could even compete against Bai Ningbing. Even if it is B grade, in future he could also become a banner of the Guyu clan. But with this sort of early intelligence, the percentage of B grade is not that big, but highly possible to be an A grade. With this thought, the Guyu clan head curled up his lips slowly into a smile. At once, with a cough, he faced the clan elders and said, "Everyone, the hour is late. For tomorrow's opening ceremony, you should all rest well tonight and take care of your energy levels." At his words, the elders looked startled. They looked at each other with a hint of caution in their eyes. The clan head's words meant well, but everyone knew what he was aiming to convey. Every year, to compete for these young geniuses, the elders would fight among themselves to the point of reddened ears and bleeding heads. They should stay well rested and replenish themselves until tomorrow comes with a compet.i.time begins. Especially with that Guyu Fangyuan, whose a great potential was extremely huge. Not counting the fact that both his parents were deceased, and also that he was one of the 2 only descendants of Fangji's bloodline left. If one was able to get their hands on and bring him into their own family line, with great care and training, one could secure himself 100 years of prosperity. However, I'm going to go ahead and say what needs to be said first. When you compete, do it fair and square. No tricks and conspiracies are allowed, or damage to the clan's unity. Please keep this in mind. All of you, the clan head strictly instructed. We wouldn't dare. Well, keep it in mind. Then this is good night. Please take care. The clan elders slowly dispersed with deep thoughts. Not long after that, the long corridor became quiet. The wind from the spring rain breezed through the window, and the clan head lightly walked towards the window. Immediately, he breathed in the fresh, moist air of the mountain. How unrighteous it felt. This was the third floor of the garret. The clan head looked out of the window. He could see half of the entire Guyu village. Even if it was late in the night, most of the homes in the village still had lights on, which was unusual. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and it affects everyone's best interests. A kind of excited yet tense atmosphere had enveloped the hearts of the people of the clan, and thus naturally many people could not sleep well. This is the hopes for the clan's future. With the many lights dancing in his eyes, the clan head sighed. At the very same moment, a pair of clear eyes quietly looked at the same lights sparkling in the night, full of complex feelings inside. Guyu village, this is 500 years ago. Looks like the spring-autumn cicada really worked. Fong Yuan quietly gazed, standing by the window, letting the rain from the wind hit his body. The use of the spring-autumn cicada is to reverse time. In the 10 big mystical Gu rankings, the spring-autumn cicada managed to be ranked 7. Naturally, it was no mere creature. In short, it is the ability to be reborn. With the use of the spring-autumn cicada, I have been reborn. Going back to the time of 500 years ago, Fong Yuan stretched out his hand, his sight fixated on his own young and soft, pale palms, then slowly clenched them, embracing the truth of this reality with all his might. The sound of the drizzling rain hitting softly against the window sill filling his ears. He slowly closed his eyes, opening them after a long while. Beside 500 years of experience, it really feels like a dream, but he knew it clearly. This was definitely not a dream. Chapter 2. Awakening. After 500 years in the backflow of time, according to legend, there exists a river of time that sustains the flow of this world, by harnessing the power of the spring and autumn cicada. One can ascend against the current and return to the past. Opinions regarding this tale are varied. Many dismiss it as mere fiction, while some entertain a flicker of belief. Few, however, possess true conviction. The cost of utilizing the spring and autumn cicada is exorbitant, necessitating the sacrifice of one's life, body, and all accumulated cultivation as the driving force. This price is indeed steep, and what is even more unbearable is that often, despite the sacrifice, the outcome remains uncertain. Even those who have acquired the spring and autumn cicada hesitate to wield it frivolously, fearing that the rumors may be nothing more than a ruse. Were it not for Fong Yuan's dire circumstances, he would not have resorted to using it so hastily. Yet now, Fong Yuan is utterly convinced, for the undeniable truth lies before him. He has indeed been reborn. Alas, it is a pity for this precious Gu, which he had painstakingly crafted after slaying countless individuals, inciting the wrath of heaven and earth, and enduring immense toil to forge. Fong Yuan sighed inwardly. Although he has been reborn, the spring and autumn cicada did not accompany him. Humanity is the apex of creation. While Gu represents the essence of the universe, the Jiu comes in myriad forms, countless and wondrous. Some Gu dissipate after 1 or 2 uses, while others can be reused as long as they are not overexploited. Perhaps the spring and autumn cicada is one of those expendable Gu that can only be used once. However, even if it is lost, he can always refine another, that if I could do so in my previous life, why should I be unable to in this one? Yet shortly thereafter, a surge of ambition welled up within Fong Yuan. The fact that he has been reborn renders the loss of the spring and autumn cicada entirely acceptable. Moreover, he possesses treasures, and he is far from destitute. This treasure consists of 5 centuries worth of memories and experiences. His mind is a repository of countless treasures, many of which remain undiscovered, that harbor significant events that allow him to grasp the threads of history with ease. It contains innumerable figures, some of whom are reclusive predecessors, while others are prodigious talents, with some yet to be born. Additionally, the burdensome experiences of arduous cultivation over the past 500 years and rich combat experience are all embedded within. With these assets, he undoubtedly holds the upper hand, and if managed astutely, navigating through the world and reviving the grandeur of a legendary figure is entirely feasible, and he might even advance to greater realms. But how should he proceed? Fong Yuan maintained his composure, swiftly suppressing his emotions, and pondered deeply while gazing out into the night rain. This contemplation left him feeling overwhelmed. After a moment's thought, His brow furrowed deeper. 500 years is indeed a lengthy span. Setting aside those memories that have grown hazy and are beyond recollection, even the treasures and opportunities he remembers are often separated by vast distances or can only be unlocked at specific times. The crux of the matter remains his cultivation. Currently, his Yuan Sea is unopened, and he is yet to embark on the path of a Gu master, rendering him essentially a mere mortal. He must urgently cultivate, enhance his abilities, and seize opportunities ahead of history, maximizing his gains. Moreover, many hidden treasures require sufficient cultivation. Without it, even if acquired, they become burdensome liabilities. Thus, the first challenge that confronts Fang Yuan is the need to elevate his cultivation. If he were to proceed at the languid pace of his previous life, he would surely miss the opportunity to hasten his cultivation. He must leverage his family's resources. Given his current situation, he is utterly incapable of traversing the perilous mountains. Even a common mountain pig could claim his life that if he can attain the level of a third transformation Gu master, he will possess the basic ability to protect himself and navigate this world. From the perspective of a formidable figure forged over 5 centuries, Qingmao Mountain seems exceedingly trivial, while the Guyu Mountain stronghold feels more akin to a prison. Yet, while a prison may confine freedom, a sturdy cell often symbolizes a certain degree of security. For the time being, he shall make do within this cage and hone his skills. Once he ascends to the third transformation of Gu Master, he will depart from this desolate mountain region. Fortunately, tomorrow marks the opening ceremony, and shortly thereafter, he shall officially embark on the path of Gu Master cultivation. As he contemplated the opening ceremony, long-buried memories began to resurface in his mind. Talent. Gazing out the window, he couldn't help but emit a derisive laugh. Just then, the door creaked open, and a young boy stepped inside. "Brother, why do you stand by the window in the rain?" The boy, slender and slightly shorter than Fang Yuan, bore a striking resemblance to him. Fang Yuan turned to face the boy, a complex expression flickering across his face. "It is you, my twin brother." He raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression returning to its habitual indifference. Fang Zheng lowered his head, gazing at his own toes. This was his signature action. Noticing his brother's window ajar, he sought to sneak in and close it. "Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. Brother, you should rest. If uncle and aunt find out, they will surely worry." He was not surprised by Fang Yuan's aloofness, as his brother had always been this way since childhood. Sometimes, he wondered if genius was simply the mark of an extraordinary individual. Despite sharing such a striking resemblance, he felt as ordinary as an ant. Born from the same womb, why was fate so unjust? It bestowed his brother with diamond-like brilliance while leaving him as unremarkable as a pebble. Whenever others spoke of him, they would refer to him as Fang Yuan's younger brother. Uncle and aunt often advised him to learn from his brother. Even when he gazed into the mirror, he found himself slightly loathsome. These thoughts had accumulated over many years, a weight pressing down on his heart. Like a boulder, they caused Fang Zheng to bow his head ever lower and grow increasingly taciturn. Worry. The mere thought of uncle and aunt elicited a silent scoff from Fang Yuan. He recalled vividly how the parents of this body perished on a family mission, leaving him and his brother orphaned at the tender age of 3. Uncle and aunt, under the guise of guardianship, brazenly seized their inheritance while treating both him and his brother harshly. Originally, as a transmigrator, he had planned to bide his time in obscurity. However, the harshness of life compelled Fang Yuan to reveal his extraordinary talents. The so-called genius is merely the rationality of a mature soul, along with a few timeless masterpieces of Tang and Song poetry from Earth. Even such modest displays of skill drew widespread admiration. The external pressures forced the young Fang Yuan to adopt a cold demeanor as a means of self-protection, minimizing the risk of revealing his true capabilities. Over time, this indifference became his habitual expression. Thus, uncle and aunt could no longer impose their harshness upon him and his brother. As they grew older and their futures looked promising, their treatment improved correspondingly. However, this was not love, but rather an investment. It is laughable that this brother remains oblivious to this truth, not only deceived by uncle and aunt, but also harboring resentment towards him. Despite his seemingly obedient demeanor, memories of being tested and declared to possess exceptional talent led to significant familial favoritism, unleashing hidden jealousy and resentment towards his elder brother, for his own talent. The highest he could claim was merely a third rate. Fate has a cruel sense of humor within a pair of twins. One brother possesses only third-rate talent, yet enjoys the title of genius for over a decade, while the other, unremarked upon, possesses first-rate potential. The results of the awakening astonished the clan, completely reversing the circumstances of the brothers. The younger brother soared like a hidden dragon while the elder fell like a fledgling phoenix. Thereafter, he faced numerous challenges from his brother, scornful glances from uncle and aunt, and contempt from clansmen. Does he harbor hatred? In his past life, Fang Yuan had indeed harbored resentment. Resentment for his lack of talent, for the ruthlessness of his family, for the unfairness of fate. Yet now, with the experiences of 5 centuries behind him, he reflects upon this journey with a tranquil heart, devoid of any bitterness. What is there to be angry about? If he were to consider their perspectives, he could also empathize with his brother, uncle and aunt, and those formidable righteous foes who would assail him 500 years hence. The survival of the fittest is the fundamental nature of this world. Furthermore, everyone pursues their aspirations, vying for the slightest chance of fortune. What is there to misunderstand in mutual suppression and conflict? 500 years of experience have granted him clarity, and his heart is solely focused on the path to immortality. Should anyone obstruct him in this pursuit, regardless of who it may be, it is merely a matter of life and death. His ambitions are vast, and embarking on this path guarantees that he will face enemies the world over, walk a solitary road, and navigate through treacherous trials. This is the enlightenment distilled from 5 centuries of life. Revenge is not his intention, nor does the path of darkness ever entertain the notion of compromise. With this thought, Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Turning to his brother, he cast a faint glance and said, "You may leave." Fang Zheng felt a tremor in his heart, as if his brother's gaze were a sharp blade, piercing through to the depths of his soul. Under such a gaze, he felt as exposed as if he were bare in the snow, with no secrets left to hide. "Until tomorrow, brother." With that, he dared not utter another word. Slowly closing the door and retreating quietly. Chapter 3. Please go play with your eggs. Bang, 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 bang. The patrolling town crier struck his rhythmic clapper. The sound reached the lofty building, stirring Fang Yuan from his dry-eyed slumber. He mused to himself, "It is the 5th watch of the night." Last night, he had lain in bed contemplating for an extended period, arranging an elaborate plan, and had only managed to sleep for a little over an hour. This body had yet to commence cultivation, and thus he lacked vigor, leaving him shrouded in fatigue and lethargy that end the span of merely 5 centuries. Fang Yuan has forged an unwavering resolve akin to the resilience of steel. Such fleeting drowsiness is utterly inconsequential that he promptly cast aside the light, silken quilt enveloping him and rose with a decisive grace. Pushing open the window, he discovered that the spring rain had ceased. The refreshing humidity, imbued with the sense of earth, trees, and wildflowers, enveloped him immediately. Fang Yuan felt his mind clear, the remnants of sleep dispelled entirely. The sun had yet to rise, and the sky was painted in profound shades of blue, oscillating between darkness and light. Before him stood a high bamboo stilt house, constructed from verdant bamboo and trees, harmonizing with the surrounding mountains in a serene tableau of emerald hues. This stilt house, boasting at least 2 stories, was a unique architectural feature of the mountain dwellers. Due to the rugged terrain, the first floor was supported by massive wooden stilts, while the second floor served as the living quarters. Fang Yuan and his younger brother, Fang Zheng, resided on the upper level. "Young Master Fang Yuan, you are awake," a gentle voice called from below. It was his personal maid, Xin Shui, though her beauty could be deemed only average. Her attire was impeccable, a green blouse paired with long sleeves and trousers, adorned with embroidered shoes, and a delicate pearl hairpin nestled in her dark tresses, radiating youthful vitality. She cast a joyful glance at Fang Yuan, balancing a basin of water, and hurried up the stairs. The water was perfectly tempered for washing one's face, while rinsing was done using willow twigs dipped in snow salt for whitening the teeth. Xin Shui attended to him tenderly, her face adorned with a smile, her eyes glimmering with warmth. She then assisted Fang Yuan in dressing, occasionally brushing against his arms or back with her ample bosom in the process. Fang Yuan remained expressionless, his heart as still as a placid lake. This maid not only served as the eyes and ears for his uncle and aunt, but was also vain and emotionally shallow. In a previous life, he had been deceived by her charms, and after his status dramatically declined following the Enlightenment ceremony, she had shown her true colors, often casting him disdainful glances as Fang Zheng entered. He witnessed Shen Shui smoothing out the creases in Fang Yuan's garments, a flicker of envy and jealousy crossing his features. Having lived alongside his brother all these years and enjoying Fang Yuan's care, he too had a servant attending to him, albeit not a youthful maid like Shen Shui, but rather a plump old woman. What would it be like if one day Shen Shui were to serve me in such a manner? Fang Zheng pondered, both curious and hesitant, that it was a well-known fact that their uncle and aunt favored Fang Yuan, and although Fang Zheng had no maid of his own, it was Fang Yuan who had requested Shen Shui for him. Despite the distinction between master and servant, Fang Zheng dared not underestimate Shen Shui, for her mother was the esteemed matron Shen, the housekeeper trusted by their aunt, wielding considerable influence. Enough, there's no need to tidy up, Fang Yuan said impatiently, brushing aside Shen Shui's soft hand. His attire was already neat, and her attention seemed more like seduction than service. For her, the prospect of a bright future loomed large, as her exceptional talents could elevate her from a servant to a concubine of Fang Yuan, a veritable leap to greatness that in his past life, he had been blinded by her allure, even developing feelings for this maid. However, reborn, he now perceived her intentions with keen clarity, his heart as cold as frost. "You may leave," he commanded, not even glancing at Shen Shui as he adjusted his cuffs. Shen Shui pouted slightly, feeling a mix of confusion and grievance at Fang Yuan's apparent indifference. She wished to utter some endearing words, but Fang Yuan's inscrutable demeanor stifled her, and after several attempts, she simply acquiesced with a soft yes, retreating obediently. "Are you ready?" Fang Yuan turned to Fang Zheng. His brother stood at the doorway, head lowered, gazing at his toes, and nodded softly that in truth, he had awakened at the fourth watch, restless with anxiety, rising early to prepare, dark circles now evident beneath his eyes. Fang Yuan acknowledged him with a nod. He understood his brother's feelings, having been oblivious in their previous life, but now, the significance of voicing it felt pointless. "Let us depart," he instructed lightly. Thus, the brothers exited their dwelling and encountered several peers along the way. Small groups evidently sharing a similar destination. "Look, it's the Fang brothers," whispers floated around them. "That's Fang Yuan, the one who composes poetry." Someone emphasized, "So it is him. He truly embodies the aloofness as rumored." Another remarked with a tinge of envy, "Humph. If you could be like him, you too could act so haughty," came a snide retort, laden with discontent. Fang Zheng listened impassively, having long grown accustomed to such discussions. He trailed behind his brother, quietly treading along, as dawn broke. Fang Yuan's shadow fell upon his face. The sun began its ascent, yet Fang Zheng felt an inexplicable descent into darkness. This shadow stemmed from his brother. Perhaps for his entire life, he would remain ensnared in Fang Yuan's formidable shadow, that a wave of oppression surged in his chest, even causing a sense of breathlessness, an insufferable sensation that invoked thoughts of suffocation. Such discussions truly reflect the adage that the wood that stands out invites the wind, Fang Yuan mused coldly to himself, now aware of the scrutiny he faced since the revelation of his third-tier aptitude. Enduring disdain, scorn, and neglect for an extended period, he was acutely aware of Fang Zheng's increasingly labored breaths behind him, his sensitivity sharpened by 5 centuries of life experience. Suddenly, he contemplated his uncle and aunt. Recognizing their cunning, they assigned Shen Shui to monitor him closely while providing Fang Zheng with an old matron, deliberately instigating discord to sow discontent within his brother and disrupt their fraternal bond. People do not fear scarcity, but rather inequity. He reflected that in his previous life, he had experienced too little, while Fang Zheng had been too naive, falling prey to their machinations. Reborn, with the Enlightenment ceremony approaching, the situation seemed dire. Yet with Fang Yuan's formidable intellect and prowess, it was not insurmountable. His brother could be subdued, and Shen Shui, a mere maid, could easily be added to his harem for his uncle and aunt. There were countless ways to counter their influence. However, he found himself reluctant to pursue such paths. Even as a blood brother, what did it matter? There was no bond of kinship to speak of. He was merely an outsider that if he were to cast them aside, so be it. Even if Shen Shui were exceptionally beautiful, devoid of love and loyalty, she was merely flesh. Bring her into his harem. She was not worthy. And as for his uncle and aunt, the elders of the clan were but fleeting figures in his life. Why expend energy and resources to contend with such transient presences? As long as they did not obstruct his path, they could play their own games. Beneath his notice altogether, the sun rose, casting a radiant glow upon the world. The mountain mist was easily pierced by the sword-like rays of sunlight. Over 115-year-old youths congregated before the Patriarch's Hall, located at the heart of the village, a 5-story structure guarded by formidable sentinels. The hall housed the ancestral tablets of the ancient Guyu clan, where every generation's leader resided and convened for significant ceremonies or urgent matters. This was the very nexus of power within the mountain stronghold. Excellent, you have all arrived on time. Today marks the Enlightenment ceremony, a pivotal turning point in your lives. Let us dispense with idle chatter and proceed. The elder in charge, whose hair was as white as snow yet full of vigor, led the youths into the hall. Though they did not ascend the stairs but instead descended through an entrance into the lower levels. Following the well-crafted stone steps, they entered an underground cavern. The youths gasped in awe at the breathtaking sight. The cave was adorned with stalactites radiating a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, casting a vibrant glow upon their faces, reminiscent of a dazzling rainbow. Fang Yuan, amidst the crowd, quietly observed, contemplating the history of the Guyu clan, who had migrated from the Central Plains to the southern wilderness centuries ago, ultimately settling in the verdant Qing Mao Mountain, drawn by the allure of a spiritual spring within this underground cavern. This spring produced a wealth of elemental stones, serving as the foundation for the Guyu stronghold. After traversing several hundred steps, the ambience grew increasingly dim, and the sound of flowing water became discernible. Turning a corner, a subterranean river, over 3 paces wide, unfolded before them. Here, the colorful illumination of the stalactites had vanished, yet the river glowed with a faint azure light, akin to a galaxy in the night sky. The water flowed from the cavern's depths, crystal clear, revealing the fish, aquatic plants, and the sandy bed beneath that on the opposite bank lay a sea of flowers, cultivated intentionally by the Guyu clan, moon orchids. Their petals crescent-shaped, showcasing delicate hues of blue and pink. The flower stems appeared as jade, with the flower centers shimmering like pearls reflecting warm light that at first glance, against the dark backdrop. The riverbank's floral expanse resembled a vast blue-green carpet adorned with countless pearls. The moon orchid served as a primary food source for many insect species, and this floral paradise was the clan's largest cultivation base, a truth well known to Fang Yuan. How beautiful, truly stunning. The youths, their eyes sparkling with excitement and nervousness, marveled at the spectacle. Now, I will call out names. Those whose names are called shall cross this river to the opposite shore to travel as far as you can. The farther, the better. Do you all understand? The elder inquired. Understood. The youths responded in unison. Prior to their arrival, they had heard family members or elders mention that the distance they could traverse would reflect their aptitude. Correlating with their future achievements, the Guyu Chenbo the elder held the list and pointed out the first individual. Though the river was wide, it was not deep, only reaching the knees of the youth. Chenbo wore a grave expression as he stepped onto the riverside flower sea. Instantly, he felt an invisible pressure, as if an unseen wall stood before him, impeding his progress. Just as he struggled to move forward, a cluster of faint luminous points suddenly emerged from the flowers at his feet, delicate and pure white in hue. The radiance converged towards Chenbo and flowed into him, in an instant. He felt a significant reduction in pressure. The intangible wall suddenly softened. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward with determination, forcing his way through. After taking 3 steps, however, the pressure ahead intensified once more, resembling a wall that would not yield an inch. Observing this scene, the elder sighed and recorded his findings, stating, Guyu Chenbo, 3 steps, lacks the qualifications of a Gu master. Next, Guyu Zhao Xie. Chenbo's complexion turned ashen. Gritting his teeth, he waded through the river and returned to his original position. Lacking qualifications meant he would henceforth live as an ordinary person, relegated to the lowest echelons within his family. His body swayed as if on the brink of collapse. The blow was too great, akin to the strangling of a lifetime of hope. Many cast sympathetic glances his way, while others were more focused on the next youth to reach the opposite shore. Unfortunately, This boy could only advance 4 steps. Also lacking qualifications. Not everyone possessed the aptitude for cultivation. Generally speaking, it was already commendable if 5 out of 10 individuals could cultivate that in the Guyu clan. This ratio was slightly higher, reaching 6. This was due to the legendary prowess of their ancestor, the first clan leader, whose journey in cultivation had infused the bloodline with hidden genes capable of bearing great power. The descendants of Guyu, owing to this lineage, generally exhibited superior qualifications. The consecutive failures to qualify cast a pall over the other elders who had been observing, their expressions darkening, including the usually composed clan leader of Guyu, who furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, the elder from the academy called out the third name, Hope&h.e.l.lip. Here, a robust youth clad in coarse linen, with a horse-like visage, stepped forward with a commanding presence. He was taller and more solidly built than his peers. Exuding an air of strength, he crossed the river in a few strides, reaching the opposite bank. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. One by one, faint lights entered his being. When he reached 36 steps, he could advance no further. The onlooking youths were left in awe, while the academy elder exclaimed joyfully, "Excellent, Hope&h.e.l.lip, grade B qualification, come forth. Let me assess your unc." Hope&h.e.l.lip returned to the elder's side, who placed a hand on the youth's shoulder, closed his eyes in concentration, then withdrew his hand, nodding in approval as he recorded, Hope&h.e.l.lip. unc at 66%, worthy of significant cultivation. Qualifications were classified into 4 tiers. A B, C, indeed a youth with D-tier qualifications could become a first-turn seasoned Gu master with 3 years of training. Establishing a foundational role within the clan, that a youth with C-tier qualifications could typically become a second-turn Gu master within 2 years, forming the backbone of the family. B-tier qualifications required nurturing, often leading to a 3-turn Gu master after 6 or 7 years of careful cultivation. As for A-tier qualifications, the emergence of even a single individual was a stroke of fortune for the entire clan. Such talents warranted meticulous care and resource allocation, potentially becoming a 4-turn Gu master in about 10 years, thus positioning themselves as contenders for the leadership role. In essence, Hope&h.e.l.lip, should he mature, would inevitably become an elder of the Guyu clan, and oh wonder the academy elder beamed with delight. While the other elders observing released collective sighs of relief and cast envious glances towards one particular elder. This elder, also possessing a horse-like visage, was none other than Hope&h.e.l.lip's grandfather. Hope&h.e.l.lip. A smile danced upon his lips as he provocatively glanced at his old rival. "What do you think? My grandson is no slouch, is he, Hope&h.e.l.lip?" The elder Hope&h.e.l.lip, with his crimson hair, snorted coldly, remaining silent, his expression dark and stormy. Half an hour later, half the youths had traversed the flower sea, revealing several with C and D qualifications, yet almost half remained without any qualifications. Alas, the bloodline was becoming increasingly diluted, compounded by the fact that in recent years, the clan had seen few 4-turn powerhouses to strengthen the lineage. The 4th-generation clan leader was the only 5-turn powerhouse, who had perished alongside the flower wine walker, leaving no descendants. The qualifications of the Guyu clan's younger generation were diminishing. The clan leader sighed deeply at that moment. The academy elder announced, Guyu-chi-chung. Hearing this name, all the elders turned their gaze towards Guyu-chi-lien, for Guyu-chi-chung was his grandson. Guyu-chi-chung was short, pockmarked, and appeared particularly anxious as he clenched his fists. Perspiration dotting his brow, he stepped onto the opposite bank, and luminous points surged into his being, stopping only after reaching 36 steps. "Another beer," the academy elder shouted. The youth stirred, casting envious glances at Guyu-chi-chung. "Ha ha, 36 steps, 36 steps," Guyu-chi-lien bellowed, gloatingly glaring at Guyu-mo-chun. This time, it was Guyu-mo-chun whose face turned ashen, the Guyu-chi-chung. In the crowd, Fong Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. He recalled how he had faced severe punishment from the clan for cheating during the awakening ceremony, that in truth, his qualifications were merely C-tier, but his grandfather, Guyu-chi-lien, had fabricated the appearance of B-tier qualifications for him. If he were to cheat, Fong Yuan had numerous strategies in mind, some far more ingenious than Guyu-chi-cheng's scheme. Should he display B-tier or even A-tier qualifications, he would undoubtedly receive significant support from the clan. However, firstly, the The time since Fang Yuan's rebirth was too short for him to prepare any cheating methods given his current circumstances. Secondly, even if he succeeded in cheating, the speed of his cultivation would ultimately reveal the truth. Yet, Guyu Chi-chung was different. His grandfather, Guyu Chi-lien, was one of the two most powerful elders in the clan, capable of providing cover for him. For years, Guyu Chi-lien had been in opposition to Guyu Mo-chun. These two elders representing the largest factions within the family to suppress his rival. He required his grandson to possess exceptional qualifications that it was precisely due to this backing that Guyu Chi-chung could conceal his true qualifications for a time. Fang Yuan mused that had it not been for that unfortunate incident, he would not have been exposed. That a glint of intelligence sparkled in Fang Yuan's eyes as he contemplated how to exploit this situation for maximum benefit. To reveal the truth on the spot would yield some minor rewards from the clan, but it would also incur the wrath of the powerful Guyu Chi-lien, which was inadvisable. In the short term, blackmail was also not an option, as his own low strength would only invite disaster. As he pondered, he suddenly heard the academy elder call his name. Guyu Fang Yuan. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings as countless gazes fixed upon him. This was becoming increasingly thrilling. Fang Yuan chuckled inwardly, and before the watchful eyes of all, he waded through the river and stepped onto the opposite bank. Immediately, he felt a layer of pressure. This pressure emanated from the spiritual spring deep within the flower sea, which generated Yuan Qi. The abundance of Yuan Qi led to this formidable pressure. Yet soon, a swirl of luminous points rose from the flowers at Fang Yuan's feet. The lights danced around him, enveloping his entire being, and ultimately flowed into him. This was the Hope Gu, Fang Yuan mused. Although the overseer had not explicitly stated it, he was well aware. Each luminous point represented a Gu, known as Hope. There was an ancient legend about the Hope Gu that it told of a time when the world was newly formed. A wilderness where beasts roamed freely, and the first human, known as the ancestor of man, emerged. That he lived a harsh existence, subsisting on raw flesh and blood, particularly threatened by a group of beasts called dilemma, who relished the taste of the ancestor of man and sought to devour him. The ancestor of man lacked the formidable physique of stone or the sharp teeth and claws of the beasts. How could he contend with the dilemma? His sources of sustenance were unstable, and he spent his days hiding, existing at the bottom of the natural food chain, on the verge of starvation. That moment, 3 Gu approached him, saying, "If you offer us your life as sustenance, we shall aid you in overcoming your tribulations." With no other options, the ancestor of man reluctantly agreed to the 3 Gu. He first devoted his youthful vigor to the largest of the 3, which granted him strength. With this newfound power, his life began to improve. He gained a stable food supply and the means to protect himself. He fought valiantly, defeating many dilemmas. Yet he soon learned a hard lesson. Strength alone was not omnipotent. It required replenishment and care, and could not be squandered recklessly. Furthermore, his strength was insufficient against the entire dilemma pack. Realizing this, the ancestor of man decided to devote his prime years to nourishing the most beautiful of the 3 Gu. Thus, the 2nd Gu bestowed upon him wisdom. Armed with wisdom, the ancestor learned to think critically and reflect. Accumulating valuable experience, that he discovered that often, employing wisdom was more effective than brute strength. With both wisdom and power, he managed to conquer many previously insurmountable challenges, vanquishing even more dilemmas, sustaining himself by consuming their flesh and blood. But good times were fleeting. As age took its toll, the ancestor of man grew frail. This was the consequence of having sacrificed his youth and prime to the power and wisdom Gu. As he aged, his muscles deteriorated and his mind slowed. "What more can you offer us? You have nothing left to sustain us," the power Gu and wisdom Gu remarked, and with that they left him mercilessly. Stripped of strength and wisdom, the ancestor of man was soon discovered by the dilemma, falling victim to their encirclement. But he is aged, no longer able to run. His teeth have all fallen out, and he can hardly chew even wild fruits and vegetables. Weakly, he collapses onto the ground, surrounded by an overwhelming array of predicaments. His heart filled with despair. That moment, the 3rd Gu speaks to him. "O human, worship me, and I shall liberate you from your plight." The ancestor of humanity weeps and replies, "Gu, what else can I offer? You see, the Gu of strength and the Gu of wisdom have both forsaken me. All that remains is my old age. Compared to youth and middle age, Old age may seem insignificant, yet if I were to dedicate it to you, my life would come to an immediate end. Though I am encircled by adversity, I shall not perish just yet. I desire to live a little longer, even if it is merely for a second. Therefore depart, for I can no longer offer you anything. Yet the goo insists, among the three goo. My request is the least demanding, that, O human, simply entrust your heart to me, and that will suffice. Very well. I shall concede my heart to you, the ancestor of humanity responds. But goo, what can you truly bestow upon me? In this dire situation, even if the goo of strength and the goo of wisdom were to return to my side, it would make no difference that I in comparison to the goo of strength. Your form is the frailest, merely a tiny speck of light. Compared to the goo of wisdom, you are the dimmest, emitting only a feeble white glow, devoid of grandeur and splendor. However, as he relinquishes his heart to this goo, it suddenly bursts forth with boundless radiance, and within this light, the predicaments scream in terror. This is the goo of hope. Retreat quickly, for we are most afraid of hope. The beasts of adversity instantly flee in panic. Stunned, the ancestor of humanity realizes at that moment, when faced with challenges, one must entrust their heart to hope. Meanwhile, the goo of hope converges into a stream of light, entering Feng Yuan's body. Due to the pressure from the outside world, they quickly gather in Feng Yuan's abdomen, coalescing spontaneously 3 inches below his navel. Feng Yuan feels a slight alleviation of pressure, but he strides forward, step by step, with each step bringing more goo of hope soaring from the sea of flowers into his body. Joining the light mass, the mass grows larger and brighter. However, the overseer on the opposite bank furrows his brow. The number of goo of hope seems rather scant. Many elders who had been secretly observing Feng Yuan feel a sinking sensation upon witnessing this scene. The clan leader also frowns. This is not the demeanor expected of one with top-tier qualifications. Despite the weight of pressure, Feng Yuan continues onward. Below 10 steps, there is no cultivation qualification. Between 10 and 20 steps, there is the Ding level qualification. Between 20 and 30 steps, there is the Bing level qualification. Between 30 and 40 steps, there is the E level qualification. Between 40 and 50 steps, there is the Jia level qualification. Thus far, I have walked 23 steps. 24, 25, 26, 27. Feng Yuan silently counts in his heart. Upon reaching 27 steps, he suddenly hears a booming sound as the light mass between his kidneys reaches its limit and explodes violently. This explosion occurs solely within Feng Yuan's body, imperceptible to outsiders. Yet in that instant, he experiences an earth-shattering profundity. Instantly, every hair on his body stands on end, his pores tighten as if his spirit were a bowstring pulled taut. Then his mind suddenly empties, his body feels weightless, as if he has fallen from the clouds. With his heartstrings thus relaxed, his hair settles down, and all his pores open wide, that a fine sheen of sweat covers his entire body. This process, though lengthy in description, is exceptionally brief, swift to arrive and just as sudden to depart. Feng Yuan's moment of dazedness lasts only an instant before he regains his composure, that he focuses inwardly. Discovering that below his navel, a cavity has miraculously appeared between his kidneys. The opening has been successfully achieved. This is the hope of longevity. Chapter 6. The future path will be remarkable. The empty cavity is extraordinarily mysterious. Although it resides within Feng Yuan's body, it does not occupy the same space as his internal organs. That it can be described as infinitely large or infinitely small. Some refer to it as the Purple Palace, others as the Flower Pool. Yet more commonly, it is called the Original Sea's empty cavity. The entire cavity is spherical, its surface shimmering with white light, akin to a layer of luminous membrane. This light is the result of the previous explosion of the goo of hope, coalescing into a layer of radiance. It is this layer of light that supports the cavity, preventing it from collapsing. Within the cavity lies the original sea. The sea is smooth as a mirror, displaying a deep azure hue, yet it is exceedingly viscous, glistening with a coppery luster. This is the true essence of bronze, condensed by a first transformation goo master, commonly referred to as the Bronze Sea. The sea surface reaches only 4/10 of the cavity's height. This limitation reflects the constraints of the Bing level qualification. Each droplet of seawater represents true essence, symbolizing the culmination of Feng Yuan's vitality and spirit. Embodying the life potential he has accumulated over the past 15 years, .gu masters utilize this true essence to activate goo worms, signifying that from this moment onward, Feng Yuan officially steps into the ranks of a first transformation goo master. The cavity has opened. No more goo of hope will flow into Feng Yuan's body. He withdraws his focus, sensing that the pressure ahead is as solid as a wall, preventing any further advance. Much like in his previous life, that he smiles faintly at this outcome, there's no further way to proceed. An elder from the academy calls out with a glimmer of hope from the opposite bank. Feng Yuan turns around, walking back, responding through action, in that moment. Even the youths begin to react. Suddenly, the crowd erupts in a cacophony. What? Feng Yuan has taken 27 steps. He only possesses Bing-level qualifications. In disbelief, they express astonishment. How could such a talented individual be merely Bing-level? The uproar spreads through the crowd. Brother. In the midst of the throng, Guyu Fengzheng raises his head, astonished at the sight of Feng Yuan returning from the river. He cannot believe his eyes. His brother is simply a Bing-level. He had always thought his brother would possess top-tier qualifications not just him. Many in the clan, including his uncle and aunt, shared this belief. But now, the outcome is thus. How infuriating. Merely a Bing-level. Guyu's clan leader clenches his fists, deeply sighing, disappointment evident on his face. The elders watching in secret express various reactions. Some furrow their brows, others murmur among themselves, while some sigh heavily. Could the test have been erroneous? How is that possible? This method is infallible, and we have been closely monitoring it, making cheating nearly impossible. Yet how do we explain his earlier performance and talent? Youngsters with higher original C qualifications indeed exhibit extraordinary traits, such as intelligence, insight, memory, strength, and agility. However, these traits do not necessarily indicate high qualifications. Everything must be judged by the results of the test. Alas, greater hopes yield greater disappointments. The Guyu clan appears to be declining with each generation. The icy river water soaks his socks, chilling to the bone. Feng Yuan continues walking, his expression impassive as he draws closer, clearly observing the grave expressions of the academy elders and keenly sensing the scrutinizing gazes of over 100 youths. These gazes reflect astonishment, agitation, mockery, schadenfreude, realization, and indifference. The scene is eerily reminiscent of his previous life, when he felt as if the sky had fallen. Having stumbled and fallen into the river, he was drenched and disheartened, with no one to assist him. The disappointment and cold indifference in their expressions were like daggers piercing his heart. His thoughts were tumultuous, and a dull pain throbbed in his chest, akin to falling from a great height. The higher he stood, the harder he fell. Yet in this life, as he encounters such a scene once more, Feng Yuan's heart remains remarkably calm, that he recalls the legend that when adversity strikes, one must surrender their heart to hope. Now, that hope resides within him. Though it may be small, it is still better than those devoid of any cultivation qualifications that if others choose to feel disappointment, so be it. What can be done? The disappointment of others bears no consequence to him. What matters is that he harbors hope. 5 centuries of life have imparted upon him a profound truth. The brilliance of one's life lies in the pursuit of dreams, not in seeking the approval or lack of disappointment from others. Forge your own path, and let others feel disappointment and disdain if they must sigh. The elder from the academy deeply exhales, calling out, "Next, Guyu Fengzheng." Yet no response follows. Guyu Fengzheng, the elder's voice booms, echoing through the cavern. I'm here, Fengzheng exclaims, jolted from his shock, rushing out only to stumble and fall into the river with a splash, eliciting peals of laughter from the crowd. The Feng family brothers are nothing special. The clan leader snorts disdainfully, feeling a sense of annoyance towards Guyu Fengzheng. What a grand embarrassment. Fengzheng struggles in the water, trying to regain his footing. But the riverbed is slippery, making him appear increasingly clumsy. Hearing the laughter only heightens his panic. Just then, he feels a strong grip pulling him up, his head finally breaking the surface of the water. Regaining his balance, wiping his face, he looks up to see his brother Feng Yuan holding him by the collar. Brother. He attempts to speak, but is met with a cough from swallowing water, leading to a fit of violent coughing. Ha ha, the Feng family's clumsy brothers, someone calls out in mockery. Laughter erupts louder, and the academy elder stands by, not intervening, his brow furrowed in disappointment. Fang Zheng, feeling helpless, hears his brother's voice beside him. Go on. For the future path will be remarkable. Fang Zheng is taken aback, his mouth agape in surprise. At that moment, Fang Yuan is turned away from the crowd, rendering him invisible to those on the opposite bank. However, Fang Zheng distinctly sensed Fang Yuan's tranquility, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a profound amusement. Despite being merely of third-class aptitude, why was his elder brother so composed? An inexplicable sense of doubt filled Fang Zheng's heart. Fang Yuan said no more, gently patting Fang Zheng's back before turning away. Fang Zheng, with a dazed expression, walked towards the sea of flowers, but he could not fathom his brother's calm demeanor. Had it been him, he would have, with his head bowed, he walked forward unconsciously, unaware that he was performing a miraculous act. When he finally came to his senses, he found himself deep within the flower sea. At a distance previously unattained by anyone. 43 steps. My heavens, first-class aptitude. The elder of the academy exclaimed in a state of shock. The first class, indeed. After 3 years, the Guyu clan has finally produced a genius of first-class aptitude. The elders who had been observing in the shadows also shouted in unison, losing their composure. Indeed, the Fang lineage originated from our Qi lineage. This Guyu Fang Zheng shall be raised by us of the Qi lineage. Guyu Qi Lian declared immediately. How could this be? You, old Qi Lian, what qualifications do you have? Your ability to mislead the youth is commendable. This child would be better off under my care. Guyu Mo, Chin to Jiu Mo Chun, as if electrified, immediately roared in protest, and one should contest this. Regardless of who nurtures this child, it will never surpass the guidance of our clan leader. Anyone who dares to oppose this is opposing Guyu Bo. The clan leader's eyes turned crimson, sweeping away his earlier disappointment and despondency, his demeanor now frenzied. Chapter 7. The Gu Master has 9 transformations. The flower wine leaves hidden treasures soon. A week had passed. Humanity is the essence of all things, and Gu is the spirit of heaven and earth that I in this world. There exist thousands upon thousands of Gu. Countless in number. They dwell among us in the soil and the grass, even within the bodies of beasts. Throughout the course of humanity's evolution, our forebears gradually uncovered the mysteries of these Gu insects. Those who have opened their spiritual apertures, utilizing their true essence to nourish, refine, and control these Gu for various purposes, are collectively known as Gu Masters. That I in the academy within the village, the elder was speaking eloquently. Opposite him sat 57 youths, each one engrossed in his words. The marvel and might of Gu Masters had long since penetrated the hearts of the young. Thus, everything the elder narrated captivated them deeply. At this moment, a youth raised his hand, and upon receiving the elder's permission, stood to inquire. Elder, I have known since childhood that Gu Masters are classified by their transformations. Could you elaborate for us? Guyu Master nodded, gesturing for the youth to take his seat. There are 9 major realms for Gu Masters, ranked from the lowest to the highest. First transformation, second transformation, third transformation, all the way to the 9th transformation. Each major realm is further divided into 4 minor realms: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. You have just become Gu Masters. All of you are at the initial stage of the first transformation. If you strive diligently in your training, your cultivation will naturally improve, and ascension to the second or third transformation is possible. Of course, the higher your aptitude, the greater the likelihood of advancement. Those with third-class aptitude possess true essence, occupying 2 to 3/10 of their spiritual aperture, often reaching a maximum of the first or second transformation. Those of third-class aptitude have 4 to 5/10, typically halting at the second transformation, with only a few fortunate enough to break through to the initial stage of the third transformation. The second-class aptitude encompasses 6 to 7/10, allowing for the attainment of the third or even the fourth transformation. First-class aptitude, with true essence sufficient to fill 8 to 9/10 of the spiritual aperture, naturally possesses the highest innate talent, most suited for Gu Master cultivation. Capable of reaching the 5th transformation, as for Gu Masters of the 6th transformation and above, each one is a legend. I'm not too clear on the specifics. Our Guyu clan has yet to produce a 6th transformation Gu Master, though we have had both 4th and 5th transformation Gu Masters. The youths perked up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they listened intently. Many could not help but glance at Guyu Fang Zheng. seated upright in the front row, filled with envy and admiration, for he was of first-class aptitude. Simultaneously, some gazes drifted towards the corner of the last row, where Guyu Fong Yuan lay sprawled on his desk. Sound asleep. Look, he is still sleeping, someone remarked softly. He has been asleep for a whole week. Hasn't he recovered yet? Another scoffed. Not just that, I've heard he has been wandering around the village at night. Some had even witnessed him drunkenly clutching a wine jar outside at night. Thankfully, the area surrounding the village had been cleared over the years, making it relatively safe. Whispers filled the air as the classmates exchanged various rumors. Alas, the blow is truly too great. Having carried the title of genius for so many years, only to find oneself merely of third-class aptitude. If it were just that, it would be fine. Yet his younger brother is now revealed to be of first-class aptitude. Basking in the spotlight and enjoying the best treatment, the younger brother ascends, while the elder remains in the depths. Listening to the increasingly loud discussions around him, the elder's brows furrowed into a knot. In the classroom, the youth sat upright, brimming with vitality, making Guyu Fong Yuan's slumped figure all the more glaringly conspicuous that a week had passed, and yet he remained so despondent. It was indeed a misjudgment. How could someone like him possibly be a genius? The elder silently scoffed in discontent. He had addressed Fong Yuan's situation numerous times, yet to no avail. Fong Yuan remained obstinately indifferent. Each lesson saw him dozing off, much to the chagrin and frustration of the elder responsible for teaching. Never mind, he is merely of third-class aptitude, that if he cannot even withstand this minor setback, with such a temperament, he will achieve little and merely waste the clan's resources. The elder felt a deep disappointment towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan, being of third-class aptitude, paled in comparison to his brother Fong Zheng, who possessed first-class aptitude. This was the one truly worthy of the clan's investment in nurturing. As the elder mused, he continued with the previous topic. Throughout our clan's history, many strong figures have emerged. Among them, there have been two fifth transformation masters. Point one was a former clan leader, our ancestor, who founded the Guyu village. The other was the fourth clan leader, whose exceptional talent allowed him to cultivate to the realm of the fifth transformation Gu master. Had it not been for that despicable scoundrel, the wine thief, launching a sneak attack, he might have ascended to the sixth transformation. Sighing deeply at this point, Guyu master lamented. Below the lectern, the youths erupted in righteous indignation that it was that wine thief. So insidious and cunning. What a pity our fourth clan leader was benevolent, yet passed away young, that I only wish I had been born a few hundred years earlier. Had I encountered that scoundrel, I would have risked everything to expose his vile visage. The tales of the fourth clan leader and the wine thief were well known among the Guyu clan. The wine thief was also a fifth transformation Gu master, notorious for his crimes as a flower thief, renowned in the demonic path of his time. Centuries ago, he had roamed to Qing Mao Mountain, intending to commit his misdeeds within the Guyu village, only to be uncovered by the fourth clan leader. Following a cataclysmic battle, the wine thief was brought to his knees, begging for mercy. The fourth clan leader, being merciful, intended to spare him. Yet the wine thief suddenly launched a surprise attack, gravely wounding the fourth clan leader. Enraged, the clan leader immediately killed the wine thief, but subsequently succumbed to his injuries, departing from this world. Thus, in the hearts of all Guyu clan members, the fourth clan leader was a heroic figure who sacrificed himself for the village. The wine thief, awakened by the uproar in the academy, opened his bleary eyes in the corner as he stretched languidly, harboring his own grievances. Where on earth did that wine thief perish? Why had he scoured every inch around the village, yet failed to find his treasure? In his memory, about 2 months prior, a clan Gu master, intoxicated from heartbreak, lay inebriated outside the village, and the overwhelming scent of wine inadvertently attracted a wine insect. Delighted, the Gu master attempted to capture it. The wine insect fled in a panic, and the Gu master pursued relentlessly, following the insect's trail to a hidden cave leading underground. The wine insect was a rare type of Gu, and emboldened by the aroma of wine, the Gu master ventured into the cave, discovering the remains of the wine thief and the treasures left behind. Upon returning to the village, the Gu master reported his findings, which immediately caused a stir within the clan. This Gu master subsequently reaped the benefits, his cultivation flourishing, even winning back the affection of the partner who had previously abandoned him. He became a figure of great renown. Alas, I have only heard a vague outline of this tale. Unaware of the exact location, I never imagined a day of resurrection would come. Wine thief, where did you truly die? For days now, I have purchased ample wine, wandering around the village at night, hoping the scent might lure forth the wine insect. Regrettably, it remains elusive, leaving my hopes dashed that if only I could find that wine insect and refine it into my personal goo, it would far surpass the Moonlight goo of the clan. Before I knew it, April had arrived. Time is of the essence. Fong Yuan sighed, shifting his gaze towards the window. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, the verdant mountains stretched endlessly. Nearby, a grove of bamboos stood tall, each stalk as straight as an arrow, with sharp tips resembling spearheads. The forest in the distance had begun to sprout fresh greenery, with tender shoots of yellow and green bursting forth. Occasionally, beautiful, colorful birds would alight upon the branches. The spring breeze swept in, enveloping the verdant mountains and clear waters with a refreshing essence, scattering it across the realm. Unbeknownst to them, the lesson was drawing to a close. The elder of the academy finally announced, "Over the past week, I have taught you how to meditate and observe the vast emptiness within yourselves, how to sit in stillness and channel the true essence within your bodies. It is now time to refine your life-bound goo. After this class, you will proceed to the goo chamber within the academy to select your goo insects. Once you have chosen your goo, return home for secluded cultivation. You must refine the goo before returning to continue your studies. This also serves as your first assessment. The one who excels will be rewarded with a generous prize of 20 yuan stones." The next moment, the entire academy erupted in cheers. Finally, they would refine their goo insects. What should I choose? A glimmer of determination flashed in Fong Yuan's eyes. Chapter 8. The world has changed. Adjacent to the academy stood a goo chamber, modest in size, merely 60 square meters. For goo masters, their goo insects were the essence of their power. As soon as the lesson concluded, the exuberant youths flocked to the goo chamber, forming a line to enter. Shouts of excitement erupted. For there were guardians stationed outside the chamber. One by one, the youths entered and emerged. When it was Fong Yuan's turn to step into the goo chamber, he found that the room held a vast array of wonders. The walls were divided into compartments, each housing a grid-like structure. The compartments varied in size, some no larger than a cooking pot, others merely the size of a fist. Within these densely packed compartments lay an assortment of vessels, gray stone basins, verdant jade plates, exquisite grass cages, and earthen warmers. These vessels housed various goo insects, some silent and still, while others buzzed noisily, producing a symphony of chirps and rustles that resonated with the vibrancy of life. Goo insects were categorized into 9 major tiers, corresponding to the 9 realms of goo mastery. All the insects here were of the first tier. Fong Yuan surveyed the room and immediately understood the implications. Generally speaking, a first-tier goo master could only utilize first-tier goo insects. Attempting to wield higher-tier goo would often incur heavy consequences. Moreover, goo insects required sustenance. The cost of nourishing higher-tier goo was often beyond the means of lower-tier masters. For novice goo masters, unless in exceptional circumstances, the first choice was invariably a first-tier goo for their initial refinement. The first goo refined by a goo master held significant importance, known as the life-bound goo. A matter of life and death. Should it perish, the master would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm. Alas, Fong Yuan had initially hoped to obtain the wine insect of the flower wine wanderer, to refine it as his life-bound goo. However, the quest for the remains of the flower wine wanderer had yet to yield results, and he remained unaware of when he might locate it or if it would be discovered by another. To err on the side of caution, he resolved to select a Moonlight goo. With a sigh of resignation, he approached the left wall. On a slightly elevated tier of this wall, there lay a row of silver plates, each adorned with a single goo insect. These insects, crystalline and translucent, curved like the moon, resembling blue crystals that radiated an ethereal aura against the silver background. The Moonlight goo was the clan signature insect of the ancient moon lineage. The vast majority of its members chose it as their life-bound goo. It was not a naturally occurring goo, but rather cultivated through the secret methods of the ancient moon clan, making it a unique symbol of their heritage. The differences among the first-tier Moonlight goo were minuscule. Fong Yuan casually selected one, holding it in his palm. The Moonlight goo was surprisingly light, akin to the weight of a thin sheet of paper. Occupying merely a small section of his hand, comparable in size to an ordinary jade pendant as he held it. He could see the concealed patterns of his palm through it. After a final inspection and finding no issues, he placed it into his pocket and exited the goo chamber. Outside, a long queue still awaited, and upon seeing Fong Yuan emerge, the next youth eagerly rushed inside, while most would hastily return home to commence the refinement of their goo. Fong Yuan lingered, his thoughts still occupied by the elusive wine insect. The wine insect was far more precious. Although the Moonlight goo was a specialty of the ancient Moon clan, it paled in comparison to the assistance a wine insect could provide to a goo master. Leaving the goo chamber, Fong Yuan made his way directly to the tavern. Innkeeper, 2 jars of aged wine. Pleased that he rummaged through his pocket, placing the remaining fragments of yuan stones on the counter. For the past several days, he had visited this establishment to procure wine, then wandered the vicinity of the clan, hoping to entice the wine insect to reveal itself. The innkeeper, a short, portly middle-aged man with a glistening face, had come to recognize Fong Yuan over these days. Welcome back, esteemed guest. As he greeted Fong Yuan, he extended a stout hand, deftly collecting the yuan stone fragments. Weighing them in his palm, he found them satisfactory, and his smile became even more genial. Yuan stones served as the currency of this realm, measuring the value of all goods. They were also a condensed essence of the world, capable of being utilized to enhance a goo master's cultivation. Thus, they held both monetary and commodity attributes, akin to gold on Earth. While Earth once operated under a singular gold standard, this world adhered to a singular yuan stone standard. Comparatively, yuan stones possessed astonishing purchasing power. However, even the most abundant yuan stones could not withstand Fong Yuan's continuous expenditure. Consuming 2 jars of wine daily for a full week had nearly depleted his original supply. With 2 jars of wine in hand, Fong Yuan stepped out of the tavern, his brow slightly furrowed. Upon becoming a goo master, one could directly extract pure true essence from yuan stones to replenish the vast emptiness within their bodies. Therefore, for goo masters, yuan stones were not merely currency, but invaluable allies in their cultivation. With sufficient yuan stones, the pace of cultivation could significantly increase, somewhat compensating for innate deficiencies. Tomorrow, he would have no yuan stones left to procure wine. Yet the wine insect remained elusive. Was he truly destined to refine the Moonlight goo as his life-bound goo? A sense of reluctance stirred within him. He exited the tavern, carrying the 2 jars of wine. Fong Yuan pondered. The elder had mentioned that the first to refine their life-bound goo would receive a reward of 20 yuan stones. That it was likely that many were at home fervently preparing to refine their goo, vying for the top position. Unfortunately, the refinement of a life-bound goo demanded exceptional aptitude. Those with superior potential held a significant advantage. With my mediocre aptitude, I have little hope of triumphing without additional means. At that moment, a voice called from behind. Brother, you truly have come to the tavern for another drink. Come with me. Uncle and aunt wish to see you. Fong Yuan halted and turned to see his younger brother, who no longer spoke with his head bowed as before. Their gazes met, and a gust of wind swept by, tousling the elder brother's disheveled hair and lifting the younger brother's garments. In just a month, everything had changed. The awakening ceremony a week prior had been a profound turning point for both brothers. Fong Yuan had plummeted from grace, the halo of genius stripped away, while his brother began to shine, ascending like a newly emerged star. For his younger brother, Guyu Fangzheng, this transformation was monumental, but he finally experienced the feelings his brother once held, being the object of hope, the subject of envy and admiration. It was as though he had suddenly emerged from a shadowy corner into a radiant paradise. Each day upon awakening felt like living a beautiful dream. The stark contrast in treatment left him in disbelief and discomfort, struggling to adapt to this newfound attention. Initially, in the days following this change, Guyu Fangzheng inexplicably lost weight, yet his spirit grew ever more vibrant. Deep within, a sense of confidence began to blossom. This was the sensation his brother had once experienced, both wondrous and painful. Inevitably, he thought of his brother, Guyu Fong Yuan, and how he had coped with such scrutiny and attention that he instinctively began to mimic Fong Yuan's demeanor, attempting to maintain an expressionless facade, only to quickly realize he was ill-suited for such a role. 8 times in the academy, a single shout from a girl could leave him blushing furiously. On the streets, the teasing from older women often sent him fleeing in embarrassment. He felt like a toddler learning to walk, stumbling through the process of adapting to this new life. During this journey, he could not escape the whispers about his brother. Rumors of despair and debauchery, of late-night revelries and slothful days spent in the academy. Initially shocked, he struggled to reconcile the image of his once powerful and talented brother with this new, disheartened figure. Gradually, however, he began to understand. His brother was but a mortal, and such setbacks and disillusionments were bound to lead to despair. Alongside this understanding, Fang Zheng felt a strange sense of relief. This conflicting emotion was one he was reluctant to acknowledge. Yet it lingered nonetheless. The brother once hailed as a genius, who had overshadowed him like a dark cloud, now lay in disarray. This contrast, in a way, underscored his own growth, did it not? He was indeed exceptional. That was the truth. Thus, upon seeing Fang Yuan carrying the jars of wine, his hair tousled and attire disheveled, Gu Fang Zheng felt a profound sense of relief wash over him, as if a weight had been lifted. Yet, he admonished, "Brother, you must stop drinking. This cannot continue. You have no idea how much those who care for you worry. You must pull yourself together." Fang Yuan remained stoic, silent. The brothers locked eyes that in Fang Zheng's gaze. A flicker of determination shone, while Fang Yuan's eyes were deep and dark, like a tranquil, ancient pool. Such eyes evoked an inexplicable sense of oppression within Fang Zheng. After a brief moment of eye contact, he instinctively diverted his gaze to the side. However, when he regained his composure, a surge of anger welled up within him. Anger directed at himself. What had become of him? Did he lack even the courage to meet his brother's gaze? "I have changed. I have undergone a profound transformation." With this thought, his eyes sharpened, and he cast another glance. Yet, Fang Yuan had already turned away, casually carrying a jar of wine as he passed by. His voice flat. "Why are you still dawdling? Let us go." Fang Zheng's breath hitched. The pent-up frustration in his heart found no outlet, leaving him engulfed in an indescribable gloom that as he saw his brother walking further away. He had no choice but to hasten after him. This time, however, he held his head high, facing the setting sun, while his gaze fixated on his feet, each step treading upon the shadow of his brother. Fang Yuan, Chapter 9. Gradually departing, the sun sank in the west, yet it had not fully descended. The sky still retained a glimmer of light, but everything seemed shrouded in a veil of gray. Gazing through the window, the distant mountains gradually merged into a heavy darkness. The living room was dimly lit, with his uncle and aunt seated in prominent positions, their expressions obscured by shadows, rendering them indistinct. Upon noticing the 2 jars of wine that Fang Yuan had brought, Uncle Guyu's brows furrowed in displeasure as he spoke. "Time flies. You are already 15 years old. Astonishingly, you both possess the aptitude of Gu masters. Especially you, Fang Zheng. Your uncle and aunt take immense pride in you both. I shall give each of you 6 yuan stones. Take them, you brothers. Refining Gu worms consumes a significant amount of true essence. And you will need these yuan stones." That as he spoke, a servant approached, handing each of the brothers a small pouch. Fang Yuan accepted it in silence, while Fang Zheng eagerly opened the pouch, revealing 6 oval, grayish-white yuan stones inside. Gratitude immediately washed over his face as he stood up and bowed to his uncle and aunt, saying, "Thank you, uncle and aunt, that I truly need these yuan stones to replenish my true essence. You have raised me, and I will forever remember your kindness." Uncle smiled and nodded, while aunt hastily waved her hand, gently urging Fang Zheng to sit down. "Please take a seat. Though you two are not our biological children, we have always regarded you as our own. Your achievements bring us pride. Alas, we have no children of our own. Sometimes I wish you could truly become our children." The implications of her words were profound, though Fang Zheng remained oblivious, while Fang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. As expected, Uncle continued, "Your aunt and I have discussed this matter and wish to adopt you into our family, making you true relatives." Fang Zheng, "I wonder if you would consent." Fang Zheng was taken aback for a moment, but joy quickly illuminated his face as he replied eagerly, "To be honest, since the passing of my parents, I have longed for the warmth of a family reunion. That would be wonderful to become part of Uncle and Aunt's family." Aunt's expression softened, and she smiled. "Then you shall be our beloved son. No need to call us uncle and aunt anymore. Father, mother." Fang Zheng exclaimed in realization, promptly changing his words. Both uncle and aunt laughed heartily. Good son, it has been worth our effort raising you since you were 5. We have nurtured you for a full decade. Aunt wiped her tears away. Uncle then turned to the silently contemplative Fong Yuan, speaking gently. Fong Yuan, what is your stance? Fong Yuan shook his head in silence. Brother, Fong Zheng began to persuade, but was halted by Uncle-'s gesture. Maintaining his tone, Uncle added, in that case, Fong Yuan, we shall not force you. However, you are already 15 and should establish your own household. This would also facilitate your inheritance of the Fong family lineage. I have prepared 200 yuan stones for you, as a means of support. 200 yuan stones. Fong Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never seen such a vast sum of yuan stones and could not help but express his envy. Yet, Fong Yuan continued to shake his head. Confusion flooded Fong Zheng, while Uncle-'s expression shifted slightly. And Aunt's face darkened, that if there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. Fong Yuan interjected, refusing to grant them another opportunity to speak, and with that he picked up the jar of wine and exited the hall. Fong Zheng stood, saying, Father, Mother, let me talk to him. He must just be confused. Uncle waved his hand, feigning a long sigh. Alas, this matter cannot be forced. Your concern brings me great comfort. Come, let young Master Fong Zheng rest comfortably. Having dismissed him, Fong Zheng left, and the living room fell into silence. The sun had completely set, casting the room into deeper shadows. After a while, Uncle-'s cold voice pierced through the dimness. It seems Fong Yuan has seen through our schemes. In the clan rules of the Guyu family, it is clearly stated that the eldest son at the age of 16 is entitled to inherit the family fortune. Fong Yuan's parents had already passed, leaving behind a substantial inheritance, which was managed by uncle and aunt. The value of this inheritance far exceeded a mere 200 yuan stones, that if Fong Yuan were to be adopted by uncle and aunt like Fong Zheng, he would lose his eligibility to inherit this fortune, that if Fong Yuan established his own household at the age of 15, it would also contravene the clan's inheritance regulations. Fortunately, we have managed to win over Fong Zheng, and Fong Yuan possesses only average aptitude. Uncle sighed again, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. But what if Fong Yuan is determined to establish his independence at 16? What shall we do then? Aunt's tone grew urgent at the thought of the inheritance. Humph, if he harbors ulterior motives, he cannot blame us as long as we catch him in a grave mistake before he sets out on his own. We can expel him from the family, thus depriving him of his inheritance rights. Uncle scoffed. But Fong Yuan is quite clever. How could he possibly make a mistake? Aunt questioned, puzzled. Uncle rolled his eyes, scolding softly. You are truly foolish. If he won Tier, can't we frame him? Let that girl Xin Shui entice Fong Yuan. Then we can accuse him of misconduct, catching him red-handed that we can then frame him for drunken debauchery. A heinous crime. Do we need to worry about expelling him then? Uncle, you truly have a plan. What brilliance! Anne exclaimed, her spirits soaring. The heavy darkness of night enveloped the land, and the myriad stars in the sky were obscured by drifting clouds. Lights gradually flickered to life in the houses of the mountain village. The Guyu Fong Zheng was led into a room. Young Master Fong Zheng, this is a room personally arranged by the master. Specially prepared for you, Shin Mama introduced earnestly, bowing with a smile plastered across her face. Fong Zheng surveyed his surroundings, his eyes brightening. This room was twice the size of his previous one, featuring a spacious bed at its center. A sandalwood desk adorned with exquisite writing tools, and walls decorated with fine ornaments. Even the floor was covered with a soft, handmade carpet. Throughout his life, Fong Zheng had never resided in such luxurious accommodations. He nodded repeatedly. This is wonderful, truly splendid. Thank you, Shin Mama. Shin Mama was highly regarded by Aunt, managing the household servants and serving as the de facto steward. Fong Yuan's personal maid Xin Shui was her daughter. Shin Mama chuckled. How could a humble servant like me deserve your thanks, young master? It is only right. Please enjoy your meals and rest well. If you need anything, just ring the bell by your bedside, and a servant will come to attend to you immediately. The master has instructed that during this time, you should focus solely on your training. Leave all other trivial matters to us servants. Gratitude surged within Fong Zheng once more. He refrained from further comments, silently vowing, this time, I must seize first place and not disappoint my uncle and aunt, as the clouds thickened in the sky. The night deepened further. The stars above were nearly all concealed by the clouds, leaving only a few twinkling dimly. struggling against the darkness. Uncle and aunt must be plotting how to expel me from the family. In my previous life, they incited the servants to provoke me, then framed me, ultimately banishing me. I wonder what changes this life will bring. Fong Yuan walked along the street, a cold smile playing on his lips. He had long seen through the true nature of his uncle and aunt. Yet, he could understand their motives. People die for wealth, just as birds perish for food, whether on earth or in this world. Many trample upon familial bonds, friendships, and love for the sake of profit. In truth, there is no such thing as familial affection. Uncle and aunt adopted Fong Yuan and Fong Zheng solely out of greed for the inheritance. However, the two brothers had repeatedly exceeded their expectations. The beginning is always the hardest, especially for me. Lacking exceptional aptitude and guidance, I am essentially starting from scratch. The inheritance from my parents serves as a significant stepping stone. In my past life, that inheritance was taken by uncle and aunt, causing me to labor for 2 years just to reach the peak of the first transformation in this life. I cannot afford to repeat that mistake. Thus, Fong Yuan continued to walk. Deep in thought, he did not linger at home, but instead headed straight for the village outskirts, carrying 2 jars of wine. The night sky grew increasingly ominous, the clouds obscuring the starlight, while the mountain winds howled, intensifying in strength that a storm was imminent. Nevertheless, exploration was necessary. The inheritance of my parents must be reclaimed, but that would have to wait until I turned 16 next year. The hidden treasures of the wine merchants, however, could be within my reach in the near future. The streets were almost deserted. Dim lights flickered from the houses by the roadside, accompanied by scattered debris and dust that the wind playfully swirled about. Fong Yuan's thin clothing offered little protection against the mountain winds, and he felt a chill sweep over him that he resolutely uncorked the wine jar he was carrying and took a small sip. Though it was murky wine, a warmth surged within him as he swallowed. This was his first genuine drink in days as he prepared to leave the mountain stronghold. The houses along the roadside became increasingly sparse, and the lights grew dimmer. Ahead loomed a dense darkness. The wind pressed against the forest, and in the night, the branches swayed and rustled, resembling a pack of beasts howling. Fong Yuan's steps showed no hesitation. He exited the stronghold's gates and gradually walked further into the dark path. Behind him lay the bright, radiant glow of myriad lights. Within that illumination, there was a cozy corner. His younger brother, Fong Zheng, sat at his desk, reviewing the notes he had taken in class. The room was well lit, the sturdy walls shielding him from the cold wind, and beside him rested a cup of warm ginseng tea. Steam gently wafting upwards. "Young Master Fong Zheng, the hot water for your bath is ready," came Xin Shui's gentle voice from outside. Fong Zheng's heart stirred. "Then please bring it in." Xin Shui entered the room with a flirtatious demeanor, her waist swaying. "I have seen young Master Fong Zheng." She gazed at him with eyes full of autumn charm. Fong Yuan was merely of the 3rd grade, while Fong Zheng possessed 1st-grade qualifications. The TOB associated with him was to grasp true wealth and nobility. Chapter 10. The Unpredictable Winds of Heaven. The Difficulties of Refining Goo Pat. The rain, as large as beans, fell densely. It struck the verdant bamboo building, producing a crisp sound in the pond before the building. The water surface was agitated by the raindrops, and fish darted joyfully through the water, while aquatic plants swayed at the bottom. The sky was overcast, shrouding the entire view behind a thick curtain of rain. In a somewhat dim room, with the window open, Fong Yuan quietly observed the downpour, a wistful sigh escaping his lips. It had been 3 days and 3 nights. 3 nights ago, he had carried 2 jars of wine and ventured out of the stronghold, exploring the surroundings. But deep into the night, a torrential downpour commenced. Ignoring his own drenched state, the pressing issue was that exploration had become impossible under such circumstances. The rain would swiftly wash away the scent of wine, and if he forced his way through the rain, it would likely arouse suspicion. Previously, he had feigned the guise of a despondent drunkard to mask his true intentions. Yet, one must never underestimate the wisdom of others. Only fools believe others to be foolish. Thus, reluctantly, Fong Yuan was compelled to cease his explorations. This relentless rain continued to fall, varying in intensity but never stopping. Consequently, the wine bugs would remain elusive for the time being. To be prudent, he could only commence the refinement of the Moonlight goo. During this refining process, it would be ideal to locate the wine bugs. If not, he would have to make do. Nonetheless, such matters were commonplace. For the heavens can be unpredictable. Who in this world can achieve their goals without encountering obstacles, striving for perfection? Feng Yuan's heart was steady. 500 years of experience had long since tempered the fleeting restlessness of his nature. He closed the window and door, seated himself upon the bed, and gradually closed his eyes. After harmonizing his breath, he allowed his consciousness to sink that in the next moment, the image of his own empty cavity unfolded in his mind. Although the empty cavity resided within his body, it was wondrously vast, both infinitely large and infinitely small. Surrounding the empty cavity was a layer of luminous membrane. The white membrane felt delicate, yet it steadfastly supported the empty cavity. Within the empty cavity lay a vast ocean of true essence. The water appeared bronze, its surface smooth as a mirror, with the water level reaching about half the height of the cavity. The entire ocean of essence occupied 44% of the empty cavity's volume. This was the bronze ocean of a first-turn goo master, where every drop of seawater represented true essence, Feng Yuan's life force. The very essence of his spirit. Each drop of true essence was precious, for it constituted the foundation of a goo master. The source of their power, that it was through true essence that a goo master could refine and command goo worms. Withdrawing his mind from the ocean of essence, Feng Yuan opened his eyes and retrieved the Moonlight goo from his bosom. The Moonlight goo lay quietly in the palm of his hand, resembling a delicate blue crescent moon, small, exquisite, and translucent. With a mere thought, the ocean of essence within his empty cavity began to churn, a stream of true essence breaking through the surface and surging outward, flooding into the Moonlight goo. The Moonlight goo suddenly radiated a soft blue glow, trembling slightly in Feng Yuan's palm, resisting the influx of his true essence. The Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, the codes of the great Tao, and the carriers of laws. They are also sentient beings, inherently free, possessing their own will. Now, as Feng Yuan sought to refine it, he aimed to erase its will. Sensing this threat, the Moonlight goo instinctively resisted. The process of refinement proved to be exceedingly arduous. The Moonlight goo resembled a slender crescent moon. As the bronze true essence infiltrated it, the tips of the crescent were first tinged green. Subsequently, this bronze-green hue began to spread towards the midpoint of the crescent. Within 3 minutes, a pallor appeared on Feng Yuan's face, that a substantial quantity of true essence continuously surged into the Moonlight goo, overwhelming him with an unrelenting sense of weakness, akin to draining his marrow. 1 part, 2 parts, 3 parts, 8 parts, 9 parts, 10 parts. After 10 minutes, Feng Yuan's ocean of essence had expended a full 10% of its true essence. Yet, the bronze-green hue at the tips of the Moonlight goo had barely expanded a fraction. The resistance of the Moonlight goo was remarkably tenacious. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had anticipated this and was not taken aback, resolutely continuing to infuse true essence into the Moonlight goo. 1 part, 2 parts, 3 parts, after another 20 minutes. Only 14% of true essence remained in Feng Yuan's ocean. The bronze-green hue on the Moonlight goo had expanded slightly. If the 2 green spots were combined, they would amount to approximately 1/12 of the surface area of the Moonlight goo. As for the rest, it remained the goo's faint blue color. Refining goo was indeed challenging. Observing this scene, Feng Yuan sighed inwardly and ceased the infusion of true essence, halting the refinement of the Moonlight goo. At this moment, he had spent a full half-hour refining, with his ocean of essence depleted by over half, leaving only 14% of true essence. Meanwhile, the Moonlight goo had only been refined to 1/12. Moreover, what was even more disheartening was that the Moonlight goo continued to emit its soft blue glow. Although Feng Yuan had ceased the refinement, it had not halted its resistance, still expelling his bronze true essence. Feng Yuan could distinctly feel that the true essence entering the Moonlight goo was gradually being expelled, dissipating into the surrounding air. The bronze-green hue at the tips of the crescent was slowly diminishing. At this rate of reduction, it was estimated that in approximately 6 hours, the Moonlight goo would completely expel all of Feng Yuan's true essence. By that time, attempting to refine this goo would be akin to starting anew. Each refinement of goo resembled a battlefield, a war of attrition. The goo had only been refined to 1/12, while his true essence had been consumed by a full 30%. That a goo master must continuously replenish their ocean of true essence while persistently refining, solidifying their victorious gains. Refining Gu tests not only the skill of mobilizing true essence, but also the patience required for a prolonged battle. A.S. Fong Yuan pondered this. He retrieved a piece of essence stone from his pouch. A Gu master can replenish their consumed true essence in two primary ways. Point 1 method is natural recovery. After a certain period, the ocean of essence will automatically restore true essence, for someone of Fong Yuan's third-grade qualifications. This would amount to approximately 4% of true essence replenished per hour. In 6 hours, he could recover 24% of his total true essence. The second method involves drawing upon the natural essence contained within essence stones. Essence stones are treasures of the natural world, rich in innate true essence, which can be absorbed by Gu masters. Holding the essence stone, Fong Yuan drew forth a continuous stream of natural true essence, merging it into his ocean of essence. The delicate luster on the surface of the essence stone gradually faded, while the water level in Fong Yuan's ocean of essence began to rise visibly. After about half an hour, the ocean had restored itself to 44% of its volume. At this point, however, the increase in the water's surface abruptly halted, although there was still space within the empty cavity. Fong Yuan could no longer store additional true essence. This limitation stemmed from his third-grade qualifications. Thus, the importance of cultivation qualifications became evident. The higher the qualification, the greater the capacity for true essence storage within the empty cavity, and the faster the rate of natural recovery. For Fong Yuan, to refine Gu and solidify his gains, he had to absorb essence stones, as the rate at which his true essence naturally recovered could not keep pace with the Moonlight Gu's expulsion of true essence. Conversely, for Fong Zheng, with his first-grade qualifications, he could replenish 8% of true essence per hour. In 6 hours, he could restore 48% of his total true essence, while the Moonlight Gu could only expel 30% within the same time frame. He need not rely on external aids like essence stones. He could simply continue refining, resting intermittently, and in a few days, successfully refine the Moonlight Gu. Therefore, Fong Yuan had known from the outset that in this assessment of refining the Moonlight Gu, he stood no chance of claiming first place. This was not a matter of strength. Rather, qualification was the predominant factor. The second factor was the essence stone, that if one had an ample supply of essence stones and was willing to expend them, even a second-grade qualified individual could surpass a first-grade one and seize first place that he possessed only 6 essence stones, far inferior to those like Guyu and Guyu, who had the backing of elders. His qualifications were merely of the third grade, uncomparable to the first-grade qualifications of Guyu Fongzhen. From the very beginning, this assessment had been devoid of any real chance of victory. It would be wiser to divert his energy towards searching for the wine bugs. If he could refine the wine bugs into a life Gu, it would be far superior to the Moonlight Gu. The sound of rain outside had lessened, seemingly showing signs of abating. This torrential downpour had persisted for 3 days and 3 nights. It was about time for it to cease. Fong Yuan stowed away the Moonlight Gu, rose from the bed, and was just about to open the window when a knock sounded at the door. A voice from outside, belonging to his maid Xin Shui, called, "Young Master Fong Yuan, it is I, with the rain falling continuously for 3 days. I have brought you some food and wine. Please have a bite and drink to relieve your weariness." Chapter 11. Merely seduction. Fong Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, as his intuition and 5 centuries of life experience led him to perceive an underlying plot that a fleeting glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes, only to be replaced by a relaxed expression as he said, "I happen to be a bit hungry. Your arrival is timely. Please bring it in." Outside the door, Xin Shui, carrying a food box, revealed a hint of disdainful amusement at his words. However, upon pushing the door open, her countenance transformed into one of demure compliance. "Master Fong Yuan, the dishes are truly fragrant. Even from a distance, I could smell them," she purred sweetly, her voice laced with an alluring charm. Placing the food box on a small table, Xin Shui meticulously arranged the plates, each a feast for the senses. She then retrieved 2 wine cups and poured the wine. "Come, master, do take a seat. Today, I dare to accompany you for a drink," she remarked with a radiant smile, boldly taking his hand and guiding him to sit on the stool beside the table. She then settled herself directly on Fong Yuan's lap, her delicate form leaning against his chest, whispering like a songbird in his ear, "Master Fong Yuan, I have always held affection for you. Regardless of your status, I long to accompany, depend on, and comfort you. Tonight, I wish to surrender myself to you." Her attire was striking, adorned with rouge, her lips resembling cherry blossoms. The as she spoke close to his ear, a tender, youthful fragrance wafted over him, with her perched in his embrace. Fang Yuan could distinctly feel Shun Shui's voluptuous figure, her resilient thighs, her slender waist, and the softness at her bosom. "Master, allow me to serve you wine," Shun Shui proposed, lifting the cup and tilting her head back to sip the wine before fixing her watery gaze upon Fang Yuan, her cherry-red lips inching closer to his. Fang Yuan's expression remained indifferent, as though the girl in his arms was not a living being but rather a statue. Initially, Shun Shui felt a flicker of anxiety at his demeanor. But as her lips drew perilously close to his, assurance washed over her, accompanied by a dismissive smile in her heart. Still putting on an AT that moment, Fang Yuan let out a cold laugh, the disdain evident in his tone. "So, it is merely seduction." Shun Shui's expression froze, swallowing the wine in her mouth as she feigned indignation. "What do you mean, Master Fang Yuan?" His eyes glimmered with a chilling light, locking on his Shun Shui's gaze as his right hand rested on her alabaster neck, applying a gradual pressure. Shun Shui's pupils dilated in fear, her voice trembling. "Master, you are hurting me." Fang Yuan offered no reply, intensifying his grip. "Master Fang Yuan, I am afraid." Shun Shui gasped, panic evident in her wide eyes, her tender hands instinctively grasping his, attempting to pry them away. Yet his hand was as unyielding as iron, resistant to her efforts. "It appears that your uncle and aunt have tasked you with seducing me into a trap, that in that case, I presume arrangements have been made downstairs as well." Fang Yuan sneered derisively. "What do you think you are? To attempt to seduce me? Just because of these 2 heaps of worthless flesh upon your chest." As he spoke, his left hand ascended to Shun Shui's bosom, cruelly squeezing the softness there, causing a violent distortion. Agonizing pain surged through her chest, her eyes bulging with tears. She wished to scream, but Fang Yuan's grip rendered her voice a mere whimper. She began to thrash violently, knowing that without resistance, she would truly suffocate. Yet, at that moment, Fang Yuan gradually released his grip. Shun Shui gasped for air, greedily inhaling the precious oxygen, her desperate breaths triggering a fit of harsh coughing. Fang Yuan chuckled softly, tenderly caressing her cheek, and leisurely remarked, "Shun Shui, do you think I could kill you?" Had he yelled at her with fury, Shun Shui might have fought back fiercely. However, the gentle laughter and soft inquiry from Fang Yuan instilled in her a profound terror. She gazed at him, a boy smiling down at her, and in that instant, she vowed never to forget his eyes. Those eyes, devoid of any emotion, were deep and dark, as if concealing a terrifying beast within an ancient pool. Under that gaze, Shun Shui felt stripped bare, exposed to the frigid wilderness. This person before her would undoubtedly dare to kill her. Oh heavens! Why did I provoke such a devil? Regret flooded Shun Shui's heart. And at that moment, she yearned to flee. Yet ensconced in Fang Yuan's embrace, she lacked the courage to escape or even move. Her muscles tensed, her body trembled, and her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Rendering her mute, "Did I, in consideration of your years as my devoted maid, I shall spare your life this once. You desired to break free from servitude, did you not? Go seek my younger brother. He is both foolish and naive." Fang Yuan's smile faded as he patted Shun Shui's cheek, his tone as flat as water. With a sigh, he concluded, "You may leave." Shun Shui stood frozen like a statue before obediently walking out. She felt disoriented, scarcely aware of how she had escaped the clutches of this devil. Those lurking in the shadows, witnessing Shun Shui's exit, exchanged puzzled glances. How novel to set a trap of beauty. Truly, it was more inventive than in her previous life. "Dada, uncle and aunt, I shall remember your kindness well." Not long after Shun Shui's departure, Fang Yuan rose and exited. Regardless of the circumstances, he could no longer remain in this abode. A gentleman does not linger beneath precarious walls, especially not when faced with a demon. Insufficient strength is the domain of fools who place themselves in danger. "Innkeeper, do you have a room available?" Upon arriving at the only tavern in the mountain stronghold, Fang Yuan inquired about the rates. "That we have rooms available, both on the 2nd and 3rd floors. They are not only affordable, but also well kept." The innkeeper greeted him warmly. This tavern, the sole establishment in the stronghold, was rather quiet, only bustling during the yearly trade caravans to Qingmao Mountain. Feeling genuinely hungry, Fong Yuan tossed 2 intact yuan stones to the innkeeper. Please prepare a room for me, along with 2 jars of wine and 3 or 4 dishes. Adjust the change accordingly. Of course, the innkeeper replied, taking the yuan stones and inquiring whether Fong Yuan preferred to dine in his room or in the lively hall. Gazing outside, Fong Yuan noted that the rain had ceased and evening was approaching. He decided to dine in the hall and then venture out to explore the treasures left by the flower wine wanderer. Let us eat in the hall, he instructed. The tavern's dining area featured a dozen square tables, each surrounded by 4 long benches. Between the tables stood stout pillars supporting the structure. The floor was laid with large marble slabs. Though damp and unable to conceal the mountain's humidity, 3 tables were occupied in the dining area. At a window-side table sat an elderly man sipping wine, gazing at the evening glow outside as he savored his solitude. In the center, a group of 5 or 6 hunters gathered, animatedly recounting their hunting exploits with a pile of game at their feet. In a corner, 2 young individuals appeared engaged in a hushed conversation, their forms obscured in shadow, indistinguishable as male or female. Fong Yuan chose a seat near the entrance, and soon enough, the food and drink were served. With my mediocre qualifications, I require yuan stones to refine the moonlight goo. If fortune smiles upon me and the will of the moonlight goo is not too stubborn, I may only need 5 stones. However, if it proves obstinate, I will be in trouble, requiring at least 8 stones. Goo insects possess a will to survive, with some exhibiting formidable resistance against the goo master's refining efforts, while others, with weaker wills, surrender in despair as their resistance fades, easing the process of refining. Currently, I possess only 6 yuan stones, 2 of which have already been given to the innkeeper, leaving me with 4. Insufficient for my needs that I end this world, yuan stones serve as hard currency, possessing substantial purchasing power. A household of 3 mortals may require no more than a single yuan stone for a month's sustenance. Yet, for a goo master, the consumption is significant. For instance, when refining goo, I typically need an average of 7 yuan stones. And that is merely for the moonlight goo. Should I truly encounter the wine worm, my qualifications would necessitate at least an additional 10 yuan stones. Thus, the reality is this. Even if I were to find a wine worm, I might not possess sufficient yuan stones to aid in its refinement. Nevertheless, I must continue to explore, for the treasures left by the flower wine wanderer may very well contain a wealth of yuan stones. This is not difficult to deduce. After all, the flower wine wanderer was a 5th-turn goo master, a renowned figure in the demonic path. How could he possibly lack yuan stones, such essential tools for a goo master? Chapter 12. The fragrance of green bamboo wine. Goo masters assert their might now. All my challenges hinge upon the treasures of the flower wine wanderer. If I can locate them, all difficulties will be effortlessly resolved. Should I fail to uncover them, these obstacles will significantly hinder my progress in cultivation, allowing my peers to leave me far behind from the very beginning. It perplexes me. I have spent over a week attempting to attract the wine worm. Yet why have I seen no results? Fong Yuan furrowed his brow, lost in troubled contemplation. The food in his mouth lost all flavor. Just then, a commotion erupted, breaking his train of thought. Fong Yuan turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion and discovered that it was the central table where 6 hunters had gathered. Already intoxicated and exuding a cloud of alcoholic fumes, the atmosphere was fervent and fiery, their faces flushed and necks thick with drink. "Zhang Laodi, come, let us toast once more," exclaimed one. "Brother Fong, we all admire your prowess. Single-handedly taking down a black-skinned wild boar, you truly are a man of valor. You must drink this cup. To refuse would be to disrespect your brothers. Thank you, my brothers, for your kind words, but I truly cannot drink any more," replied Fong. "Is it that you find this wine unworthy, Brother Fong? Young lad, come here and fetch us some fine wine." The voices grew increasingly boisterous, clearly indicating that the hunters had indulged excessively. The serving boy hurried over. "Esteemed brothers, we do have fine wine, but it comes at a rather steep price." "What? Do you fear we won't pay?" The hunters bristled at this remark, several rising to glare at the server. They were not merely burly men. They possessed a ruggedness unique to mountain dwellers, their demeanor exuding a fierce vitality. The boy quickly interjected, "I would never dare to look down upon such esteemed heroes. It's just that this wine is indeed quite costly, worth 2 yuan stones per jar." The hunters were momentarily taken aback. 2 yuan stones were no trifling sum, equivalent to 2 months' living expenses for an ordinary household. To them, an unworthy venture. Is there truly such an expensive wine? Boy, do you think us fools? The hunters exclaimed, though their voices lacked conviction, the embarrassment of the situation evident. Seeing the tension, the hunter known as Feng Gu quickly sought to defuse the situation. Brothers, let us not waste more money that we have already drunk our fill today. We shall save this wine for another occasion. Brother speaks wisely. This is unacceptable, the others protested, yet their voices gradually dwindled as they returned to their seats. The serving boy, astute in his observations, recognized the futility of the transaction and prepared to retreat. Suddenly, a voice from the corner table pierced through the din. How amusing. What are you all shouting about? If you can't afford the wine, then kindly hush and step aside. One hunter, incensed by this taunt, shouted back, who says we can't afford it? Boy, bring that jar over here. I will pay you the yuan stones. It's just 2. Please wait, esteemed guest. I'll fetch it right away. The serving boy, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, immediately complied, rushing to bring back a jar of wine. The jar was only half the size of a typical vessel. But once the seal was broken, a rich, fragrant aroma wafted through the dining hall, captivating all present. Even an elderly man, sitting by the window in solitary reflection, turned his gaze towards the source of the delightful scent. Recognizing it as fine wine, dear patrons, I assure you, this is no exaggeration. This is the finest Qingzhou wine, available exclusively at our inn in the entire mountain village. Just inhale this fragrance. The serving boy inhaled deeply, a look of pure enjoyment washing over his face. Feng Yuan felt a stir in his heart. The boy's words were not entirely fanciful. Within Guyu Mountain Village, there were 3 taverns, all peddling common rice wine and turbid brews. Their offerings largely indistinguishable. Feng Yuan had spent 7 consecutive days purchasing wine in an effort to lure out the wine spirit. Thus he was well acquainted with the market rates. The hunters, gazing at the jar of wine before them, felt their thirst rekindle, their nostrils flaring and throats working involuntarily. The hunter who had rashly agreed to buy the wine wore an expression of regret, realizing the jar was worth 2 yuan stones. In a moment of impulse, he had committed to this purchase that as the weight of his decision settled in, he felt increasingly pained by the thought of retreating, unable to save face. Ultimately, he slammed his palm on the table and forced a smile. Damn it, this wine is splendid. Brothers, let us drink heartily. Today, this round is on me. Just then, the young man from the corner table scoffed. Is this meager jar enough for 6? If you have the guts, buy a few more. The hunter, provoked, surged to his feet, eyes blazing with fury, and glared at the young man. You insolent brat, you speak so boldly. Come forth, and let me teach you a lesson. Oh, I shall indeed step forward. The young man replied, rising from his shadowy corner with a sinister smile. He was tall and slender, his complexion pale, clad in a deep blue martial attire that accentuated his neat appearance, that a sapphire headband adorned his brow. And his short top revealed slender shoulders, while his long trousers and bamboo-soled shoes completed his ensemble. Most notably, a blue cloth belt encircled his waist, embedded with a gleaming copper piece inscribed with the character for 1. A first-turn Gu master? The enraged hunter suddenly grasped the implications of the young man's attire, his anger dissipating in a fear that he had not anticipated provoking a Gu master. Did you not wish to spar? Come now, let us engage, the young Gu master taunted, sauntering forward with a mocking grin. Yet the once belligerent hunter stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Or perhaps you all wish to join in. That would suffice as well. The young Gu master casually suggested, drawing closer to the hunter's table. Their faces paled. Some who had been flushed with drink now turned ashen. Beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads, and they shifted uncomfortably, scarcely daring to breathe. The young Gu master reached out, lifting the jar of Qingzhou wine to his nose, and smiled. Ah, what a delightful fragrance. If the esteemed Gu master enjoys it, please take it as an apology for my previous offense. The once impetuous hunter quickly bowed, a forced smile plastered across his face. Unexpectedly, the young Gu master's expression darkened, and with a sharp crack, he hurled the jar to the ground. His face was icy, his gaze sharp as he roared. You think you are worthy to apologize to me? You hunters are truly wealthy, spending 2 yuan stones on wine. Do you not realize I am struggling for yuan stones myself? How dare you flaunt your wealth in front of me? You mere mortals do not deserve such privilege. And no, we do not dare to offend the esteemed one. We are guilty beyond redemption, the hunters stammered, quickly retrieving what scant yuan stones they possessed, presenting them with trembling hands. However, these were mere scraps, the largest not exceeding a quarter stone. The young Gu master refused to accept their offerings, merely sneering as his hawk-like gaze swept across the dining hall. Those who met his gaze lowered their heads in shame, while the elderly man at the window hastily turned away, avoiding the Gu master's scrutiny. Only Fang Yuan remained unfazed, observing the scene with calm detachment. The young Gu master's attire was reserved for officially recognized Gu masters. Even Fang Yuan had yet to earn such a distinction. Only upon graduating from the academy could he claim such attire from his family. The copper piece on the young man's belt indicated his status as a first-turn Gu master. Yet at over 20 years of age, the aura of true essence emanating from him suggested he was a high-tier first-turn practitioner. Having begun training at 15 and now in his 20s, he was still only a high-tier first-turn, indicating his aptitude was but mediocre, even inferior to Fang Yuan's potential that he was likely a mere support Gu master, not even a combat specialist. Nevertheless, even with such limitations, he was more than a match for the 6 burly hunters. This illustrated the stark disparity in power between Gu masters and mortals. Strength begets superiority. Such is the essence of this world. Indeed, this is a universal truth. The strong prey upon the weak, and the weak upon the smallest. Yet here, the brutality of this reality was laid bare. Fang Yuan couldn't help but reflect. Enough, Jiangya, just give them a lesson that do not make their lives more difficult. If word gets out, I would be equally embarrassed, another young voice from the corner interjected. Only then did the gathered crowd realize that the speaker was a young woman. Jiangya, the young Gu master, felt his amusement wane at the words of his female companion, ceasing his mocking laughter and disregarding the hunter's pitiful yuan stones. The collective worth of these coins was insufficient to meet even 2 stones, and he had no interest in them. With a flick of his sleeve, he returned to his original seat, delivering a final warning. If you have the guts, continue to drink this Qingzhou wine, that I shall see who dares partake. The hunters, heads bowed, appeared chastised, like 6 compliant children. The rich aroma of the wine filled the hall, and the hunter who had purchased the wine felt his heart ache, muscles twitching at the thought of having spent 2 yuan stones without tasting a single drop. Fang Yuan paused his meal, feeling satiated. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance, he exchanged glances with the jar of wine, and suddenly produced 2 yuan stones, placing them on the table with an air of indifference. Young lad, bring me a jar of Qingzhou wine. The room fell silent. Jiangya, the young Gu master, halted in his tracks, his mouth twitching in disbelief that he had just issued a harsh ultimatum, and now Fang Yuan was ordering the very wine he had sought to deride. Was this not a blatant affront to him? Turning around, he narrowed his eyes, directing a cold glare at Fang Yuan. Yet Fang Yuan met his gaze with calm assurance, his expression unyielding, undeterred by the tension that hung in the air. Jiang Ya's gaze flickered, the cold aura around him gradually dissipating as he sensed the presence of true essence emanating from Fang Yuan. In that moment, he discerned Fang Yuan's identity and promptly broke into a warm, spring-like smile, exclaiming, "Ah, so you are a junior brother." The others, too, were taken aback, their expressions shifting as they regarded Fang Yuan with newfound respect, and oh wonder this young man displayed no fear of the Gu masters. He was one himself, though still a student. His essence had already transformed. "Master Gu, your wine." The young attendant scurried over, a sycophantic grin plastered across his face. Fang Yuan nodded at the young Gu master Jiangya, grasping the wine jar as he exited the inn. Chapter 13. Under the moonlit bamboo grove, a glimmer of dewy snow. Approximately 3 centuries ago, a prodigious talent emerged within the ancient Moon clan. Endowed with exceptional abilities, this young man had already attained the level of a 5th-turn Gu master, with the potential for further advancement. Renowned across Qingmishan, he was a beacon of hope and responsibility for his kin. He was none other than the 4th clan leader, celebrated throughout the clan's history. Regrettably, the 4th clan leader, in his quest to protect his people, engaged in battle against the notorious 5th-turn Gu master, the Flower Wine Wanderer. Although he triumphed in a fierce confrontation, forcing the villain to kneel and surrender, fate dealt a cruel hand. The fourth clan leader fell victim to a treacherous ambush by the Flower Wine Wanderer. In a fit of rage, he vanquished the fiend, yet succumbed to grievous injuries, passing away in his prime. This tragic tale has echoed through the ages, immortalized by the members of the ancient Moon Clan. However, Feng Yuan understood that such narratives should not be taken at face value, for they bore a significant flaw that a month later in his previous life, a heartbroken Gu master, intoxicated and wallowing in despair, lay drunkenly outside a mountain stronghold. The enticing aroma of wine unexpectedly attracted a wine worm that in pursuit of the creature. The Gu master stumbled upon the remains of the Flower Wine Wanderer within a hidden underground cavern. Along with the villain's personal treasures, he hurried back to his clan to report his findings, causing a considerable stir. Once the commotion subsided, he reaped the rewards, gaining the wine worm, enhancing his cultivation, and even rekindling the affections of his former girlfriend. Thus becoming a figure of great renown in the stronghold. As stories are passed down through generations, they inevitably evolve. Yet, in Feng Yuan's memory, the account of the Gu master discovering the hidden treasures, although seemingly credible, harbored the possibility of concealed truths. Initially oblivious to this, Feng Yuan had recently scrutinized and analyzed the circumstances, uncovering inconsistencies that piqued his curiosity. As night deepened, Feng Yuan strolled through the bamboo grove surrounding the stronghold. Reflecting on all the known clues, placing himself in the shoes of that Gu master, he pondered why, upon discovering the treasures of the Flower Wine Wanderer, he chose not to hoard them for himself, but instead reported them to the clan. Setting aside notions of familial honor, greed is a natural human trait. What compelled that Gu master to forsake his desires and willingly relinquish all advantages to inform the higher echelons of his clan? Truth often lies shrouded in the mists of history, and despite Feng Yuan's introspection, he found no answers. After all, the clues were scant, and the few available were riddled with ambiguity. He could not help but reflect on his own situation, regardless of the outcome. After purchasing this jar of Qingzhou wine, he was left with only 2 essence stones that if he failed to uncover the hidden treasures, he would surely encounter trouble. This venture was indeed a gamble. However, as he refined the wine worm, the essence stones would prove insufficient. Investing in this wine seemed a more prudent choice to enhance his chances of success, while others might prefer to meticulously amass essence stones. For Feng Yuan, such an approach felt inefficient. He preferred to embrace risk in pursuit of potential rewards. After all, those of the demonic path often revel in the thrill of adventure. This moment. The night grew ever darker. The spring moon arched like a bow. Wisps of clouds veiled the moonlight, draping a delicate veil over the crescent. Following 3 days and nights of relentless rain, the mountain air had been cleansed, leaving only the purest freshness behind. This pristine atmosphere, as pure as a blank canvas, facilitated the spread of the wine's aroma. One of the reasons for Feng Yuan's confidence tonight, that he had explored every corner of this domain. Upon reaching a section of bamboo grove, he paused. The past week's explorations had not been fruitless. At the very least, they confirmed that the Flower Wine Wanderer had not met his end in those locations, which bolstered Feng Yuan's assurance further. Amidst the lush grasses and blooming white flowers, the emerald bamboo stood tall and straight, akin to jade poles. Feng Yuan peeled back the clay seal of the small wine jar, and instantly, a rich bouquet of fragrance wafted forth. Qingzhou wine was, without a doubt, the finest liquor in the ancient Moon stronghold. This was the third reason for Feng Yuan's unwavering confidence tonight. With these 3 compelling reasons converging, success felt imminent. Encouraging himself silently, he gradually tilted the wine jar, letting a small stream of Qingzhou wine trickle onto the stone. Should the hunters witness this scene, their hearts would surely ache, for this wine was worth 2 essence stones. Yet, Feng Yuan remained unfazed. The fragrant vapors quickly dispersed, the gentle night breeze carrying the scent through the bamboo grove. Standing still, he inhaled the aroma, waiting for a moment, yet no sign of life stirred. Only the distant call of a nightingale could be heard, its song reminiscent of tinkling silver bells. With a calm gaze, he was unperturbed and shifted his stance, turning to venture a few hundred meters away to another spot. There, he repeated the ritual, pouring out another measure of wine and standing still to wait. After several attempts and shifting positions, the contents of the jar dwindled considerably. For the final time, Feng Yuan sighed inwardly, opening the jar completely to pour out the last remnants of wine. The liquid cascaded into the grassy thicket, causing the blades to sway gently, while the wildflowers soaked up the dew-like essence. Bowing their heads slightly, Feng Yuan stood there, clinging to his last flicker of hope as he surveyed his surroundings. The night had deepened, a thick blanket of clouds obscuring the moonlight. Shadows enveloped the bamboo grove like a heavy curtain, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. The tall green bamboo stood solitary, casting stark silhouettes against Feng Yuan's gaze, but he remained still, acutely aware of his own rhythmic breathing, feeling the dwindling hope within him gradually fade away. Had he truly failed? He murmured to himself, reflecting on the 3 advantages he had amassed this night, yet still no sign of the wine worm had appeared. This suggested a diminished likelihood of success in the future. With only 2 essence stones remaining and the need to refine the moonlight goo, he could no longer afford to take risks. The outcome of such gambles often proved disappointing. Yet if fortune favored him, the rewards would undoubtedly be significant. Feng Yuan relished the thrill of adventure, yet he was no reckless gambler. Consumed by the desire to recover losses, that he maintained his principles and understood his limitations. Now, 5 centuries of life experience dictated that it was time to retreat. At times, life unfolds in a manner that presents a singular goal, so enchanting, so laden with temptation that it appears within reach, yet despite one's best efforts, remains elusive, leaving one restless and contemplative. Such is the irony of existence, and indeed its allure. Feng Yuan shook his head with a wry smile and turned to leave. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, akin to a tender embrace, softly parting the clouds in the night sky. The drifting wisps unveiled the concealed crescent moon. The moon hung gracefully, resembling a white jade cup, pouring forth a crystalline light. The moonlight cascaded over the emerald bamboo grove, the rocky outcrops, the mountain streams, and enveloped Feng Yuan himself. Dressed in simple garments, the soft caress of moonlight rendered his youthful visage even more radiant. Darkness seemed to dissipate in an instant, replaced by a blanket of shimmering frost-like brilliance. If influenced by the moonlight, the nightingales began to chirp anew. Not just one, but several, their calls echoing in a harmonious chorus throughout the bamboo grove. Simultaneously, a species of cricket known as the Dragon Ball cricket, which thrived in the mountains under the moonlight, commenced their lively serenade. Emerging only at night, these glowing insects, now gathered in droves, leapt about, each glimmering like red garnets. To Feng Yuan's astonishment, this throng of crickets appeared as a vibrant stream of crimson water, dancing over the grass and wildflowers in the moonlit bamboo grove. The grove shimmered like a tranquil pool, the jade-green bamboo reflecting the moonlight with a luminescent sheen. In this moment, nature unveiled its exquisite splendor to Feng Yuan. Unconsciously, he halted, feeling as though he had stepped into an ethereal realm. Just as he had intended to depart, an instinctive urge compelled him to glance back. The wildflowers and grasses, now swaying gently in the wind where he had poured the Qingzhu wine, remained devoid of any presence. He chuckled at himself and redirected his gaze. However, in that fleeting moment of raising his eyes, he spotted a glimmer of white, an ethereal shimmer resting on a nearby green bamboo stalk, akin to a perfectly formed pearl in the moonlight. Feng Yuan's pupils dilated in shock, his heart racing as he felt a surge of excitement. It was the wine worm. Chapter 14. Secrets hidden within the mountain crevices. The wine worm, resembling a plump silkworm, radiated a pearlescent glow, its round form endearing. It fed on wine and could soar through the air. When flying, it curled its body into a ball, achieving remarkable speed. Despite being a first-turn goo worm, its value surpassed that of many second-turn goo worms that if utilized as a life-bound goo, it would far surpass the Moonlight goo. This moment, this exquisite wine worm sat perched on a green bamboo stalk, a mere 50 to 60 paces away from Feng Yuan. He held his breath, refraining from rash movements, and began to retreat slowly. He was acutely aware that although the distance was quite short, capturing the liquor insect directly proved to be an arduous endeavor for a novice goo master like himself, fraught with insurmountable challenges and seemingly devoid of hope for success. This moment, While Fang Yuan's vision could not yet discern the liquor insect's true form, he felt an instinctive awareness of its vigilance towards him. Fang Yuan retreated slowly and gently, striving to avoid startling the creature. He knew that should the liquor insect take flight, his speed would be insufficient to catch up. He could only wait for it to become intoxicated, its flying pace weakened, thus granting him a chance to seize it. As he withdrew further, the liquor insect, perched upon the bamboo pole, began to stir restlessly. The alluring fragrance of the liquor wafted through the air, tantalizing and captivating it, causing it to be consumed by a yearning desire. If it had been capable of salivating, it would have surely left a considerable puddle by now. Yet its wariness remained high. Only after Fang Yuan had retreated 200 steps did it finally spring into the air. As it hovered, it curled its body into a round shape, resembling a small, white glutinous rice ball. The ball traced a smooth arc through the air before landing amidst the grass where Fang Yuan had spilled the green bamboo liquor. With the delectable feast now within reach, the liquor insect's guard diminished significantly. It eagerly crawled towards the bud filled with the liquor, poking its head inside, leaving only its plump tail visible outside. Famished and enchanted by the exquisite taste of the green bamboo liquor, it began to suck eagerly, quickly losing itself in the delightful flavors. Completely forgetting about Fang Yuan at this juncture, Fang Yuan cautiously began to edge closer. He spotted the tail of the liquor insect outside the bud, which resembled the tail of a silkworm, plump and rounded, radiating a glow reminiscent of pearls. Initially, the tail hung motionless, but soon began to sway, indicating the liquor insect's delight. By the time Fang Yuan had approached within 10 steps, its tail was swaying rhythmically, imbued with a joyful cadence that was thoroughly intoxicated. Witnessing this, Fang Yuan nearly burst into laughter. He refrained from advancing further, opting instead to bide his time. Though he could have easily captured the liquor insect with a swift pounce, he wished for it to lead him to the remains of the flower liquor master. Before long, the liquor insect emerged from the bud, its body noticeably rounder, its head bobbing like that of a drunken man, utterly oblivious to Fang Yuan's presence. Then crawled onto another tender, yellow wildflower, nesting within the flower's core, indulging in the liquor dew. After this feast, it finally felt satiated, its body curling up atop the petals, before it slowly ascended to a height of about 1.5 meters above the ground, and then leisurely drifted deeper into the bamboo grove. Fang Yuan hastily followed suit. The liquor insect, now inebriated, had reduced its flying speed to half of its usual pace. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan had to exert himself fully to keep up with its form. The night was as clear as crystal, and the youth darted swiftly through the bamboo forest, pursuing a glimmering speck ahead. The moonlight was gentle, and a soft breeze swept by. The bamboo grove seemed to shimmer like a tranquil pool, with vibrant green qingyao bamboo flashing before Fang Yuan's eyes, only to fall behind him. Below, lush grass adorned with wildflowers punctuated the landscape, alongside moss-covered stones and tender yellow bamboo shoots yet to mature. Fang Yuan's ethereal shadow raced across the ground, weaving past the straight black lines cast by the qingyao bamboo. He fixed his gaze intently on that flickering speck, inhaling deeply the fresh mountain air laced with the intoxicating scent of liquor. Propelling his legs forward in pursuit, the liquor insect exited the bamboo grove. Fang Yuan followed closely behind, a vast expanse of radiant white flowers, with slightly yellow centers, scattered petals in the gusty wind at his feet. A chorus of dragon-shaped crickets seemed to flow like a melodic poem, coincidentally drifting ahead, and as Fang Yuan surged past, the air erupted with a sound akin to a burst of crimson fireworks. A tranquil mountain stream, lined with smooth pebbles, flowed gently, its surface reflecting the spring moon in the night sky. With a few splashes, Fang Yuan's passage shattered the surface in countless silver ripples. Alas, the serene beauty of the stream was disrupted. The delicate scene shattered. Fang Yuan relentlessly pursued, steadfastly trailing the liquor insect. Following the stream upstream, he could vaguely hear the sound of a waterfall. After navigating through a sparse thicket, he saw the liquor insect fly into a narrow crevice in a massive boulder. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's surroundings brightened, prompting him to halt. Oh, this was the place. He gasped for breath, his heart racing, and upon stopping, he felt beads of sweat forming, a wave of warmth coursing through his veins, invigorating him. Looking around, he realized he stood upon a shallow riverbank, littered with pebbles of various sizes, the water barely rising above the stones. Scattered about were grayish-white boulders, casually strewn. Behind Qingmao Mountain lay a grand waterfall, its cascade varying with the weather, plummeting majestically into a deep pool. Beside this deep pool stood the Baijia Mountain stronghold, a formidable force rivaling the ancient Moon Mountain stronghold. The waterfall itself had branches, and it was clear that Fengyuan faced a tributary of a tributary that in normal times. This riverbank would be dry, but recent heavy rains had caused a shallow flow to accumulate over 3 consecutive days and nights. The source of this flow was the very boulder into which the liquor insect had burrowed. The boulder leaned against a vertical cliff face that a slender, miniature waterfall descended from the main cascade, resembling a silver serpent clinging to the rock face, crashing against the boulder, which over time had worn a crevice into its center. At this moment, the waterfall poured forth, its flow rumbling softly, like a pristine curtain of white, completely obscuring the boulder-esque fissure. As Fengyuan took a moment to observe, his breathing began to steady, but a resolute glimmer crossed his eyes as he approached the boulder, inhaled deeply, and plunged inside. The crevice was quite spacious, easily accommodating 2 adults side by side, let alone Fengyuan, a mere 15-year-old boy. Upon entering, the swift current pressed down upon him, the icy water soaking him instantly, with the weight of the water against him. Fengyuan forged ahead, taking several strides until the pressure began to ease. However, the narrowing gap required him to turn sideways as he proceeded. The roar of the water filled his ears, a brilliant white light above, while the depths of the boulder remained shrouded in darkness. What lay hidden in that darkness? Perhaps a sinister snake, a venomous gecko, or even a trap set by the malevolent flower liquor master. Or perhaps nothing at all. Fengyuan pressed on, gradually squeezing himself into the obscurity. The water above had ceased, and the stone walls were slick with moss, brushing against his skin with a slippery sensation. Completely enveloped by darkness, the crevice continued to constrict, making it increasingly difficult for him to turn his head. Gritting his teeth, he pressed forward. After 20 or so steps, he discerned a flicker of red light in the darkness. Initially suspecting it to be a mirage, he blinked and refocused, confirming it was indeed a source of illumination. This revelation invigorated him. Continuing for another 50 or 60 steps, the red glow intensified, gradually expanding into a long, narrow vertical slit in his vision that as he extended his left arm, he suddenly felt the stone wall ahead give way, curving downward. Elated, he realized that the boulder indeed concealed a space within it. He hurried a few steps and finally squeezed into the light. Before him lay a spacious area of approximately 80 square meters. Having traversed such a distance, he must have passed through the boulder and was now within the mountain itself. While stretching his limbs and surveying the secret space, he noted that it was suffused with a dim red light, the source of which remained a mystery. The surrounding stone walls were damp, covered in moss, yet the air here was surprisingly dry. Clinging to the walls were withered vines, intertwined and weaving together to cover most of the stone surfaces. Some wilted flowers and roots also sprouted from the vines. Observing these dying flora, Fengyuan felt a sense of familiarity. They were the liquor pouch flower goo and the rice bag grass goo. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He recognized the withered flower stems and vines that come in various forms. Some resemble minerals, like the Moonlight goo that looks like blue crystal. Others are insect-like, such as the liquor insect resembling a silkworm. There are also floral forms like the liquor pouch flower goo and the rice bag grass goo before him. Both of these are first-tier natural goo, capable of growth simply by infusing them with true essence. Once mature, the flower centers secrete nectar liquor, while the grass bags yield fragrant rice. Following the roots of the vines with his gaze, he indeed found a cluster of withered roots bundled together in the corner. The liquor insect rested atop this mound of dead roots, snoring softly. Within reach, Fengyuan approached, carefully scooping the liquor insect into his embrace, then crouched to clear away the dead roots and vines, revealing a skeleton ensconced within. At last, he had found you, flower liquor master, but a smile crept across his lips as he prepared to strip away the withered vines entirely. When suddenly, "Try moving if you dared," a voice laden with malice rang out behind Fengyuan. Chapter 15. History is written by the victors that in this secret cavern. Other voices unexpectedly emerged from behind him. In that instant, Even Fong Yuan's hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine. That he had been followed. Could it be that his recent excursions had drawn the attention of someone with ulterior motives? Or perhaps it was someone sent by his uncle. The face of a young first-tier Gu master named Jiang Yu flashed through his mind, a figure he had encountered at the inn. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts and conjectures flashed through his mind, compelling him to think rapidly of solutions. Fong Yuan could sense that within this brief exchange lay a profound intent to kill. This realization made him inwardly lament his current predicament, as he was merely at the initial stage of his transformation, devoid of his life-bound Gu. For a Gu master, his combat prowess was nearly non-existent. How could he possibly engage? He raged silently, feeling utterly inadequate. You have already fallen victim to my unique poison Gu, and without my corresponding antidote, you shall inevitably perish in 7 days, succumbing to festering blood, echoed the voice behind him. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth, maintaining a calm demeanor, and spoke in a low tone. Are you seeking the wine bug? I can provide it for you. He rose slowly, his movements deliberate. Yet at that moment, another voice pierced the air, trembling with fear. I will give it to you. I can offer you anything. Just spare my life, O esteemed flower wine traveler. Wait a moment. This is... Fong Yuan furrowed his brow, and suddenly turned around. Before him, the stone wall shimmered, revealing a vivid scene that a formidable Gu master stood atop a mountain peak, while another Gu master lay prostrate at his feet. Surrounding them were deep craters and shattered stones, indicating they had just endured a fierce battle. Not far off, a group of elderly onlookers regarded the spectacle with expressions of shock, anger, and fear. The victorious Gu master laughed heartily. Haha, Guyu hero, how foolish of you to have attained the 5th transformation at such a young age. I initially thought you a worthy adversary, yet you are so utterly lacking. Humph. This boisterous Gu master had elongated eyes and donned a flowing pink robe with wide sleeves billowing in the wind. The collar opened to reveal a chest as firm as white jade. Most striking of all was his bald head, gleaming without a strand of hair. Flower wine traveler, Fong Yuan instantly recognized the identity of this Gu master. Compared to the esteemed flower wine lord, he was nothing but a mere child. He was dazed, unable to comprehend how he could have offended the flower wine lord. Oh, flower wine lord, I implore you, considering how my family once graciously hosted you, please spare my life. The kneeling Gu master trembled, cold sweat pouring down his face as he wept and begged. Fong Yuan narrowed his eyes, discerning that this Gu master wore the ceremonial garb of the Guyu clan's patriarch. His features unmistakably those of the 4th-generation patriarch. The elderly onlookers must have been the clan elders from that era. Ha, gracious hospitality. You dare to say that? I approached you sincerely, intending to engage in a transaction, offering precious stones in exchange for your clan's moon orchid at a fair price. Yet you harbored ulterior motives, feigning cordiality to lure me into a trap, seeking to poison me with wine. You underestimate me. I have traversed the world under the name of flower wine. How could I possibly fall victim to such a poison? The flower wine traveler pointed at the kneeling 4th-generation patriarch, a cold smile playing on his lips. Had you cooperated fully, this fate would not have befallen you. But you sought to use my head to gain fame. This is a self-inflicted calamity. Please spare me. Oh, great one! The 4th-generation patriarch cried in panic, scrambling on his knees to grasp the flower wine traveler's All-Encompa.s.sing clan possesses a spiritual spring yielding precious stones, and we cultivate vast fields of moon orchids in underground caverns. I am willing to take the slave Guyu offer, becoming your servant, with my life at your command, serving you for all eternity. Fong Yuan watched in silence, while the expressions of the elderly onlookers shifted dramatically. The flower wine traveler narrowed his eyes. His fury had subsided, and a glimmer of cunning shone through. Humph, slave Gu is exceedingly precious, a 5th transformation Gu worm. Do you think I possess such a thing? However, you have fallen prey to my unique poison Gu. Only I can provide the antidote, and I have no fear of your resistance. Therefore, your clan shall provide me with 30 pounds of moon orchid petals weekly, along with 3,000 precious stones that I will come to collect periodically, and in exchange, I will grant you an antidote each time, sparing your life. Thank you, great lord, for your mercy. Thank you, the 4th-generation patriarch cried. repeatedly bowing his head, his forehead striking the stone until blood flowed freely. Cease your bowing. I detest such obsequiousness. What is so-called Gu genius, a fifth transformation powerhouse, yet all is mere facade. Serve me well. For this is your only chance at survival. Suddenly, the flower wine traveler gasped, an expression of horror etched on his face, but he kicked the fourth-generation patriarch away and staggered back several paces. Shouting, "How do you still possess Gu?" The fourth-generation patriarch, having been struck in the chest, spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to rise, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "Ha. Those of the demonic path are condemned by all. This Gu is named Moon Shadow. It excels at concealment. Although it is merely a fourth transformation, it can restrict your true essence. Demon, you have fought with me for a long time, and your Gu worms have dwindled. How can you possibly counter the Moon Shadow Gu? Surrender and become my servant, and if you serve me well, you may yet find a path to survival." The flower wine traveler, incensed, roared, "To hell with you!" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he surged forward like lightning, delivering a powerful blow to the fourth-generation patriarch's heart. Caught off guard by the flower wine traveler's aggression, the patriarch was unprepared, and despite the threat to his true essence, he refused to yield. The tremendous force sent him flying, his body crashing to the ground like a torn sack. He spat a mouthful of fresh blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. "Have you lost your mind? We could have negotiated amicably." He glared at the flower wine traveler, his lips struggling to form words. Before he could finish, his legs kicked out, his head tilted, and he succumbed to death. Patriarch, those of the demonic path are indeed all madmen. Kill this demon. Avenge our patriarch. He had been afflicted by the Moon Shadow Gu, and his true essence was now beyond his control. With time, even his true essence would be threatened. The watching elders erupted in furious roars, charging forward. "Ha, come then, those seeking death." The flower wine traveler laughed heartily. Facing the onslaught of the elders' head dash, an intense battle ensued, and he swiftly gained the upper hand. Soon, the elders lay dead or injured, all collapsing to the ground. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow to the remaining elders, his expression suddenly changed, and he clutched his abdomen. "Damn it. I shall return to deal with you later." The flower wine traveler glared fiercely at the surviving elders, then vanished into the forest like a bolt of lightning, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 16. All in the bag. Do you dare to move? You have already fallen victim to my unique poison Gu, and without my corresponding antidote, you shall inevitably perish in 7 days. Compared to the esteemed flower wine lord, I am nothing. I have been foolish, unable to recognize the greatness before me, and have offended the flower wine lord. Flower wine lord, I implore you, considering how my family once graciously hosted you, please spare my life. On the wall, the scene began to replay once more. Fang Yuan remained silent until the third repetition, when he finally sighed softly. So it was. The method of imprinting images and sounds onto the stone wall must have been a technique employed by the flower wine traveler, utilizing a Gu that could capture and project visuals. This Gu survives by absorbing light and sound. For some reason, this stone wall cave continually emanated a red glow, and the stone crevices connected to the outside world, allowing external sounds to seep through. Here, Fang Yuan was surrounded by the roar of a small waterfall. Thus, the image and sound Gu had thrived within this secret cave, when Fang Yuan had pushed aside the withered vines. It must have disturbed the image and sound Gu hidden within the stone wall. With a bit of reasoning, one could deduce that this scene was indeed real, that in the past, the fourth-generation patriarch had plotted against the flower wine traveler, but had met defeat. And though he managed to repel the latter, he ultimately perished. This sordid history was concealed by the surviving clan elders, who had inverted the roles of the fourth-generation patriarch and the flower wine traveler, painting the former as a valiant hero and the latter as a defeated demon. However, there was a significant flaw in this narrative. The flower wine traveler had supposedly been slain on the spot, with his remains under the control of the Gu clan. Why was there yet another skeleton discovered? In a prior life, the Gu master who uncovered this place must have felt a surge of fear upon witnessing this scene. The elders who had lived through that era were long gone. Yet in order to prevent the flower wine traveler from returning, this truth must have been kept secret among the clan's higher echelons. That Gu master realized that if he were to monopolize the treasures, he would face tremendous risk. Should it be discovered that he had connections to the flower wine traveler, the clan leaders would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Thus, after weighing his options, he chose not to conceal the hidden treasures and decided to report his findings to the higher-ups. Such actions further affirmed his loyalty to the clan. His subsequent fate proved that he had made a wise choice. However, his decision did not imply that Feng Yuan would follow suit. After painstakingly uncovering the treasures, why should he share them with others? What if he were discovered? If one does not take risks, how can one reap rewards? That Gu master was simply timid. Feng Yuan smirked coldly, turning away from the continuously repeating image on the wall, and instead reached out to forcefully tear away the withered vines. The remains of the flower wine traveler were also affected, once intact, but now shattered into several pieces. Feng Yuan paid no mind, kicking aside a troublesome leg bone, and crouched down again to search for the hidden treasures. His first discovery was a bag of precious stones, which upon inspection revealed only 15 pieces. That a miser, he scoffed. Feng Yuan expressed his disdain, remarking that although the flower wine walker appeared quite affluent, he was surprised to discover that his savings were rather meager. However, he quickly deduced the reason behind this. After a fierce battle, the flower wine walker had been afflicted by the Moonshadow Gu and would undoubtedly have utilized his Yuan stones for healing. To retain 15 stones was, in fact, commendable. Subsequently, Feng Yuan stumbled upon several remnants of dead Gu, most of which were of the floral variety. Now thoroughly withered Gu, being living entities, also require sustenance and are often quite particular about it. Although the grass and flower Gu have relatively simple dietary needs, this secret cave lacked even a trace of sunlight. And then, there was nothing more to be found. The flower wine walker had first engaged in a fierce battle with a fourth-generation clan leader of equal standing, followed by a confrontation with nearly 10 clan elders. His own Gu had already been significantly depleted, and upon arriving here, he sought to heal, thus hastening the growth of the wine pouch flower Gu and the rice bag grass Gu. Yet, ultimately, he was brought down by the Moonshadow Gu. After 300 years, the Gu remaining on him had all perished. The only ones left were the echoing sound Gu embedded within the stone wall and the wine worm. This wine worm had presumably managed to survive against the odds, relying on the wine pouch flower Gu. However, as the flower Gu withered away, it lost its source of sustenance, compelling it to venture out in search of wild wine pouch flowers. That very night, it was drawn to Feng Yuan by the intoxicating aroma of Qingzhou wine, leading it to his presence. The echoing sound Gu could only record once, making it a consumable Gu. It seemed that the wine worm was the greatest gain from this expedition. Hence the Gu Master's report to the clan that it appeared the potential rewards were too minimal to justify such risks. A revelation dawned upon Feng Yuan that in his recollection, that Gu Master was already at the third transformation, while the wine worm was merely a first transformation Gu. For Feng Yuan, it held significant value. Yet for that Gu Master, it was superfluous. However, it was evident that due to the Gu Master's report, the clan had bestowed a considerable reward upon him. Should I also report to the clan? Feng Yuan pondered before dismissing the thought. The flower wine walker's legacy seemed limited to the wine worm and Yuan stones, but that was not entirely accurate. The true treasure lay within the stone wall housing the echoing sound Gu, or rather, the continuously replaying images upon it. These images could be sold to other clans. Surely, this concrete evidence, capable of undermining the clan's faith, would pique the interest of the higher-ups in the other two clans on Qingmao Mountain. The price offered would undoubtedly surpass the clan's reward. What? You speak of the clan's sense of honor and belonging? I must apologize, but Feng Yuan felt none of that. Moreover, this footage did not depict any formidable forces capable of annihilating families, thus posing minimal tangible harm. The indifferent clan would not regard Feng Yuan with any significance. He needed to rely on his own efforts to expand his cultivation resources, especially in the early stages of his training when he required support from all directions. Relying on the clan? Feng Yuan scoffed internally, realizing he could no longer afford to be as naive as in his previous life. One must not depend on anyone. Everything in this world must be achieved through one's own endeavors. After confirming that the secret cave had been thoroughly looted, Feng Yuan retraced his steps back. Battling against the water pressure and squeezing through the boulders, he emerged outside the mountain. Glancing back at the boulder, Fang Yuan suddenly recalled the memories from his past life, which mentioned the discovery of skeletons within an underground secret cave. But this was no underground. It was evidently within the mountain wall. No wonder he had expended such great effort, failing to locate it for 7 consecutive days. It seemed that after his clan discovered this place, they must have swiftly destroyed the image wall and disseminated mixed messages to mislead the clan members. The chance to discover this place tonight was partly due to luck, partly due to accumulation, but perhaps the most significant factor was the Qingzhou wine. The aroma of the wine was indeed rich. Arguably the most exquisite on Qingmao Mountain. Perhaps in his previous life, that Gu master had drowned his sorrows in this very wine after a heartbreak. However, these matters were now of little consequence. Fang Yuan had excavated nearly all of the flower wine walker's treasures. Although the outcome was somewhat unsatisfactory, it remained within the realm of reason. The most crucial aspect was that Fang Yuan had successfully obtained his initial target, the wine worm, and acquired the essential item he needed, yuan stones. Moving forward, he intended to devote himself to refining the gu in the inn. Once he possessed his primary gu, he could return to the academy, gain access to the student dormitories, and leverage the clan's resources for training. Staying at the inn for a night or two was acceptable, but prolonged stays incurred substantial costs. Fang Yuan contemplated this as he made his way to the mountain village that he originally had 2 yuan stones remaining and had now acquired 15, totaling 17. Yet for a gu master, such a quantity of yuan stones was negligible. In the 17th chapter, initial refinement of the wine worm. With my third-rate aptitude, the maximum amount of yuan C I can store in my empty aperture is only 44%. The rate at which gu resists true energy is significantly faster than my own recovery of true energy. To refine the gu, I must rely on external forces, meaning I will have to expend yuan stones. The weaker the will of the gu, the lesser its resistance, making it easier for me to refine. Yet, all living beings possess an instinct for survival. To refine the Moonlight gu, I require a minimum of 5 yuan stones and a maximum of 8. Drawing upon my extensive cultivation experience, Fang Yuan estimated the total amount of yuan stones he would need to expend. Now, to refine the wine worm, I would need at least 11 and at most 16. Although the wine worm, like the Moonlight gu, is also a first transformation gu, it is undoubtedly rarer, thus increasing the difficulty of refinement. In other words, although Fang Yuan now possessed 17 yuan stones, after refining the wine worm, he would be left with a maximum of only 6 stones and a minimum of merely 1. In the night sky, the luminous crescent moon radiated its pure light. The moonlight, akin to the gentle touch of a celestial maiden, caressed the ancient mountain village. The bamboo buildings along the way stood like jade tablets. The night breeze blew gently. Under this moonlight, Fang Yuan returned to the inn. The inn's door was already shut. Fang Yuan knocked firmly on the door. I heard it. Heard it. Who was knocking at such a late hour? The inn attendant mumbled sleepily as he opened the door. Yet upon seeing Fang Yuan at the threshold, his previously disgruntled and drowsy expression transformed instantly. He bent down, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face. Ah, it is you, young master. I am truly fortunate to open the door for you. Fang Yuan nodded, his demeanor cold as he stepped into the inn. This expression only made the attendant's smile more obsequious. He proactively inquired, Are you hungry, young master? Would you like me to inform the chef to prepare some dishes for your supper? No need, Fang Yuan replied. Shaking his head, he merely instructed, Prepare some hot water for me. I need to wash up? Yes, the attendant nodded eagerly. Please head to your room. Young master, I assure you, the hot water will be delivered shortly. Fang Yuan acknowledged with a sound and ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. The attendant gazed at Fang Yuan's retreating figure, his eyes sparkling in the light, clearly filled with envy. This is a gu master. If only I possessed the aptitude for cultivation, how splendid that would be. He clenched his fist and sighed deeply. This comment reached Fang Yuan's ears, causing him to inwardly chuckle ruefully that a gu master may wield powers that surpass ordinary mortals, becoming a person of distinction. Yet the price exacted for such power is steep. The foremost challenge is financial resources. The gu masters require yuan stones for cultivation, for combat, for refining gu, and for transactions. Without yuan stones, how can one cultivate? This is something the inn attendant, as a mere observer, cannot truly comprehend. Just like that evening, when the young Goo Master Jiangya vented his frustrations at the hunters while smashing the wine jar. Lamenting, "I cannot bear to spend yuan stones on this Qingzhou wine, yet you ordinary mortals have the leisure to afford it." This statement alone illustrates the plight of Goo Masters in their cultivation endeavors. Goo Masters possess formidable abilities and earn more than ordinary people, yet their expenditures are equally vast. Often, every yuan stone must be accounted for meticulously. Especially for lower-tier Goo Masters, this is even more pronounced. While some Goo Masters may appear glamorous, their lives are often quite frugal. Furthermore, as a Goo Master-s rank increases, their demand for resources grows exponentially. Without a support system, a Goo Master-s path of cultivation becomes arduous. Fang Yuan reflected on his prior life, deeply resonating with this reality. Upon returning to his guest room, just as he lit the lamp, the attendant brought in a basin of hot water, along with cloths and other toiletries. Fang Yuan dismissed the attendant, closed the door, secured the bolt, and after washing up, climbed into bed. Although his body felt somewhat fatigued, his heart was still alight with excitement. He had finally obtained the wine worm. The wine worm, more precious than the Moonlight goo, could, in a sense, enhance a Goo Master-s aptitude. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, extracting the wine worm. The wine worm was still fast asleep. It was slightly larger than the Moonlight goo, plump and white, resembling a silkworm. Under the glow of the lamp, its body shimmered with a faint iridescence, akin to the lustrous sheen of a pearl. Its two eyes, like black sesame seeds, were embedded in its chubby head, giving it an endearing appearance. Held in his hands, it was light, weighing about half that of an egg. Upon closer inspection, a subtle aroma of wine wafted from its body. This fragrance was not that of Qingzhou wine, but rather the scent emitted by the wine worm itself. The aroma was delicate and ethereal, almost imperceptible. Fang Yuan's nostrils flared as he inhaled this scent, which coursed through his body and surprisingly entered his empty aperture, merging into the bronze yuan sea. The yuan sea rippled slightly, swiftly absorbing and integrating this fragrant essence that a thread of exceptionally pure true energy was subsequently generated. The other true energies were emerald green, glimmering with a metallic sheen of bronze. However, this particular strand of true energy was a pale green, more refined than the original true energy. This was the true energy of a mid-tier first transformation Goo Master. Realizing this pale, green bronze true energy, Fang Yuan smiled with satisfaction. My current cultivation level is merely the initial stage of the first transformation. Yet, with the refinement from the wine worm, the true energy has been purified, allowing me to possess the true energy of a mid-tier first transformation Goo Master. The intricacies of this matter cannot be succinctly articulated in just a few sentences. However, he soon composed his smile. Yet I have not yet fully mastered the wine bug. Only by completely refining it into my life, Goo, can I manipulate it freely and refine my true essence with utmost efficiency. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and summoned a stream of bronze true essence from the Yuan Sea. The true essence tightly enveloped the wine bug, suspending it before Fang Yuan as it began to invade its body. Sensing the imminent threat to its existence, the wine bug was instantly jolted awake. It began to struggle violently, mobilizing its strength to expel Fang Yuan's true essence. Such formidable resistance from the wine bug was astonishing. Fang Yuan's expression grew serious as he realized the rate of true essence consumption was exceeding that of the Moonlight goo by more than double. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to refine the wine bug. His eyes flashed with resolve as he continued to draw in true essence, wrapping it around the wine in the tavern room. The candlelight flickered quietly, illuminating a bright spot in the center of the room, while the corners remained shrouded in darkness. The candlelight cast a glow upon Fang Yuan's face, which was now closed in concentration, focusing on the wine bug that a continuous stream of bronze true essence, resembling a mist, emanated from his entire being, coalescing to firmly envelop the wine bug. Suspended in midair, the wine bug was less than a foot away from Fang Yuan's face, struggling desperately within the embrace of the bronze true essence. Time slipped by unnoticed. The candle burned lower, its light growing dimmer. Outside the window, the crescent moon slowly descended, heralding the arrival of a new day. The morning sun streamed through the cracks of the window, as if framing the window with a halo of light. Fang Yuan opened his eyes to behold the wine bug before him. Its previously white body now bore a hint of green. This was the result of his efforts over half the night. Yet, it was evident that this slight tint constituted less than 1% of the wine bug's total form. Fang Yuan's expression turned grave. The will of this wine bug was astoundingly strong, its resistance formidable, surpassing even the limits of a first-turn goo insect. This goo insect was likely the life goo of the flower wine walker. A fifth-turn expert. Originally, the wine bug was also of fifth-turn caliber, but over the years, it had suffered from insufficient sustenance, leading to its diminished rank. Now, it had fallen to a first-turn level, yet it will remain as unyielding as granite. Fang Yuan had discerned the truth. This wine bug was indeed the life goo of the flower wine walker, its natural will having been thoroughly refined by the flower wine walker himself as it accompanied him through countless battles across the rivers and lakes. After the flower wine walker's demise, his indomitable will persisted within the wine bug. Fang Yuan now sought to refine the wine bug, effectively pitting his will against that of the flower wine walker. This was far more challenging than refining a natural goo insect. Generally, human willpower exceeds that of natural goo insects, especially in life and death situations, where one can unleash unimaginable strength. Moreover, the flower wine walker was a practitioner of the demonic path, a solitary figure traversing the world. His will was likely even more resilient than that of an orthodox expert of the same rank. To refine this wine bug within a month was no longer feasible. Unless a powerful individual intervened, employing second or third-turn goo energies to suppress the will within the wine bug to its lowest threshold, he could achieve results with half the effort. Contemplating this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. His parents had passed away, his uncle and aunt were scheming against him, and he had no backing. From where could he seek external assistance if he had exceptional talent? It might be a different matter, but now his aptitude was merely of the third tier. None of his kin had faith in him. Who would be willing to expend such great effort to assist him? More critically, the existence of the wine bug must not be exposed. The Guyu mountain village lacked goo insects of this sort, and Fang Yuan could not clarify the origins of the wine bug. If revealed, it could easily draw the attention of the higher-ups, thereby linking him to the flower wine walker. The correlation between the two was far too evident. Calculating thus, 17 pieces of yuan stones would not suffice. At least 30 would be necessary. What a predicament! Nevertheless, no matter how arduous the task, he was resolute in refining the wine bug. The life goo held immense significance, largely influencing a goo master's future cultivation path. Although the wine bug was not the most ideal choice for a life goo in this world, it was still vastly superior to the Moonlight goo and represented the best level Fang Yuan could currently attain. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, a protest emanated from Fang Yuan's stomach. After a night without sleep and exerting all his energy to refine the wine bug, he was naturally famished, and it was prudent to fill his belly first before devising plans to accumulate yuan stones. Fang Yuan patted his stomach and descended the stairs. Upon arriving at the dining hall on the first floor, he chose a corner table and ordered a few breakfast items, just as he began to eat. His brother, Guyu Fangzheng, appeared. "Brother, why are you staying in the tavern? Why didn't you return home to sleep last night?" he inquired, somewhat rudely, his tone laced with accusation. Faced with his brother's inquiry, Fang Yuan remained silent. Continuing to enjoy his breakfast, he was well aware of his brother's temperament. Fangzheng was not one to remain composed. Indeed, when Fangzheng saw that his brother did not even glance in his direction, treating him as if he were air, he could no longer contain himself. "Brother, what did you do to Xin Shui? Ever since she left your room yesterday, she has been crying uncontrollably that I tried to comfort her. But it only made her cry harder." Fang Yuan lifted his gaze to regard his brother, his expression devoid of emotion. Fangzheng, furrowing his brow, fixed his gaze intently on Fang Yuan, awaiting his response. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. However, Fang Yuan merely shot him a glance before lowering his head to resume eating. Fangzheng, now infuriated, felt that Fang Yuan's demeanor was nothing short of blatant disrespect. In a fit of rage, he slammed the table and yelled, "Guyu Fang Yuan, how can you treat me this way? That girl has served you for so many years, and I have witnessed her kindness and care towards you. Yes, I understand you are feeling dejected, and I can empathize with your despair. You only possess third-tier talent, but that does not give you the right to vent your frustrations on others. It is unfair to her." Before Fangzheng could finish his sentence, Fong Yuan suddenly stood up, raising his hand with lightning speed. Slap. A sharp sound echoed as he delivered a resounding slap to Fong Zheng's face. Fong Zheng covered his right cheek, staggering back 2 steps in shock. Wretched fool. How dare you speak to your elder brother in such a manner? That Xin Shui is merely a servant girl. Have you forgotten I am your brother for the sake of such a trifling girl? Fong Yuan admonished softly. Fong Zheng, realizing the sting of his brother's slap, felt waves of pain coursing through his nervous system. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped, "Brother, you hit me. You've never struck me before." "Yes, I was assessed to have exceptional talent, while you are merely of 3rd tier. But you cannot blame me. This is all fate's arrangement." Slap. Before Fong Zheng could finish his protest, Fong Yuan struck him again with the back of his hand. Fong Zheng clasped both sides of his face, utterly bewildered. "You naughty fool. Do you even remember anything? Since our childhood, how have I cared for you? When our parents passed away and we were struggling. During the new year, our uncle and aunt only provided us with 1 new garment. Did I wear it? Who did I give it to? You loved sweet porridge as a child, and I made sure the kitchen prepared an extra bowl for you every day. When you were bullied, who brought you back to face them? I could go on, but I shan't. And now, you dare to speak to me in such a manner over a mere maid." Fong Zheng's face flushed red, his lips quivering, filled with shame and anger, yet he could not muster a single retort. For Fong Yuan's words were indeed the truth. "Well then," Fong Yuan sneered, "since you have forsaken your own parents and adopted another family, what am I to you as your elder brother?" "Brother, how can you say such a thing? You know I have always longed for the warmth of a family." Fong Zheng hurriedly defended himself. Fong Yuan raised his hand, silencing him. "From this day forth, you are no longer my brother, and I shall no longer be your brother." "Brother!" Fong Zheng exclaimed, taken aback, his mouth agape to that moment. Fong Yuan continued. "You like Xin Shui, do you not? Rest assured, I have not done anything to her. She remains untouched, a pure maiden. Provide me with 6 pieces of yuan stones, and I shall transfer her to you. From now on, she will be your personal maid." "Brother, how could you?" Fong Zheng was suddenly caught off guard by the revelation, flustered and unprepared. Yet simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief, for his greatest fear had not come to pass. Just the previous night, Xin Shui had personally attended to him during his bath. Although nothing substantial had transpired, Fong Zheng could never forget the gentleness of that night. Each time he thought of Xin Shui, recalling her deft hands and soft, red lips, his heart would swell with emotion. The stirrings of youthful affection had long since taken root within him and begun to blossom. Thus, when he learned of Xin Shui's distress yesterday evening, a surge of anger welled up within him that he abandoned his efforts to refine the Moonlight goo, and instead he scoured the entire village in search of Fong Yuan, seeking an explanation. Seeing that Fong Zheng remained unyielding, Fong Yuan frowned. "Romance is perfectly natural. Be honest about it. What is with this evasiveness? Of course, if you do not wish to exchange, then so be it." Fong Zheng immediately panicked. "Of course I want to exchange, but my yuan stones are insufficient for SIX. He spoke. He fished out his money pouch, his face flushed with embarrassment. Fong Yuan took the pouch and found 6 pieces within, though one was half the size of a complete yuan stone. He realized that Fong Zheng had extracted the true essence from the yuan stones to expedite his refinement of the Moonlight G.U.S. More natural true essence was drawn out. The yuan stones shrank in size and lightened in weight. Though he possessed merely 5.5 yuan stones, Fong Yuan was acutely aware that these were the entirety of Fong Zheng's resources, that he had no savings of his own. These 6 yuan stones had been gifted to him not long ago by his uncle and aunt. "I will accept the yuan stones. You may leave now," Fong Yuan stated indifferently, tucking the bag into his bosom. "Brother." Fong Zheng attempted to speak further. Fong Yuan slightly raised an eyebrow and replied in a leisurely manner. "While my mind remains unchanged, it would be wise for you to vanish from my sight." That a pang of anxiety gripped Fong Zheng's heart. Gritting his teeth, he finally turned away as he stepped out of the inn. He instinctively clutched his chest, feeling a wave of emptiness wash over him. An inexplicable sense lingered, informing him that he had seemingly lost something of great significance at that moment. Yet his heart soon ignited with warmth as he thought of Xin Shui and that haunting evening. "At last I can rightfully claim you, Shui." Without a glance back, he exited Fong Yuan's line of sight. Fong Yuan remained expressionless, standing for a while before gradually sitting down. The bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his cold visage, evoking a chill in onlookers. The dining hall was rather deserted. While the street outside grew increasingly crowded, the cacophony of voices further accentuating the stillness within. Breakfast had gone cold, and a waiter approached solicitously, inquiring if he desired to have it reheated. Fong Yuan remained oblivious, his gaze shifting like wisps of smoke, seemingly lost in recollection. The waiter lingered for a moment, noticing Fong Yuan's trance and receiving no response. He could only scratch his nose and depart in disappointment. After a spell, Fong Yuan's gaze steadied. The memories in his heart, like smoke, gradually dissipated, and he returned to the realm of reality, sunlight flooding in and illuminating more than half of the tabletop. The steam wafting from the food had vanished, and the sounds of pedestrians outside had finally reached his ears. Through the fabric of his clothing, he reached to touch the 5.5 yuan stones nestled within, a bitter, sardonic smile tugging at his lips. Yet the smile was fleeting. "Waiter, please take this food away and heat it," Fong Yuan said, casting a glance at the meal before him, speaking in a nonchalant tone. In that moment, his eyes gleamed with an extraordinary clarity. "What? Is that what your brother said?" In the hall, the uncle furrowed his brow, his voice laced with coldness. The aunt, seated nearby, observed the vivid red handprints adorning Fong Zheng's face. Rendered speechless, indeed, when I encountered my brother, he was having breakfast at the inn. That is precisely how it transpired, Fong Zheng replied respectfully. The uncle's frown deepened, knitting into a furrowed line. After a few breaths, he sighed deeply and spoke with a serious tone. "Fong Zheng, my child, you must remember that the maid Xin Shui is not Fong Yuan's personal possession, but rather a resource allocated to him. How could she possibly be bought or sold? Moreover, if you desired her, you ought to have stated your intentions to us earlier. We would have arranged for her to be assigned to you." "Ah!" Fong Zheng was left dumbfounded. The uncle waved his hand. "You may leave now. Since you have given your yuan stones to Fong Yuan, I shall allocate another 6 to you. Remember, this time, utilize them wisely for refining goo. And if you secure first place, we shall take pride in you, father. I am ashamed." Fong Zheng was suddenly moved to tears. The uncle sighed. "Go now, go, and hasten back to your room to refine goo. You have already squandered considerable time." Once Fong Zheng departed, the uncle's countenance transformed into a mask of fury. Bang! He slammed his palm upon the table, growling in a low voice. "Humph! This little rascal dares to use our people for trade. How cunning and treacherous!" The aunt hurriedly interjected. "My lord, do calm down. The IT is merely 6 yuan stones." "You know nothing, you mere woman," the uncle retorted. "Fong Yuan possesses only mediocre aptitude to refine the Moonlight goo. He requires yuan stones. With his novice techniques and his first attempt at refining goo, 6 yuan stones will undoubtedly be insufficient. However, now he is 12. That is more than adequate." The uncle's teeth ground together in frustration. He continued, "The cultivation of a goo master progresses swiftly. Given ample resources and no bottlenecks that in 2 to 3 years, our family could cultivate numerous second transition goo masters. The lower Fong Yuan's cultivation level, the slimmer the hope of reclaiming the family fortune after a year at his tender age. Just beginning his cultivation, we must hinder him, ensuring he lags behind his peers from the outset. Resources in the academy are awarded to exemplary students. With his qualifications, falling behind means he will not receive resources, and without assistance, he will fall further behind. But if this vicious cycle continues, will he possess the strength to inherit the family fortune in a year's time?" The aunt, perplexed, replied, "Even if we do not suppress him, he will at most reach first transition intermediate in a year. My lord, you are a second transition master. Do you still fear him?" The uncle, vexed, stomped his foot. "You are truly short-sighted. As a dignified elder, must I engage in brawls with a junior? His desire to reclaim the inheritance is reasonable. We cannot directly obstruct him, but must address it through clan regulations. The clan rules explicitly state that one must have at least first transition intermediate cultivation to establish a family by the age of 16. Otherwise, it indicates that Fong Yuan lacks the qualifications to waste the family's resources. Do you comprehend my reasoning?" The aunt's understanding dawned. The uncle squinted, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes, but he shook his head slightly, lamenting. Fong Yuan is far too astute, far too cunning, that he saw through the seduction. What a mind! Such a young age, yet already so calculating. It is terrifying. I originally intended to devise a scheme against him. Yet he preemptively countered it that I wished to rely on Shun Shui to monitor and disrupt him, only to find her dismissed and him gaining 6 yuan stones instead. Alas, if only he were as foolish as Fang Zheng. By the way, you must treat Fang Zheng kindly. He possesses first transition aptitude. Moreover, I perceive that he harbors resentment towards Fang Yuan, which is a potent emotion that must be skillfully harnessed. That I have a premonition that he will become the most formidable weapon against Fang Yuan in the future. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had elapsed. Within the inn's room, no lights were lit. Moonlight poured in, casting a frost-like glow across the floor and on the bed. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, eyes closed, channeling his bronze true essence, intently refining the wine worm. That a small segment of the worm's body had been tinged with a bronze hue, yet its will remained fiercely resilient, struggling within the smoky true essence enveloping it. Fang Yuan's refining process was fraught with difficulty, akin to traversing treacherous terrain. That I have expended a full 2 days and nights, resting only 2 hours each day and consuming 12 yuan stones. Yet I have only achieved 1/15 of the progress. Judging by the timeline, it was likely that someone else would successfully refine Gu within the next few days. Fang Yuan perceived the situation with clarity. However, his innate aptitude was already lacking, and the wine worm's tenacious survival instinct far exceeded that of the ordinary Moonlight Gu. Thus, the current setback was entirely expected. That a momentary delay was inconsequential. Once he acquired the wine worm, Fang Yuan's heart was as tranquil as a mirror, devoid of any trace of anxiety or discouragement. Just then, the wine worm suddenly curled up into a ball. Not good. The Gu worm is rebelling. Fang Yuan's eyes flew open, astonishment flickering within them before him. The wine worm coiled into a round shape, explosively radiating a blinding white light. That it was all or nothing. Instantly, Fang Yuan sensed a powerful will emanating from the wine worm, directly piercing through the true essence and descending into his empty cavity's ocean of essence. The rebellion of the Gu worm was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Only those Gu worms with exceptionally strong wills would exert their utmost effort, risking everything in a desperate bid. That if this had been any other youth confronted with such a scenario, they would undoubtedly panic. However, Fang Yuan, though startled, remained composed and even felt a flicker of joy. A last-ditch effort is welcome. If I withstand this rebellion, the wine worms shall be significantly diminished. Yet he knew he must concentrate all his mental faculties to resist this will's onslaught, with no room for external distractions. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. I can only hope that I am not disturbed during this period. Having completed his contemplation, he was poised to channel the essence of his empty cavity to confront the impending will. Engaging in a fierce struggle would require 110 exchanges. But at that moment, an anomaly emerged. A Gu worm materialized above the central ocean of essence in his empty cavity. Boom! This Gu worm exuded an overwhelmingly powerful aura. The energy surged forth like a torrential river, a cataclysmic flood, or a fearsome beast offended by its territory, opening its blood-red eyes to ascertain who dared to intrude upon its domain. Is that the spring and autumn cicada? Upon sighting the Gu worm, Fang Yuan was utterly taken aback. Chapter 19. The sixth transition life-bound spring and autumn cicada. During the refining process, he unexpectedly faced a rebellion from the Gu worm. The wine worm, inheriting the formidable will of the flower winewalker, now invaded his empty cavity, brazenly retaliating against Fang Yuan. This powerful will surged from above, crashing down upon the bronze ocean of essence at the bottom of his empty cavity. In response, the ocean of essence roiled, creating waves of tumult. Under Fang Yuan's will, torrents of true essence surged upwards, coalescing into a fierce wave that boldly met the wine worms. Both forces were on the verge of colliding violently in the center of the empty cavity. A faint shadow of a Gu worm materialized in the vacant space between them. It was a cicada. This cicada was not large. If the Moonlight Gu resembled a crescent blue crystal, then this cicada appeared as a delicate masterpiece crafted from brown wood and leaves by a master artisan. Its head and abdomen were a warm brown hue, adorned with patterns reminiscent of tree rings that seemed to witness the passage of time. Its expansive, semi-transparent wings resembled 2 overlapping leaves. Both wings bore intricate, Similar patterns akin to the typical network of leaf veins, with a thick stem radiating outwards, forming a web-like design. The spring and autumn cicada. It had been roused at it is as if a colossal beast lies dormant in its cavernous lair. Stirring abruptly from slumber to discover its territory has been trespassed upon. Who dares to invade my domain? It appears that dignity has been affronted, and the spring and autumn cicada, in its wrath, emanates an aura. This aura, although faint, possesses an immense strength that resembles a mighty river, surging forth with relentless waves, threatening to engulf the sprawling mountains and submerge the vast deserts beneath its tumultuous tide. In comparison to this formidable presence, the will of the wine insect is akin to that of an ant confronting an elephant. The aura spreads outward, akin to an invisible, unparalleled tsunami. The wine insect's encroaching will meets this deluge, lacking even the capacity to withstand it, and is utterly consumed by this overwhelming essence. Feng Yuan feels a heaviness in his chest. He strives to muster the countercurrent of Braun's true essence. But upon encountering this aura, it shatters like a wave crashing against the Tianshan Mountains, disintegrating into a rain that cascades back into the sea of true essence. The surface of the true essence sea roils with rising tides, as if a torrential downpour has commenced, further adding to the chaos. Yet after a few breaths, the aura of the spring and autumn cicada descends, pressing down upon the sea of essence. Boom! Feng Yuan perceives a resonant hum. And in an instant, the tumultuous sea of essence falls into stillness. The aura of the spring and autumn cicada exerts a crushing weight upon the entire expanse of essence, resembling an invisible mountain that suppresses everything, rendering the surface as tranquil as a mirror. It is as though a crumpled piece of paper has been smoothed out by the boundless hand of a giant. This is truly an unparalleled force. Feng Yuan feels as though an invisible mountain rests upon his heart, akin to Sun Wukong trapped beneath the five elements mountain, unable to summon even a shred of true essence. However, despite his astonishment, he is not afraid. Rather, a profound sense of joy wells up within him that he never anticipated that the spring and autumn cicada would accompany him in rebirth. It turns out it is not a one-time consumable goo, but rather a reusable one. That the spring and autumn cicada boasts an impressive rank of 6 turns, being the first and last 6-turn goo worm of Feng Yuan's previous life. The Tio refine it. Feng Yuan expended all his means and resources, enduring tremendous trials for a full 30 years, only to achieve a fortunate success. Yet shortly after its success, when the spring and autumn cicada had not even warmed, the righteous factions sensed Feng Yuan's threat and conspired to kill him. Upon rebirth, Feng Yuan did not detect the spring and autumn cicada and assumed it had perished. In reality, it had been residing within Feng Yuan's body, ensnared in slumber. After reversing the flow of time by 500 years, it had suffered significant depletion, rendering it too weak to be sensed even by its master. Although the spring and autumn cicada has now manifested, the situation remains dire. Since rebirth, it has been recuperating in deep slumber. Its emergence now signifies an awareness of the impending crisis, awakened by the will of the wine insect. That it is exceedingly frail. Utterly weakened. In Feng Yuan's memory, the former spring and autumn cicada was a vibrant entity, its body akin to precious hardwood, exuding a gentle, lustrous sheen. Its wings, tender green, resembled freshly sprouted leaves. Yet at this moment, a dense aura of deathly stillness emanates from the cicada. Its body lacks any luster, appearing rough and dull, akin to withered wood. Its wings are no longer the tender green of leaves, but are instead tinged with a sickly yellow, resembling autumn leaves on the brink of decay. Additionally, the tips of its wings curl slightly, marred and imperfect, like the edges of fallen leaves. In response, Feng Yuan feels both heartache and relief. The heartache stems from the fact that the spring and autumn cicada has suffered such grievous harm, teetering on the brink of extinction, as if standing at the edge of a precipice. The relief arises from the fortunate circumstance that the spring and autumn cicada is weakened to such an extent. Otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. It is well known that the relationship between a goo master and their goo worms must be complementary, ideally of equal rank. That a first-turn goo master should wield a first-turn goo worm, as this is the most suitable arrangement. Should the goo worm be of a lower rank than the goo master, it will be akin to a strong man wielding a flimsy stick. lacking power. Conversely, if the goo worm's rank exceeds that of the goo master, it would be like a child attempting to wield a heavy axe, possessing the intent but lacking the strength. The spring and autumn cicada is a 6-turn goo worm, while Fong Yuan is merely a fledgling first-turn goo master. To illustrate with a metaphor, the spring and autumn cicada is a mountain, and Fong Yuan is a squirrel. To expect the squirrel to carry the mountain in a battle would result in the immediate flattening of the squirrel. If the spring and autumn cicada were at its peak, Fong Yuan's nascent first-turn goo master's empty aperture would be incapable of containing it, resulting in a fatal rupture from its overwhelming presence. Fortunately, it has been weakened to such an extreme that it could be accommodated within Fong Yuan's current empty aperture that I abandoned the Moonlight goo and endeavored to locate the wine insect solely to refine my life goo. Yet, unbeknownst to me, I had already possessed my life goo. The spring and autumn cicada is my life goo. Feeling the intimate connection between himself and the spring and autumn cicada, Fong Yuan is overwhelmed with emotion. The life goo, being the first goo worm refined by a goo master, holds immense significance, greatly influencing the goo master's future development. That a well-chosen life goo ensures a smooth path for the goo master, while a poorly chosen one can impede their cultivation, allowing peers to surpass them. Most critically, it can impact life and death matters such as combat. Fong Yuan is acutely aware of this, which is why, despite opting for the Moonlight goo from the ancient Moon Mountain stronghold, he remained dissatisfied. He relentlessly sought the wine insect. In his memory, the wine insect was already a top-tier choice for a fledgling first-turn goo master, while the Moonlight goo could only be considered mid-tier. However, the allure of life lies in the uncertainty of what awaits in the next moment. In his previous life, Fong Yuan refined the spring and autumn cicada. After rebirth, while it fell into a deep slumber, the bond established during the refinement persisted. Moreover, it seems that after traversing the river of time, Fong Yuan discovers that the connection with the spring and autumn cicada is even more profound and intricate than in his past life. It is solely due to the cicada's extreme weakness that Fong Yuan failed to perceive it. Therefore, in a true sense, the spring and autumn cicada is the first goo worm he has refined. However, it was not refined in this life, but rather the culmination of 500 years of effort from his previous life. The spring and autumn cicada is indeed Fong Yuan's life goo. For a first-turn goo master to possess a life goo of 6 turns, such a revelation, if divulged, would likely be met with disbelief. This surpasses the limits of human understanding. Yet, this event has indeed transpired. The fact is indisputable. The wine insect is an excellent choice for a life goo, but in comparison to the spring and autumn cicada, it is akin to mere dirt. My life goo in this life is, astonishingly, the spring and autumn cicada. Chapter 20. The elders of the academy are speechless. The immense joy did not cloud Fong Yuan's mind. He quickly regained his composure and began to contemplate the implications the spring and autumn cicada would have on him. The ability of the spring and autumn cicada is rebirth. However, it is currently in a state of utmost weakness. Any exertion could lead to its demise. Nevertheless, it is, after all, a 6-turn goo worm, and I can fully utilize its aura. This would not harm it in any way. He chuckled softly at this revelation and refocused his mind, opening his eyes. Before him, the wine insect floated, enveloped in a smoky haze of bronze true essence. Trembling uncontrollably, in its desperation for survival, it had risked everything, only to have its will effortlessly crushed by the aura of the spring and autumn cicada. Consequently, it had sustained severe damage. Its will reduced to less than 1% of its former self. Spring and autumn cicada. With a mere thought, Fong Yuan released a fragment of its aura. The essence bore down upon the wine insect, which immediately froze in place, as motionless as a corpse. Its residual will, sensing the aura of the spring and autumn cicada, reacted as a mouse would to a cat, trembling in fear and shrinking into a ball, unable to move a muscle. Fong Yuan laughed heartily, seizing the opportunity to channel his true essence. Initially, the bronze true essence had struggled to expand due to the wine insect's stubborn resistance, progressing only in tiny increments. However, at this moment, Fong Yuan's bronze true essence surged forth, flowing like a torrent without encountering any obstacles. The surface of the wine insect, once colored bronze, rapidly transformed, and within a few blinks, it was dyed a vibrant green. With the momentum lost, the wine insect's residual will was effortlessly swept away by Feng Yuan's intent, disintegrating entirely. Thus, the wine insect was successfully refined. Compared to the arduous trials faced previously, this process felt as simple as taking a sip of water. An intimate and profound connection linked the wine insect to Feng Yuan, making it feel as though it were part of his very being. When Feng Yuan commanded it to curl up, it complied. When he instructed it to form into a round shape, it obliged. The sensation was akin to merely moving a finger. Feng Yuan withdrew his true essence, and the wine insect returned to its plump, pearly form. Then, it leaped into Feng Yuan's empty aperture. Within the aperture, it circumvented the spring and autumn, cicada hovering above, and dove into the sea of bronze essence that on the surface of the sea. It stretched luxuriously, occasionally wriggling its rotund waist, as content as if soaking in a hot bath. With the presence of the spring and autumn cicada, my plans must also be revised. Feng Yuan withdrew his focus from the empty aperture and retrieved the moonlight goo that he employed the same method, releasing a trace of the spring and autumn cicada's aura to press down upon the moonlight goo. Upon sensing the aura, the will of the moonlight goo immediately surrendered, retreating in fear to the furthest corner of its being. Feng Yuan's true essence surged downwards, and in the blink of an eye, the moonlight goo was suffused with a jade-like hue. Finally, with a slight mental push, the will of the moonlight goo was effortlessly extinguished. After this, he withdrew his true essence, and the moonlight goo reverted to its original crystalline blue form. He stored the moonlight goo away, yet instead of entering the empty aperture, it settled onto Feng Yuan's forehead, forming a faint blue crescent mark. From the beginning to the end of refining the moonlight goo, the entire process took less than 5 minutes. This stands in stark contrast to the arduous refinement of the past. With an astonishingly swift pace. Not only is the speed remarkable, but the consumption of true essence is also minimal. In recent days, Feng Yuan has expended no less than 6 essence stones in the process of refining the wine bug. However, this night, he did not use any essence stones at all. The only expenditure was the depletion of the bronze sea of true essence within his empty aperture. With the spring and autumn cicada in hand, it feels as though divine assistance has graced him. From now on, as long as he suppresses with its aura, any first-turn goo bug will be easily captured. Even with my third-rate aptitude, there is no need to rely on essence stones. The difference is as vast as heaven and earth. Feng Yuan felt elated. At this moment, it was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the clear sky. Though the spring and autumn cicada had grown extremely weak, it still remained a formidable 6-turn goo bug. The tiger may have fallen, but its might still lingers. Even a dilapidated ship can still boast 3 nails. Relying solely on its aura will provide a tremendous impetus in Feng Yuan's future cultivation. At this moment, outside the window, the moon shone faintly amidst the sparse stars, its light spilling through the window to illuminate Feng Yuan's face that he had initially thought he would not secure first place. Yet unexpectedly, the tide had turned. Time waits for no one. He must head to the academy now to claim the top prize. A gleam of brilliance flickered in Feng Yuan's eyes, with a thought. The spring and autumn cicada concealed its form, vanishing once more into slumber, but he summoned the wine bug, hiding it in the corner of his bedside. This was all to prevent any unnecessary inspections from the academy. A quarter of an hour later, at the family academy, the elder had long since retired for the night. Yet in his dreams, he vaguely heard someone knocking at the door. The persistent knocking roused him from his slumber, and upon opening his eyes, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Who could be out there at this hour? A respectful voice responded from outside, reporting to the esteemed elder, one of this year's students has successfully refined the moonlight goo. You previously instructed your subordinates to report to you immediately whenever a first-place contender appeared, regardless of the time to... Indeed, there was such a matter. The elder's brow furrowed slightly as he rose from his bed, donning his clothing while inquiring, which student has secured first place this year? Is it Guyu Fangzheng? The subordinate replied. It seems so today. As soon as I heard the news, I hurried to inform you. It appears to be from the Fang family branch. Considering the timing, it must be him. The elder chuckled softly to himself, remarking, who else could it be besides this first-rate genius? Those second-rate students, even with the use of essence stones, will always fall short. Otherwise, Why would aptitude and cultivation be so crucial? With that, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. The subordinates respectfully retreated a couple of steps, bowing in deference, echoing, "As you say." "My lord," I in the grand hall. Numerous candles flickered simultaneously, illuminating the space brilliantly. The individual receiving Fong Yuan had already ascertained the situation. Under the bright lights, astonishment washed over his face. "Wait, what did you just say? You are Guyu Fong Yuan, not Guyu Fong Zheng." Fong Yuan nodded in affirmation. Just then, the elder of the academy entered from outside. Fong Yuan and the attendant both turned to bow in greeting. The elder's face lit up with a broad smile upon seeing Fong Yuan that he approached, giving Fong Yuan's shoulder a friendly pat. "Well done, Guyu Fong Zheng. You have not disappointed me. Truly a genius of first-rate aptitude. Those second- and third-rate peers, no matter how hard they strive, can never compare to you. Ha ha ha." Fong Yuan and Fong Zheng were twin brothers, strikingly similar in appearance, to the extent that even the elder had mistaken them. Fong Yuan, neither servile nor arrogant, took a slight step back, freeing his shoulder from the elder's grasp. He gazed at the elder, hands clasped behind his back, and smiled faintly. "Esteemed elder, you have made an error. I am Guyu Fong Yuan, while Guyu Fong Zheng is my younger brother." The elder's mouth slightly parted, a look of bewilderment crossing his features that he regarded Fong Yuan with confusion, his brow furrowing. After a few breaths, he finally spoke. "You are Guyu Fong Yuan." "Indeed, I am," Fong Yuan replied. "You have refined the Moonlight Gu." The elder was astounded, his gaze fixated on the crescent-shaped mark on Fong Yuan's forehead. His eyes burning with intensity, already aware of the answer. "It is as you say." Fong Yuan confirmed. "So, you are this year's first place?" The elder's inquiry seemed somewhat daft, but one could hardly blame him. The situation was indeed beyond expectation, that he had overseen the academy for decades and possessed immense experience, that he had witnessed third-rate aptitudes claim victories. But never this early. Moreover, this year, there were peers of first- and second-rate aptitudes. If there was no one who had surpassed me. Fong Yuan feigned contemplation, rubbing his nose before continuing. "It appears to be the case, the elder." Chapter 21. How could it be that my brother secured first place? Before dawn had fully broken, the sun yet to rise, the eastern sky began to lighten. The darkness was gradually dissipating, and the air still bore the fragrance of night that on the nearly deserted street. The light patter of footsteps could be heard. The morning chill in the mountains was somewhat damp, yet Guyu Fong Zheng felt no hint of coldness, his heart brimming with fervent passion. A rosy glow adorned his cheeks as he hastened toward the academy. After diligently practicing for several days and expending 2 essence stones, he had finally succeeded in refining the Moonlight Gu without a single wink of sleep the previous night. "I possess first-rate aptitude and have worked so hard, and no one could possibly be faster than me. No one. I promised my parents that I would not disappoint them." Reflecting on the joy and satisfaction he would soon share with his uncle and aunt, Fong Zheng felt a surge of genuine happiness and pride. "Just wait. Those who once looked down upon me, as well as my brother, from this day forth, let them regard Guyu Fong Zheng with newfound respect." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, unconsciously clenching his fists and quickening his pace. Upon reaching the academy doors, the 2 guards stationed there exchanged puzzled glances upon seeing him and inquired, "Guyu Fong Yuan, why have you returned? What, did my brother come here just now?" Fong Zheng's face briefly flickered with surprise and confusion at the remark. Never mind that for now. He had not anticipated that Fong Yuan would secure first place. Shaking his head, he adopted a tone of pride and clasped his hands. "Esteemed sirs, I am not Guyu Fong Yuan. I am Guyu Fong Zheng, that I have successfully refined my innate Gu and have come to collect the reward for first place. You are Guyu Fong Zheng. You 2 brothers look so alike that it's no wonder the elder mistook you," the left guard exclaimed, his eyes wide. The right guard shook his head. "You are too late. Just last night, your brother Guyu Fong Yuan met with the elder and claimed the first place reward. That my brother." Fong Zheng's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "Wait, you say he secured first place? How could that be possible? Wasn't he only of third-rate aptitude, securing first place? What a joke!" "It is true. Why would we jest about such matters?" the guard replied with irritation upon seeing Fong Zheng's disbelief. "This has already been confirmed by the elder of the academy. The list will be released shortly, made public." "What, Didn't your brother inform you? Another guard added. Fang Zheng stood there, dumbstruck, at the entrance. The reality was far from what he had anticipated. He could not comprehend what had transpired in Fang Zheng's mind. There were several imagined rivals, two of whom posed the most significant threat, Guyu Mo-bei and Guyu Chi-chung. Both were of second-rate aptitude and belonged to the largest branches of the family, each with grandfathers who were powerful elders, endowed with ample resources that if either of these two had claimed first place before him, Fang Zheng would have been mentally prepared. Though disappointed, he could have accepted it. Yet now, the victor was not Guyu Mo-bei or Guyu Chi-chung, nor any of the rivals he had envisioned, but Guyu Fang Yuan, his own brother, the one with third-rate aptitude, the one who had fallen into despondency after the enlightenment ceremony, the one who dozed off in class daily, the one who drank himself into oblivion, returning home late at night, the one who had bullied Xin Shui, struck himself twice, and taken all his essence stones, the one who had always overshadowed him, lingering like a shadow in his heart. How could this be? It was impossible. In that moment, Fang Zheng roared within, I have worked so hard, while he spends all his time drinking and carousing, and yet he secures first place. Is there any justice in this? Why? As the sun rose in the east, birds chirped merrily, and the vibrant essence of spring enveloped Qingmao Mountain. Jiyu Fang Zheng basked in the warm sunlight, yet he slowly lowered his head, gritting his teeth as he stared at the solitary shadow cast on the ground. The surging emotions within him had deflated like a punctured ball, leaving him with little more than confusion. Resentment, disbelief, bitterness, and fear. Time passed, and the sun climbed higher. The announcement board at the academy displayed a new list containing only two names, Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng. With the emergence of this list, the news began to spread. Those young individuals who had sequestered themselves at home, focused solely on refining their gu, were left in uproar upon hearing the news. How could this be? If Fang Zheng were first, I could believe it. But Fang Yuan, wasn't he of third-rate aptitude? Could it be a mistake? Fang Zheng, possessing first-rate aptitude, had lost to Fang Yuan of third-rate aptitude. Was this a fantastical tale? At the Mo branch, the small courtyard was lush with greenery. The fragrance of tea wafting through the air pointed one of the elder figures of the Guyu clan, Guyu Mo Chun, sat at his desk, gazing out at the spring scenery beyond the window while leisurely sipping tea. Has Mo-bei not resumed his cultivation of the gu? The butler, standing nearby, promptly replied, since hearing the news about Fang Yuan this morning, young Master Mo-bei appears to have been deeply affected and lacks the motivation to continue refining the Moonlight gu. It is indeed a pity, as he was so close to success, that if Fang Zheng had secured the first position, it would have been one thing, but it is precisely that Fang Yuan of the third-tier aptitude. Thus, it is hardly surprising that young Master Mo-bei has lost interest. Do not excuse him. Guyu Mo-chan interjected with a cold snort, his expression grave and his tone as unyielding as iron. The path of a gu master is fraught with challenges. What does this minor setback amount to? Fang Yuan is merely of third-tier aptitude. His achievement of first place must surely be attributed to luck. The Moonlight gu he selected possesses a weak will, allowing him to gain the upper hand. That if Mo-bei cannot comprehend this and cannot endure such a trivial setback, how will he ever manage our branch of the gu family and contend with the Chi family branch? No one is permitted to counsel him. Let him reflect on this matter himself. Yes, master, the butler dared not refute. Almost simultaneously, in the Chi family branch, alas, Guyu Fang Yuan, elder Guyu Chi-lien, sighed deeply, furrowing his brow in contemplation, and beckoned to those around him. Summon young Master Chi-chung. Shortly thereafter, Guyu Chi-chung entered the room, his face marked by disappointment, and performed a kneeling salute. Grandson pays respects to grandfather. It seems you are already aware of the news, Guyu Chi-lien observed, fixating his gaze on his only grandson, his tone gentle and measured, that I called you here to prevent you from being unduly influenced by this matter. The refinement of one's innate gu depends on both aptitude and the gu itself. Fang Yuan's aptitude is merely third tier, yet he has managed to secure first place, which indicates that the gu he chose is significantly weaker and will compare to the Moonlight gu in your possession. This is purely a matter of luck. Therefore, my grandson, do not be disheartened. This is inconsequential. He is merely of third-tier aptitude, and although similar to you, he lacks the abundant resources you possess, making his path to advancement far more arduous. Trust in your grandfather. You will soon surpass him. Thus, set aside this trifling matter. Fang Yuan will not be your formidable rival, nor does he deserve to be regarded as such. Your true adversaries are the first-tier aptitude Fang Zheng and Mo Bei of the Gu family. Do you understand? Yes, thank you for your guidance, grandfather. I understand. Gu Yu Chi-chung replied, his previous look of disappointment replaced by a spirited determination that I shall now return and continue my Gu refinement. Good. Elder Gu Yu Chi-lian nodded in satisfaction. A kind and benevolent smile gracing his features that my dear grandson. Your true aptitude is also merely third tier, but rest assured, I will fully support you. Shortly, I will intervene, utilizing the aura of a third transformation Gu to suppress the will of the Moonlight Gu, assisting you in its refinement. Chapter 22. The dance of moon blades. The sky was an expanse of azure clarity, as pure as if it had been washed anew. The sun shone resplendently, and fluffy white clouds floated serenely that a flock of colorful parrots chirped melodiously, forming an arrow-like formation beneath the blue sky and white clouds as they soared gracefully. Such vibrant parrots only appeared in large numbers during the spring. Their feathers were a kaleidoscope of colors, their size akin to that of eagles, with beaks resembling those of parrots, and their tails trailing like peacock plumes. That it had been over 10 days since Fang Yuan had claimed the first position in the assessment for refining his innate Gu. The spring breeze had turned the mountains lush with verdant grass, wildflowers blossomed in abundance, and bees and butterflies danced in a harmonious display of life. The atmosphere was alive with the vitality of spring, so rich that it permeated even the tall bamboo walls surrounding the training grounds. This training ground spanned 3 acres, its surface level and laid with a thick layer of slate. Surrounding it were planted green spear bamboo, their slender, upright stalks forming a towering green wall. Although the corners were paved with stone bricks, many spots had sprouted clusters of grass. Between the bamboo, wild roses crept in, even climbing to the top of the walls. 57 15-year-old youths stood in a half-circle within the training ground, their gazes fixed on the elder instructor at the center. This was a lesson on how to wield the Moonlight Gu, the emblematic Gu of the Gu Yu clan, akin to the Bear clan's Bear Strength Gu or the Bai clan Stream Gu. Most of those present had chosen the Moonlight Gu as their innate Gu. Observe closely, for I shall now personally demonstrate how to unleash an attack with the Moonlight Gu, the elder instructed. Those who do not possess the Moonlight Gu should still pay attention. This classic long-range attack method can be applied to other Gu as well and has a broad range of applicability. As he spoke, the elder extended his right hand, fingers splayed, lowering his palm so that all the youths could see. First, we will summon the Moonlight Gu, transferring it to our palm. That as he spoke, the crescent mark representing the Moonlight Gu traveled along the elder's arm into his palm. Next, channel the true essence from the into the Moonlight Gu. That a wisp of silver-hued true essence surged forth from the elder's body, nearly imperceptible, as it flowed into the Moonlight Gu resting in his palm. The elder, being of the third transformation, could only refine silver-hued true essence. The true essence of a first transformation Gu master was commonly referred to as bronze true essence, while the second transformation was known as crimson iron true essence. Only at the third transformation did one achieve silver true essence. Upon absorbing this silver true essence, the crescent mark in the elder's palm began to glow increasingly bright, emitting a soft blue light even in the daylight. Incredible! How beautiful! The youths marveled at the sight, their eyes wide with astonishment. The pale blue glow, clear as water, flickered in the elder's hand, creating the illusion that he was cradling a handful of moonlight. The elder smiled gently. Have you all observed closely? The final step is to release it as I do. Saying this, he slowly brought his outstretched fingers together, raised his arm, and extended it forward, ultimately sweeping his palm with a graceful motion. The entire action was steady and powerful. Swish! A soft sound reached the ears of the youths that as the elder's hand moved, the pale blue light coalesced and was flung outward. The light formed a small moon blade in the air. Its ethereal hue akin to that of a crescent moon in the night sky, it traced a straight line through the air before striking a scarecrow 10 meters away, with a slicing sound. The scarecrow's neck, thick as 30 centimeters, was severed, its body swaying as the large head plummeted to the ground. As the moon blade cut through, it dimmed considerably. However, it continued to glide through the air for another 6 meters before gradually fading and dissipating into the atmosphere. Upon examining the scarecrow's neck, One could see the cut was exceptionally clean, as if sliced with the sharpest of scythes. The youths, nearly all wide-eyed, gaped in awe at this spectacle that a few instinctively touched their own necks. Astonished by the moon blade's destructive power, after a brief silence, exclamations of wonder erupted. Some youths had their eyes gleaming, fixated on the scarecrow, while others focused on the elder's palm. Still, a few whispered excitedly to one another. Only Feng Yuan remained obscured in the crowd, his expression devoid of emotion, unaffected that in his previous life, he had reached the 6th transformation, establishing the Bloodwing demon sect in the central continent, commanding tens of thousands of followers, and earning the title of a formidable leader in the demonic path. The elder, being merely a 3rd transformation Gu master, was far from stirring even a ripple in Feng Yuan's heart. Now, anyone who has successfully refined the Moonlight Gu. Step forward. Each of you will have a scarecrow, and according to my earlier demonstration, practice launching the moon blade for your attacks. The elder's words fell. Over 30 youths stepped forward. This generation had over 100 youths participating in the awakening ceremony, of which 57 possessed cultivation aptitude. Among them, 35 had chosen the Moonlight Gu. After days of effort, they had all refined the Moonlight Gu. The remaining youths, being of lower aptitude, were unable to refine the Moonlight Gu and had thus conceded defeat. For the youths of the Guyu clan, the Moonlight Gu had transcended mere Gu. It represented the honor of their family, that in no time, the 35 youths formed a line. Each faced a scarecrow 10 meters away. Feng Yuan stood in the middle of the group, blending into the background. The practice commenced. The youths extended their right hands, transferring the Moonlight Gu to their palms. The blue crescent marks, infused with bronze-hued true essence, began to radiate a watery blue glow. However, as they attempted to release the moon blades, only 7 or 8 managed to do so. Some moon blades flickered briefly before dissipating, while others, after traveling a couple of meters, burst into blue trails of light that a few flew far off course, soaring into the sky. The youths furrowed their brows. What had seemed simple during the elder's demonstration now proved intricate. To successfully launch a moon blade that struck the scarecrow was indeed no easy feat. The elder watched with a faint smile, recognizing the scene as one he witnessed annually, and felt no surprise. The remaining 22 youths could only stand on the sidelines, watching enviously. After 5 minutes of practice, the youths gradually began to successfully release the moon blades. The training ground was soon filled with the sight of pale blue moon blades soaring through the air. Some crescent blades dissipated midway. Others unfortunately collided with one another, while a few veered off the field, askew and haphazard that in truth. Only an occasional few crescent blades managed to strike the straw man puppet that, of course, this was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. The elder of the academy began to offer individualized guidance, paying particular attention to the promising students such as Feng Zheng, Mo Bei, and Qi Cheng, patiently correcting their posture errors and imparting his insights. In contrast, for students like Feng Yuan, classified as third-rate, he merely offered a few cursory remarks. Feng Yuan continued to concentrate the blue light in his hands, making several sweeping motions without releasing the energy, merely putting on a show to this moment. Observing the chaos around him, unnoticed by others, he shifted his thoughts, releasing his control over the Moonlight Gu, slightly tilting his palm to perform a slicing motion. In an effort to avoid drawing attention, he did not aim directly at the straw man puppet before him, but rather at one slightly to the left and ahead. With a swift whoosh, a crescent blade sliced through the tumultuous central area, tracing a straight line through the air, accurately striking the neck of a straw man puppet. The puppet trembled slightly, its neck severed by the crescent blade. Yet soon the cut green stems began to regenerate, intertwining and healing the wound. This was no ordinary straw man. It was a transformed straw man Gu, endowed with a slight self-healing ability intrinsic to plant life. Unless it were cleaved in two, the wound would soon mend itself completely. Wow, did you see that crescent blade? How impressive! Who executed that? The crescent blades capable of hitting the straw man were already rare, and Feng Yuan's casual strike had yielded the most significant attack effect thus far, prompting astonished exclamations from the onlooking students. Even the elder's attention was drawn to him, inquiring. The crescent blade just now was quite impressive. Was it your doing? He looked at a third-rate student, for that puppet corresponded to him. The boy blinked repeatedly, appearing somewhat flustered under the sudden gaze of the crowd. To be honest, the scene had been too chaotic. With crescent blades flying everywhere, he was uncertain if it was indeed his doing. However, it seemed plausible that it might have been, he thought, and instinctively nodded. The surrounding youths immediately regarded him with newfound respect. "Who is he? What is his name?" Some female students eagerly inquired among themselves that if he can unleash a crescent blade, then I certainly cannot fall behind. Bay's eyes glinted with determination. So it turns out it wasn't my brother, who did it. Fang inexplicably sighed with relief. After receiving comfort from his uncle and aunt, he had recovered from his previous setback. "Brother, you secured first place last time due to luck, having chosen a weak-willed Moonlight Gu. That a Gu master cannot always rely on fortune. I will surpass you." Fang silently urged himself on. "Well done. Keep striving and capture that feeling from just now." The elder patted the student on the shoulder, smiling in encouragement. The youth immediately nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with newfound enthusiasm. Seizing the opportunity, the elder publicly announced, "Listen well. This will be your assignment. Practice diligently outside of class. And 3 days hence, we shall assess your results. The student with the best performance will receive a reward of 10 yuan stones." Did you all hear that? "Oh!" The boys responded loudly, their excitement palpable at the prospect of yuan stone rewards. However, merely 3 minutes later, the crescent blades in the air began to dwindle in number. "Curse it, each crescent blade consumes 1/10 of my true essence. The expenditure is simply too great. With my third-rate cultivation, I can only store 38% of bronze true essence in my empty acupoint. I can only consecutively unleash 3 crescent blades." The boys who had halted their movements sighed in disappointment. The elder observed the scene with a stoic demeanor, yet inwardly lamented, "This is the advantage of possessing high cultivation talent. To wield crescent blades, it boils down to 4 words. Practice makes perfect. Those with higher talent have a greater capacity for storing true essence, and their recovery rate is faster, granting them more opportunities to practice. Those with lesser talent may compensate with yuan stones to enhance their practice volume. Yet, for those lacking both talent and yuan stones, even if they harbor the desire to practice, they find themselves powerless. Alas, the path of a Gu master is indeed harsh. I shall focus on nurturing those with superior potential." Chapter 23. Nurturing Gu is like keeping a concubine as the sun dipped below the horizon. The evening glow continued to blaze across the sky. Gazing into the distance at the mountains, they were shrouded in a thick layer of gray, transitioning into darkness. The day's lessons at the academy concluded, and the students trickled out in small groups. Today was truly enjoyable. I've learned a great deal, especially how to use the Moonlight Gu. The crescent blades soaring through the air were magnificent. It's a pity my talent is insufficient. I will only ever be a support Gu master, unable to enter the fray. The youths conversed animatedly, while some called out to their friends, "Let us go eat together, and perhaps enjoy some rice wine." What do you think? Sounds great. That is an excellent suggestion. You all go ahead. I need to stop by the Gu chamber to buy a straw man puppet to facilitate my practice at home. Fang Yuan made his way alone to the Gu chamber. The chamber housed a variety of first transformation Gu worms, among which was the Moonlight Gu he had selected for free. Periodically, students were granted the chance to acquire Gu worms without charge. To obtain additional worms, one had to pay. For the moment, Fang Yuan had no intention of refining other Gu worms that he approached the adjacent shop, a modest establishment. Inside, 7 students were haggling with the shopkeeper over the price of straw man puppets. "Ah, Junior!" The shopkeeper, a first transformation Gu master in his 20s, recognized Fang Yuan and greeted him while conducting business. Fang Yuan was momentarily surprised to find that this Gu master was Jiangya, the young Gu master who had reprimanded hunters at the N.So. "You are a senior." Fang Yuan nodded, maintaining a neutral expression. Jiangya handed a straw man puppet to a purchasing student. He smiled at Fang Yuan and asked, "Junior, are you here to buy a straw man puppet as well? I can reserve one for you at just 3 yuan stones. These sell out quickly. There are only 7 left, and if you delay, there may be none remaining." His demeanor was haughty and unpleasant towards ordinary folk, yet amiable towards Fang Yuan and his peers. Fang Yuan shook his head. Amused internally, Jiangya is quite the businessman. The straw man puppet, made from straw man Gu, cost no more than 1.5 yuan stones when accounting for true essence input. "Senior, that's rather unfair. First come, first served. Why reserve it for him? Indeed, we arrived long before him. Business should adhere to principles. 3 yuan stones. Fine, here is the payment. Just give me the puppet. Upon hearing that only 7 puppets remained, the youths in the shop grew anxious, ceasing their negotiations and hastily producing yuan stones to purchase. Soon, the 7 left, satisfied with their purchases. Junior, do you wish to buy a straw man puppet? Jiangyu inquired with a smile, suggesting that one had just sold out, but in truth, there was an 8th puppet, kept in reserve. If you don't buy now, you might miss out. Fang Yuan had no interest in the straw man puppet, shaking his head and placing a yuan stone on the counter. I'll take 10 petals of moon orchid. Jiangyu was taken aback, scrutinizing Fang Yuan closely before pocketing the yuan stone. He opened a drawer beneath the counter and retrieved a paper package. 10 petals of moon orchid, all accounted for. Please check. Fang Yuan inspected the contents before departing the small shop. The Gu worms require nourishment. A Gu master must refine Gu while also caring for them. Refining Gu is arduous and fraught with the risk of backlash. Utilizing them is no easy feat and demands ample practice. The art of nurturing Gu is even more profound, for Gu worms are diverse, and their sustenance varies greatly. Some require the ingestion of soil, others need starlight, some consume tears, while others absorb the ethereal mist from the heavens. Take the 3 Gu worms Fang Yuan currently possesses, for instance. The Moonlight Gu necessitates the consumption of moon orchid petals, requiring 2 meals a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening, with each meal consisting of 2 petals. The wine Gu, on the other hand, requires liquor. A barrel of Qing bamboo wine sustains it for 4 days. The spring-autumn cicada is particularly unique. It draws sustenance directly from the river of time. The river of time supports the world's functioning. It is not distant but flows near, within every individual's reach. Every movement of living beings requires the impetus of time. Time flows like water, fleeting and ephemeral. The river of time is formless and colorless, yet all life exists and thrives within its currents. After purchasing the package of moon orchid petals, Fang Yuan proceeded to the inn to acquire Qing bamboo wine. The wine Gu can also consume some inferior wines. Rice wine suffices for its sustenance. However, when it comes to such low-quality liquor, the quantity increases significantly, necessitating several barrels daily. Fang Yuan calculated that it would be more economical to buy Qing bamboo wine directly, not only saving some money compared to purchasing inferior wine, but also avoiding arousing suspicion. Young master, you've arrived. The attendant recognized Fang Yuan, that he tossed 3 yuan stones to the attendant, comfortably stating, bring me a barrel of Qing bamboo wine, and prepare some good dishes that ain't no need for change. Just set it aside, and we'll settle up at the end of the month, adjusting for any difference. Although he had moved to the academy dormitory, he still came to the inn for meals whenever he bought wine. Certainly. Please have a seat. The wine and dishes will be ready shortly, the attendant replied, leading Fang Yuan to a table. That he then took a cloth from his shoulder, diligently wiping the table and chairs before departing. That as the attendant had promised, the wine and dishes were served promptly. As Fang Yuan consumed his meal, he calculated in his mind. A single yuan stone could procure 10 petals, while the Moonlight Gu consumed 4 petals daily. That a jug of Qingzhou wine was valued at 2 yuan stones, sufficient to sustain the wine larvae for 4 days. Thus, merely sustaining these 2 Gu required an expenditure of nearly 1 yuan stone per day. This may seem trivial, yet it was indeed quite exorbitant. For an ordinary family of 3, their monthly living expenses amounted to just 1 yuan stone. Since the refinement of the Gu, 16 days had elapsed. In terms of Gu maintenance alone, Fang Yuan had already expended 14.5 yuan stones. Having acquired the flower wine legacy and confiscated a bag of yuan stones from Fang Zheng, coupled with the first-place reward, his yuan stone assets had once soared to 44.5. However, the initial cost for refining Gu had consumed 6.5 yuan stones, and feeding the Gu had depleted 14.5 yuan stones, with half a yuan stone for living expenses. He should now have around 20 left. Fang Yuan retrieved his money pouch and opened it, revealing a collection of yuan stones within. These stones were of a grayish-white hue, each an oval shape, uniformly sized like duck eggs. Upon counting, it indeed confirmed that only 20 remained. This indicated that, barring any income, Fang Yuan's remaining yuan stones would suffice for barely half a month. Unlike his peers, who often had family and friends to support them, particularly the likes of Gu Yumo Bei and Gu Yu Chi Chung, who were never short of yuan stones, Fong Yuan had to devise his own means. His uncle and aunt had severed his financial support. Yet every weekend, the family academy dispensed a subsidy of 3 yuan stones to its students that it seemed imperative for him to perform admirably in the upcoming Moon Blade assessment in 3 days to secure that 10 yuan stone reward. As Fong Yuan chewed his food, he pondered this. At his age, he was in a critical growth phase. Unbeknownst to him, all the food had found its way into his stomach, grabbing an unopened jug of Qingzhou wine. He stepped out of the inn. Young master, called out a shop assistant behind him, who hurriedly approached to relay some news. Within less than a month, a merchant caravan would arrive at the mountain stronghold. According to customary practice, they would purchase Qingzhou wine from their shop. The young master had a particular fondness for Qingzhou wine, purchasing several jugs each week. The shopkeeper instructed that the assistant inform the young master of this. However, the supply of Qingzhou wine at their establishment was limited, and if sold to the caravan, they would likely have very little left. That's so. Fong Yuan mused, furrowing his brow slightly. With 500 years of experience in discerning people and their words, he recognized that while the shop assistant's words echoed those of the young Gu master Jiangya, he could discern the truth in the assistant's words and the falsehood in Jiangya's. This situation posed some complications. Fong Yuan needed to feed the wine larvae, and in the long run, the required quantity of Qingzhou wine was substantial. Should the inn run short, he might have to resort to feeding the larvae with inferior quality wine in the future. It was inconceivable for him to consume several jugs of wine daily without attracting suspicion over time. After some contemplation, Fong Yuan extracted 10 yuan stones. Then I shall purchase 5 more jugs. Have them brought to me, and we shall transport them to the academy dormitory together. Yes, young master, the assistant promptly accepted the yuan stones, since moon orchid petals could only be stored for 5 days without preservation methods. Fong Yuan typically purchased only 1 bag at a time. However, Qingzhou wine could be stored for a considerable duration, mitigating concerns on that front. Several assistants followed Fong Yuan into the academy dormitory, placing the wine jugs beneath his bed before taking their leave. Observing his suddenly deflated money pouch, Fong Yuan sighed. The arduousness of refining gu and nurturing them was no small feat. That it was fortunate that he possessed 500 years of prior experience, allowing him to forego the practice of using gu, thus reducing the consumption of true essence and saving a significant amount of expenditure. His peers, on the other hand, had to expend true essence while practicing with the Moonlight gu. To enhance their proficiency, they needed to practice repeatedly. The consumption of true essence was considerable, and its recovery was slow, necessitating the use of yuan stones for replenishment. The purchase of a straw man puppet alone required 3 yuan stones. This was indeed a substantial expense. Thankfully, his spring and autumn cicada consumed time rather than other food. Otherwise, he would have faced bankruptcy and could hardly sustain himself. Fong Yuan felt an unexpected wave of relief. The higher the grade of the gu, the greater its consumption, or the more precious and rare its sustenance, making it increasingly difficult to maintain that a common gu of the second transformation grade could consume between 1 and 2 yuan stones daily. If one could procure food, they were fortunate. Some gu sustenance was particularly elusive, with such commodities entirely absent from the market. For instance, the sustenance for the spring and autumn cicada was time, which was, in fact, far more precious than as the saying goes, an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time, and no matter how much wealth one possesses, can one purchase time? Absolutely not. Theoretically, there is no limit to the number of gu a gu master can refine. As long as one possesses the capability, one could refine 10, 100, or even 1,000. However, in practice, a gu master typically possesses only 4 or 5 gu. Why is this? The primary reason is the inability to afford them. The higher the grade of the gu, the more expensive the cost of maintenance. This often leaves gu masters in dire straits, causing them considerable distress. Another reason is the inability to utilize them. Activating the Moonlight gu to unleash a moon blade attack consumes 1/10 of one's true essence. That a gu master of third-rate aptitude would find their true essence nearly depleted after executing 3 or 4 attacks. Maintaining an excessive number of gu without the ability to utilize them is a futile endeavor. Thus, a saying has emerged among gu masters in their training. Nurturing gu is akin to maintaining a mistress. To sustain a mistress, one must provide sustenance, clothing, housing, and so forth, all of which are quite costly. The maintenance of numerous mistresses can lead to exorbitant expenses that ordinary individuals cannot bear, even if one could afford to maintain many. A man's energy is inherently limited, hence he may not afford to indulge in such frivolities. Once a gu master advances in rank, the standard of sustenance for their gu also escalates. Therefore, despite the theoretical limitless capacity for refining gu, most gu masters generally only maintain 4 or 5 gu of the same grade. Beyond that, a gu master would risk financial ruin. Chapter 24. The Close Combat Gu Master 3 days later. Crouching low and dodging is the customary technique to counter a swinging punch. When an adversary launches an attack, swiftly crouch and, taking advantage of the momentum, retaliate by targeting their groin and abdomen that do not fear swinging punches. Those who initiate with them are often mindless and impulsive. In the training arena, the Academy's martial arts instructor spoke while demonstrating the technique that a wooden puppet swung its right fist toward him, and the instructor promptly crouched, evading the attack, then struck the puppet's abdomen with a series of rapid punches, knocking it to the ground. The students formed a circle around the display, though most appeared disinterested, lacking enthusiasm. The Academy offered a multitude of courses, and this lesson focused on fundamental martial arts. Exerting oneself with fists and feet paled in comparison to the flashy and impressive moon blade techniques, causing the youths to be somewhat inattentive. The next class was the assessment of the Moonlight gu's usage. How have you been practicing lately? Not too bad. I can execute 3 moon blades, though rarely do they all hit. Generally, I land 2 strikes on the straw puppet. That's comparable to my performance that I've specifically purchased a straw puppet to practice for this. The youths whispered among themselves, their minds clearly elsewhere, preoccupied with the upcoming assessment. They had diligently practiced in preparation for this evaluation, now fully charged with anticipation. The murmurs of the students reached the instructor's ears, prompting him to turn sharply and bellow, "No talking in class. Silence and pay attention." He was a second transformation gu master, his physique robust and muscular, his bare torso adorned with scars on his bronze skin. His commanding voice instantly silenced the students. The training ground fell into a hush. Mastering the basics of martial arts was of paramount importance, especially during the early stages of gu master cultivation, far outweighing the significance of any other skill. Focus your attention. After reprimanding the students, the instructor summoned another wooden puppet. This one, a pale yellow, stood 2 meters tall, its large wooden feet striking the bluestone floor with a sharp sound. That it lunged clumsily toward the instructor, who deftly dodged its attack, then swiftly grasped its waist and forcefully pushed it to the ground. Immediately, he mounted the puppet's waist, raining down rapid punches upon its head. The puppet managed to resist momentarily before succumbing to the instructor's flurry of blows. Its head shattered and rendered motionless. Rising from the defeated puppet, the instructor remained calm and composed as he explained to the students, "In close combat against a larger opponent, do not yield to fear. Disrupting their center of gravity is a wise tactic for subduing the enemy, as I just demonstrated. Seize their waist to control their hips, then thrust them forward. Subsequently, mount them and unleash a barrage of strikes. Those without a defensive mindset will crumble in an instant." The students nodded in agreement, though most exhibited skepticism in their gazes. The instructor observed their reactions with a wry smile. This was a common occurrence. The youthful spirit is easily captivated by the dazzling and extravagant. Without personal experience or understanding, the significance of mastering fundamental martial arts eludes the youths that in truth, especially for novice gu masters, while basic martial arts may seem inconsequential, they are even more crucial than the moon blade techniques. Remember, in close combat, do not merely fixate on your opponent's eyes. Instead, pay attention to their shoulders. Whether they throw a punch or a kick, their shoulders will move first. Speed is paramount in close combat, yet it is not the speed of your strikes, but rather the speed of your footwork. Distance serves as the best defense. Keep your legs flexible to unleash your strength more effectively. When moving and striking, maintain a triangular stance. Otherwise, if one loses control of their lower body and the enemy remains unscathed, it is you who will falter. The martial arts instructor, while demonstrating, patiently elucidated this principle. Such wisdom was gleaned from his extensive combat experience, garnered through years of struggle and sacrifice. Regrettably, the onlookers outside the ring seemed oblivious to this invaluable lesson. Gradually, they began to murmur among themselves, their focus shifting to the upcoming moon blade assessment. This instructor was undeniably pragmatic, yet his teaching methods were flawed. Fang Yuan observed quietly from the crowd, nodding and shaking his head in contemplation. The instructor's teachings were utterly haphazard, driven solely by passion, with no structured methodology. Thus, the lessons imparted were chaotic and overwhelming, causing many students to initially listen attentively, only to gradually lose interest and divert their attention elsewhere. Only Fang Yuan remained meticulously engaged, while others were learning. He was reviewing. His combat experience far surpassed that of the martial instructor, yet listening to another's discourse served as a form of validation in his own training. The combat style of Gu masters typically divides into close and range combat. The Moon Blade attack falls under the category of range combat, though it is more accurately classified as medium to long range. Given its effective range of merely 10 meters, for close combat Gu masters, this martial instructor exemplified the ideal. They often chose to enhance their abilities through specialized Gu insects, which bestowed upon them extraordinary strength, agility, reflexes, and endurance. The instructor's bronze-hued skin was a testament to the effects of a copper-skin Gu, significantly augmenting his defensive capabilities and allowing him to withstand greater damage. Each Moonblade consumed 1/10 of one's true essence. How many can a Gu master unleash in battle? The answer is very few, especially for novices, who struggle to deliver effective strikes that it serves more as a trump card, with its deterrent effect outweighing its lethality. For a first-tier Gu master, the true utility lies in their martial prowess that close combat techniques are more enduring and reliable. Unfortunately, these truths eluded them, as they had yet to experience the reality of their implications. Fang Yuan cast a faint, sardonic smile as he surveyed his peers. The foundational martial arts lesson finally concluded, and after a brief intermission, the elder of the academy arrived, albeit somewhat tardily, amidst the eager gazes of the youths. With a sweeping gesture, he pointed towards a row of straw dolls beneath the bamboo wall and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Today marks the day of assessment. You 5 will form a group and come forward in turn to execute 3 moon blade attacks. Swish, swish, swish. The first group of students stepped up, launching their moon blades into the air. After 3 rounds, only 9 blades struck the straw doll. The elder shook his head slightly, displaying dissatisfaction. The hit rate was far too low, especially since 2 of the 5 managed to unleash only 2 moon blades each. You must practice diligently moving forward, especially you 2, the elder admonished, waving his hand for the next group to approach. The chastised duo walked off dejectedly. Among them, a young girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling a sense of injustice. With her only C-grade aptitude, she hesitated to expend essence stones for rapid recovery, resulting in minimal practice over the past 3 days, which hindered her proficiency with the Moonblade. The path of a Gu master demands financial investment, be it for refining Gu, nurturing them, or practicing their application. But where would she find such funds? Although her parents supported her, every family harbors its own struggles. Financial constraints are a common plight for Gu masters, with no hope of claiming the top spot. Why not conserve essence stones instead? This thought brought her inner peace. She was not alone in her sentiments. Due to insufficient practice, many students exhibited lackluster performances. The elder's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. Fang Yuan observed silently, shaking his head inwardly. Such a pity, such a tragedy. These individuals forfeited their opportunity for advancement over a few essence stones. Essence stones are meant to be utilized. Hoarding them like miserly misers defeats the purpose of becoming a Gu master. In other words, those with a narrow vision often fixate on trivial matters, sacrificing the essential for the inconsequential. In contrast, those with lofty aspirations typically display a generous spirit, willing to relinquish for greater gains. At last, it was his turn at that moment. Guyu Mabe strode onto the stage, confidence radiating from his broad frame. After taking his position, he executed 3 moon blades, all of which struck true point to hit the doll's chest, while one grazed its left arm, sending a few greenish blades of grass flying. Such performance naturally elicited a chorus of admiration from the youths. Well done. The elder's expression softened slightly. Another group stepped up, and among them was Guyu Chicheng. Short and freckled, he bore a slightly anxious demeanor that he unleashed 3 moon blades, all striking the doll's chest, leaving behind 3 intersecting scars. The wounds, initially deep, faded within moments as the straw doll's self-healing took effect. Nevertheless, his performance matched that of Guyu Mabe, earning him a commendation from the elder as well. Chi-Ching walked off with his head held high, casting a provocative glance at Ma-Bei. Below, Guyu Ma-Bei snorted coldly, but did not glare at Chi-Ching. Instead, his gaze shifted to the still unassessed Guyu Fangjing that he knew well that the only true threats were Guyu Chi-Ching and Guyu Fangjing. The former, like him, possessed B-grade aptitude and had a steady supply of essence stones. The latter, an A-grade talent, though perhaps lacking in resources, could still practice extensively thanks to the innate recovery speed afforded by his superior aptitude. With Guyu Chi-Ching's results now revealed, equaling Ma-Bei's score, only Fangjing remained. As the last few groups progressed, Guyu Fangjing finally took his turn. Is it Fang Yuan or Fangjing? Some students whispered, still unable to distinguish between the twin brothers. It's Fangjing. Fang Yuan always wears an indifferent expression, never betraying signs of anxiety. Someone clarified. Then this should be interesting. Fangjing is the only A-grade prodigy in our academy for 3 years. Eyes turned toward him, and Fangjing felt the weight of their scrutiny, heightening his anxiety. Standing on the stage, his fingers trembled slightly. As he launched his first moon blade, intended for the doll's chest, nerves caused him to misfire, and it struck the doll's neck instead. A murmur of surprise rippled through the onlookers, who assumed this was a deliberate choice to demonstrate confidence by targeting the more challenging neck rather than the easily hit chest. Their anticipation for Fangjing's next performance grew stronger. Guyu Ma-Bei and Guyu Chi-Ching exchanged glances, their expressions slightly darkening. Only the Academy Elder and Fang Yuan discerned the blunder. That was close, Fangjing thought, feeling a rush of relief tinged with luck, but he took several deep breaths to regain his composure and unleashed 2 more moon blades. This time, he faltered no more. Both blades struck the doll's chest with precision. The result elicited a nod of approval from the Elder, while Ma-Bei and Chi-Ching settled into a calmer demeanor. Fangjing's performance equated to theirs. Leaving the final judgment to the Elder, the other students sighed, slightly disappointed by Fangjing's subsequent displays, which lacked flair. The remaining groups offered little in terms of spectacle, and no one could surpass the performances of Ma-Bei, Chi-Ching, and Fangjing. Whispers began to circulate among the youths that it seemed that the day's top scorer would emerge from among the 3 of them. All 3 had successfully hit the straw doll, and they speculated who the Elder would favor. Just then, the final group approached, and Fang Yuan stepped onto the stage. It's that C-grade cold genius, is it? Chuckled a voice. Finally, in the last group, Fang Yuan sauntered onto the stage. It's Fang Yuan. Guyu Ma-Bei glanced up at Fang Yuan, then lowered his gaze, feigning indifference. Last time, you got lucky, drawing a weak-willed Moonlight goo that allowed you to claim first place. Let us see how you perform this time. Guyu Chi-Ching crossed his arms, eagerly awaiting Fang Yuan's misstep. Brother, this time is different from last. I've practiced diligently, and I will surely surpass you. In the crowd, Guyu Fangjing pressed his lips together, his fists clenching instinctively. Having ranked second despite his A-grade aptitude during the last goo refining assessment, he felt a deep-seated resentment, especially upon learning that Fang Yuan's victory had been attributed to mere luck. This only fueled his determination to best his brother, Fang Yuan, for it held significant personal meaning. Many eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, including the Elderess, who scrutinized him intently. Fang Yuan remained unmoved, his expression as cold as ever. Once he stood firm, true essence surged into the Moonlight goo in his palm, and he released his first moon blade soared high, not only clearing the straw doll's head, but also rising above the bamboo wall, traveling nearly 15 meters before its brilliance dimmed, and it vanished into the air. Someone could not contain their laughter. That's rather absurd, don't you think? Another remarked with a derisive chuckle. Indeed, a true genius. No wonder he secured first in goo refining, came the scornful commentary. Years prior, when Fang Yuan showcased his precocious talent through poetry, it had already irked many, and now, having clinched first in goo refining through luck, their feelings of discontent were compounded by jealousy. Many awaited the spectacle, eager to witness Fang Yuan, the so-called genius, falter, and he did not disappoint them with this moon blade. Laughter erupted in the crowd, a cacophony of derision. The elder from the academy shook his head slightly, amused at himself for paying any heed to Fang Yuan. After all, he was merely a third-tier individual who had only seized the title of top alchemist due to a stroke of luck. In his heart, he had already made up his mind. Despite the equal accomplishments of Guyu Ma-Bei, Guyu Chi-chung, and Fang Zheng, he would cast his lot with Fang Zheng as his first choice. The rivalry between Guyu Mo-bei and Guyu Chi-chung was merely a microcosm of the political struggle between the two dominant factions within the clan. The elder had always maintained a neutral stance, wishing to avoid entanglement in the political maelstrom, that he leaned more towards the patriarch, Guyu Bo, as Fang Zheng belonged to the patriarch's faction. Furthermore, selecting him as the first choice, due to his first-rate aptitude, would not only seem slightly preferential, but also gain the acceptance of the clan's upper echelons. A gentle spring breeze caressed the scene, carrying the fragrance of blooming flowers into the training grounds. Sunlight illuminated Fang Yuan, casting a solitary shadow upon the ground. His expression remained impassive as he gazed silently at the straw dummy 10 meters away. The crescent moon emblem on his hand radiating a soft azure glow. The first strike of the crescent moon blade was, of course, deliberately aimed off target. With only 2 chances left to strike, and considering the elder's position, he knew that to claim the top spot, he must produce an attack that far surpassed all others within those limited opportunities. With only 2 chances remaining, the task seemed almost insurmountable. "Brother, I have finally triumphed over you," Guyu Fangzheng thought, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Fang Yuan. The shadows cast by his brother throughout his life began to dissipate at this very moment. Fang Zheng felt victory was within his grasp, and he instinctively clenched his fists, his entire being quivering with excitement. "Winning against you this time is merely the beginning that I will continue to best you until every shadow in my heart is dispelled. I must prove to my kin the excellence of a first-rate genius," Fang Zheng resolved within himself. Yet at that moment, Fang Yuan made his move. His right palm sliced through the air like a blade. With a soft whoosh, the azure light enveloping his palm broke free, soaring into the sky, transforming into a crescent moon blade that shot towards the straw dummy, in the blink of an eye. Another layer of blue light ignited on Fang Yuan's palm as he flipped his hand, delivering a third crescent moon blade in a smooth, flowing motion. The 2 strikes were executed with such seamless precision that they were barely half a meter apart in the air. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, both crescent blades struck the dummy's neck with pinpoint accuracy. This, Fang Zheng's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of foreboding swelling within him, in the next instant the students, their faces alight with astonishment, slowly parted their lips in disbelief. They witnessed the straw dummy's head tilt precariously before detaching from its neck, ultimately landing on the ground with a bounce and rolling a few meters away. Fang Yuan had severed its head. Such an outcome was utterly unexpected for everyone present. Was this mere luck or genuine skill? The elder furrowed his brow in contemplation. This uncertainty also lingered in the minds of the other students, plunging the training ground into a heavy silence. How could this happen? Fang Zheng murmured, staring blankly at Fang Yuan, as the tumult of emotions within him suddenly collapsed into a profound abyss. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, seemingly oblivious to the myriad gazes directed at him. Coo, beneath the blue sky and white clouds, a flock of colorful parrots suddenly flapped their wings, soaring into the air. Their resplendent tails trailed behind them as they called out joyfully, spiraling through the sky in playful abandon. Fang Yuan stood at the center of the training ground, gazing upward, in the brilliant sunlight. The vibrant plumage of the birds appeared even more dazzling. His expression remained composed, as if he were detached from the act of severing the straw dummy's head. How splendid the spring sunshine is. He sighed inwardly as dusk approached. The setting sun painted the horizon crimson. The fading light bathed the academy, where over 50 students sat upright, the elder reading names aloud to distribute stipends. This was the academy's weekly allocation of yuan stones, a form of support for these young aspirants. After all, given their capabilities, it was quite the financial burden to sustain themselves and their goo worms. Jiu Fang Yuan, the elder announced. Fang Yuan rose from his seat at the back, stepping onto the stage to receive 2 bags of coins. One contained 3 yuan stones as the family subsidy, while the other held 10 yuan stones as a reward. "Continue to work hard," the elder said, casting a deep glance at Fang Yuan. Having secured first place twice in succession, Fang Yuan had begun to garner a flicker of interest from the elder, who had previously been disheartened. Fang Yuan nodded, tucking the bags into his clothing before returning to his seat. How infuriating. He has once again claimed first place. Guillermo Chun gazed intently at Fang Yuan, a sense of indignation swelling within him. The two crescent blades that struck the dummy's neck, was it sheer luck or genuine prowess? Guyu Chi-chung narrowed his eyes, this question gnawing at him since the assessment concluded. Not just he, many students covertly cast glances at Fong Yuan, their hearts restless with unquenched curiosity despite their defeat. As the gathering drew to a close, the elder announced an important matter. You have been in the academy for some time now, and you are familiar with the use of your life gu. In the coming days, I will instruct you on how to nurture your empty apertures and elevate your gu master cultivation level. The higher your gu master level, the more refined your true essence becomes. A first-tier gu master possesses bronze true essence. A second-tier gu master wields red iron true essence. And a third-tier gu master commands silver true essence. 0.1 portion of red iron true essence is equivalent to 10 portions of bronze true essence. Likewise, 1 portion of silver true essence surpasses 10 portions of red iron true essence. Remember, gu worms are merely tools we employ. Our cultivation is the essence of being a gu master. The higher your cultivation, the more powerful gu worms you can command. In the next 3 months, whoever can first advance to the intermediate stage of the first tier will receive a reward of 30 yuan stones, along with the privilege to choose their second gu worm first. 3 months hence, we will establish 1 class leader and 2 deputy leaders based on performance. The class leader will enjoy a subsidy of 10 yuan stones, while the deputy leaders will see their subsidy increase to 5 yuan stones. That will be all for today. You may disperse. The elder's words sent a ripple of excitement through the academy. They were going to establish a class leader and deputy leaders. Someone exclaimed, clenching their fist in enthusiasm. 10 yuan stones every week for the class leader and 5 for the deputies. If I can be the first to advance to the intermediate stage of the first tier, I will surely become the class leader. The gleam in some eyes was unmistakable. Yuan stones were not the crux. The positions of class leader and deputy leaders represented honor and a status that elevated them above others. Ordinary students were required to bow and greet the class leader. The Guyu and Chi-chung, among others, were not in need of yuan stones, yet they placed immense value on this honor. Becoming the class leader is crucial. I must be the first to advance to the intermediate stage. Guyu Fangjing thought, envisioning a future where his brother would bow before him, compelled to greet him. But where was his brother? Guyu Fangjing instinctively turned to look, only to find Fong Yuan's seat already empty. The students began to file out of the academy. Where's Guyu Fong Yuan? Guyu sought to find him, to confront him directly, but Fong Yuan had already departed. He certainly runs swiftly. Is he afraid? It seems today's assessment was yet another stroke of luck for him. Guyu Chi-chung scoffed. Never mind, it's just a reward of 10 yuan stones that we must prioritize advancing to the intermediate stage and seizing the class leader position. Guyu squinted, glancing at Guyu Chi-chung and Guyu Fangjing beside him. These two were his true rivals. As for Fong Yuan, a mere third-tier aptitude would not suffice. His previous 2 victories were nothing more than flukes. However, this upcoming assessment would focus solely on cultivation aptitude. A higher level of aptitude would yield significant advantages. Guyu Chi-chung felt a sense of oppression within. His true aptitude was merely third tier, a facade of second-tier status achieved through cheating. The prospect of 1 class leader and 2 deputy leaders had them all fired up with anticipation. Truly, it was a naive and passionate age. Leaning against the academy's entrance, Fong Yuan chuckled coldly to himself. The so-called honor was merely a tool for the powerful to stimulate the motivation of their subordinates. At its core, it was nothing more than an illusory halo, utterly devoid of value. 5 centuries of life experience had revealed to Fong Yuan the truth behind this charade. Whether in families, sects, or demonic cults, whether in this world or on Earth, all organizations operated in this manner. Establishing hierarchies and clear paths for promotion compelled individuals to incessantly climb the ranks. The pursuit of profit is inherent to human nature, and power often breeds the illusion of superiority, leading individuals to believe their existence holds greater value than that of others. The term power is akin to a carrot dangled before a donkey. It ignites desires, prompting individuals to strive relentlessly. Ascending 1 tier only reveals another above it. Little do they realize that in their fervent pursuit, their labor is exploited, and the value they produce is siphoned off by those in power. Every organization, as long as it possesses a hierarchical structure, serves the interests of those at the top. The so-called class leader and deputy leaders are but the smallest carrots, enticing others to fall into the family S system. The TO prevent the lower ranks from discerning this reality. The higher-ups often impose a uniform value system, clarifying concepts such as honor and merit, establishing hierarchical distinctions, unequal benefits, or even resorting to religious means to govern the hearts of the people. This is the truth, yet most individuals remain oblivious, naively toiling for others. Ultimately, the essence of all organizations can be distilled into one core principle: the redistribution of resources, with the higher echelons enjoying a greater share than in his previous life. Feng Yuan established the Bloodwing Demon sect in the Central Continent, amassing a following of tens of thousands that he appointed positions such as demon soldiers, demon generals, and demon commanders, offering corresponding benefits that attracted countless individuals eager to serve him. This experience granted him profound insights into the underlying principles of such organizations. Thus, he concluded that any organization is merely a fade. The true essence lies in two words: resources. Without the resource of food, one succumbs to starvation. Without the resource of water, one perishes from thirst. Without the resource for cultivation, one remains weak, destined to be bullied and ultimately defeated. And the primordial stone is the foremost resource for Gu Master's cultivation, with his eyes as deep as a tranquil abyss. Feng Yuan contemplated this, a faint smirk gracing his lips, hinting at a cold smile. He had left the academy early and now stood at its entrance, observing as the first batch of students emerged, gradually approaching him. What was Feng Yuan doing blocking the entrance? Every time I see him in that obstinate posture, it irks me that I no need to concern ourselves with him. He is probably just waiting for someone. The youths dismissed him, intending to walk past, but Feng Yuan stepped forward, barring their way. Robbery. Each of you must surrender a primordial stone to leave. The youths were taken aback, filled with shock and anger. What? Did I hear that correctly? Feng Yuan, have you lost your mind, standing at the academy's entrance to extort us? Are you so desperate that you dare to target us? Step aside. You, a mere C-rank, dare to obstruct my path. If you don't move, I'll kick you aside. Suddenly, Feng Yuan struck. His right hand formed a palm, delivering a swift and precise blow. The edge of his palm struck the left side of one youth's neck. The unfortunate lad had not anticipated Feng Yuan's abrupt action. Mid-curse, he was struck down, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. Damn. You really dared to make a move? The crowd erupted, instinctively retreating a step. Guyu Bebe has fainted. What do we do? Panic surged among the youths, their fear palpable. What else can we do? There are so many of us, and Feng Yuan is but one. Let us charge at him together and beat him down. Someone shouted, their fury igniting. Indeed, he has no idea how perilous his challenge is. He must be brazenly bold. Everyone attack. However, before they could act, Feng Yuan was already in motion, that he darted several steps forward, plunging into the fray. His palm slashed diagonally, striking another youth's neck. The boy's eyes rolled back, and he fell dead. A youth shouted, raising his fist to strike Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan ducked and swiftly lifted a foot, kicking the lad between the legs. Ack! The youth's shout, once high and spirited, transformed into a sharp, piercing wail, filled with agony. Thud! He fell to his knees, clutching his groin, rolling on the ground, crying out in pain, drenched in cold sweat. Feng Yuan wielded his palms like a tiger among sheep. With 500 years of combat experience, he faced mere novices who had just begun their training. How could they possibly contend with him? In the blink of an eye, the youths were all incapacitated. One by one, they either fainted or lay on the ground, gasping for breath, writhing in pain. What on earth is happening? Guyu Mabe, arriving a step later, gasped in shock that he saw Feng Yuan standing at the entrance. Surrounded by 5 or 6 fallen students, Feng Yuan is extorting our primordial stones. One boy on the ground, clutching his abdomen, shouted in outrage that he still seems quite spirited. Feng Yuan's expression remained calm as he delivered a harsh kick to the boy's abdomen. Oh! The lad screamed in agony, curling up like a shrimp, fear evident on his face, tears streaming down, no longer daring to speak out of turn. Witnessing this scene, the arriving youths felt Feng Yuan's ruthlessness, their hearts racing. Now, everyone, obediently hand over a primordial stone, and I shall let you leave. Otherwise, the fate of those on the ground shall be your own. Feng Yuan stepped forward, his voice icy. How dare you? A mere C rank thinks he can best me, a dignified B rank. Gu-Yu-Ma-Bei roared in fury, raising his fist and charging at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan slightly twisted his ankle, sidestepping the blow. Then, with his left hand, he extended his index and middle fingers, precisely striking the area at the center of Ma-Bei's collarbone. Just below the throat, Ma-Bei's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Hiss. Observing this, the youths who had considered rushing forward gasped in unison. Their momentum halted. Fong Yuan's combat techniques suddenly appeared profound and inscrutable to these young men. They had not taken basic combat training seriously, though it had been vaguely mentioned in class. The human body possesses many vulnerable areas, and Fong Yuan had targeted several of them. Strikes to these areas could cause immediate fainting, and in severe cases could prove fatal. Yet Fong Yuan exercised restraint. Those he struck were either unconscious or in intense pain, losing their combat ability, but none sustained serious injuries. This was the terrifying prowess of 500 years of combat experience. To surrender or not to surrender? Fong Yuan advanced a step, pressuring the remaining youths. They exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth or shouted in anger as they surged towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan dodged and countered, his cultivation low, yet his composure remained as cool as ice, his movements swift and precise. Thud, thud. In mere moments, more youths fell to the ground. This is too brutal, too terrifying. They can't be dead, can they? A few girls hesitated, their eyes wide in shock, trembling at the unfolding scene. Fong Yuan's gaze swept toward them, and they paled, hastily waving their hands in retreat. Don't come near. We'll comply. We'll comply. Fong Yuan collected several primordial stones, allowing them to leave. They staggered out of the academy's entrance. As more students arrived to exit the academy, this door was the only way through to be blocking it. Fong Yuan could hinder all students from passing. What on earth has transpired? The youths stared, bewildered. Isn't that Gu-Yu-Ma-Bei? Gu-Yu-Chi-Ching gazed at Ma-Bei, who lay unconscious on the ground, dumbfounded. Fong Yuan spoke, and the youths were immediately enraged, attacking him, only to fall down themselves. Should we not intervene? Great Elder. What if this escalates to a fatality? The guards wore worried expressions. Some guards were indignant. This Fong Yuan is audacious beyond measure. How dare he extort his classmates right under our noses? It's utterly lawless, with but a word from the elder. I will apprehend this boy. Fong Yuan, blocking the academy entrance and openly extorting his classmates, had drawn attention from the outset. However, the mortal guards lacked the authority to punish students. They could only report to the academy's elder. Upon hearing the news, the elder did not immediately issue a stop order. Instead, he ascended the tower to observe from afar. It seems this boy possesses remarkable combat talent. The elder grew increasingly intrigued as he watched Fong Yuan confront the entire student body single-handedly. Exhibiting a commanding presence on the battlefield, his doubts were dispelled. Some individuals possess an innate sensitivity to combat. It is a hidden talent. They excel in battle, reveling in it, often experiencing bursts of inspiration that lead to astonishing, even unfathomable feats. This boy is a born combat Gu master. Alas, his aptitude is merely C rank, which is a slight deficiency. The elder sighed deeply to My Lord. Do you not intend to intervene in this farce? If this continues unchecked, it may reflect poorly on us. The guards surrounding him bore anxious expressions. Why intervene? The elder raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips that he pointed towards Fong Yuan, stating, this boy has already seized control of the situation, exercising great restraint. Observe how he strikes at the necks, only targeting the sides, never the back of the neck. This is because he understands that strikes to the sides can cause immediate fainting, while blows to the back may prove fatal. Thus, he has consciously avoided such lethal tactics. Look at the youths sprawled on the ground. Which one has sustained serious injuries? None, even if there were serious injuries. With the healing Gu masters in our academy, such minor traumas can surely be treated. Yet, my lord, this boy is exceedingly arrogant that he blocks the entrance, blatantly disregarding us guards that we can overlook our own humiliation. But what will our kin think of our academy? To allow a mere C-rank student to wreak havoc unimpeded is unacceptable. That if word spreads, it may tarnish your reputation as well. The guard squinted, speaking earnestly. Is it that you feel offended by this boy's disregard for your authority? The elder's expression darkened, his sharp gaze sweeping over the guards, who immediately lowered their heads, murmuring that they dared not. What is wrong with a scuffle? As long as no one dies, it can incite competitive spirit among the students. Honing their combat resolve, the TO prohibits such altercations would stifle their passion for battle. Did previous sessions not experience any brawls? Each session has, and they occur with great frequency. However, they traditionally take place in the latter half of the year, when the youths have mastered some combat techniques and, having acquired strength, cannot help but feel the itch to engage in conflict, particularly at such a belligerent age. Why did you not prevent these altercations in the past? The elder of the academy questioned in a cold tone. Perhaps it is because previous struggles were typically one-on-one, rarely escalating to such large scales. Nonetheless, this Fong Yuan is indeed too unruly. The captain of the guards replied, "No, no, no." The elder shook his head. "This is because you lack the courage to intervene." After the latter half of the year, Gu masters possess combat powers that surpass those of ordinary mortals. What can your mere mortal bodies do to stop them? Now you wish to restrain Fong Yuan, perhaps under the impression that he is still fledgling, lacking in strength, and you feel disrespected and your dignity affronted. But remember, these students bear the surname Guyu. They are of my Guyu clan. They are your masters. Regardless of their youth or frailty, they are still your sovereigns. The elder's tone suddenly turned severe. You do not share the Guyu surname. What are you worth, seeing your loyalty? I grant you the position of guardsman and bestow upon you some trifling rewards. Yet in essence, you remain mere servants. Just servants. How dare a servant speak presumptuously about their master, meddling in their affairs? The elder's face darkened like stormy waters. That was not the intention of the subordinates. Not at all. They quaked in fear, their faces ashen, hastily kneeling to the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads in submission. The elder of the academy snorted coldly, pointing at the captain of the guards who had just spoken of Fong Yuan's unruliness. You have spoken out of turn regarding your master. You are stripped of your leadership position. After a pause, the elder addressed the others. In half a month, a new leader shall be assessed. The other guards' eyes brightened instantly, their spirits lifted. The captain of the guards earns an extra half-piece of essence stone each month. To become a leader is to rise above others, besides the masters, who dares to show me disdain. If I were to become the captain, how glorious it would be enough. What are you all lingering for? Get down there and, once the brawl concludes, clean up the area. The elder barked. Yes, 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 we take our leave. The guards retreated in trepidation. As they descended the stairs, someone stumbled and fell, triggering a series of clattering sounds. Yet under the elder's imposing presence, the guards flushed red and bore their discomfort in silence, stifling any further noise. Humph, servants are like dogs. Every so often, their bones itch and they must be beaten to remind them of their place. Then, tossing them a few meager scraps of benefit, they will fight among themselves to serve our clan. The so-called carrot and stick approach is the unerring method of those in power. Listening to the commotion below, the elder could not help but smirk with satisfaction, turning to gaze out the window towards the academy's entrance. There, a new group of more than 10 students had gathered. Fong Yuan stood proudly, facing 3 young maidens who were huddled together in a defensive posture. You, don't come any closer. If you approach, we will shoot you with moon blades. They conjured a layer of aquamarine light in their hands, evidently pushed to their limits, resorting to the activation of the Moonlight goo. Fong Yuan, still an ordinary 15-year-old boy, would indeed find it troublesome if they unleashed their moon blade attack. However, he felt no fear and approached the maidens with a disdainful smirk. You truly have audacity. Have you forgotten the academy's rules? The use of goo worms for combat within the academy is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, expulsion awaits. That if you wish to be expelled, then by all means strike. The maidens hesitated. Indeed, such a rule exists. The blue light in their hands gradually faded. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, his hands sweeping, ruthlessly incapacitating 2 of them. 1 remained, her fighting spirit crushed, knees buckling as she collapsed to the ground. Tears streamed down her face as she implored. Fong Yuan, please don't come any closer. I beg you, spare me. Fong Yuan loomed above, coldly gazing down at the maiden, his voice chilling. 1 piece of essence stone. The maiden trembled, realization dawning upon her. She hastily opened her money pouch, retrieving 3 or 4 pieces of essence stone, cradling them in her palms, raising them to Fang Yuan. "Please don't hit me. I will give them to you. I will give them all." Fang Yuan remained expressionless, slowly extending his right hand, pinching one piece of essence stone delicately from her grasp. The maiden trembled uncontrollably. Fang Yuan's fingers were pale and slender. Yet to her, they appeared as fearsome as a demonic claw. "I have already stated. I only take one piece of essence stone." Fang Yuan paused, stating flatly, "You may leave now." The maiden stared blankly at Fang Yuan for a considerable time before attempting to rise. But her limbs felt weak, unable to support her. Fear of Fang Yuan consumed her, rendering her incapable of exerting any strength. The elder of the academy observed this scene. Shaking his head slightly, that it was also one of his aims to discover the combat talents of the students during this prime opportunity. Although this maiden on the ground possessed a grade of talent, her temperament rendered her fit only for logistical support as a Gu master within the clan, incapable of engaging in battle. Yet this Fang Yuan, the elder stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing, a glint of interest flickering within that he found Fang Yuan quite intriguing. Not only did he possess combat prowess, but he also knew his limits. Demanding only one piece of essence stone, he did not exceed the elder's mental threshold. However, should Fang Yuan attempt to extort 2 pieces, that would be crossing the line, and he would have to intervene. The academy subsidies originally amounted to only 3 pieces. Extorting 1 piece is bearable. But demanding 2? Then what would be left for the subsidies? They might as well hand everything over to Fang Yuan. Soon, the final group of students arrived. There were only 5 of them, including Fang Yuan's twin brother. "Brother, how could you do this? You are far too bold, directly attacking your classmates at the entrance and extorting their essence stones." Gu Yu Fang Zheng gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before him. "I advise you to quickly admit your mistakes to the academy elder. Otherwise, causing such a ruckus is no jest, and you may very well face expulsion." Fang Yuan smiled. "You make a valid point." Fang Zheng let out a sigh of relief, reassured that his brother was not completely deranged and could still be reasoned with. But soon he heard Fang Yuan continue. "1 piece of essence stone from each of you." "What?" Fang Zheng gasped, his mouth agape. "Even I must pay?" "My dear brother, you certainly have the option not to pay." Fang Yuan's tone was gentle, yet the outcome would be the same as for the others. Fang Yuan gestured towards the fallen students, some unconscious, others groaning. Not even his own brother was spared. "This Fang Yuan has lost his mind. He is too ruthless. We cannot defeat him. A wise man avoids immediate losses. It is better to comply and weather this storm." "Exactly, just pay the essence stone. After all, it's just 1 piece. And once we report back to our instructor, he will have it in for him." With the caution of those who had gone before them, the remaining youths, though filled with indignation, obediently yielded to Fang Yuan's extortion. "Wait." Just as they were about to leave, Fang Yuan called out to them. "Fang Yuan, do you intend to go back on your word?" The youths tensed up. Fang Yuan sighed gently at the fallen students. "Do you think I would stoop to search each of them individually?" The youths paused, and then each one blushed in realization, hesitating in place. Fang Yuan fixed his gaze upon them, narrowing his eyes that a glint of cold light flashed within, sending a shiver down the spines of the 5 youths, their scalps prickling. "All right, Fang Yuan, we understand your intent. We will help you this time." Under Fang Yuan's oppressive presence, they reluctantly bowed their heads, gathering the money pouches from the fallen youths and extracting 1 piece of essence stone from each. They pooled their resources and presented them to Fang Yuan. With 57 students in total, each extorted of 1 piece. Fang Yuan now held 56 pieces that he had initially possessed 20, but after spending 10 on several jars of Qingzhou wine, along with the subsidies and rewards, he now had 79 pieces of essence stone at hand. Such a lucrative venture as robbery and extortion is truly the most profitable. Fang Yuan stuffed his suddenly swollen money pouch into his pocket and swaggered away, leaving behind a scene of stunned youths sprawled on the ground. Among them was Fang Zheng, who stared vacantly at his brother's receding figure. "Hurry up, be swift, ensure the young masters are well taken care of." "Where are the healing Gu masters? Bring them here quickly." The guards shouted and rushed forward, each eager to show off for the sake of a mere position of captain. They were filled with vigor. Chapter 29. By any means necessary. Place the wine under the bed. Fang Yuan instructed the 4 attendants at the inn. Each of them carried several jars of Qingzhou wine. after extorting his fellow students. Fang Yuan had come to the inn and purchased 20 jars in one go, 82 pieces of essence stone per jar. He spent a total of 40 pieces for the wine, instantly having his previously inflated money pouch, leaving him with 39 pieces. Nevertheless, it was worth the expense, as this wine would sustain the wine worm for a considerable duration. Excellent. The attendants promptly complied, showing utmost respect to the Gu masters. Furthermore, with Fang Yuan's substantial purchase, he had become a valued customer of the inn. A mere word to the innkeeper could easily cost these attendants their jobs after the departure of his companions. Fang Yuan closed the dormitory door and sat cross-legged upon his bed. The night had already descended. The sky was adorned with a sparse scattering of stars, while a subtle fragrance wafted through the night breeze. The room remained unlit, as Fang Yuan composed his thoughts and immersed his spirit into the Yuan Sea. The waves of the Yuan Sea ebbed and flowed, shimmering with a bronze hue. Each ripple of water represented the unique bronze true essence of a first-turn Gu master. The Yuan Sea had only reached 44% of the total capacity of the empty cavity, a limitation imposed by Fang Yuan's mediocre third-tier qualifications. The walls of the empty cavity were enveloped by a thin layer of white light, both supporting and encasing the cavity. Above the Yuan Sea, there was nothing but emptiness. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the spring and autumn cicada had once again concealed itself, retreating into a slumber for recuperation. Meanwhile, a plump and adorable wine insect floated upon the surface of the true essence S.I.T. frolicked freely within the waters, occasionally diving beneath the surface or playfully flicking its head and tail, splashing droplets everywhere. At the slightest beckoning of Fang Yuan's thoughts, the wine insect ceased its playful antics, curling into a round shape and gently drifting upward to the center of the empty cavity. Departing from the bronze sea below, Fang Yuan summoned 1/10 of his true essence, creating a delicate stream that surged upward, completely infusing the wine insect's body. The wine insect, having been refined by him, welcomed the essence without hesitation, absorbing it fully. Instantly, the surface of the Yuan Sea, previously at 44%, receded slightly. Transforming the true essence into energy, the clustered wine insect began to radiate a soft white light. A fragrant mist of wine gradually emerged from the luminous glow, ultimately converging into a delicate white fog that enveloped the wine insect. With a mere thought, Fang Yuan summoned another 10th of his true essence. The bronze sea surged toward the wine fog, which seamlessly blended into the water, diminishing until not a trace remained. This 10th of bronze true essence seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving only half a 10th behind. However, this remaining essence was far more refined than before. The original true essence was a verdant green, exuding a coppery sheen. Now, this essence, while retaining a copper hue, had deepened to a darker green, resembling a jade-like shade. This jade green true essence was characteristic of a mid-tier first-turn Gu master. The purpose of the wine insect was to refine true essence, elevating the Gu master's essence to a minor realm. The Gu master possesses 9 major realms, ascending from the first turn to the 9th turn. Each major realm is further subdivided into 4 minor realms: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peaked. At this moment, Fang Yuan was merely an initial tier first-turn Gu master. Yet with the assistance of the wine insect, he had acquired half a 10th of mid-tier first-turn Gu master's true essence. To refine half a 10th of mid-tier true essence, he would need to expend 2/10 of initial true essence. To transform the 44% of the Yuan Sea within the empty cavity into mid-tier true essence, nearly 18/10 of initial true essence would be required. To swiftly achieve this objective, he would need to rely on Yuan stones. With this thought in mind, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and retrieved a Yuan stone the size of a duck egg from his bag. The Yuan stone, an oval, semi-transparent mineral of grayish-white hue, gradually diminished in size as its natural true essence was consumed, but he slowly closed his right hand around the Yuan stone, drawing forth its natural true essence to replenish his empty cavity. The previously descending surface of the Yuan Sea began to rise once more. Yuan stones were meant to be utilized. Fang Yuan held no reservations and would not be frugal. Lacking any powerful backing or friends to support him, he could only resort to robbery and extortion. Today was merely the beginning. Every 7 days, When the Academy distributed Yuan stone subsidies, he would continue to blockade the entrance that a single act of robbery and extortion could hardly satisfy Feng Yuan's appetite. In the realm of Gu masters, Yuan stones were of utmost necessity to as for the repercussions of his actions. Feng Yuan felt no trepidation. This world was unlike Earth that on Earth, schools often forbade fighting to maintain stability and harmony. However, in this world, combat was the norm. Both Gu masters and common folk must fight for survival. Sometimes they battled fearsome beasts. Other times they contended with severe weather. And at times they clashed with other Gu masters over resources. Thus, regulated fighting was even encouraged and advocated. From childhood to adulthood, transitioning from brawls to life and death battles was the reality for most humans. This world spanned vast and boundless territories, and the southern region where Feng Yuan resided was larger than the combined area of 7 or 8 Earths. The living conditions here were exceedingly harsh, and humans typically formed clans, retreating into fortresses. Periodically, waves of beasts or extreme weather would assail these strongholds. The Gu masters became the backbone of these defenses, with significant attrition occurring each year. Survival demanded individuals with formidable combat will. Clans required fighting Gu masters, and they were never too many. Moreover, Feng Yuan exercised restraint in his actions, but he never struck the jaw, as it could easily lead to skull fractures and fatalities. He refrained from targeting the back of others' heads, and during fights, he utilized his palms rather than fists, elbows, or fingers, and his kicks were few. Those who fell did not suffer serious injuries. At most, they incurred minor wounds. Feng Yuan was not a bloodthirsty individual. He merely regarded killing as a means to an end. Each time he engaged in combat, he had a clear objective. He would employ whatever methods were most expedient in achieving his goals. In other words, he acted without scruples. Dark clouds drifted in, obscuring the moonlight that a veil of shadow enveloped the ancient moon's stronghold. The watchman struck the gong, a rhythmic sound echoing through the night, cautioning people to be wary of flames, to guard against beast attacks, and to remain vigilant against potential infiltrations by Gu masters from outside. Many lights remained lit within the stronghold that the branch of the Qi family, in the study of the esteemed Gu Yu-Qi Lian. The lights shone brightly. This venerable elder, in a gentle tone, consoled his grandson Gu Yu-Qi Chung. "I heard you were confronted by that Feng Yuan today." Gu Yu-Qi Chung, bearing a blackened eye, replied furiously, "Indeed, grandfather. That scoundrel Feng Yuan, merely a third tier, is so brazen that he blocked us at the entrance, disregarding the bonds of camaraderie, and robbed us of our Yuan stones. What enrages me further is that the Academy turned a blind eye. Only when Feng Yuan departed did the guards arrive. Grandfather, you must help me avenge this grievance." However, Gu Yu-Qi Lian shook his head. "This is a matter among your peers. You were merely extorted for a single Yuan stone, and you didn't sustain serious injuries that I have no justification to intervene on your behalf. Besides, even if you had been gravely injured, I would not intercede for you. Do you understand why?" Gu Yu-Qi Chung was taken aback, pondering deeply before hesitantly responding. "Grandfather, I think I understand your meaning. You wish for me to rely on my own strength to reclaim my dignity, don't you? You have only grasped one aspect." Gu Yu-Qi Lian nodded. "You must remember, you represent not just yourself, but also the image of our Qi family. The Qi family and the Mo family have been at odds for many years. Your every action symbolizes the future hope of the Qi family, that I may assist you discreetly, but you must establish an image of self-reliance. Otherwise, our supporters will see no hope for the future and abandon the Qi family." At this point, Gu Yu-Qi Lian sighed. "This is also why I assisted you in cheating, enabling you to masquerade as a second-tier talent. Our Qi family needs a strong heir to maintain the support of those who stand with us." Gu Yu-Qi Chung finally understood. "Grandfather, I comprehend now." That Gu Yu-Qi Lian shook his head. "Understanding alone is insufficient. You must strive to excel. This incident with Feng Yuan is but a minor nuisance. You must diligently practice your basic skills to reclaim your honor. Additionally, do not forget to focus on your cultivation and strive for early advancement to mid-tier. Ideally, you should aim for the position of class leader. This would bring great honor and serve as assistance to our Qi family." "Yes, grandfather," Gu Yu-Qi Chung responded with enthusiasm. "Ha. Now that spirit is fitting for the heir of our Qi lineage. Grandson, work hard, and I will do my utmost to assist you." Chapter 30. Fong Yuan, you dare to rob again. Almost simultaneously, on the other side, father and mother. The situation is essentially as follows. Fong Zheng stood straight and spoke respectfully. In the hall, Fong Yuan's uncle Gu Dong too and aunt sat in large chairs, both frowning. His aunt, gritting her teeth, expressed her indignation on behalf of Fong Zheng, while also reveling in schadenfreude. That little brat Fong Yuan. It's one thing to extort others, but to think he wouldn't spare even his own brother. How heartless and ungrateful. However, this egregious mistake will likely lead to his expulsion from the academy soon. Enough of your remarks, his uncle sighed, then turned to Fong Zheng, saying, you lost a yuan stone, but it was merely one its of no consequence to go to the treasury and claim another. This matter does not concern you. Focus on your training. With your first-tier qualifications, you have a great chance of becoming the first mid-tier Gu master. Yes, father and mother, I take my leave. Fong Zheng retreated with a heavy heart that he pondered in silence. My brother blocked the academy's entrance today and robbed all the students. The repercussions of such actions are dire, and he may truly be expelled. Should I plead for him then? Two voices clashed in his mind. One voice proclaimed, no need to plead. He even robbed you. His own brother, that if he is expelled, it is his own doing, that he who brings calamity upon himself cannot escape. The other voice countered, but he is your own brother, sharing a similar face. Blood is thicker than water. Very well, even if you disown him, you must still plead, that if you do not plead for mercy, what will others think of you? They will likely perceive you as heartless and ungrateful. That as Fong Zheng departed from the hall, Aunt could no longer contain herself and exclaimed joyfully, my lord, we have cut off Fong Yuan's allowance. That little rascal has gone too far this time. How dare he engage in public brawling at the school entrance and resort to extortion? This is a blatant provocation against the elders of the academy that I believe his expulsion is nearly certain. Uncle, however, shook his head. You are simplifying the matter. Fong Yuan will not be expelled. He may even face no punishment at all. Why? Aunt asked, bewildered. Uncle scoffed. Fighting is encouraged here, as long as it does not lead to severe consequences. Was there any death among the students during this brawl? No, there was not. Aunt, somewhat unconvinced, retorted, how can you be so certain? Fights often lead to unexpected outcomes. Uncle closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair. You are so naive. Do you truly believe the elders of the academy are mere decorations? When did the guards spring into action? They intervened only at the end, which indicates the situation was under control all along. Had anyone been seriously injured, they would have rushed in long before that. You are not a Gu master. So you cannot comprehend that the academy does not prohibit conflicts among students. In fact, it encourages them. The more they fight, the more they hone their skills. Some students even forge unbreakable bonds through their battles. The elders will not pursue this matter further. It has become customary. Anyone who attempts to protect their kin and disrupt this order will be the one to suffer. Aunt was left speechless, reluctantly stating, so, Fong Yuan can rob such a large sum of spirit stones without facing any consequences? He is simply allowed to go free. With such a significant amount of spirit stones, his cultivation will benefit immensely. Uncle opened his eyes, a dark cloud passing over his face. What else can be done? Do you expect me to personally retrieve his spirit stones? However, this situation can be turned to our advantage. Fong Yuan has even robbed his brother, Fong Zheng. This is his downfall. Zheng possesses first-class talent and will eventually surpass him, that we can utilize this incident to sow discord between them, ensuring Zheng distances himself from Yuan, making him a tool for us. Thus, 3 days passed. The uproar surrounding Fong Yuan's robbery and extortion did not escalate. Rather, it gradually subsided. No elders disrupted the order to confront Fong Yuan, and the academy's elders naturally turned a blind eye. During this time, 2 or 3 youths, incensed by the loss of their spirit stones, challenged Fong Yuan once more. Yet after Fong Yuan effortlessly defeated them, everyone realized that without diligent training in martial arts, they stood no chance against him. That a fervor for rigorous training swept through the youths. The martial arts instructor was overjoyed. He had never encountered a cohort of students with such enthusiasm and dedication towards the fundamentals of combat. Previously, his students had been disinterested and lethargic, but now they were vibrant and eager to learn. The academy's elders specifically inquired about the situation. The instructor, brimming with excitement, reported the students have displayed unexpected fervor. The transformation has been remarkable. However, one student named Fong Yuan remains as indolent as ever. The elders chuckled, patting his shoulder. This student you speak of is the very catalyst for the transformation of the others. The instructor was left bewildered. Yet the changes did not end there. Following this incident, Fong Yuan undoubtedly became the common enemy of all the students, facing hostility and isolation from everyone that no one would speak to him, nor would anyone greet him. The youths were all determined, training diligently in private. With encouragement and guidance from their elders, they resolved to reclaim their honor with their own hands, beneath the calm surface. Turbulent currents surged. Another 4 days passed. The academy's elders once more distributed spirit stones, and it was time for Fong Yuan to act again. Fong Yuan, once is not enough. Do you intend to rob our spirit stones again? The students confronted him at the entrance, a mix of shock and fury evident on their faces. Fong Yuan stood at the center of the doorway, hands clasped behind his back, his expression cold and his tone flat. 1 spirit stone each, and you may avoid a beating. Fong Yuan, you go too far. I challenge you. Gu-Yuemo-Bei bellowed, rushing forward. Fong Yuan's brow arched slightly. Mo-Bei charged with raised fists, but after a few exchanges, he collapsed to the ground. Mo-Bei, you are useless. Watch me. Gu-Yu-Chi-Ching shouted, lunging at Fong Yuan. After a brief exchange, he too followed in Mo-Bei's footsteps. Fong Yuan's combat experience far surpassed theirs. And although he had just begun his training, he utilized every ounce of his strength with precision. The youths had only just begun. If they rushed him all at once, they might present him with a minor inconvenience. However, challenging him one by one was even easier than the first robbery. A quarter of an hour later, he departed leisurely, a bulging pouch of spirit stones in hand, leaving behind a group of youths, some unconscious and motionless, others clutching their stomachs or groins, groaning in pain. Brothers, come and clean up the mess, the guards shouted as they rushed in. Chapter 31. Fong Yuan, disaster is upon you. I have diligently practiced the fundamentals of martial arts for 7 consecutive days. Yet I could only withstand 2 moves before being knocked unconscious by Fong Yuan once again. What a humiliation! Mo-Bei's heart swelled with shame and anger. In the family courtyard, he relentlessly struck and kicked the wooden dummy. The sounds echoing loudly. At that moment, a light laugh broke the silence. Little brother, do you harbor a deep-seated grudge against the wooden dummy to strike it so fiercely? Hearing that familiar voice, Mo-Bei's expression softened, and he ceased his attacks, turning around. Sister, you are back. Yes, the family assigned me a reconnaissance mission. I have been away for over 10 days, Gu-Yuemo-Yin replied with a smile. His elder sister, now a mid-level second-tier Gu master. But her expression soon shifted, her gaze sharp. Little brother, what happened to the wounds on your face? Who bullied you? It's nothing that I simply tripped and fell while walking. Mo-Bei stammered, a hint of panic flashing across his face as he hastily concocted an excuse that he did not wish for his sister to learn of his embarrassing predicament. The future head of the Mo family, the grandson of Gu-Yuemo-Chun, had been knocked out twice in succession. Fortunately, he was not the only unfortunate one. Others shared in the misfortune as well. Is that so? Then you must be careful. By the way, if you are practicing martial arts, that won't do. Without a defensive gu, you must wrap your hands and feet in thick cloth strips to protect them. Gu-Yuemo-Yin offered a few words of advice before departing. Welcome back, Mississippi Miss. Greetings. Is it truly Miss returning? I bow before you, Mississippi. Gu-Yuemo-Yin's expression remained cold as she strode briskly. Every servant she encountered bowed in deference. Upon reaching the study, she entered without announcing herself. Inside, Gu-Yuemo-Chun stood with his back to her, diligently practicing calligraphy at his desk. You are back. Gu-Yuemo-Chun did not turn around but inquired directly, after more than half a month of reconnaissance. How is the situation at the Wolf's Nest? Grandfather, how did you know it was me? Mo-Yin was taken aback. In this family, aside from you, who dares to disregard the rules and enter without knocking, relying solely on my affection? Gu-Yuemo-Chun reproached her, but turned to face her, his expression warm, his eyes filled with mirth. Mo-Yin pouted. If we are speaking of affection, grandfather dotes on my younger brother even more. However, since he is destined to take charge in the future, you hold him to higher standards, which others fail to recognize. After a pause, she pressed on. Grandfather, what happened to my younger brother? He was beaten. I asked him, But he lied that I couldn't press him further, so I came to ask you to Gumo. Chin's expression turned serious. You have yet to answer my question, he said down his brush. Pulled out a chair, and sat slowly. Mo Yin had no choice but to report. The wolf's nest is nearly full at this rate of reproduction, while there will be no wolf tide this year. Next year we will undoubtedly face an onslaught, the Gumo Chin inquired further. Wolf tides occur approximately every 3 years. That is not unusual. But how many thundercrowned wolves are among the pack? About 3. Mo Yin replied to Gumo Chin nodded, relieved. The thundercrowned wolves are the leaders of the pack, and the most troublesome presence during a wolf tide. 3 thundercrowned wolves are not too many. As there are 3 factions on Qing Mao Mountain, if each faction bears the burden, the pressure from the wolf tide will be significantly reduced. Grandfather, you haven't told me about my younger brother's situation yet. Mo Yin pressed, unwilling to relent. It is of no concern to tell you. Mo Bei has been beaten twice, once 7 days ago, and again today. Both times he was knocked unconscious at the academy's entrance. Gumo Chin chuckled. Who had the audacity to knock out my younger brother? Mo Yin's eyes widened. It was one of his classmates, named Fang Yuan. He fights exceptionally well. Gumo Chin let out a hearty laugh. Mo Yin's eyes widened further in disbelief. Grandfather, what do you mean by that? Mo Bei is your own grandson. Gumo Chin regarded his granddaughter with a profound gaze, speaking earnestly. Mo Yin, as a girl, you may not understand. Failure and humiliation foster growth. Without failure, one cannot forge a mature man. Mo Bei's defeat is his own failure. Once he regains consciousness, he will seek guidance from the guards on martial arts techniques. This is progress, and this progress is brought about by Fang Yuan, who has awakened him. His elder sister. If you are to genuinely care for him, refrain from interfering with his growth. Fang Yuan is merely a third-rate, impoverished boy. While Mo Bei possesses second-rate potential and has our support behind him, it is only a matter of time before he tramples Fang Yuan beneath his feet. Allow this adversary to remain with Mo Bei. Throughout a woman's life, she requires the companionship of friends and loved ones. Conversely, a man may find such relationships dispensable. Yet, he must never lack a rival. Do not seek trouble with Fang Yuan. Do you understand? This is a matter for the younger generation. Should you involve yourself, it would be an act of oppression against the lesser. Disrupting the established customs and norms would only lead to disdain for our Mo family. Mo Yin opened her mouth several times to speak, but under the watchful gaze of Gumo Chin, she ultimately lowered her head and replied, Yes, grandfather. Your granddaughter understands. She exited the study, and even Gumo Bei did not notice the unusual glimmer in her eyes. Grandfather, this is your way of indulging your grandson. And I, Mo Yin, have my own means of protecting my younger brother. Mo Yin had already formed her own intentions in her heart. Within the dining hall of the inn, several tables were occupied, filled with patrons enjoying their meals, lending an air of bustle to the atmosphere. A couple of attendants carried dishes on trays, weaving gracefully between the tables. Fang Yuan sat at a table near the window, having ordered a selection of dishes while gazing out into the distance. The evening glow painted the horizon in fiery hues, quietly ablaze. The sun had dipped beyond the horizon, casting a lingering glance back at the earth. Its afterglow a reluctant farewell. The distant mountains were shrouded in twilight, while the nearby streets bustled with returning crowds. Some were barefooted farmers, their feet caked in mud. Others were herbalists carrying baskets. Hunters bore their spoils of mountain chickens and wild boars. And some were Gu masters, clad in blue martial attire, exuding a sense of competence and vigor. Their heads were adorned with headbands and wide belts cinched around their waists. The belts were significant. Those of first-tier Gu masters bore green, with copper plates affixed to the front, inscribed with a singular character. The belts of second-tier Gu masters were red, featuring iron plates at the center, engraved with 2 characters. Fang Yuan observed for a while and noted 6 or 7 first-tier Gu masters, most of whom were young. Among them was a middle-aged second-tier Gu master, .as for third-tier Gu masters. They were typically household elders, while fourth-tier ones were clan leaders. Fifth-tier Gu masters were rare. Within the history of the Guyu clan, there had only been a single first clan leader and a fourth clan leader. In truth, assessing a family's strength is a straightforward endeavor. One need only find a vantage point in the village and carefully observe the passers-by for a couple of hours. Noting how many first-tier and second-tier Gu masters stroll by to gauge the family's foundation and power. Drawing from 5 centuries of experience, Fang Yuan deduced a rule of thumb. In the Gu village, if 20 pedestrians passed by, there would likely be 6 Gu masters among them, with a 50% chance of one being a second-tier Gu master. It was this very foundation and strength that allowed the Gu clan to dominate one of the best resource points in Qingmao Mountain, effectively making them its rulers. However, Qingmao Mountain was merely a small corner of the vast southern frontier, in the grand scheme of the southern regions. The Gu clan could only be considered a mid-tier group. At present, Fang Yuan had only just begun his cultivation, possessing merely the initial stage of a first-tier Gu master, rendering him unqualified to venture alone into the southern lands at the very least. One required the strength of a third-tier Gu master to travel far. Fang Yuan sighed softly as he took a bite of his food. Qingmao Mountain was too small to contain his ambitions. He was destined to leave. Just then, a middle-aged man approached with a sinister grin. Fang Yuan turned slightly to regard him, noting the man's sallow complexion and raised eyebrows, yet his tall, muscular build was imposing. The man strode over, arms crossed, looming over the seated youth, his narrow eyes flashing with a cold light. Fang Yuan, do you realize you are in grave danger? Ha, you dare to strike our young master of the Mo family. And now the young lady Mo Yen is searching everywhere to settle the score with you. The middle-aged man sneered repeatedly, his gaze appraising Fang Yuan, exuding an oppressive aura. If an ordinary person were under the scrutiny of this middle-aged man, they would likely feel a twinge of fear. However, after casting a glance at him, Fang Yuan lost interest and redirected his attention to the dishes on the table, treating the imposing man as if he were transparent. Who is this person, dressed as a servant, yet not even a Gu master, daring to question young Master Fang? An attendant in the corner remarked, sensing the brewing trouble. He is merely a tiger hiding behind a fox. Clearly a lackey of the Mo family, emboldened by his connections, daring to provoke a Gu master. What other commoner would have the audacity? Another scoffed disdainfully. Despite their words, the notion of a mere mortal daring to challenge a Gu master was astonishing. Say, what an experience that must be, someone commented. Yet do not overestimate the Gu masters. Young Master Fang is merely at the initial stage of the first tier, having just refined his life Gu. In a real fight, he may not even match this robust mortal. Alas, let us hope they do not cause any damage within our inn during their confrontation, the attendants whispered among themselves, hesitant to intervene. Merely peeking from their hiding spots that, you still have the composure to enjoy your meal? The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with malice as he observed that Fang Yuan remained unfazed. Do you think I am jesting? Word has already reached the young lady, and she will arrive shortly. Little brat, do not even think about escaping. In truth, you cannot escape. I am here to keep an eye on you. You will soon find out what awaits you. Fang Yuan remained indifferent, continuing to eat. The middle-aged servant frowned. He noted that Fang Yuan displayed not a shred of fear or panic. This incited a feeling of being disregarded, a blow to his pride. Having served as a servant for over a decade, he had earned the trust of his masters. With time, he had gathered some knowledge of Gu masters that a first-tier Gu master at the initial stage relies heavily on physical prowess in combat. The intimidation factor of Gu worms far exceeds their actual combat effectiveness, but he understood well that a youthful Gu master like Fang Yuan, having just begun his training, lacked the strength to match a robust individual like himself. In a physical confrontation, he was confident of prevailing. Moreover, Fang Yuan had merely refined the Moonlight Gu, which could at most unleash a few moon blades. The middle-aged man had served as a sparring partner long ago, and he was acutely aware that a moon blade produced by a first-tier Gu master would only inflict a superficial cut, its lethality quite limited, with the backing of the Mo family. He felt emboldened, eager to demonstrate his worth to earn his master's favor. You certainly have some audacity. The middle-aged man's tone grew increasingly menacing as he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. Covered in scars, his forearms bulged with veins, and his upper arms were thicker than Fang Yuan's thighs. The inn's attendants felt a chill run down their spines, while some patrons began hastily settling their bills, eager to distance themselves from this brewing conflict. Just then, a clear, haughty female voice rang out from the entrance. Have you found Fang Yuan? Mo Yin strode into the inn, followed by a group of her family's robust servants. She was tall and shapely, Yet her horse-like face, a trait inherited from the Mo bloodline, diminished her beauty to a mere average, clad in blue martial attire with a red wide belt cinched at her waist. Adorned with a square iron plate inscribed with two prominent characters, she had just returned from a family mission, her appearance still bearing traces of fatigue. This lent her an aura of formidable presence. And upon entering the inn, the atmosphere fell into silence. "Greetings, young lady." The middle-aged man abruptly changed his demeanor upon seeing Mo, and a sycophantic smile spread across his face as he bent low, taking several small steps before kneeling on the ground to pay his respects to her. The attendants in the inn gaped at this abrupt transformation, finding the sight of the towering man groveling rather absurd. Yet they could not laugh. His subservience only emphasized Mo Yan's dominance. Some attendants couldn't help but worry for Fong Yuan, their primary patron. Any harm that befell him could jeopardize their inn's business. Others silently prayed that Fong Yuan would comply without resistance. Should a fight ensue and property be damaged, the consequences would be dire. Mo Yan did not spare a glance at the kneeling servant. Her eyes were locked on Fong Yuan as she strode purposefully to his table, her tone sharp and commanding. "You are Fong Yuan. It seems you are enjoying your meal quite well." I wonder if you have ever tasted a fist? Allow me to introduce you to its flavor. It might be even more delightful." Despite her words, Mo Yan made no immediate move to strike. Fong Yuan's calm demeanor struck her as peculiar. Could he possibly have hidden support? Yet that could not be. She had investigated beforehand. This Fong Yuan was indeed a typical example of being neglected by his maternal uncle and aunt, having lost his parents at a young age and subsequently cast out by his relatives. Coupled with his third-rate aptitude, what kind of backing could a frail youth possess? Mo Yan couldn't help but ponder, yet she was acutely aware that anything out of the ordinary was often sinister. The situation was peculiar, warranting a closer investigation. Fong Yuan chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Yan. "Who informed you that I am Guyu Fong Yuan?" Mo Yan was momentarily taken aback, then turned her head to look at Gao Wan. Just as Gao Wan had risen, he immediately knelt again, cold sweat beading on his forehead, stammering and unsure of how to respond. "Master, they possess portraits of Fong Yuan. Yet we're aware that Fong Yuan and Fong Zheng were identical twins, bearing a striking resemblance that it was no wonder this youth appeared so unperturbed. It turned out he was Fong Zheng, not Fong Yuan." In an instant, the household servants beside Mo Yan began to entertain such conjectures. Fong Zheng was not someone Fong Yuan could compare with. The latter was merely a third-tier individual, alone and without connections. While the former was a first-tier genius, having been acknowledged by the clan leader during the enlightenment ceremony, with a promising future ahead once he matured, Mo Yan, having not received a definitive answer from Gao Wan, felt increasingly hesitant at that moment. The only individuals aware of Fong Yuan's identity were a group of attendants in the corner of the inn. However, neither party could afford to offend the other. Thus they kept their mouths tightly sealed. Having finished his meal, Fong Yuan slowly stood and cast a casual glance at Mo Yan. "Did you not wish to find Fong Yuan? Follow me. I shall escort you to the dormitory to find him, that if this individual before me is Fong Zheng, I have no desire to offend him. If it is Fong Yuan, I shall closely follow him, and am not afraid of any impersonation." In that instant, Mo Yan's thoughts whirled, and she made her decision. "Very well, I shall accompany you to the academy. Please." Mo Yan stepped aside, extending her palm, her eyes gleaming with determination, signaling Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan smiled gracefully. Lifting his chin and stepping forward, Mo Yan followed closely behind, a throng of household servants trailing in succession. That was a close call. They had finally departed. Even if a conflict arose, it was no longer a matter for our inn. A group of attendants remained behind, most of them patting their chests in relief. The crowd arrived at the entrance of the academy. "Halt, stand back. The clan's academy permits entry only to its own Gu masters." Two guards stationed at the entrance stopped Fong Yuan and Mo Yan's group. "How audacious! Do you not recognize me?" Mo Yan's gaze swept over the two, her voice commanding, "We dare not." The guards hastily clasped their fists in respect. "Miss Mo Yan, we have you etched in our hearts. However, clan rules are indeed stringent." "How about this, miss? You may bring one servant with you. This is our utmost concession," an inexperienced guard replied respectfully. Mo Yan snorted coldly. Though somewhat reluctant, she did not dare openly defy the clan rules. The Mo family was powerful, yet it also attracted envy. Let us not forget, beyond the Mo family lies the Chi family, a formidable rival. Beyond the Chi family, there are factions within the clan leader's lineage waiting to exploit the Mo family's weaknesses. You all remain here. Gao Wan will follow me. After a moment's contemplation, Mo Yin issued her command. Gao Wan immediately straightened his posture, a look of joy on his face. Thank you, miss, for your favor. Come. Junior brother to Mo Yin gave Fang Yuan a meaningful smile. Fang Yuan maintained a calm demeanor and took the lead. Arriving at the dormitory door, he unlocked it and pushed the door open. Stepping inside, he halted. The door stood wide open, revealing a simple and unadorned room, devoid of any other occupants. Mo Yin stood at the threshold, glanced inside, and her expression darkened. Junior brother, you had best clarify. There is no one here. Fang Yuan smiled slightly. Am I not a person? Mo Yin fixed her gaze upon Fang Yuan, her eyes flashing with realization. I seek Gu. You, Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan chuckled lightly. I never claimed I was not Gu, you Fang Yuan. Chapter 33. Go ahead and insult me. Mo Yin furrowed her brows, her face flushed with anger as she finally comprehended that she had been toyed with by Fang Yuan. How audacious! You dare to deceive your own great aunt. With that, she extended her right hand, intending to seize Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stood firm, lifting his chin and laughing heartily. Mo Yin, you must think this through. Mo Yin halted her motion, pausing at the door, her outstretched hand hovering in the air, a flicker of hesitation and ire crossing her face. The family had clear regulations. Students were protected within the academy, and no one could intrude upon dormitories to apprehend students. Today, Mo Yin merely wished to teach Fang Yuan a minor lesson, hoping he would experience some hardship. She never intended to bear the risk of violating clan rules. Even if she were to transgress alone, she feared it might implicate her family, particularly her grandfather. With that thought, Mo Yin retracted her hand in frustration. She glared at Fang Yuan inside the room, her eyes wide with fury. If her anger could ignite flames, Fang Yuan would be reduced to ashes in an instant. That I have never deceived you, that I said I would lead you to Fang Yuan. And now you have found him. It seems you have something to say to me. Fang Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a slight smile gracing his lips, unabashed by the might of a second-tier Gu master. Boldly meeting Mo Yan's furious gaze. The distance between them was but a step away, one within the room, the other outside. Yet this mere distance felt insurmountably vast. Fang Yuan, you certainly have a profound understanding of clan regulations. Mo Yin suppressed her anger, a chilling smile plastered on her face. Alas, relying on clan rules, you can only delay the inevitable. You cannot remain hidden in the dormitory forever. I shall see how long you can evade me. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, casting a dismissive glance at Mo Yin. Then I shall see how long you can block me, Dada. It is already evening. You have a bed to sleep in. What about you? If I do not appear in tomorrow's class, and the elders pursue the matter, what do you think I will say? You. Mo Yin erupted in fury, pointing at Fang Yuan, her fingers itching to act. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to enter and seize you? With a creak, Fang Yuan fully opened the dormitory door, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes deep and enigmatic, his tone filled with a sense of assuredness that seemed to challenge Mo Yin. Then make your move. Mo Yin unexpectedly regained her composure, narrowing her eyes at Fang Yuan. Do you think I would fall for your provocation? Fang Yuan shrugged. He had long seen through Mo Yan's nature. If he were to close the door or leave it partially ajar, there would be at least a 50% chance she would force her way in. However, by deliberately leaving the door wide open, he had instead calmed her, making her more cautious. Thus the possibility of a forcible entry had dwindled to almost nothing. 5 centuries of experience had granted him insight into the weaknesses of human nature. He boldly turned his back, fully exposing himself to Mo Yin. That moment, if Mo Yin chose to seize him, she would likely succeed. Yet Mo Yin stood outside, unmoving, as if an invisible mountain barred her way. Even as Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, Mo Yin continued to glare with resentment, her teeth clenched, yet she never acted. This is the tragic nature of humanity. Fang Yuan sat in meditation, observing the motionless Mo Yin outside, contemplating that sometimes what hinders a person from action is not a material obstacle, but rather the shackles of the soul. In terms of cultivation, Fang Yuan was certainly no match for Mo Yin at this moment. Yet she, despite her second-tier cultivation, could only watch Fang Yuan without daring to act. She was merely a few steps away from him, the door wide open, with no barriers in sight. The true constraint on her actions was herself. Humans strive tirelessly to learn, to understand the world and its rules, in order to leverage them, that if one becomes ensnared by those very rules, rendered helpless by their own learning, that is the ultimate tragedy. Fang Yuan cast one final glance at Mo Yin, then slowly closed his eyelids, sinking his consciousness into the depths of the Yuan Sea. This Fang Yuan dares to cultivate in front of me. He shows me not the slightest respect. Witnessing this scene, Mo Yin felt a surge of irritation in her chest, nearly causing her to spit blood. She longed to charge in and deliver a few punches to Fang Yuan. Yet she knew she could not. Mo Yin suddenly felt a flicker of regret. Standing outside, she found herself in an awkward predicament. She was unwilling to concede defeat, yet it was truly untenable to back down. She had mobilized her family to teach Fang Yuan a lesson, only to find herself in a disheveled state, especially with a servant watching her. Such indignity. Fang Yuan, that wretched boy, was simply too uncooperative. Too cunning. Mo Yin seethed with frustration. Contemplating her next move, she began to shout and curse from outside, attempting to provoke Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you little brat, if you have the guts, come out. Fang Yuan is a man. You must dare to face the music. Now you shrink back like a turtle. It is truly shameful. Do not put on a show for your great aunt. Be sensible and come out. You coward, a pathetic waste. Fang Yuan remained unfazed, not providing a single response. After a while of cursing, Mo Yin felt no sense of satisfaction. Instead, she grew increasingly frustrated. She felt more and more like a clown or a shrew. Her behavior at the door was simply too disgraceful. I am so furious. Mo Yin was exasperated, finally abandoning her provocation. Fang Yuan, you may evade me today, but you cannot escape forever. She stomped her foot in frustration and left. Before departing, she issued one last command, Gao Wan. You stay here and keep a close watch. I refuse to believe he won't come out as you command. The sturdy servant Gao Wan quickly affirmed, his gaze respectfully following Mo Yin as she departed. Inwardly lamenting the cold and damp night in the mountains, burdened with the task of standing guard all night, at risk of catching a chill. This was a thankless job. The Yuan Sea ebbed and flowed, waves rising and falling. The bronze-hued, true essence converged like water, forming waves that ceaselessly surged forth, relentlessly washing against the walls of the empty orifices under Fang Yuan's commanding intent. The walls of the initial stage Gu Master's empty orifices were cloaked in a white luminescent membrane. At this moment, under the impact of the bronze, true essence, vibrant light and shadows danced, giving rise to an ineffable resonance. Time trickled away slowly, and the surface of the bronze essence sea gradually descended, from an initial 4/10 to a mere 1/10. For a Gu Master to elevate their realm, they must continuously expend true essence to nurture the empty orifices. The walls of an initial stage Gu Master are made of light membranes, while those of an intermediate stage Gu Master are composed of water membranes, and the advanced stage features stone membranes. Should I wish to ascend from the initial to the intermediate stage, I must wash and nurture the light membrane walls into water membrane walls. The memories of my previous life spanning 5 centuries have enabled Fang Yuan to master the cultivation of this period with utmost clarity, but he slowly opened his eyes, only to find that it was already deep into the night. The crescent moon hung high in the night sky, casting a silvery glow as pure as water. The door stood ajar, allowing moonlight to pour in, evoking in Fang Yuan a famous line of poetry from Earth. The bright moonlight before my bed. I suspected as frost upon the ground. The night breeze stirred gently, carrying a chill. Fang Yuan, lacking any insulating Gu insects, could not help but shiver slightly with his mere 15-year-old physique. The night in the mountains was indeed quite cool. Hey, you rascal, you finally opened your eyes. How long are you planning to cultivate? Hurry up and come out. Whether you stick your neck out or retract it, it's all the same. You struck our young master from Mo Bay, and it was only a matter of time before our young lady taught you a lesson. Upon seeing Fang Yuan finally stir, the sturdy servant, Gao Wan, who had been standing at the door, instantly perked up. Fang Yuan squinted. It seemed that the second-turn female Gu Master had already departed. Hey, you brat, did you hear me? Get out here now. You have a room to stay in, a bed to sleep on. While I have to stand out here in the yard, that if you don't come out soon, do you believe I'll just barge in? Gao Wan threatened when Fong Yuan remained unresponsive. Get out here and surrender. You damned brat. You've offended our MO lineage. You won't have any good days ahead. Hurry and kowtow to our young lady and admit your mistake. There might still be a chance for forgiveness. Gao Wan continued to scold. Fong Yuan turned a deaf ear. He leisurely extracted a true essence stone from his pouch and held it in his palm, then slowly closed his eyes again. Seeing that Fong Yuan intended to continue his cultivation, Gao Wan grew anxious and cursed. With your mere C-grade aptitude, you're at most a second-turn Gu master. What is there to cultivate? How can you, alone, contend with our entire branch of MO? Brat, are you deaf? Did you hear what I said? As the 34th chapter unfolded, I'll suppress you. Fong Yuan remained unfazed. Focusing on dual tasks, he absorbed the natural true essence from the stone while keenly observing the empty orifice. The previously lowered surface of the true essence C within the empty orifice began to slowly rise again with a continuous influx of natural true essence. Although the speed of this rise was somewhat languid, Fong Yuan was unperturbed. Cultivation is a matter of accumulation. Haste is futile. In contrast, the middle-aged servant outside was growing increasingly anxious. Approximately half an hour later, the bronze true essence C within Fong Yuan reached its limit of 4/10 once again. However, this was not the end. The true essence C now displayed a vibrant green hue, representing only the initial stage bronze true essence. The essence used earlier to nurture the walls of the orifice was not initial stage true essence, but rather intermediate stage true essence refined by the wine insect. With a thought, the wine insect within the essence C soared up, hovering in midair and curling into a white, dumpling-like form. With a swish, 1/10 of the initial stage true essence was drawn forth and poured into the wine insect's body, which absorbed it without leaving a trace. Soon after, a rich, fragrant mist emanated from the surface of the wine insect, coalescing into a cloud. Fong Yuan again summoned 1/10 of true essence and infused it into this mist. Once the mist was entirely consumed, the original 1/10 of initial stage true essence shrank suddenly by half, its color shifting from vibrant green to a somber green. This meant it had become intermediate stage true essence. Ordinary students seeking to advance their cultivation would typically utilize initial stage true essence, whereas I employed intermediate stage true essence, yielding efficiency at least double that of theirs. Simultaneously, utilizing the intermediate stage true essence to activate the Moonlight goo. The resulting moon blades were considerably more formidable than those summoned with initial stage true essence. It was only when the essence C had been thoroughly refined into first-turn intermediate stage true essence that Fong Yuan finally opened his eyes. Time in cultivation knows no bounds. It was now the early hours of the morning. The sky was no longer a pure black, but a profound shade of dark blue. The moon had vanished, leaving behind only a few lingering stars. The door had been ajar all night, and the corners of the wooden door were damp, revealing dark stains from moisture. The dormitory was the sole downside. Unlike the ordinary stilted bamboo houses, it sat directly on the ground, resulting in a heavier humidity. Regaining his senses, Fong Yuan felt the chill enveloping his body. After sitting for so long, his legs appeared to be somewhat numb. He released his tightly clasped right hand, letting a cascade of grayish-white stone powder fall. This residue was the remnant of natural true essence fully absorbed from the true essence stones. Throughout the night of cultivation, I consumed 3 true essence stones, Fong Yuan mused inwardly. Although he possessed only C-grade aptitude, he had been utilizing true essence stones to supplement his essence in pursuit of rapid cultivation. Moreover, the more crucial aspect was his use of the wine insect to refine intermediate stage true essence, significantly escalating the consumption of true essence stones. Despite having seized a sum yesterday, he had expended as much as 3 stones in just one night. Thus, while it appeared that he had an abundance of true essence stones, it could not withstand the prolonged drain from continuous cultivation. However, the quest for speed and efficiency in cultivation inevitably demands a price. Fong Yuan glanced outside the door, where the robust servant Gao Wan was now squatting in a corner. His body curled up as if he had succumbed to slumber. It appeared that the second-turn female Gu master had long since departed, leaving Gao Wan behind to keep watch over him. A cold smile crept across Fong Yuan's lips as he descended from his bed, stealthily beginning to stretch his limbs that his body warmed. He stepped out of the dormitory. "You brat, you finally decided to come out. How about it? Surrender obediently, and come with me to kowtow to my young lady and admit your mistake." Gao Wan's ears perked up, catching the sound of Fong Yuan's footsteps, and he sprang to his feet. His stout frame was nearly twice Fong Yuan's size, muscles bulging, and beneath his raised brow, his narrow eyes glinted with a cruel, sinister light, akin to a famished hyena. Fong Yuan's expression remained impassive as he continued to approach Gao Wan. "You should have come out sooner. Now that you're finally out, do you have any idea how much trouble I've endured to keep watch over you?" He chuckled ominously while advancing toward Fong Yuan, his demeanor far from friendly to that moment. Fong Yuan suddenly called out sharply, leaping forward and raising both fists toward Gao Wan. "You damned brat! You don't know your own limits." Gao Wan's face contorted with rage as he prepared to strike back with a fist the size of a mortar, aiming it at Fong Yuan. The punch was immensely powerful, breaking through the air with a whistling sound. Fong Yuan's gaze was as sharp as water. He watched the fist approach, deftly sidestepping to Gao Wan's side. He extended a finger and poked at Gao Wan's waist. Gao Wan swung his arm to block, yet Fong Yuan missed and struck his left forearm instead. Fong Yuan felt as though he had poked a steel plate. It was both painful and numbing. Gao Wan had already reached the pinnacle of mortal martial arts to present. Fong Yuan possessed only the Moonlight goo for combat. He had no other goo insects to assist him and was at a disadvantage in a direct physical confrontation. A flicker of realization crossed Fong Yuan's mind, and he wisely abandoned the attack, retreating several steps to create distance. Within the Guyu Mountain stronghold, only members of the Guyu clan held the qualification to cultivate as Gu masters. Others, regardless of their aptitude for cultivation, were not permitted to participate in the opening ceremony of the empty orifices. Yet these mortals could practice martial arts, like Gao Wan before him, though he was not a Gu master. He had undoubtedly trained rigorously in martial arts, boasting a solid foundation, and as a middle-aged man, he was in the prime of his life. Fong Yuan, aside from being able to use the Moonlight goo in battle, was merely a 15-year-old boy in terms of strength, agility, and endurance. He was no match for Gao Wan. A martial artist like Gao Wan could easily kill an initial stage Gu master. Even an intermediate stage Gu master would find him a significant threat. This brat is far too ruthless. Realizing Fong Yuan was distancing himself, Gao Wan felt a lingering sense of dread. The waist is a person's vital area. If struck with sufficient force, it could inflict severe damage, even fatal wounds. Having spent the better part of the night outside, Gao Wan was wrapped in the chilling humidity, causing his reflexes to lag. The previous strike had nearly allowed Fong Yuan to gain the upper hand. Fortunately, despite his usual flattery, Gao Wan had diligently practiced, and in that critical moment, his body's instinct triumphed over his mental reaction, narrowly allowing him to fend off Fong Yuan's assault. That I can't afford to be careless anymore. This brat is a cunning wolf cub. His strikes are vicious and sly, and a moment of inattention could lead to my downfall. And no wonder our young master has succumbed to him twice. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Gao Wan cast aside his earlier disdain and regarded Fong Yuan with utmost seriousness. "If I capture this brat, I will achieve great merit. Surely our young lady will reward me." An initial stage moon blade was merely akin to a knife. As long as it did not strike a vital area, it would only result in superficial wounds. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Gao Wan extended his iron claw-like hands toward Fong Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. Fong Yuan exhibited no fear, meeting Gao Wan head-on. Engaging in close-quarters combat, in an instant, fists and feet collided, the back-and-forth exchange echoing with a series of muffled thuds. When robbing students, he had only used his palms, focusing on subduing and controlling the situation. Now, in combat with Gao Wan, he held nothing back that at times he would poke at his eyes with his fingers, jab his throat, strike his chin with the base of his palm, and deliver blows to the back of his head with the edge of his hand. Occasionally, he would thrust his knee into his groin or prod his side with his elbow. Gao Wan was drenched in cold sweat. Fong Yuan's every move targeted Gao Wan's vulnerabilities, employing methods that were both ruthless and fierce, as if he intended to bring Gao Wan to his demise. Gao Wan, being merely a mortal and not a Gu master, despite his arduous training in martial arts, remained vulnerable that a mortal cannot transform their eyelids into steel. This encapsulates the limitations faced by ordinary individuals in martial practice. Conversely, Gao Wan dared not employ lethal force against Fang Yuan, a member of the Ancient Moon clan. Should he kill Fang Yuan, he would incur the wrath of the masses, surely facing a gruesome end, with the Mo family being the first to cleanse their ranks. Thus, his intention was to capture Fang Yuan alive, ideally inflicting some suffering upon him in the process. One party was cautious, while the other harbored murderous intent, leading to the peculiar scene where Fang Yuan was pressing Gao Wan in combat. In the 35th segment, Call Out, Fang Yuan's brief advantage would not last long. Amidst their exchange of blows, he found himself panting heavily. In contrast, Gao Wan's breath remained deep and enduring, indicating a significant disparity in their stamina. Meanwhile, Gao Wan began to move more fluidly, his body warming up and his strikes accelerating, gradually shaking off the numbness and sluggishness brought on by the cold, finally revealing the strength he had honed over decades of practice. "You cannot defeat me," he declared. "Our clan's rules stipulate that within the academy, you cannot employ Moonlight Gu. You are finished. Today is destined to make you my captive." Gao Wan cackled maniacally, drawing upon his wealth of combat experience in an attempt to undermine Fang Yuan's resolve. "I am still but a youth. My body has yet to fully mature, and my abilities pale in comparison to this ruffian." Fang Yuan's mind was as cold as ice. After 500 years of tempering, how could his fighting spirit be shaken? Moonlight Gu. A thought flickered in his mind as he began to channel his true essence, retreating a step to distance himself from Gao Wan. Seeing Fang Yuan's hand glowing with a layer of blue luminescence, Gao Wan's countenance darkened as he shouted, "You wretched boy, utilizing Gu insects in combat within the academy is a violation of clan regulations." "And if I violate them?" Fang Yuan retorted with a cold chuckle. He had studied the clan's rules, mastering them not to abide by them. Immediately, he faced Gao Wan with an outstretched palm. With a soft hiss, the blue moon blade shot forth, aimed squarely at Gao Wan's face. Gao Wan gritted his teeth and raised his arms to shield his face, forming a makeshift barrier, while simultaneously charging toward Fang Yuan, intending to withstand the blow and end the confrontation swiftly. The moon blade struck his arm with a resounding thud, causing blood to spurt forth under the moonlight, a wave of excruciating pain coursing through Gao Wan's nerves, nearly rendering him unconscious. "How could this be?" he exclaimed, abruptly halting as terror gripped him, realizing that both of his forearms bore deep, horizontal gashes. Blood flowed profusely from the wounds, revealing the gruesome sight of torn flesh and even the stark white of broken bones. Gao Wan's heart sank in disbelief. "This is impossible. A mere first-tier moon blade should only be able to injure my flesh. How could it sever my bones? That can only be achieved by a mid-tier Gu master." Unbeknownst to him, Fang Yuan, though only a first-tier novice Gu master, possessed the true essence of a mid-tier due to the refinement of his wine insect. Thus, the moon blade, propelled by mid-tier true essence, naturally possessed greater power than that of a novice. "This boy is peculiar," Gao Wan thought, caught off guard and suffering a severe blow. His fighting spirit evaporated, and he instinctively sought to retreat. "Can you escape?" Fang Yuan scoffed, launching a pursuit, sending forth a barrage of moon blades. "Help!" Gao Wan cried out, fleeing in desperation, his voice echoing through the silent academy. "What is happening? Someone is calling for help." This alarmed the nearby academy guards. "It's just a household servant left behind by the esteemed Miss Mo Yin of the Mo family." As the guards arrived and witnessed the pursuit, they halted their steps that he's merely a servant. There is no need to defend him. Leaving him be would already be a favor to the Mo family. Yet, we must remain cautious to prevent him from acting recklessly and harming Fang Yuan. The tense guards surrounded the scene, remaining passive observers. The fate of this household servant did not concern them. Should Fang Yuan die or be wounded, however, it would become their responsibility. Seeing this, Gao Wan felt his heart sink entirely. "We are all outsiders. You cannot turn a blind eye to my plight," he pleaded, losing more blood and slowing his pace. Fang Yuan caught up from behind, his voice as frigid as ice, pronouncing Gao Wan's sentence. "Call out all you want. It will be of no use." With that, he flipped his hand, unleashing two moon blades that sliced through the air, striking true at Gao Wan's neck. Gao Wan felt a chilling sensation in his heart, akin to falling into an abyss. In the next moment, his vision spun violently, and he beheld his own feet, chest, and back, along with his severed neck. Subsequently, he was enveloped in utter darkness. Gao Wan was dead. Feng Yuan had decapitated him with 2 swift moon blades, his head flying off, while his body stumbled 10 meters before collapsing. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain, staining the surrounding floor crimson. "He has killed," the guards gasped in hushed tones. They had witnessed the entire sequence unfold, their bodies trembling with a sense of dread and horror. Feng Yuan, but a 15-year-old frail youth, had coldly slain a robust adult. Such was the power of a Gu master. The battle was decided. Feng Yuan slowed his pace, walking deliberately forward. His expression remained unruffled, as if he had merely completed an everyday task such as eating or drinking. This demeanor sent a shiver down the spines of the guards. Gao Wan's head lay on the ground, eyes wide open, forever unclosed. Feng Yuan, devoid of emotion, lifted his foot and sent the head flying. The guards flinched at the sight that as Feng Yuan approached Gao Wan's body. He noticed it still trembled, blood pooling beneath it. Forming a small puddle, he examined the wounds on Gao Wan's body, his expression darkening. These injuries were severe enough to reveal his secret of possessing mid-tier true essence. Should this secret come to light, it would inevitably lead to the exposure of his wine insect. Once the wine insect was known, the clan's higher-ups would swiftly connect him to the wine merchant. Thus, Feng Yuan had to safeguard this secret. However, too many witnesses remained. Scanning the nearby onlookers, Feng Yuan noted over 10 guards present, with less than 10% of his true essence remaining. He could not afford to eliminate them all. After a moment's thought, Feng Yuan bent down, grasped Gao Wan's ankle, and began to drag the corpse back. "Young Master Feng Yuan, we will handle this matter," the guards said, suppressing their fear as they stepped forward. Feng Yuan responded with respect, laced with an unmistakable hint of fear. Quietly surveying the group, the guards instinctively held their breath, lowering their heads in unison. "Give me the knife." He extended his hand, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. The nearest guard, compelled by an unseen force, handed over the knife at his waist. Feng Yuan took the blade and continued on his way, leaving the guard standing in stunned silence, gazing at his retreating figure. As dawn broke in the east, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the mountain ridges, illuminating the academy. The 15-year-old Feng Yuan, with the frail build of youth and a pallid complexion, walked at a measured pace under the dawn light. In his left hand, he held a gleaming knife, while in his right, he dragged a headless corpse. Blood trailed behind him, staining the dark stone bricks. The guards, watching from behind, felt a chill seize them, their bodies stiffening in horror. The morning sun shone upon them, yet they felt not a trace of warmth or light. Glug, someone swallowed hard, their throat constricting. In the 36th segment, dismembered for a gift. "Have you heard? Feng Yuan has killed someone," a student whispered to his desk mate. "I have heard as well. He truly committed murder." The desk mate clutched his chest, pale as a ghost. Many guards witnessed it. Feng Yuan pursued that man, who begged for mercy, but Feng Yuan refused and simply beheaded him. And that's not all. After killing him, Feng Yuan didn't even spare the headless corpse. He dragged it back to the dormitory and reduced it to mush. "Is that for real?" "It could not be more real. I arrived early this morning and even saw the bloodstains in the cracks of the blue stone bricks." "Oh, what would I lie about?" Just now, the Academy elder summoned Feng Yuan precisely for this matter. Within the Academy, the youths, distracted from their lessons, engaged in hushed conversations. Murder was still a foreign and terrifying concept for this group of 15-year-olds. Throughout their lives, under the protection of their clans, they had only engaged in friendly sparring, perhaps slaughtering chickens or dogs. The thought of murder was still distant. Whom did Feng Yuan kill? "I heard it was a household servant from the M.O. family's branch." "I know this situation well. Last night, I witnessed Senior M.O. Yin from the M.O. family bring a group of servants to confront Feng Yuan. It's the M.O. family. This is bad news for M.O. Bay." Many youths turned to look at Guyu M.O. Bay, who sat pale-faced in his seat, having just learned of the news. Feng Yuan had actually killed someone, specifically Gao Wan, whom he recognized well. Gao Wan was quite active among the household servants, adept at flattery, and had even practiced martial arts, making him a capable lackey. Just recently, Gao Wan had sparred with M.O. Bay for a while. Who could have anticipated that he would be slain by Feng Yuan? It is precisely for this reason that the shock and disbelief within Ma Bei's heart were more intense than those of others. Beyond the astonishment, there lay a profound sense of worry and fear. Faced with a murderer like Fong Yuan, it would be a lie for the 15-year-old Mabe to claim he was unafraid that in truth, he was not alone in his fear. The other youths felt it as well. Having been robbed by Fong Yuan on 2 occasions, each of them had engaged in combat with him. How could I have fought against such a merciless killer? How is it that I am still alive? Many of them patted their chests, feeling a wave of lingering dread that it was one thing for Fong Yuan to kill, but the gruesomeness of his acts, dismembering the bodies and reducing them to pulp, was exceedingly brutal. Such horrific criminal deeds deeply impacted the innocent souls of the youths. In the room, only the elder of the Shuatong family and Fong Yuan were present. The elder sat, while Fong Yuan stood. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The elder silently observed Fong Yuan, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Early that morning, a guard had reported to him about Fong Yuan's murderous actions. This news had left him both astonished and suspicious, as a seasoned Gu master of the 3rd transition, and one responsible for the Shuatong. He was well aware of the combat prowess of a first-level novice Gu master. Fong Yuan's ability to kill Gao Wan could be described as a case of the weak triumphing over the strong, in fact. A guard had informed him the previous evening that Moy had taken Fong Yuan hostage and invaded the Shuatong. At that time, he had not paid much attention and had not intervened as the elder of the Shuatong. His purpose was to nurture future Gu masters, not to protect them, he encouraged clandestine conflicts. Provided there were no casualties among the students, Moy's trouble with Fong Yuan was something he welcomed. He knew that regardless of the outcome, such battles would benefit Fong Yuan's growth. Furthermore, he wished to temper Fong Yuan's rising notoriety. With Fong Yuan blocking the Shuatong's entrance twice and robbing all the students, his audacity had become excessive and needed to be curtailed. Yet, he had not anticipated that Moy would return empty-handed. Leaving behind the servant Gao Wan, who astonishingly could not defeat Fong Yuan and was killed by him. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Murder was not uncommon, especially for Gu masters, and could be considered quite ordinary. However, for a 15-year-old youth to kill for the first time was no trivial matter. The elder of the Shuatong vividly recalled his own first experience of taking a life at the age of 19. Already a 2nd transition Gu master, he had killed a Gu master from the Bai family village during a conflict. After the act, he had been overwhelmed with nausea and panic, losing his appetite for several days. Sleep eluded him as he was haunted by the image of the dying man's furious gaze. Now, observing Fong Yuan, he noted his calm demeanor. There was no sign of turmoil, as if he had merely enjoyed a restful slumber. Entirely detached from the act of murder. Particularly unsettling was the report that after killing the servant, Fong Yuan had dragged the body back to the dormitory and hacked it to pieces in a fit of rage. Such a ruthless method sent chills down one's spine. Thus, the elder's gaze toward Fong Yuan was fraught with complexity. On one hand, he marveled at Fong Yuan's indifference to life, his mindset as cold as ice. On the other hand, he felt a twinge of admiration. Fong Yuan was indeed a natural-born warrior. Having recently mastered the Moonlight Gu, he was capable of employing it for murder. Ordinary youths, even those of exceptional talent, might not achieve such a feat. This was a testament to his combat prowess. If properly cultivated, he would become a nightmare for their enemies. Yet, there was a third aspect, concern and distress that he worried that Fong Yuan, emboldened by this incident, would become even more insurmountable. This boy was audacious, flouting clan rules by using Gu insects within the Shuatong and committing murder as a consequence. His rising influence must be curtailed. Otherwise, how could he manage the Shuatong? The elder was troubled by how to address the aftermath, as it inevitably involved the Mabe lineage. Fong Yuan, do you know why I summoned you? The elder's low voice shattered the silence within the room. I know. Fong Yuan nodded. I violated clan rules by employing the Moonlight Gu within the Shuatong. According to regulations, for a first offense, I should compensate 30 yuan stones. He deftly avoided the weighty matter of Gao Wan's death. The elder was taken aback, not expecting such a response from Fong Yuan. His expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. Do not play the fool before me. I ask you, what happened to Gao Wan? Fong Yuan narrowed his eyes. Gao Wan's insubordination was malicious. Last night, not only did he block my door, but he also sought to kill me. In self-defense, I was compelled to use the Moonlight Gu and fortuitously ended the life of this scoundrel. I suspect he may well have been an undercover agent from another bandit group. I implore the elder to discern this. The elder furrowed his brow at Fong Yuan's words, momentarily at a loss for words. Now that Gao Wan was dead, Fong Yuan could assert anything, that he was merely a servant, not a clansman, and his death held little significance for the elder. However, he was concerned about the Ma-Bei family's reaction. Gao Wan was their servant, after all, and had died within the Suedengade the elder in charge. He needed to provide an explanation to the Ma-Bei family. After pondering, the elder fixed his gaze on Fong Yuan, questioning, "Then tell me, how did you deal with Gao Wan's corpse?" Fong Yuan's lips curled into a cruel smile. "I dismembered Gao Wan and reduced him to pieces, storing the remains in a wooden box, which I placed at the Ma-Bei family's back door at Donghua." The elder was taken aback, nearly rising from his seat. Not only had Fong Yuan killed a servant of the Ma-Bei family, but he had also dismembered the body and left it at their doorstep. This was nothing short of a blatant provocation. For the elder, who sought to quell this matter, it was indeed a genuine calamity. Fong Yuan was merely a novice first transition Gu master. What sort of reaction could the vast Ma-Bei family muster? The elder felt a headache coming on, realizing the situation had spiraled beyond his control. This Fong Yuan was truly a troublemaker. Alas, since the deed was done, further discussion would be futile. "You may leave for now in a few days. There will be repercussions. Prepare yourself mentally," he said, his mind in turmoil as he gestured for Fong Yuan to withdraw, needing time to contemplate a strategy meanwhile within the Ma-Bei family. "What have I told you? Look at the mess you've made." In the study, Guyu slammed his hand on the table. Fuming with rage, Moi stood before the elder, head bowed, her eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and anger. She had just learned the news that Gao Wan had been killed by Fong Yuan. How could a 15-year-old boy possess such means and determination? Gao Wan was a servant of the prestigious Ma-Bei family. Fong Yuan's act was an utter disregard for their standing. "Grandfather, you needn't be angry. Gao Wan was merely a servant. His death is inconsequential, for he bears no Ma-Bei surname. It is Fong Yuan who has overstepped. One must respect their master even when dealing with a dog." "Not only did he strike our dog, but he killed it outright," Mo retorted indignantly. The Guyu voice thundered. "How dare you speak so? Have you grown wings and forgotten my words? What have I warned you about?" "You seem to have forgotten everything." Moi trembled at his tone, realizing her grandfather's fury was genuine, and she quickly knelt to Guyu and pointed out the window, reprimanding, "Humph. The death of a mere servant is one thing, but you continue to pursue Fong Yuan, utterly short-sighted and unaware of the gravity of the situation. Do you comprehend the significance of your actions? The disputes of the younger generation are their own affairs. As elders, we must not interfere. That is the rule. By seeking trouble with Fong Yuan, you are breaking this rule. Countless eyes are watching us, waiting for the Ma-Bei family to embarrass itself. Grandfather, please calm your anger. It is detrimental to your health. It is Moi's fault for dragging down the Ma-Bei family. Whatever you instruct, Moi shall comply," Moi insisted, though she could hardly swallow her indignation. Fong Yuan was detestable and utterly shameless. First, he had deceived her into entering the Shuatong, and then he had hidden in the dormitory, ignoring her relentless calls. The moment she left, he had killed Gao Wan. That was truly insidious and disgraceful. "Oh, is that so?" Guyu brow furrowed slightly. This was the first time he had heard such information, and a glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes that he took a deep breath. Suppressing his anger and stroked his beard thoughtfully, "I have heard of Fong Yuan. He was once known for his poetry and intelligence. That I did not expect his innate talent to be of a lesser grade, making him unworthy of our recruitment. Yet it seems he possesses some merit." Pausing, Guyu tapped the table with his fingers. "Bring me that box." Outside the door, someone was waiting, and soon a servant entered, carrying a box that was neither too big nor too small, but somewhat heavy, held with both hands as they approached the desk. "Grandfather, what is this?" Moi asked, puzzled by the wooden box. "Why not open it and see?" Guyu squinted, his tone complex. Moi stood up, lifted the wooden lid, and peered inside. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically. Her pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks as she involuntarily took a large step back, letting out an uncontrollable gasp. The wooden lid slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Without the lid, the contents of the box were revealed. A heap of flesh. These pieces of flesh had evidently been sliced into thin strips and chunks, stored within the box. Vivid red blood pooled at the bottom. Some parts were pallid flesh, while others were long intestines, intermixed with one or two bones, either leg bones or ribs that eye in the surrounding pools of blood. 2 fingers and half a toe floated. Ugh. Moy's face turned ashen, stepping back again as her stomach churned, nearly causing her to vomit on the spot. Although she was a second-tier goo master, having undergone trials and even taken lives, it was still her first encounter with such a grotesque and perverse scene. The blood and flesh within the box were clearly remnants of a human corpse, gruesomely chopped and stuffed inside. A wave of overwhelming stench of blood instantly filled the study, permeating the entire room. The servant holding the box trembled, his face ashen. Though he had previously seen the box and had even retched, he still felt waves of horror and nausea as he carried it. Among the 3 individuals in the study, only the elder, Guyu-mo-chun, remained unfazed. He cast a casual glance at the bloody contents of the box and slowly addressed Mo-yin, saying, "This box was placed at my family's back door by Fong Yuan this morning." What, it really was him? Mo-yin exclaimed, shock flooding her mind as Fong Yuan's image involuntarily surfaced. The first time she had seen Fong Yuan was at the inn. He was sitting by the window, quietly consuming his meal. His appearance was unremarkable, with dark eyes and a slender frame, his skin bearing the pallor typical of youth. That it was astonishing that such a seemingly ordinary and quiet boy could commit such perverse and frenzied acts. After the initial terror came a surge of rage, and Mo-yin shouted, "Fong Yuan is utterly audacious, emboldened by a lion's heart and a leopard's gall. How dare he act in such a manner? This is a provocation against our Mo family. I will go and bring him here to face justice." With that, she made a storm out. "Stop right there, you fool." Guyu-mo-chun was even angrier than she, grabbing a nearby inkstone from the desk and hurling it at her. The hard, heavy stone struck Mo-yin's shoulder with a thud before falling to the ground. "Grandfather!" Mo-yin cried out, clutching her shoulder in shock. Guyu-mo-chun rose, pointing at his granddaughter with an agitated tone. "It seems you have wasted your time training these past years. You have truly disappointed me. To deal with a mere first-tier novice goo master. You not only rallied forces unnecessarily, but have also allowed him to lead you by the nose. Now, in your fury, do you even understand the implications of Fong Yuan's actions?" "What implications?" Mo-yin replied. Utterly perplexed, Guyu-mo-chun huffed. If Fong Yuan truly intended to provoke and escalate matters, why place this box at the seldom-used back door instead of the bustling front entrance? Is it possible that he seeks reconciliation? No. If that were the case, would it not be better to apologize face-to-face rather than send a box of dismembered remains? This is nothing short of a provocation. Mo-yin retorted. Guyu-mo-chun shook his head, then nodded. He indeed seeks reconciliation, yet simultaneously issues a challenge. By placing the wooden box at the back door, he signals a desire for peace. However, by filling it with dismembered remains, he provokes us. Observe. The elder pointed to the box, which was not large enough to contain a complete corpse, thus only housing part of the dismembered remains. That he intended to convey that he does not wish to escalate matters, desiring to resolve them peacefully. Yet, should our Mo family continue to cling to this incident, he will scatter the remaining remains at the front door, ensuring a full-blown conflict. At that point, both sides would suffer, and the entire clan would learn that we Mo family were the ones who broke the rules. Our future leader would appear pathetically weak, reliant on the indulgence and protection of the elders. Upon hearing these words, Mo-yin was momentarily rendered speechless. She had never anticipated that Fong Yuan's actions would carry such profound significance. What a clever tactic! Guyu-mo-chun lamented. Such a simple act, yet it embodies both softness and strength, with calculated retreat and advance. This seemingly innocuous wooden box signifies Fong Yuan's willingness to compromise while simultaneously serving as a threat directed at our Mo family. Regrettably, we have indeed been grasped by our weaknesses. Should our family's reputation suffer, we would soon face retribution from the Qi family, and the Patriarch's faction would strike us down. Mo-yin, skeptical, replied, "Grandfather, are you not overestimating him? He is merely 15 years old." "Overestimating?" Mo-chun shot her a disapproving glance. "It appears you have grown accustomed to smooth sailing these past years, fostering an arrogant disposition that blinds you to reality." Fong Yuan remained calm under pressure, deceiving you into entering the academy. In a moment of crisis, he cleverly sought refuge in the dormitory. He bore your insults without retaliating, demonstrating restraint and composure. after you left. He promptly eliminated Gao Wan, showcasing his courage and decisiveness. Now he presents this box, clearly a display of cunning strategy. Do you still maintain that I am overestimating him? Mo Yin was left speechless, unable to fathom her grandfather's admiration for Fang Yuan. She stubbornly countered, "Grandfather, he is merely a third tier." The Jiu Mo-chin stroked his beard with a sigh. "Indeed, he is but a third tier. Possessing such intellect, yet being relegated to third-tier aptitude is truly a pity. Had his qualifications been even a tier higher as a second tier, he would undoubtedly become the future figurehead of our Guyu clan. Alas, he remains a third tier." The elder's sigh was filled with both regret and relief. Mo Yin fell silent, the image of Fang Yuan resurfacing in her mind. Under her psychological influence, his previously frail visage now bore an aura of inscrutable danger. "You are the architect of this situation. How do you propose to handle it?" Guyu Mo-chin suddenly broke the silence, challenging Mo Yin. After a moment of contemplation, she replied coldly, "Gao Wan was merely a servant. His death is inconsequential. Fang Yuan is just a third tier. It is a trivial matter. The key is to safeguard the reputation of our Mo family. To quell this incident, we might as well eliminate Gao Wan's entire family. Demonstrating to the clan our commitment to upholding the rules, you are able to prioritize the greater good, temporarily setting aside personal feelings to protect the family's interests. That is commendable. However, this approach remains somewhat flawed." Guyu Mo-chin remarked, stroking his beard. "Please instruct me further, grandfather." Mo Yin stated respectfully to Guyu Mo-chin pondered. "Since this matter originated with you, I shall impose a 7-day confinement upon you, during which you are not to seek out Fang Yuan again. Gao Wan's insubordination warrants death. His offense against his master is deserving of punishment. However, as he is a servant of the Mo family, we bear some responsibility for his misbehavior. Therefore, let us compensate Fang Yuan with 30 yuan stones. As for Gao Wan's family, they shall receive 50 yuan stones as a severance, after which they will be expelled from the estate." After a pause, he added, "For the next 7 days, focus on resting at home and contemplate the deeper meaning behind my decision." "Yes, grandfather." Chapter 38. The fiend walks in the light in the sky. Dark clouds loomed, and a gentle spring rain fell persistently. The fine drizzle, as delicate as cow hair, enveloped Qing Mao Mountain in a thin mist. The first-floor dining hall of the inn remained sparse, with only 4 tables occupied. Fang Yuan sat by the window, a gust of wind carrying poetic fragrances. The light rain on the sky street is as tender as cream. The grass appears distant, yet is closer than it seems. Fang Yuan gazed out the window, softly reciting before retracting his gaze that on the table before him lay an exquisite array of food and drink, rich in aroma and flavor. Particularly notable was the Qing Zhu wine, its fragrance both mellow and refreshing. The jade-green liquid rested quietly in a bamboo cup, glimmering with an amber-like warmth from this angle. At the nearest table sat a grandfather and grandson, clad in simple garments, both mere mortals. The elder savored rice wine while casting envious glances at Fang Yuan, clearly enticed by the aroma of the Qing Zhu wine, yet lacking the means to procure it. The grandson munched on fragrant soybeans, the sound of his crunching echoing as he tugged at his grandfather's arm. "Grandfather, tell me the story of the ancestor of humanity. If you don't, I'll tell Grandma you sneaked out to drink wine." "Alas, even for a drink, one cannot find peace." The elder sighed, yet a loving expression graced his face. He gently patted his grandson's head with his withered hand. "Very well, I shall tell you." Thus, the tale of the ancestor of humanity, the most widely circulated and ancient legend in this world, unfolded. The elder recounted. The ancestor of humanity, through hope, escaped the clutches of despair. However, he eventually grew frail and powerless, unable to continue hunting, even losing his teeth and struggling to chew wild fruits and vegetables. The specter of death loomed ever closer. At this moment, Hope&h.e.l.lip spoke to him. "Human, you cannot die. That if you die, your heart will cease to exist, and I, Hope, will lose my place to dwell." The ancestor of humanity, resigned, replied, "Who wishes to die? Yet if heaven demands it, I have no choice but to comply." Hope&h.e.l.lip reassured him. "There is always hope that if you can capture longevity Gu, you will add years to your life." The ancestor had long known of longevity Gu's existence, yet he lamented, "Longevity Gu remains undetectable when still. And when it flies, it is swifter than light. How could I possibly capture it?" It is far too difficult. Hope&h.e.l.lip revealed a secret. Human, never give up hope, did I tell you. In the northwestern corner of the earth lies a great mountain. At its peak, there is a cave where two goo insects, one round and one square, reside. That if you can tame these two goo insects, there will be no goo insect in the world that you cannot capture. Not even longevity goo, with nowhere else to turn. The ancestor of humanity clung to this last glimmer of hope that he endured countless hardships to find the mountain, braving numerous dangers to ascend to the peak. At the cave's entrance, he was left with only a sliver of strength, staggering as he ventured inside. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and he could see nothing. He stumbled through the blackness, occasionally colliding with unseen obstacles, injuring himself in the process at times. He felt as though the darkness was vast and infinite, as if he had entered another world. Utterly alone in the void, he squandered an inordinate amount of time, unable to escape the vast, impenetrable darkness. The notion of subduing the two enigmatic insects, one square and one round, seemed utterly far-fetched. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, two voices emerged from the shadows. One proclaimed, "O human, do you wish to capture us as well? Return whence you came. Even with the strength of the power insect within you, it is a futile endeavor." The other voice followed, "O human, retreat, we do not seek your life. Even with the assistance of the wisdom insect, it is unlikely you will ever find us." The ancestral figure collapsed weakly to the ground, panting heavily. "The power insect and the wisdom insect have long since abandoned me. My lifespan is nearly at an end, and I am at a dead end. Yet, as long as a flicker of hope remains in my heart, I shall not surrender." Upon hearing these words, the two voices fell silent. After a lengthy pause, one spoke again. "I understand now, human. You have entrusted your heart to the hope insect. You vow to never give up." The other voice added, "In that case, we shall grant you a chance. If you can utter our names, we shall serve you." Stunned, the ancestral figure realized that accurately articulating the two names from the depths of his mind was akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. He did not even know how many characters comprised the names of these two insects that he hastily inquired of the hope insect, but the hope insect was equally unaware, with no other avenues left. He braced himself and began to name them, that he uttered countless names, expending a great deal of time. Yet the darkness offered no response, clearly indicating that he had erred. Gradually, the ancestral figure's breath grew fainter. As he aged within that cave, transitioning from old age to the twilight of life, that was as if the evening sun descended gradually, half of it having already dipped below the horizon, becoming the setting sun. The provisions he carried dwindled, his thoughts slowed, and his strength for speech diminished. The voices in the darkness urged him, "O human, you are nearing death, that we shall allow you to leave. In your final moments, ascend from this cave and behold the world one last time. However, as punishment for your offense, leave the hope insect here to accompany us." The ancestral figure clutched his heart tightly and resolutely refused. "Even in death, I shall not relinquish hope." The hope insect, deeply moved, exerted all its strength to respond, radiating a pure white light. That a glimmer of white light emerged from the area over his heart. Yet, this light was too feeble to illuminate the darkness, barely managing to light up his chest. Nevertheless, the ancestral figure sensed a surge of intangible, renewed energy flowing into his body from the hope insect. He continued to speak, naming the insects. He had grown muddled with age. Many names he had previously spoken escaped him, and he repeated them in vain, squandering precious time. That as time flowed inexorably, the ancestral figure's lifespan dwindled. Finally, with just one day left to live, he uttered the character Jew. That a sigh echoed in the darkness, and one voice declared, "O human, I, Jew, admire your perseverance. You have spoken my name, and from this day forth, I shall heed your command. However, I can only capture the insect of the world when united with my brother. Alone, my capabilities are insufficient. Therefore, you should concede. You are on the brink of death, and it would be better to use your remaining time to glimpse the world one last time." Yet, the ancestral figure shook his head firmly, seizing every moment to continue naming the other insect. Time ticked away, leaving him with but an hour left. Then, by chance, he uttered the character GUI.in an instant. The darkness vanished. The two insects appeared before him, just as the hope insect had described. One was square, named Jew, and the other round, named Gay. Together, They formed the concept of rules. The two insects spoke in unison. Regardless of who they may be, anyone who knows our name shall command us, O human. Since you have discovered our names, we shall serve you. However, you must remember, it is best that no other beings learn our names. The more who know us, the more we must submit to them simultaneously. Now, you are the first to have subdued us. State your request. The ancestral figure rejoiced. Then I command you to first capture a longevity insect for me. The combined effort of the two insects successfully captured an 80-year-old longevity insect, at the age of 100. Upon consuming this insect, all the wrinkles on the ancestral figure's face vanished. His emaciated limbs regained robust muscle, and the vitality of youth radiated anew. With a powerful leap, he sprang to his feet, joyfully gazing at his transformed body, realizing he had returned to the vigor of a 20-year-old. And thus concludes today's tale. It is time to return home, my dear grandson. The elder finished the story as the wine was depleted. Grandfather, please continue. What happened to the ancestral figure next? The grandson implored, shaking the elder's arm. Let's go. Perhaps I shall share more another time. The elder donned his straw hat and raincoat, draping a smaller one over his grandson. The pair exited the inn, stepping into the curtain of rain, gradually fading into the distance. Rules. Fong Yuan gazed into his glass, swirling the drink, contemplating the verdant bamboo liquor within, stirred by profound reflections. The legend of the ancestral figure was widely known in this world. Almost no one was oblivious to it. Naturally, Fong Yuan had heard of it long ago. Yet, whether it be legend or tale, interpretations varied greatly. The duo merely regarded it as a story, while Fong Yuan discerned the deeper meanings contained within. Much like the ancestral figure, when he was unaware of the rules, he groped through the darkness. At times, he stumbled and fell, suffering injuries and humiliation. Other times, he found himself in a vast expanse, lost and without direction or purpose. This darkness was not merely an absence of light. Strength, wisdom, and hope could not conquer it. Only when the ancestral figure comprehended the rules, unveiling their names, did the darkness dissipate, and he was greeted by the light. The darkness was the darkness of rules, and this light was also the light of rules. Fong Yuan shifted his gaze from the wine glass to the view outside. There, in the distance, the sky appeared overcast and dim. The verdant mountains stretching endlessly, fine rain falling like mist. Close by, tall bamboo buildings lined the landscape, but on the road, 2 or 3 pedestrians trudged through the muddy rain, clad in gray-green raincoats or wielding yellow oilcloth umbrellas. Fong Yuan reflected, this world resembles a grand chessboard, where all living beings are mere pieces, operating according to their respective rules. The seasons adhere to rules, cycling through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Water flows according to its own rules, cascading downward. Heat rises according to its own rules, ascending skyward. Naturally, humans also abide by rules. Each individual possesses their own stance, desires, and principles. Take the Guyu Mountain stronghold, for example. The lives of servants are deemed worthless, while those of their masters are esteemed. This is the rule. Hence, Xin Shui strives to ingratiate herself with the powerful, exhausting her efforts to escape servitude. Gao Wan employs every possible means to curry favor with his master, abusing his authority. For the maternal uncle and aunt, their greedy nature leads them to covet their parents' inheritance. The head of the academy primarily seeks to cultivate insect masters and maintain their own status within the academy. Every individual has their own rules. Every profession possesses its own regulations, and every social group adheres to its own norms. That be why, grasping the intricacies of these rules, one can attain clarity as an observer. They can navigate the darkness to find light, maneuvering within and emerging unscathed. Fong Yuan also reflected on his own circumstances, having already devised a comprehensive strategy. For Guyu Mo Chun, the ruling figure of the Mo family, it was imperative to uphold the prosperity and interests of his lineage. That Mo Yan's harassment was a breach of decorum. To defend the family's reputation, he would undoubtedly refrain from taking action against me. He might even proactively compensate me. In truth, the Mo family's influence was formidable. Driven by the desire to rectify their tarnished reputation, they sought to punish me, a future threat, yet I would be powerless to resist. However, Guyu Mo Chun harbored a fear that he was not afraid of breaking the rules himself, but rather concerned that others might follow suit. When juniors engage in conflict, if elders intervene, the situation could escalate. Should it reach the higher echelons, it would pose a significant threat to the entire stronghold. The Gumo-chen's anxiety stemmed from the potential for future conflicts to endanger his grandson. Gumo-bei. His lineage possessed only this one male heir. What would happen if he were to perish? Perhaps he himself was unaware of this fear. He merely acted instinctively to uphold the rules. Fang Yuan's eyes gleamed with clarity as he perceived this matter from beginning to end. Gao Wan, not bearing the Guyu surname, was merely an outsider, a servant. The death of a servant mattered little. In this world, it was quite normal. Fang Yuan killed Gao Wan. The significance of Gao Wan's demise lay not in the act itself, but in the implications for his master and the formidable Mo family behind him. However, with the box of dismembered remains I sent, Guyu-mo-chen would likely interpret it as a sign of compromise and threat. This was precisely the understanding I desired him to have. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the Mo family would not pursue Gao Wan's death out of course. Had my aptitude been but a notch higher, positioning me as a B grade, the Mo family would perceive a threat and, fueled by their damaged reputation, would seek to suppress me as a potential danger. Fang Yuan chuckled coldly. Strength can be relied upon, and weakness can also be exploited. Though Fang Yuan found himself amidst the fray, he was but a piece on the board. Yet, with an understanding of the rules in his heart, he had already acquired the mindset of a player. Most ordinary individuals merely resembled Guyu-mo-chen or the head of the academy, understanding only their own rules, with gaps between professions akin to chasms. That is exceedingly rare to possess the insight to grasp the larger picture and master the rules, as Fang Yuan did. To comprehend the rules, one must endure trials and tribulations in the darkness, wandering in confusion and uncertainty. Such moments, strength, wisdom, and hope prove inadequate. Only through the expenditure of time and personal experience can one acquire wisdom. The progenitor of humanity was able to unravel the names of the two Gu, having expended an immense amount of time under the shadow of death, attempting countless times. Fang Yuan's mastery of the rules stems from the 500 years of accumulated experience from his previous life. Since his rebirth, he is confident in his ability to forge a brilliant future. This confidence does not arise from the revival of the spring and autumn cicada, nor from his knowledge of numerous secret treasures hidden within mystic realms, nor from his grasp of the general trajectory of the future. Rather, it is the life experience gained over 5 centuries that empowers him. Just as the progenitor mastered the rules of the two Gu, allowing him to effortlessly capture myriad insects from across the land, Fang Yuan's expertise in rules and regulations enables him to maintain a vantage point, seeing through the intricate affairs of the world. He can either disentangle complexities or strike to the heart of matters with precision. That I regard myself with lofty pride, observing the people of the world as mere chess pieces, each adhering to their own rules. Progressing step by step, darkness represents the obscured rules, while light embodies the illuminated principles. Yet the reborn demon strides forth in the radiance of enlightenment. Chapter 39. The Toad Caravan May serves as a transition between spring and summer. The fragrance of blossoming flowers pervades the air, and the mountains are lush and green. The sun gradually unveils its fervent countenance. Beneath the azure sky, clouds drift lazily like cotton fluff on Qingmao Mountain. The bamboo groves stand tall and straight, pointing towards the heavens. Wild grasses flourish abundantly, interspersed with nameless wildflowers. As a gentle breeze stirs, the grasses sway, carrying the rich scents of pollen and fresh grass. At the mountainside, vast terraces unfold, layer upon layer, with tender green wheat seedlings planted, resembling a verdant sea from a distance. Numerous farmers toil in the terraces, some clearing ditches to channel water, others rolling up their trousers to plant seedlings in the fields. These individuals are all common folk, as the members of the Guyu clan do not engage in such menial labor. Ding-ling-a-ling. The sound of camel bells faintly resonates in the spring breeze. The farmers straighten up and turn their gazes towards the foot of the mountain. That a caravan appears, resembling a vibrant, elongated creature, slowly emerging from the mountain path. Indeed, it is a caravan. It is now May, and the caravan has finally arrived. The adults understand this well. The children abandon their play in the water and with mud, bouncing excitedly towards the caravan. That in the southern borderlands, there are 100,000 mountains, and Qingmao Mountain is but one among them. Each mountain hosts its own village, held together by familial bonds. Between the mountains, the forests are deep and obscure, with perilous cliffs and steep rocks. The environment is treacherous, inhabited by numerous ferocious beasts and strange goo insects, making passage for mere mortals exceedingly difficult. That a solitary individual seeking to traverse these daunting obstacles must possess at least the cultivation of a third-turn goo master. Thus, the economy is impoverished, and trade is fraught with difficulties. The primary mode of trade is through caravans. Only with the formation of such a large-scale caravan can goo masters band together, aiding one another in overcoming the hardships along the journey from one mountain to another. The arrival of the caravan is akin to boiling water suddenly poured into a tranquil sea. In previous years, they would arrive in April, but this year they have come in May. Nevertheless, they have finally arrived. Upon hearing this news, the innkeeper exhaled a sigh of relief. Business at the inn is typically extremely sluggish during other months, relying solely on the caravan's arrival to sustain a year's worth of revenue. Additionally, he still has some Qingzhou wine in stock to sell to the caravan, which will undoubtedly invigorate not just the inn, but also the tavern's business. The caravan gradually made its way into the Guyu village, led by a magnificent brass toad. This toad stands at 2.5 meters tall, its body of vibrant orange, with a broad back covered in warty protrusions resembling the large copper rivets on ancient city gates. A large pile of goods is secured on the back of the brass toad with thick hemp ropes, giving the impression that the toad is burdened with an enormous load. That a middle-aged man, with a round, freckled face and a portly belly, sits cross-legged atop the toad's head. His eyes squint with mirth as he greets the surrounding villagers of Guyu with clasped hands. This man, surnamed Jia and named Fu, is a fourth-turn goo master and the leader of this caravan. The brass toad hops forward slightly, with Jia Fu seated steadily atop its head. When it jumps, his height aligns with the windows of the second floor. And even when it lands, he remains taller than the first level of the bamboo buildings. The once spacious street now appears somewhat narrow as the brass toad, like a monstrous beast, intrudes upon the rows of bamboo structures. Following the toad is a large, plump insect, its eyes like colorful stained glass, vibrant and dazzling. Measuring 15 meters in length, it resembles a silkworm, yet its surface is covered with a thick layer of black, glossy armor. The armor is similarly laden with bundles of goods, secured with hemp ropes. Nestled in the gaps between the goods are several goo masters, both elderly and young, alongside sturdy mortal warriors, all following the black-armored insect as it ambles forward. After the plump insect, there follows a colorful feathered camel chicken, a furry mountain spider, and winged serpents, among others. However, these are merely a fraction of the caravan. The majority still consists of toads similar to the brass toad, but smaller in size. Akin to the stature of cattle or horses, carrying goods and people, their bellies swollen as they hop along. The caravan wends its way deeper into the village, and along the route, children gaze wide-eyed, filled with curiosity, cheering and gasping in awe. Windows on the second floor open one after another, as villagers observe closely. Some eyes glimmer with trepidation while others wave an enthusiastic welcome. Jiao Lao Di. You're a bit late this year. It must have been quite the journey, greeted Guyu Bo, the clan leader, personally welcoming the caravan's leader. Jia Fu, being a fourth-turn goo master, would not be received by a third-turn elder, as that would be seen as neglect and disrespect. Jia Fu clasped his hands and sighed. This year hasn't gone smoothly. We encountered a swarm of ghostly bloodbaths along the way, resulting in the loss of several capable hands. We also faced a fog in the cliff mountains, which made it perilous to proceed, thus delaying our arrival. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Guyu brother. His words were exceedingly courteous. The Guyu village relies on the caravan's annual trade, while the caravan, in turn, seeks to foster goodwill for profit. Haha, it's just good to have you here. Please, our clan has prepared wine and dishes to welcome you properly. Guyu Bo extended an invitation. You're too polite indeed, Jiafu responded, feigning surprise. The caravan had arrived in the Qingmao Mountain territory in the morning and settled into the Guyu village by noon. By evening, a vast area of temporary stalls had formed around the village. Various tents in red, blue, yellow, and green had been erected, with countless small stalls wedged in between. As night fell, the area was ablaze with lights, bustling with passers-by streaming in from the village, a mix of mortals and goo masters. Children leaped for joy, while the adults wore expressions of festive delight. Fang Yuan navigated the throng of people, entering the temporary marketplace alone. The crowd was lively, forming clusters around the stalls, with people constantly entering and exiting the tents. The air was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares. Come one, come all, behold the finest blue sea cloud tea bricks. One sip of this tea, and you'll feel as though you're a celestial being. Even if you don't drink it, it's perfect for feeding tea goo, and it's remarkably affordable. Only 5 yuan stones, strengthening Tian Yo goo. When goo masters activate it, they can gain a surge of strength. Don T missed this opportunity. Hard-S companion grass. Top-quality Hard-S companion grass. Look at the freshness, just like it was freshly picked. Only 2 yuan stones per pound. What a bargain. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan paused slightly. Turning toward the source of the voice, that he saw an ostrich pulling a 2-wheeled cart laden with a pile of pale green grass. Each blade reached a meter in length, slender and delicate, roughly the width of a fingernail. Some of the grass tips bore heart-shaped buds. Hard-S companion grass is one of the auxiliary foods for goo insects, valued for its ability to complement certain foods when feeding goo. For instance, when feeding the Moonlight goo, Fang Yuan would need to provide 2 petals per meal that if mixed with a strand of Hard-S companion grass. The Moonlight goo would only require 1 petal of moon orchid to be satisfied. At just 2 yuan stones per pound for Hard-S companion grass, while 10 petals of moon orchid cost 1 yuan stone, it becomes evident that mixing Hard-S companion grass for feeding goo is far more economical. Half a month ago, I killed Gao Wan for employing the Moonlight goo in the academy, incurring a fine of 30 yuan stones. However, the MO family later compensated me the 30 yuan stones. So it wasn't a loss. Over the past few days, I've committed robbery twice, totaling 118 yuan stones. Yet recently, I have been continuously consuming the refined, mid-tier true essence to nurture the walls of my empty cavity, requiring 3 yuan stones daily. Added to the costs of feeding goo insects and my living expenses, along with the ongoing purchases of Qingzhou wine, I currently possess 98 yuan stones. Since Fang Yuan's act of murder, his ruthless and cold demeanor has left a deep impression on the students, and for a time, no one dared to challenge him. This has made his robberies considerably easier, with only a few daring to confront him. Calculating in his mind, Fang Yuan shifted his gaze and continued deeper into the temporary marketplace. Around the Hard-S companion grass stall, a crowd had gathered. They were either goo masters or students, exchanging yuan stones in a frenzy to purchase the grass. Fang Yuan had the funds to buy the Hard-S companion grass, but he lacked the time that, if memory serves correctly, that toad must be in that stall. In my previous life, a goo master struck it rich betting on it during the first night. That I must hurry. I cannot afford to lose out on a significant opportunity for a trivial gain. Chapter 40. The toad goo slumbers within the purple gold stone. The deeper one ventures, the more resplendent the surroundings become. The small stalls dwindle, while larger tents proliferate. One can see tents in red, blue, yellow, and green, some erected in square formations, others in cylindrical shapes. Some have 2 doorposts at the entrance, while others hang large red lanterns. Some are resplendent with brilliant lights, while others remain dim and lifeless. As Fang Yuan strolled along, he eventually halted before a gray tent. This must be the place. He lifted his gaze and observed the entrance, which was adorned with 2 standing pillars, each intricately engraved with couplets using a shadow carving technique. On the left, with little courage, one may earn fortune through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. On the right, with great ambition, one may acquire wealth from the east, south, west, and north. In the center hung a horizontal inscription. The time has come for fortune to turn. Indeed, this was a gambling den. Spanning an area of an acre, it was a sizable tent. Fang Yuan stepped inside. Within the tent, 3 rows of counters were arranged along the sides, displaying pieces of amber or fossils. The smaller ones were merely the size of a palm, while the larger ones could rival a basin in size. Some were even larger, towering as tall as a person, unable to fit on the counters. They stood directly on the ground. Contrary to the lively atmosphere of other tent shops, this place was enveloped in a serene silence. Groups of goo masters stood before the counters, some meticulously examining the stones, others gently manipulating the fossils in their hands to feel their texture, while some engaged in hushed discussions with companions, and others negotiated prices with the shop's attendants. Regardless of their conversations, they spoke in whispers. striving to avoid disturbing others. This was a stone gambling venue, that in this world of goo, there exists an array of peculiar and countless goo. Each goo worm has its specific food source, without sustenance. A goo worm can only endure for a limited time before perishing. Yet, nature possesses a duality of cruelty and compassion toward life that in times of scarcity, goo worms may still find a glimmer of hope. They can enter a state of slumber, sealing themselves away. For instance, a moonlight goo that lacks moon orchid petals may seal itself, that it will shrink its power as much as possible, akin to hibernation, plunging into the deepest slumber during this period. Its body not only loses its azure radiance, but also transforms from a translucent crystalline form into a gray stone enveloped in a rocky shell. Over time, as the shell thickens, it eventually becomes a stubborn rock. Similarly, a wineworm, if it self-seals, will form a white silken cocoon that curls up within the cocoon, entering a deep sleep. However, this phenomenon of sealed slumber does not occur in all goo worms. Its probability is quite low. Under normal circumstances, goo worms do not enter slumber, but rather perish from starvation. Only a select few goo worms may self-seal under specific conditions. Some goo masters, through serendipity, acquire these sealed stubborn rocks or cocoons, awakening the slumbering goo within. Some thus strike it rich, while others experience a turning point in their lives. Such occurrences frequently transpire in the world of goo masters, often accompanied by rumors that blur the line between truth and fiction, igniting the imagination. The source of the stubborn rocks in this stone gambling venue lies in such tales. Naturally, the appearance of these stones is often deceptive. Only through opening them can one determine whether they truly conceal goo worms. In small-scale stone gambling venues like this, 8 or 9 out of every 10 stones are solid and devoid of goo worms. Even if a stone contains a goo worm, it is often a dead one. The likelihood of finding a living goo worm is slim. However, once a living goo worm is discovered, it typically yields substantial profits that if the goo worm is exceedingly rare, it could lead to either rapid success or violent theft. Feng Yuan was well aware of the intricacies within this realm that in his previous life, he had been part of a merchant caravan and served as an attendant at a stone gambling venue. At one point, he even operated a larger stone gambling venue, one that surpassed this establishment in size. Classified as a medium-sized venue, that he had deceived numerous gamblers and had occasionally witnessed others unearth valuable goo worms. Feng Yuan lingered at the entrance for a moment, scanning the surroundings before gradually making his way to the left counter. Behind the counter, standing a few meters apart, were attendants of both genders, each adorned with a green belt, signifying they were not ordinary folk, but rather first-tier goo masters. Most were novices, with a few at the intermediate level. Upon seeing Feng Yuan approach, the nearest female goo master stepped forward, a smile gracing her face as she gently inquired, "What kind of goo worm do you seek, young sir?" Each stone at this counter is priced at 10 yuan stones, that if you're a first-time visitor seeking a small wager. You might consider the counter to your right, where stones are priced at only 5 yuan stones. For those desiring a thrill, the high-end counter straight ahead offers stubborn rocks for 20 yuan stones each. This experienced female goo master had been working at the stone gambling venue for quite some time. Upon observing Feng Yuan's appearance, age, and height, she deduced he was a student. Visitors to stone gambling venues were always goo masters. Ordinary folk were rare. Students were merely prospective goo masters, having recently embarked on their cultivation journey, typically lacking the financial means to gamble due to expenses related to nurturing goo worms. Such students often merely came to observe, seeking novelty. The vast majority would simply look without purchasing, with only a select few from well-off families possibly buying something to try. Consequently, the female goo master held little expectation regarding Feng Yuan's potential purchases. "I will just take a look," Feng Yuan replied nonchalantly, nodding at her before immersing himself in observation. His memory suggested that this was indeed the counter from the gambling venue he recalled. However, 500 years was an eternity, and many details had grown hazy, particularly given the vast reservoir of memories from such a long span. To be honest, Feng Yuan was not entirely clear. He only vaguely remembered that during that year, on the first night of the merchant caravan's arrival, a fortunate individual had purchased a fossil with a purplish-golden hue for 10 yuan stones. Upon opening it, he had discovered a toad goo, subsequently selling it for a handsome sum of yuan stones. After observing for a moment, Feng Yuan's brow furrowed slightly on the counter. There were over 20 fossils exhibiting a purplish-golden sheen. Which of these concealed the toad goo? Each of these stones was priced at 10 yuan stones. Currently, Fang Yuan possessed 98 yuan stones, which theoretically allowed him to purchase up to 9 pieces. However, this calculation was overly simplistic. Any form of risk or gambling necessitated consideration of consequences. Fang Yuan was no longer the impulsive youth he once was, nor was he a self-proclaimed gambler who believed himself favored by fate. Such individuals often found themselves ensnared by the very whims of destiny. Alone, without the support of friends or family, he needed to retain some yuan stones for sustenance and to procure food for nurturing his goo worms. After a moment of contemplation, he calculated that after ensuring his basic needs, he could afford to purchase at most 7 fossils. This stone, adorned with purplish golden specks, was flat as a pancake and unlikely to conceal a toad goo. This purplish golden fossil, while large, was only the size of a fist. If it indeed harbored a toad goo, it should be at least 30% larger. This purplish golden fossil was indeed sizable, but its surface was exceedingly smooth, while the toad goo's skin was typically uneven and pockmarked. Clearly, it was not. Fang Yuan continued to scrutinize, eliminating options. Once a goo worm enters a sealed slumber, the resulting fossil becomes a seamless entity, effectively thwarting most detection methods. The remaining detection techniques are often crude and forceful. Employing them could directly kill the feeble goo within. Thus, goo masters rely on intuition, experience, luck, and occasional flashes of insight when selecting stones. Otherwise, this place wouldn't be referred to as a gambling den. Of course. In this vast world, the extraordinary exists. It is not entirely out of the question that a few gentle detection methods might allow goo masters to ascertain whether a stone contains a goo worm. Fang Yuan had heard whispers of such methods in his past life, but upon verification, he found them to be mere rumors that he speculated privately. If such a method did exist, it would undoubtedly be a closely guarded secret, held by an exceedingly small number of enigmatic individuals, ultimately having no impact on the broader gambling landscape that in the region surrounding Qingmao Mountain. Such venues were still relatively common, but as one ventured eastward, gambling dens proliferated in the Baisho Mountain area. Every stronghold featured a gambling den, with some larger strongholds boasting numerous grand establishments. Among the 3 major strongholds renowned for stone gambling, Panshur Stronghold, Gamu Stronghold, and Sanqing Stronghold, there were even massive gambling venues of considerable repute, each boasting a history of over 1,000 years. These venues continue to thrive today, bustling with gamblers. There has never been any incident of a venue being raided. The tent where Fang Yuan currently stood could barely be classified as a small gambling den. However, if other 15-year-olds were to enter, they would undoubtedly be dazzled by the array of fossils, and even selecting one would be purely a shot in the dark. But Fang Yuan was different. Firstly, he already possessed some knowledge of the answers, thereby narrowing his selection range to below 30 stones. Certainly, discerning the singular one from these 20-odd fossils was no easy task. Nevertheless, with 500 years of experience as his foundation, he observed for a moment and identified 6 purplish golden fossils that most closely matched his criteria. He was 80% confident that, within one of these purplish golden fossils, the toad goo lay in slumber. "I would like to purchase some stones," Fang Yuan declared once his targets were chosen. A novice, the female goo master thought to herself. Even the most inexperienced gambler usually takes time to observe before expressing a desire to buy. Carefully examining the stones and feeling their texture and weight in hand. After such scrutiny, if a gambler sensed something amiss, they would abandon the idea. However, someone like Fang Yuan, who immediately expressed a desire to buy, was undoubtedly a newcomer to stone gambling. Yet, despite her internal thoughts, the female goo master maintained her smile, asking softly, "Which one would you like to select?" Fang Yuan pointed. "This one," but the female goo master promptly retrieved it. Fang Yuan pointed again, saying, "This piece." The female goo master felt a slight surprise. She had not anticipated that this youth would purchase 2 pieces at once. It appeared that this young man possessed a considerable gambling nature. She mused inwardly. However, Fang Yuan continued, "And this one, and that one, I shall take them all." The female goo master was momentarily taken aback, feeling quite astonished. She could not help but reassess Fang Yuan. It seemed that this seemingly ordinary youth must come from a well-off family. After all, How could an ordinary goo master possess such disposable wealth? With this thought, her smile softened further, revealing a more benevolent demeanor. To her surprise, the youth before her was indeed a genuine customer. A delightful, unexpected turn of events. Yet once more, Fong Yuan astonished the female goo master by indicating the furthest pieces of purple gold stone. Ah, yes, and those two over there. The female goo master felt a subtle shock within her. Which affluent young master from the ancient moon village was this? It seemed he was likely a successor from a branch of a prominent family, that if she could form a connection with him, perhaps she would no longer need to toil as a mere shop assistant. With this in mind, her smile became even gentler. Her gaze towards Fong Yuan, now imbued with a hint of charm. 6 pieces of stone lay before Fong Yuan. He promptly produced 60 yuan stones, unhesitatingly handing them to the female goo master. His action immediately drew the attention of other goo masters within the tent. Someone has begun gambling on stones that we have been watching for over an hour. Too hesitant to make a move. Now someone is testing the waters. It is worth observing that a student. Yet he pulls out 60 yuan stones at once that he seems rather well dash off. It appears he is merely a naive novice. Does he think gambling on stones is so simple? Today, he will likely meet with failure. The goo masters stood in place, whispering among themselves, their gazes fixed upon Fong Yuan. This young sir, do you wish to unveil the stones on the spot? Our casino offers complimentary stone unveiling services, the female goo master gently suggested, her eyes sparkling with allure. Fong Yuan cast a glance around, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. He waved his hand, declining the female goo master. Purple gold is my lucky color. This is my first time gambling on stones, and it holds significant meaning for me that I wish to unveil them myself. The female goo master's eyes brightened further, thinking to herself, such audacity. He must truly be a wealthy young master. She could never have imagined that Fong Yuan was, in fact, alone and unconnected within the ancient moon village, relying solely on his own efforts to get by. Just because one has wealth, do they think themselves remarkable? Who knows which reckless youth has squandered his forebears' hard-earned money? This lad is unaware of the vastness of the world. How could one rely on lucky colors to select stones? Alas, such behavior is akin to tossing yuan stones onto the water's surface, merely to watch the splashes. The goo masters within the tent could not help but feel disheartened, concluding that Fong Yuan was merely a spendthrift, and their already low expectations dwindled even further. Some goo masters even averted their gazes, turning back to scrutinize the fossils on the counter. The surrounding changes, however, did not affect Fong Yuan's state of mind in the slightest. His expression remained impassive as he silently drew upon the true essence from his yuan si, channeling it into the Moonlight (in) the next moment. The crescent mark on his palm emitted a soft, watery blue glow. With this hand, Fong Yuan picked up a piece of purple gold stone, cradling it in his palm, that he then closed his fingers, gently kneading and rubbing the surface of the fossil. The blue light flickered continuously, shimmering like water, as the purple gold stone gradually diminished in size. A considerable amount of powdery stone debris falling from between his fingers onto the carpet of the tent. Such remarkable skill, young sir. The female goo master seized the opportunity to commend him. This young man was not without merit. He possessed genuine skill. The other goo masters, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances filled with complex emotions, beginning to regard Fong Yuan with newfound respect as he utilized the blue light to polish the stone's surface. It demonstrated a refined mastery of the Moonlight goo. Typically, only goo masters with 2 to 3 years of experience in using the Moonlight goo could achieve such proficiency, given Fong Yuan's age and student status. Achieving this was quite extraordinary. Look, he is employing our ancient moon clan's unique Moonlight goo. Some goo masters recognized this, feeling a sense of pride and viewing Fong Yuan more favorably. However, some seasoned goo masters shook their heads, deeming this method too crude for stone unveiling. The purple gold stone continued to shrink. Initially, it was too large to be cupped in one hand, but after a moment, it reduced to the size of a fist. Enveloped by Fong Yuan's fingers, the blue light intensified, and the fossil shrank to the size of a marble. Ultimately, only a mound of stone dust remained on the carpet, revealing that it was a solid stone with no goo insects within. Indeed, utterly unreliable, the goo masters murmured, shaking their heads. Young sir, there are still 5 pieces of purple gold stone remaining. The female Gu master encouraged, her tone warm. Fang Yuan's expression remained unperturbed, unaffected in the slightest. He seized the second piece of purple gold stone, continuing to grind it. Yet, the result was once again a solid stone without any Gu insects inside. The third piece yielded the same outcome. Some Gu masters grew impatient. Stop looking. Stones chosen based on color are simply not worth gambling on, that if he manages to find a good Gu, I shall eat the stone dust on the ground. Someone jested lightly to do not lose heart. Young sir, there are still 3 pieces left. You have only unveiled half. The female Gu master encouraged, her breath as gentle as orchids, rallying Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grasped the 4th piece. And as he ground it down to the size of a palm, his movements suddenly paused. There's something here. The stone's texture transformed. It was no longer purple gold but presented a deep black hue. Could it be that he has stumbled upon something by sheer luck? Surrounding Gu masters emitted soft gasps of astonishment. Young sir, please be cautious as you unveil the stone to do not apply excessive force. The dormant Gu insects are exceedingly fragile, that if you are too forceful, you may inadvertently harm them. The female Gu master, taken aback by the occurrence, quickly warned with great care. Fang Yuan slowed his movements considerably. As his fingers rubbed, the dust fell intermittently, no longer flowing continuously as before. The black stone powder cascaded down, the stone shrinking steadily as Fang Yuan's motions became increasingly gentle. The pile of stone dust on the carpet grew higher. And ultimately, the black stone in his hand was completely worn away. Alas, merely a stone within a stone, he lamented. What a waste of my emotions. I had thought there were genuine Gu insects within. You are all too easily deceived. Is gambling on stones truly so simple? 8 times out of 10, it yields nothing. Otherwise, how could the shops remain profitable? Your luck is actually quite good. Young SIR.to encounter a stone within a stone on your first attempt is something that ordinary individuals cannot achieve. The female Gu master consoled him in various ways, simultaneously preparing him mentally for the forthcoming outcome. It was exceedingly common for one to leave empty-handed when gambling on stones that in her view. Fang Yuan was merely acting on a whim, with the odds of him selecting a stone containing Gu insects being minuscule. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, not responding, but instead continued to retrieve the 5th piece. He ground it meticulously, and within 10 breaths, the outer skin of the purple gold stone was worn away, revealing a bumpy yellow clay ball. Chapter 42. Could it truly be a Gu? Surely it cannot be another stone within a stone. It appears that way, but it is somewhat peculiar. This yellow earth, encased within the hard purple gold stone, should be smooth due to compression, yet its surface is rugged. The observing Gu masters pondered in confusion. Upon seeing the yellow clay ball in his hand, Fang Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Though his heart stirred slightly, he continued to knead, the blue glow flowing like water, as the clay turned to powder. Numerous clumps of earth falling amid the stone dust at his feet. Could it truly contain something? Some Gu masters widened their eyes in astonishment that it's difficult to say. Others replied uncertainly that I feel there is something. It seems genuinely possible. Someone whispered as the yellow clay ball gradually diminished. Nearing the size of a palm, a figure suddenly burst into the tent. Young man, take care. That clay ball is mine. Fang Yuan's movements halted abruptly, and all eyes in the tent turned toward the newcomer. This individual appeared youthful, likely between 20 and 25 years of age, clad in a golden robe with a silk belt cinched at the waist, adorned with a square jade piece. The jade bore a horizontal pattern, forming a rare character. It was evident that he was a first-tier Gu master, over 20 years of age, and still a first-tier Gu master. His aptitude seemed lacking. However, his status was somewhat unique. Upon seeing him, the Gu masters in the tent bowed in deference, collectively stating, "We greet the second young master." The second young master. He had just introduced himself as Jia Jinsheng. So he must be the half-brother of Jia Fu, the leader of the merchant group. Thus, this gambling venue must belong to him. However, his sudden interference seemed to violate the casino's rules. The Gu masters began to whisper amongst themselves. Indeed, I am the proprietor of this establishment. Young man, you are quite young to be gambling on stones. Are you not afraid of your family reprimanding you? I shall offer you 40 yuan stones for your clay ball. What do you say? Jia Jinqing approached Fang Yuan, his demeanor brisk. 40 yuan stones. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Jia Jinqing, and scoffed. It seems you wish to forcefully buy my clay ball fossil. Forcing a purchase would violate the casino's rules. Moreover, it was a top commission mountain. Are you intent on publicly humiliating me, a member of the Guyu clan? Huh. Upon hearing Fang Yuan's final words, the other Gu masters present could no longer contain themselves, feeling a surge of collective indignation as they gravitated toward Fang Yuan's position. Their gazes directed at Jia Jinqing grew decidedly unfriendly. Jia Jinqing had initially thought that dealing with a 15-year-old like Fang Yuan would be relatively easy. Believing that a few words could sway him, he had not anticipated that Fang Yuan possessed such remarkable skills, effortlessly turning the tide with a single phrase and placing him in an unfavorable predicament. As he observed the Gu masters converging around him, Jia Jinqing's expression shifted dramatically that he hastily changed his tone, waving his hands in protest. Young brother, you misunderstand. I am merely the proprietor of the gambling stone shop. How could I possibly undermine my own establishment and jeopardize my own rules? How would I conduct business in the future? Had I merely found your earthen ball intriguing and wished to purchase it. If you choose not to sell, then so be it. However, should there be no materials forthcoming later, do not blame me for not having warned you in advance. Fang Yuan disregarded him, turning his attention back to the clay ball in his hands. His movements were slow and meticulous, often taking a moment before a fine dust of dry clay would cascade down. With each motion, a dormant Gu insect gradually unveiled itself to the onlookers. My heavens, there truly is a Gu insect. It has opened. A chorus of astonished exclamations rippled through the Gu masters. That is it possible that such luck exists? This young man has indeed struck fortune and uncovered a Gu through sheer chance. The atmosphere was charged with admiration and envy. The female Gu master instinctively covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. Having worked as a shop assistant, she had encountered countless individuals and customers throughout numerous mountain strongholds. Yet she had never witnessed such a dramatic spectacle. Indeed, there was a Gu insect. A glint of cold light flashed in Jia Jinqing's eyes, and he seethed with resentment. His narrow-mindedness made him prone to jealousy. He relished taking advantage of others and despised being outmaneuvered himself. As the owner of this gambling stone establishment, he had meticulously arranged a network of spies within. Whenever a customer seemed poised to unveil a Gu insect, he would receive word and appear, typically insisting on a purchase. Now, Fang Yuan was in his gambling den, right under his nose, revealing a Gu insect. Jia Jinqing felt as though his heart were bleeding. The Gu insect that had emerged was a toad Gu, its body a mottled yellow, with a pale yellow belly and a brownish-yellow back, covered in the characteristic warts of a toad at first glance. It appeared rather unsettling that it was not large, merely the size of a palm, cradled in his hand like 2 or 3 eggs. Amidst the gasps of awe, envy, and jealousy, Fang Yuan remained calm, carefully channeling his true essence into the toad's body. Instantly, the toad was refined. The Gu insects obtained from fossilization were exceedingly weak. Not only did they possess scant strength, but their will was also muddled, rendering them incapable of resistance and easily refined by Gu masters. As Fang Yuan awakened the toad Gu from its slumber, it sluggishly opened its eyes, its belly slightly swelling as it emitted a soft croak. Croak. Though the sound was faint and weak, it caused the expressions of the others present to shift dramatically. The value disparity between a living Gu and a dead one was immense. It is a living Gu. He has indeed opened a living Gu. Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief. That is a toad Gu. By the heavens, it truly is a toad Gu. Recognizing the identity of the toad Gu, some exclaimed in excitement. This young man has hit the jackpot. Why do I lack such fortune? Others sighed, their emotions a complex mixture of envy and resentment. Young master, I extend my heartfelt congratulations. This is, without a doubt, the most precious Gu insect I have ever seen. The female Gu master stammered in her excitement, her eyes sparkling that it is indeed a toad Gu. This is a rare second-turn Gu insect, worth at least 500 elemental stones. Cursed be this misfortune. How could such a Gu insect be revealed in my shop? I have suffered a tremendous loss. Jia Jinqing's face turned pale as he glared at the toad, a fierce impulse surging within him to seize it. Yet he knew he could not. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. This was not his own stronghold, but rather the territory of the Guyu clan. Perhaps I should offer a few more elemental stones that might persuade him to part with it. Indeed, he is merely a novice. If I offered 100 elemental stones, he would surely be tempted. Why did I not think of this sooner? Jia Jinxing's heart brimmed with regret that no, perhaps this youngster does not recognize its value. Although he has unveiled this toad goo, I should be able to suppress the price and acquire it. A glimmer of hope emerged in Jia Jinxing's heart. However, the very next moment, that flicker of hope was ruthlessly shattered by Feng Yuan's words. Feng Yuan gazed calmly at the toad goo cradled in his hands, unfazed by the astonished gasps of those around him. In a serene tone, he addressed Jia Jinxing. This toad goo is a second-turn goo insect, requiring 1 pound of yellow clay for each meal. The richer the clay, the better. Its numbers are scarce, and it is essential for refining the precious golden toad. The market price is 500 elemental stones. Jia Jinxing, do you wish to purchase it? You know all this so well. Jia Jinxing stammered, his lips quivering as he struggled to find his voice after such a blow. Feng Yuan chuckled lightly and continued. If you are unwilling, then so be it that I shall sell it to someone else. I am certain there will be buyers. Wait. I will buy it. But can the price be lowered a bit? A bitter smile spread across Jia Jinxing's face. Feng Yuan turned to leave. Jia Jinxing hurriedly followed. Wait, don't go. I will buy it. Feng Yuan had no intention of nurturing this toad goo. Being a second-turn goo insect while he was merely a first-turn novice posed a challenge. Although it consumed yellow clay, finding food on Kingmission was quite troublesome. Moreover, if he did not sell this toad goo, he would have to feed 3 goo insects simultaneously, which would significantly increase his expenditure of elemental stones. Currently, he lacks sufficient elemental stones to sustain such a burden. Therefore, Feng Yuan's goal had always been to sell the toad goo, obtaining 500 elemental stones and making a profit. 500 elemental stones constituted a substantial sum for a first-turn novice goo master like Feng Yuan. The transaction was swiftly completed. Feng Yuan publicly transferred the toad goo to Jia Jinxing, receiving 5 hefty money bags in return. Each bag contained exactly 100 elemental stones. Feng Yuan had initially possessed 98 elemental stones, spent 60 on gambling stones, leaving him with 38. With this transaction, his wealth surged exponentially, totaling 538 elemental stones. Numerous goo masters witnessed the spectacle, their eyes turning red with envy. As Feng Yuan stowed the 5 money bags away, he picked up the last piece of purple gold and leisurely exited the tent. Young master, are you not going to refine this elemental stone? The female goo master blinked rapidly, calling after Feng Yuan's retreating figure. Feng Yuan paid her no mind, leaving the gambling stone shop without a backward glance, leaving a multitude of astonished goo masters exchanging silent glances. Chapter 43. The last piece of purple gold, waves ebbed and flowed in the bronze elemental sea, rising and falling. Above the surface, wine insects coiled together, exuding a fragrant mist akin to ethereal white fog. That a surge of true essence burst forth, piercing through the wine mist. When it descended, it had lost half its volume and deepened in color, transitioning from an initial vibrant green to a mid-level deep green hue. The mid-level true essence sank into the elemental sea, remaining distinct from the initial true essence, appearing denser as it settled below. Thus, the elemental sea formed a stratified structure, with the upper layer comprising initial true essence water and the lower layer consisting of mid-level true essence. As time progressed, the mist of wine swirled continuously within the empty orifice. Under the refinement of the wine insects, the initial true essence gradually diminished while the mid-level true essence steadily increased. It became evident that the water level of the mid-level true essence was rising, while that of the initial true essence was falling and then rising again. While refining true essence, Feng Yuan simultaneously drew upon the natural true essence contained within the elemental stones, rapidly replenishing it within his empty orifice. Ultimately, the 4.5 portions of elemental sea within his orifice were entirely refined into mid-level true essence. Thanks to the mid-level true essence, I could not have continuously refined stones 5 times in the gambling stone shop. Sitting cross-legged on the bed in his dormitory, Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. It was now deep into the night. After leaving the gambling stone shop, he had not perused other establishments, but had returned directly to the academy. Although situated near the Guyu stronghold, as a first-turn novice goo master possessing 538 elemental stones. He felt it was still too much. This was not only due to the weight of the stones, making them cumbersome to carry, but also because of the dangerous allure they posed, potentially threatening his life. Should a high-ranking first turn, or even a second turn, goo master harbor malicious intent, Feng Yuan, with his current capabilities, would be unable to withstand it. Wealth is merely an external possession. It is tragic when one dies over money. How ludicrous that so many in the world fail to see through this. How many have been sunk by the ship of profit, and how many have been lost? A cold smile crept across Feng Yuan's lips as he gazed at the gray-white elemental stone in his hand. Complete elemental stones were each the size of a duck egg. However, the one he held had shrunk considerably after having half of its true essence extracted. Feng Yuan felt no remorse. Every gain comes with a loss. He merely possessed average qualifications, yet he needed to use wine insects to refine true essence, consuming elemental stones at a rate several times that of his peers. Yet it was precisely because of this that he could overcome his shortcomings in aptitude. If one were to calculate his actual progress in cultivation, he would rank among the top 3. Feng Yuan returned the elemental stones to the money bag and retrieved the final piece of purple gold ore. He had purchased 6 pieces in total at the gambling den, having unsealed 5 on the spot, with 1 piece still in his possession. His eyes gleamed with determination as he activated the Moonlight goo, rubbing his fingers together to commence the stone refinement process. The purple gold fossil, shimmering in the blue waves, swiftly diminished, ultimately dissolving into nothingness, leaving behind merely a small mound of stone powder on the ground beside the bed. Feng Yuan was not surprised. In the realm of stone gambling, 9 out of 10 ventures end in loss. Even with his 500 years of experience, he could only hope to achieve an 8 out of 10 loss rate. Among the remaining 2/10 of potential success, there exists a distinction between dead and living goo insects. The dead goo hold little to no value, as for the living ones, they may not necessarily be of the rarest variety. Should he truly uncover a living goo of immense value, it would likely attract life-threatening calamities. With his current cultivation level, Feng Yuan was but a novice in the goo master hierarchy. Had it not been for the ancient Moon Mountain stronghold's vicinity, that newly unearthed toad would likely have been seized by Jia Jinxing. Gambling has never been a pathway to wealth. More often than not, it leads to ruin. This was not the trajectory Feng Yuan envisioned for himself. Although the last piece of purple gold fossil yielded no goo insects, he felt no disappointment. Instead, a smile gradually crept upon his face as he gazed at the pile of stone powder. Indeed, his ultimate purpose in entering the gambling den was encapsulated in this very powder, as for the toad. That was merely a fortuitous occurrence that he had privately excavated the stone and aside from himself. No one knew the true outcome. From this day forth, he could easily claim that the liquor worm was awakened and subdued from this purple gold fossil. This notion was quite clever. Firstly, no one could ascertain what kind of goo insects were sealed within the fossil. Who could assert that the liquor worm could not be dormant within the purple gold? It was entirely plausible. Secondly, he had several eyewitnesses who had witnessed him unearthing the toad, leaving a profound impression on the goo masters of the gambling den. Thirdly, even if someone pursued him relentlessly, he could attribute everything to luck. Luck is the most elusive of concepts. Even if someone suspected that this was indeed the liquor worm of the liquor traveler, they would be at a loss when confronted with the excuse of luck in the dimly lit room. Feng Yuan's gaze was contemplative. Concealment, much like wrapping fire in paper, would inevitably lead to exposure one day. To eliminate the potential threat of the liquor worm, he needed to take the initiative. This was quintessentially Feng Yuan's style. Moreover, after careful consideration, he realized that he would need to reveal the liquor worm during his subsequent cultivation endeavors. This first-tier goo insect was exceedingly precious for a first-tier goo master, but by the time one reached the second tier, it would lose its utility. Therefore, revealing it would only attract some attention, posing no significant threat to the greater scheme of things. It was not like the spring and autumn cicada. Should it be exposed, he might find himself in mortal peril in the next moment. 5 centuries of worldly experience had honed Feng Yuan's understanding of human psychology to a fine art. The liquor traveler's legacy and the toad were the only 2 inexpensive treasures he had salvaged. From here on, he would have to rely on his own methodical cultivation. Feng Yuan sighed and stretched his body, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. The cultivation of goo masters could not replace the necessity of sleep. He pulled up the bedding and lay upon the bed, his eyes still half open. Despite the over 500 yuan stones at his bedside and numerous jars of green bamboo wine stored beneath, he sensed a subtle undercurrent of crisis. Those 500 yuan stones represented a limit. With the inevitable decline that follows abundance, Fang Yuan was acutely aware that his consumption of yuan stones would only escalate. Most of his income stemmed from extorting his peers, that he increasingly felt the palpable progress of his classmates around him. Particularly in recent extortions, Guyu Mo Bei, Qi Cheng, and his younger brother Guyu Fangzheng had all significantly improved their physical prowess. Where once he could handle them with just 1 or 2 moves, now it required 5 or 6 that after a few more rounds of robbery, their skills would surely be honed. They were all challenging him, and with his current stamina, he could not endure such a relentless barrage. Over 500 yuan stones appeared substantial, but with his daily consumption of 4 stones, it truly was not much. The area around Qingmao Mountain held no treasures. Yet nearby Baigu Mountain harbored a secret inheritance established by a righteous 4th-tier Gu master. However, acquiring this inheritance posed considerable challenges, requiring 2 individuals to unite their efforts to succeed. Alas, the liquor traveler's legacy was far too meager. He had only obtained a single liquor worm. Perhaps there was also that shadow wall. Maybe he could sell it to a merchant within the caravan. Fang Yuan pondered, his eyelids growing heavier until he succumbed to slumber. The next day at noon, seizing the opportunity during lunch, Fang Yuan ventured once more to the merchant area outside the stronghold. Due to the day's work obligations, the number of mountain folk amidst the tents and stalls was sparse. He followed his memory to the spot where he had sold the heartfelt grass the previous night, only to find an empty cart at rest. The cart was being pulled by a proud-looking ostrich-like bird. Its body large and its form reminiscent of a chicken, yet with a pronounced curve along its back. Its wide wings were folded against its sides, adorned with vibrant, multicolored plumage. The bird held its head high. A bright red comb glistening like a carnelian crown under the sun's rays. The it seemed he had arrived too late. The heartfelt grass had already been sold out. What a pity, for had he purchased a few pounds, he could have saved a considerable amount of yuan stones. Fang Yuan paused momentarily before continuing deeper into the market. Come, sample the exquisite wines from various strongholds. Here, over 100 types of fine wines await, including the superb lantern grass wine, the smooth and lingering 9 curves wine, the elegant and refreshing ancient dragon well, the sweet and sour flower stone daco, the mouth-watering Baiquan old cellar, and the fragrant drunken autumn. A lively attendant called out in front of a blue, barrel-shaped tent. Fang Yuan's interest was piqued, and he promptly entered the wine shop. The shop's decor was strikingly unique. At the far end of the tent stood a long counter manned by a Gu master, behind whom clung dozens of palm-sized crystal ladybugs to the fabric walls of the tent. The ground was not covered with carpet, but instead laid bare, revealing the rocky soil beneath, from which a vibrant array of mushrooms sprouted. These mushrooms, colorful and plump, were rather charming, some as large as tabletops and others as small as stools. Often, a tabletop-sized mushroom would be surrounded by several smaller mushrooms resembling stools. These were the innocent mushrooms, deliberately cultivated by the Gu master, known for their ability to absorb dust and purify the air, representing a type of grass Gu. Fang Yuan recognized these mushrooms at a glance and chose a small one to sit upon. The surface of the mushroom sank slightly, creating the illusion of sitting on a sofa back on earth. Young master, here is the wine menu. Please peruse and let me know your selection, an attendant approached. Fang Yuan glanced at the menu and noted that the prices of the wines exceeded even that of green bamboo. Wine, 1 cup of monkey wine. Please, he replied, placing the menu down. 1 cup of monkey wine. The attendant shouted excitedly. The Gu master at the counter, hearing the call, immediately bent down to retrieve a bamboo wine cup that he then turned, facing the tent behind him, where dozens of large crystal ladybugs clung, their heads down and tails up, resembling decorations on the tent's fabric. These crystal ladybugs, a type of Gu, were hollow inside and often used by Gu masters to hold precious liquids. Their translucent bodies resembled crystal, allowing one to see the contents within their rounded bellies. The Gu master quickly identified the ladybug containing the monkey wine, that he positioned the bamboo cup beneath the ladybug's mouthparts and gently stroked its crystal shell with the other hand. A minuscule amount of true essence surged into the crystal ladybug's body, prompting it to open its mouth, allowing the wine to flow down into the bamboo cup. The sound of liquid splashing echoed for a moment before abruptly ceasing. The goo master placed the filled bamboo cup of monkey wine onto the counter, and the attendant, who had been eagerly waiting, swiftly and carefully took it to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan took a delicate sip. The monkey wine, a fruit-based brew, was fragrant, pure, and sweet, with a smooth texture, and he did not drink further, but instead summoned the liquor worm with a thought. The plump, white liquor worm transformed into a beam of white light, arcing gracefully through the air before plunging into the cup with a plop. Wine splattered, drenching the mushroom tabletop. The liquor worm joyfully rolled within the cup, and the monkey wine rapidly diminished at a visibly accelerated pace. Within moments, the cup was completely drained, not a single drop remaining. "It's the liquor worm," exclaimed the goo master at the counter, his eyes brightening. "It's a first-tier goo master of only third-tier aptitude." He worked within this wine shop while hoping to traverse the world and seek opportunities. The liquor worm could refine true essence, elevating one's cultivation by a small tier. For a first-tier goo master, it was an exceedingly valuable goo insect. "Young master, might I inquire if you would consider parting with your liquor worm?" he asked eagerly, his face a mask of sincerity as he approached. Fong Yuan shook his head, firmly declining, and then rose to leave. His purpose for visiting was to actively reveal the liquor worm. He had never intended to sell it. Young master, please wait. I assure you my intentions are genuine. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss this further." The goo master followed Fong Yuan to the entrance of the tent, but Fong Yuan offered no response. Ultimately, he could only stand there, filled with regret. Watching Fong Yuan's figure turn the corner and vanish from view, unbeknownst to him, the sun gradually sank, and the crescent moon ascended. In the night, the moonlight cascaded like water, yet it was overshadowed by the bright lights of numerous merchant stalls. This evening, the bustling marketplace was alive with a throng of people, the business thriving as ever. Fong Yuan was swept along by the crowd, various murmurs and discussions inevitably reaching his ears. Typically, the shops would remain open for 3 days and nights. Tonight marked the second evening, and by the morning of the day after tomorrow, the caravan would set forth anew. Therefore, if one wished to procure anything, haste was of the essence. Yesterday, he had set his eyes on a golden bell goo. But alas, it was prohibitively expensive. After haggling with the shopkeeper for quite some time, the price had hardly budged. He resolved to return tonight for another look. "Have you heard?" someone exclaimed. Just last night, a young man managed to uncover a toadstone at the gambling stone venue, netting a staggering 500 yuan stones. Fong Yuan listened intently, yet a twinge of disappointment gripped him. He had not heard a whisper regarding the wine. The wine was merely a first-turn goo worm. Significant for first-turn goo masters, but for those of second or third turns, it could no longer refine true essence. Thus, it was unsurprising that no one paid it any heed. However, he knew better than to hastily expose his interest in the wine. Being overly eager could lead to trouble. As he walked, he pondered these thoughts that moment. The crowd ahead surged with urgency. Suddenly, he heard someone shout, "Come and see! A deceitful merchant is selling counterfeit goo to our kin." Indignation rippled through the throng. "What? Such a thing has occurred. Let us investigate which shop dares to deceive our people." Fong Yuan followed the flow of the crowd, arriving at the entrance of a large red tent, where a throng of people was tightly packed. Some peered in with curiosity, while others stood with crossed arms, but the majority wore a thin veil of anger upon their faces. At the entrance of the tent stood 2 individuals, a young second-turn goo master, clearly a member of the Guyu clan, and a familiar face, Jia Jinsheng, the proprietor of the gambling stone venue. The young goo master held a pitch-black goo worm aloft, addressing the gathered crowd. "Fellow clansmen, this man before me sold me a counterfeit goo yesterday, deceiving me into believing it was a haishi goo, and charged me 250 yuan stones. To my dismay, upon refining it that very night, I discovered it to be nothing more than a common stinky pest worm." Jia Jinsheng scoffed repeatedly. "Do not slander me. When did I ever say this goo was a haishi goo? What evidence do you have?" The young goo master, incensed by Jia Jinsheng's denial, seized his arm. "You rogue traitor, dare you deny it? To swindle a member of the Guyu clan on Qingmao Mountain. Do you seek your own demise? Release me," Jia Jinsheng retorted, anger flaring as he shrugged off the young man's grip. "You wish to stir trouble and extort money without discerning your target. I fear you not. My brother is Jia Fu, a 4th-turn goo master. What can you do to me? You. The young Gu Master's eyes widened in fury, yet he dared not retaliate further, cowed by the reputation of the fourth-turn Gu Master. Bah! Jia Jinxing spat on the ground, raising his chin to look at the young Gu Master with disdain. You sought to be greedy without using your wits. The Haishi Gu fundamentally enhances a Gu Master's power. It is a rare first-turn Gu worm, far more precious than the wine, typically fetching 600 yuan stones. Did you think 250 yuan stones could buy you a Haishi Gu? Dream on, you scoundrel, the young Gu Master gritted his steel teeth, his face flushed with humiliation and rage. The crowd buzzed with agitation, murmuring amongst themselves, yet none dared to intervene. Jia Fu's reputation loomed over the scene like an invisible mountain, stifling any dissent. This fellow is utterly detestable. Indeed, a rogue merchant. No wonder he dares to act so brazenly on Qingmao Mountain. He is Jia Fu's brother. It is said they share the same father, but different mothers. He himself is merely a first-turn practitioner. Yet he has grown accustomed to wielding power in the caravan due to this connection. Just then, a resonant voice rang out. Jia Fu had arrived. The leader comes to resolve the dispute. Make way. The murmur ceased abruptly as the crowd parted, creating a narrow path that a stout, middle-aged Gu Master, with a keen eye fixed on his ample belly, strode through the passage, clad in a long-sleeved yellow robe. He was none other than Jia Fu, the head of this caravan. Lord Jia Fu, I greet you. The young Gu Master, despite his simmering anger, restrained himself, bowing respectfully. Jia Jinxing, however, stood frozen, seemingly taken aback by his brother's arrival, his face paling and a flicker of shock and fury flashing in his eyes. This subtle change did not escape Feng Yuan, who observed from a distance, pondering its implications. Greetings, young Gu Master. What seems to be the issue? Jia Fu inquired amiably as he reached the center of the crowd. The young Gu Master, taken aback by his attention, bowed again, then he glanced at his fellow clansmen for encouragement, then mustered the courage to recount the entire affair. So that is the crux of the matter. Jia Fu nodded thoughtfully, that he then turned to Jia Jinxing. Brother, is this indeed the case? Jia Jinxing turned his head away with a cold huff, refusing to meet his gaze. Jia Fu contemplated for a moment. The crowd fell silent, awaiting his judgment with bated breath. Ultimately, while it was evident that Jia Jinxing had engaged in commercial deceit, the young Gu Master bore some responsibility as well. Had he not been blinded by greed, he might not have fallen victim. If Jia Fu were to fully defend his brother, with his fourth-turn cultivation, even the clan leader of the Gu, you would find it challenging to contend with him. After a prolonged pause, Jia Fu finally spoke. I understand the situation clearly. The fault lies entirely with my brother, and I sincerely apologize to this young man for the loss he has suffered due to receiving a counterfeit item. With that, he bowed respectfully to the young Gu Master. Lord Jia Fu. The young Gu Master was taken aback, hastily protesting, but you are a fourth-turn Gu Master. I am merely a second-turn. This is too much. Jia Fu waved his hand dismissively. This matter has nothing to do with Gu Master cultivation levels that I have always judged based on actions, not status. That a wrong is a wrong, that on behalf of the caravan. I apologize to you, young SI/AS, for compensation. Since you suffered a loss of 250 yuan stones, I shall ensure the Jia family compensates you double. That he spoke with conviction, and immediately, a servant at his side produced 5 bulging money pouches, presenting them publicly to the young Gu Master. Each pouch was filled with 100 yuan stones. The young Gu Master accepted the pouches, overwhelmed with emotion, rendered speechless. However, my young brother, I have a word of advice for you. Jia Fu added. The Haishi Gu is extremely rare and fundamentally enhances a Gu Master's strength. Though it is only a first-turn Gu, it is hard to find in the market. Whenever it appears, it is typically snatched up immediately, usually priced around 600 yuan stones. That it is unrealistic to think you can acquire a Haishi Gu for just over 200 yuan stones. That I shall heed your words. The young Gu Master bowed deeply, genuinely appreciative of Jia Fu's counsel. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Lord Jia Fu is wise, remarkable, truly a model of righteousness. As a fourth-turn Gu Master, he does not bully the weak. It is nothing. Jia Fu smiled broadly, bowing to all sides with humility. Our Jia family has always prioritized integrity in business, never deceiving any customer, young or old. That my brother is merely youthful and naive, prone to mischief. Yet he possesses a kind heart that I hope you can all show him some understanding. The applause grew louder. Jia Jinxing's face turned an ashen hue, his anger boiling over as he stomped his foot and stormed into the tent. Then exited through the back curtain. Fang Yuan watched coldly, his heart settling. It seemed the shadow wall left by the Flower Wine Traveler was ripe for action. The Flower Wine Traveler had used the shadow recording Gu to capture the disgraceful antics of the 4 clan leaders of the Gu family. Before his death, harboring resentment, he activated the Gu, projecting the images onto a stone wall, creating a shadow wall that continuously displayed the most authentic scene of that moment. With the principle of maximizing profit in mind, Fang Yuan had long wished to sell this shadow wall, that he was confident that the other 2 families on Qingmao Mountain, the Bai family and the Xiong family, would find it intriguing. However, it was impractical for him to sell it personally. His cultivation was still too weak, and carrying the shadow wall to other villages posed a risk of being silenced. Even if the transaction succeeded and he returned safely, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. Should news of his actions reach the upper echelons of the Guyu clan, he would surely be expelled from the family. According to Fang Yuan's plan, he still needed to leverage the Guyu clan. Thus, the safest method was to sell it to a merchant within the caravan. These merchants were outsiders and did not partake in the power struggles of Qingmao Mountain, making them the ideal choice. In just one more day, this caravan would set off from the Guyu Mountain stronghold toward the Xiong family village, and then to the Bai family village. Selling to them would minimize the risks involved in the transaction, ensuring a safe and secure method. Another cup of wine. Where is the wine? Hurry and bring it to me. Do you think I cannot afford to pay? Jia Jinxing bellowed, slamming his palm against the mushroom table. Your wine, young master. A server hurriedly presented the drink. Jia Jinxing swiftly grasped the bamboo cup, tilted his head back, and downed the contents in one gulp. What exquisite wine, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. His voice tinged with a melancholic rasp. With a resounding thud, he slammed the cup onto the table and bellowed, Bring me another cup. No, bring me as many as you have. The tavern's attendants, naturally wary of offending him, complied without hesitation. Fortunately, the establishment was teeming with patrons. Not only were the mushroom tables surrounded by clusters of people, but the aisles were also packed tightly with bodies that in his drunken revelry. Jia Jinxing's loud shouts blended into the cacophony of the bustling tent, rendering him hardly noticeable. He continued to drink cup after cup, seeking solace in alcohol. Unbeknownst to the crowd, as he drank, 2 streams of tears began to flow down his cheeks. Who could fathom his suffering? Who could comprehend his sorrow? Where there is pity, there often resides contempt, and vice versa. Everyone harbors their own untold stories. Among his brothers, he was the youngest, the most handsome, and bore the closest resemblance to their father, thus enjoying his father's favor. Yet, cruel fate had bestowed upon him only a meager talent. Throughout his life, he had lived under the oppressive shadow of his elder brothers. Resentful, he yearned to rebel, but his innate abilities rendered him powerless. With the end drawing near, his father sought to divide the family fortune, allocating 1 merchant caravan to each pair of brothers, promising a division of wealth based on their respective achievements. Jia Jinxing aspired to claim his inheritance and earn his family's recognition through his own merits. However, he did not anticipate becoming once again the stepping stone for his elder brother, Jia Fu. The moment Jia Fu appeared, he realized he had fallen into yet another trap. This entire affair was a scheme from the outset. Yet, what could he do? Ever since joining the merchant caravan, he had been firmly suppressed by Jia Fu. The vast disparity between their ranks left him feeling utterly powerless. Jia Fu. He spat the name through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with the flames of hatred. How deeply he resented this. Do you wish to deal with your brother? I can assist you to AT that moment. A voice pierced his thoughts. Jia Jinxing turned in surprise to find a stranger seated beside him. Shaking his head a few times and blinking, he finally recognized the person. Itsu. He glared at Fang Yuan, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. I remember you. That lucky brat who managed to win from my gambling den a toad. You think I'm here to mock you? Fang Yuan's gaze was as piercing as ice as he regarded Jia Fu. I have a lucrative business proposition that if you wish to achieve better results and claim a larger share of the inheritance, you might want to listen. A look of suspicion washed over Jia Jinxing's face. Sitting up straighter, he asked, How do you know about the inheritance? This matter was supposed to be confidential, impossible for outsiders to discern. Yet Fang Yuan had articulated it plainly. The trivial affairs of the Jia family were not secrets. It was no wonder that discerning individuals could uncover the truth. Fong Yuan chuckled, recalling events from a past life. The patriarch of the Jia family was a legendary figure. Having risen from nothing through trade to elevate the Jia stronghold, that as he approached the end of his life, he decreed that his children would each take charge of a caravan. With wealth divided according to their accomplishments, the better their performance, the greater their share of the inheritance. However, his eldest son, Jia Fu, and his second son, Jia Gui, were exceptionally gifted, competing for 6 or 7 years without a clear victor, until the patriarch's death left a vast fortune behind. Following his demise, Jia Fu and Jia Gui, embroiled in a bitter feud for the inheritance, resorted to infighting and external alliances, culminating in a large-scale contest that led to their mutual destruction. The once mighty Jia stronghold quickly fell into decline, leaving the world lamenting its fate. Jia Jinxing narrowed his eyes, pondering Fong Yuan's explanation, but he mused silently. Last year, my father announced the rules for dividing the inheritance. And now it is already the 2nd year. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. It is no surprise that this information is leaked. Yet, he truly worried if this was merely another trap set by Jia Fu. Regardless, it would not hurt to listen. Fong Yuan, however, did not speak immediately, that he surveyed the surroundings. This tavern was indeed the same one he had entered at noon. The proprietor had a talent for business. And the evening crowds were nearly overwhelming, the tent filled with the clamor of voices. Discussing matters here was safer than in a secluded place, as it could help avoid eavesdropping by any spies. He beckoned Jia Jinxing closer. Come, lean in. Though Jia Jinxing huffed in annoyance, he leaned closer nonetheless. After hearing Fong Yuan's account, his brows furrowed tightly as he regarded Fong Yuan with a glimmer of cold suspicion. This business involves the 3 major strongholds of Qingmao Mountain, the A.S. merchants. We must never entangle ourselves in local power struggles. Umph. You must be sent by Jia Fu to ensnare me. Anticipating this suspicion, Fong Yuan offered no explanation and simply rose to leave. Well, if that is the case, I shall negotiate with your brother instead. Jia Jinxing squinted, fixated on Fong Yuan, just as Fong Yuan was about to step outside the tavern. Jia Jinxing could no longer contain himself, but he dashed out, catching up to Fong Yuan outside the tent. Don't go. We can discuss this further. Fong Yuan crossed his arms behind his back, casting a sidelong glance at him. I know you harbor doubts about me, but you are currently under the heavy thumb of your brother, nearly losing everything, that if you believe there is even a sliver of hope with me, then you must dare to take this gamble. Otherwise, you shall have no hope at all. Jia Jinxing's expression shifted as he corrected. Jia Fu is merely older. I have never promised that he is my brother. Yet he conceded, but you are right. I will take this gamble. Fong Yuan replied solemnly, 2,000 yuan stones, non-negotiable. Jia Jinxing chuckled bitterly. That price is rather steep. This venture carries significant risks. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Fong Yuan countered, shaking his head firmly, that if you manage to sell to those 2 strongholds, you will surely earn much more. Jia Jinxing nodded, a serious expression crossing his face, that I do believe that. The Bai family stronghold has rapidly expanded its power in recent years, boasting a top-tier genius named Bai Ningbing, who has a bright future ahead. The power dynamics in Qingmao Mountain are indeed shifting. Your Guyu's stronghold's dominance has already been shaken, that if I sell to the Bai family, I believe I can at least double my investment. Hearing Jia Jinxing's keen understanding of the situation in Qingmao Mountain, Fong Yuan couldn't help but re-evaluate him, thinking, this Jia Jinxing, despite his background, is evidently not a worthless scion. Jia Jinxing sighed. Regardless of whether this is a pitfall, I have chosen to leap into, I promise you, 2,000 yuan stones it is. However, I must first see the goods. Of course, follow me, Fong Yuan replied with a smile, turning to lead the way. Jia Jinxing had unwittingly walked into a trap, with everything now under Fong Yuan's control. Following his memories, Fong Yuan guided Jia Jinxing back to the rocky crevice in the mountainside. As they entered the fissure, the passage narrowed, and darkness enveloped them. Jia Jinxing grew increasingly uneasy, feeling out of his element. Unable to contain himself, he finally asked, I have a question. Jia Fu is known for his integrity, always friendly and trustworthy, while I am associated with deception and coercion. Why did you choose to conduct this business with me instead of him? Fong Yuan's voice echoed through the crevice. Because his cultivation level is too high. If he were to see the shadow wall, he could choose to trade with me or abandon the transaction altogether. handing the shadow wall over to the Guyu patriarch that I do not wish to relinquish control to others. Moreover, I have no faith in so-called integrity. Reputation is nothing but a facade, easily swayed by self-interest. The more significant reason, of course, was that Jia Jinxing's position was unique, his cultivation weak, making him easier to manipulate. However, Fang Yuan would never voice this aloud. Haha, Jia Jinxing chuckled awkwardly, his doubts alleviating substantially. Your last statement resonates with me deeply. Finally, they squeezed into the secret cavern within the mountain. The moment Jia Jinxing laid eyes on the shadow wall, he burst into laughter. Ha! I was right to bet on this. You haven't deceived me. Fang Yuan stood behind him, chuckling softly without uttering a word. Jia Jinxing gazed at the shadow wall, where images flickered, replaying the past grievances between the flower wine traveler and the fourth clan leader. After watching it once, he withdrew his gaze and turned to Fang Yuan, teasing, "It seems your fourth ancestor wasn't all that impressive after all." Fang Yuan replied, "That's of little consequence. The Guyu clan needed a hero, so the fourth became one. Soon after, when the Bai family stronghold requires a despicable villain, the fourth will be cast in that role. Heroes and villains are merely perspectives held by others." Such words were remarkably astute. Jia Jinxing clapped and laughed heartily as he surveyed the secret cave. His gaze lingered momentarily on the withered bones of the flower wine traveler. What a pity for a fifth-turn master. Brother, you must have gained quite a bit from him, right? The legacy of a fifth-turn Gu master was certainly no trifling matter. The thought of it stirred Jia Jinxing's curiosity, prompting him to probe Fang Yuan for details. Fang Yuan shook his head. So much time has passed. Many Gu have perished and I only acquired a single wine bug. Jia Jinxing was incredulous. Brother, don't deceive me. If this deal goes through, we will be co-conspirators. I won't leak any information. Just tell me honestly, how much did you really gain? Fang Yuan let out a cold laugh, uninterested in responding, and offered no further explanation. He had anticipated Jia Jinxing's reaction, which was precisely why he had chosen him over Jiafu. Jia Jinxing continued unabashedly, not to mention other matters. I am aware that the flower wine wanderer possesses a renowned 1,000-mile land wolf spider. This creature is a formidable five-turn mount with a massive physique and exceptional skills in burrowing underground. The flower wine wanderer, being a practitioner of the demonic path, navigates effortlessly, relying on this 1,000-mile land wolf spider to repeatedly evade the encirclement of righteous individuals. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, admitting that he had not heard much about the flower wine wanderer. Jia Jinxing, brimming with pride, elaborated. When I visited your stronghold last year, I encountered this legend, which piqued my interest, prompting me to inquire further upon returning home. The 1,000-mile land wolf spider and the flower wine wanderer are nearly inseparable. In my view, this secret cave in the mountains must have been created by the 1,000-mile land wolf spider itself. Otherwise, how could such a secret cave naturally form amidst the thick, viscous blue soil of Qingmao Mountain? Brother, do not conceal any longer. With the flower wine wanderer's demise here, his 1,000-mile land wolf spider must surely be present. Fang Yuan's frown deepened as he sensed something amiss that he gazed pensively and remarked, "Indeed, there are no other exits here. Given the massive size of the 1,000-mile land wolf spider, it could not possibly escape through the crevice we entered. However, it is also plausible that the spider was previously trapped and killed by the fourth generation. Observe that in the shadowy wall, the flower wine wanderer did not summon the 1,000-mile land wolf spider during the fierce battle. That makes this situation even more perplexing. This secret cave could not have formed naturally. It must have been temporarily excavated by the flower wine wanderer. Without the 1,000-mile land wolf spider, could he have had other means?" Jia Jinxing regarded Fang Yuan with evident skepticism. Fang Yuan's brow was nearly knotted in a tight crease as he felt an escalating sense of unease. The new intelligence he had just acquired from Jia Jinxing hinted at a crucial detail he had overlooked, and he found himself lost in contemplation. Jia Jinxing, too, was mulling over the situation, as the shadowy wall no longer satisfied his curiosity. Once he was convinced of the truth of this matter, he was eager to unearth the flower wine wanderer's hidden treasures from Fang Yuan. Neither of the two anticipated that, at this moment, a sudden turn of events would occur. The shadowy wall, which had been cycling through images, abruptly flickered to a severely injured, pallid-faced, bald goo master replaced the previous image on the wall. He slumped helplessly against the mountainside, his chest and limbs riddled with deep wounds. Yet strangely, these wounds were devoid of blood. As if all the blood in his body had been drained, that I am the flower wine wanderer. The bald goo master chuckled grimly, his expression twisted in horror. Future generations, regardless of who you are, the fact that you have allowed this shadowy wall to replay for nearly 100 days is enough to prove your disdain for the ancient Moon clan. Very well, you shall be my successor. I bequeath all my legacy to you, but under one condition. You must annihilate the ancient Moon clan, slaughter the stronghold, leaving not a single soul alive. Jia Jinxing stood frozen in shock, his face a mask of astonishment. The inheritance of the five-turn powerhouse, the flower wine wanderer. He was astounded, his mind buzzing, thoughts swirling that my heavens. What does it mean to be a five-turn powerhouse? A three-turn practitioner is a clan elder. A four-turn can become the leader of a stronghold. While a five-turn goo master is akin to a mountain lord, wielding immense power. Who would have imagined that such a formidable legacy of a five-turn goo master would be found in this humble location? Wait a moment. The flower wine wanderer is a practitioner of the demonic path. Would it be inappropriate for me to inherit his powers? No. Power is independent of good or evil. The flower wine wanderer desires a successor to eradicate the ancient Moon clan. Would I be obliged to comply? He is already deceased. I need only inherit his legacy and disregard the rest. This is an immense opportunity. Although I possess merely the most basic talent, inheriting the flower wine wanderer's treasures might elevate my abilities. Perhaps within this legacy are rare goo insects that enhance one's aptitude. If I inherit this wealth and ascend to a four-turn or five-turn goo master, I could rival Jiafu. Wait, I almost forgot about the outsider. What should I do? Should I share this inheritance with him? No, I must kill him. Only by eliminating him can I safeguard this secret. Yes, I shall first placate him, feigning a desire to share the treasures to disarm his suspicions. Then I will launch a surprise attack and eliminate him here. This place is secluded. It is perfect. Should I kill him, no one would be the wiser. Despite the multitude of thoughts racing through his mind, the span of time was merely a fleeting moment. With a resolution formed, Jia Jinxing narrowed his eyes, a false smile creeping upon his face. He slowly turned to face Feng Yuan. Just as he was about to speak, two ethereal blue crescent blades shot directly towards him. His pupils constricted to pinpricks. The distance was too short for him to react. His voice was abruptly cut off. The crescent blade struck his neck with deadly precision. In an instant, his head soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. After a brief pause, his body crashed to the ground with a thud. Scalding blood splattered against the mountainside, staining the withered vines of vivid, to kill was to kill. There was no need for further contemplation. Feng Yuan cast a dispassionate glance at the corpse on the ground before his gaze shifted back to the shadowy wall. Who would have thought such a twist of fate would occur? How intriguing, he muttered, his eyes glimmering with an eerie light. The rain poured relentlessly. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and the distant mountains melded into a dark mass. The curtain of rain intertwined the heavens and the earth. Crack! A sudden brilliance illuminated the sky as a bolt of lightning, like a silver serpent, sliced through the firmament before vanishing without a trace. Summer was approaching, and this late spring deluge seemed to carry a hint of summer's fervor. That on Qingmao Mountain, expansive fields of verdant spear bamboo stood tall, braving the storm. The bamboo stalks remained as straight as spears, their tips pointing skyward. Within the ancient Moon's stronghold, countless elevated wooden towers stood in a staggered formation, their inhabitants stoically enduring the relentless downpour. Outside the stronghold, the merchant convoy had resumed its journey. The rain is heavy. Watch your footing. Do not lag behind. Goo masters, keep your goo insects in check, especially the fat armored beetles. Do not let them get stuck on the mountain path. Voices of admonition echoed throughout the convoy. After a 3-day stay in the ancient Moon stronghold, the merchant convoy departed, following the mountain path of Qingmao Mountain towards their next destination. The deluge washed over the land, and the roads surrounding the stronghold were cobbled with stones, which was a relief. However, beyond 500 meters lay a narrow, muddy path. The proud camel hens lowered their heads, their vibrant plumage drenched and clinging together, resembling true drowned rats. the fat armored beetles, with their rotund bodies, advanced at a sluggish pace. Rainwater cascaded down their black carapaces, forming rivulets that trickled to the ground. The fluffy mountain spiders were also drenched, their dark fur matted together. In contrast, the toad goo were chirping joyfully, bounding along the mountainside with their cargo and goo masters. The winged serpents had folded their wings, their robust bodies navigating the muddy waters with ease to protect their goods from the rain. The goo masters employed various techniques that on the backs of the ponderous fat armored beetles stood goo masters, arms raised high, with a single chi golden light insect floating just an inch away from their palms. The bronze essence surged like steam, infusing the chi golden light insect. The insect glimmered with golden light, serving as the nucleus for a vast pale, golden energy shield. This hemispherical shield covered the fat armored beetle entirely, providing ample additional space to as raindrops struck the shield. They were deflected as if hitting an umbrella. However, this chi golden light insect consumed essence continuously, and over time, a first-turn goo master could not sustain it. Sure enough, after a short while, one goo master cried out, "I cannot hold on any longer. My essence is nearly depleted. Who will take my place?" "I will." Almost immediately, another goo master rushed forward to assume his position. Some goo masters, pulling carts or guiding the mountain spiders, activated their green silk goo. Under the influence of the green silk goo, their hair began to grow wildly, that a normal person's hair comprises at least 100,000 strands. Now, each strand extended to 5 or 6 meters. They intertwined, enveloping the goo master and their mount in a temporary, waterproof black hair poncho. The green silk goo is a first-turn insect commonly used by goo masters for defense. It consumes 30% of the bronze essence in a single use, unlike the chi golden light insect, which requires a continuous output that if the green silk goo is refined together with the first-turn black pig goo, it can evolve into the second-turn black mane goo. When activated, the black mane goo enhances not only hair, but also the body's sweat, causing it to grow thick and dark, forming a layer of protective black mane armor within mere breaths. If the black mane goo continues to advance, it can become the illustrious steel mane goo among the third-turn insects that in addition to the chi golden light insect and green silk goo. Many goo masters in the convoy opted for the water spider GU. It was evident that these goo masters were enveloped in a thin layer of light blue water garments. The surface of these garments shimmered as water flowed continuously. As raindrops struck the water garments, they immediately merged with them. The longer the goo masters remained in the rain, the thicker their water garments became. Periodically, the goo masters needed to activate the water spider goo to expel the excess moisture from their garments. During this time, the once thick water garments would reduce to their original thin layered for those mortal warriors. They busily traversed the muddy path, tending to their cargo. Most were clad in raincoats, yet in the chaos, the effectiveness of these garments against the downpour was severely limited, leaving them thoroughly drenched. Curse this wretched weather. The warriors silently cursed within their hearts that on rainy days, the mountain paths became increasingly treacherous. In such conditions, no matter how robust a warrior might be, they remained ultimately human. Soaked to the bone and excessively fatigued, they were highly susceptible to catching a chill, resulting in severe illness, or perhaps even lingering complications. Those gravely afflicted might be unceremoniously abandoned by their goo masters along the way. Should they encounter a landslide on the mountain trail or face the assault of wild beasts or goo insects, the risk of losing their lives became alarmingly high. Although the caravan was vast and boasted numerous goo masters, each journey inevitably resulted in significant casualties. Mortal warriors suffered the most, and even goo masters faced injuries. If the caravan were unfortunate enough to encounter a large migrating beast horde, total annihilation was a possibility that in truth, beyond these natural calamities, human misfortunes also lurked. The mountain strongholds along the route were not always welcoming to the merchants. Some were inclined to ambush outsiders that as they departed. A few goo masters, seated atop their goo insects, turned to wave a farewell to the Gyu mountain stronghold that a crowd gathered at the entrance, watching the caravan's departure. With children calling out wistfully, "You must return next year." The expressions of the adults, however, were far more complex, filled with uncertainty about the future and the harshness of the world. How many familiar faces would still be present in the stronghold when next year came? Whether as merchants or residents of the stronghold, making a living was no easy task. As the caravan traveled further away, the crowd gradually dispersed. The vibrant and bustling atmosphere of the market faded into oblivion. The areas that had once been filled with tents and stalls were left in disarray. The grass had been trampled into the earth by the incessant flow of people, and rainwater quickly formed mud, creating countless puddles of murky water. Additionally, a considerable amount of litter remained behind. Feng Yuan stood alone on a secluded hillside, gazing distantly at the caravan. It resembled a plump, colorful python, slowly weaving its way into the dense forest along the narrow mountain path beneath the gray rain. Truly, the heavens have been kind. Feng Yuan sighed softly that he held a yellow oil paper umbrella, standing quietly in the rain. Clad in the most ordinary of linen garments, his slender frame bore the pallor typical of a 15-year-old boy. With a neat crop of black hair, the tips of his hair fluttered gently in the wind beneath the umbrella. While others cursed the wretched weather, he marveled at the timeliness of the rain. Just the night before, he had killed Jia Jingsheng and dealt with the aftermath, though the suddenness of the incident had left some aspects feeling amiss. Especially the lingering scent of blood, which was difficult to eliminate due to the lack of ventilation in the secret cave. This heavy rain cleansed the earth and purged the air, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of scent-based detection methods that a small waterfall must be cascading down from the crevices, and after the fresh moisture diluted the air, it would be nearly impossible to expose any traces in the short term. Of course, over time, the likelihood of exposure would increase. In this world, an array of wondrous goo insects existed, boasting a rich tapestry of reconnaissance capabilities. And even Feng Yuan was only aware of a fraction of them. The raindrops pattered on the umbrella's surface, creating a rhythmic drumming sound. They cascaded down the umbrella's ribs, splattering against the blue stones beneath his feet, sending up sprays of water. Watching the caravan turn a corner and completely disappear into the dense forest, Feng Yuan felt no joy. Instead, a grave expression settled upon his face. Though Jia Jingsheng was weak in cultivation and possessed poor aptitude, his unique status was significant. Everyone in the caravan was too preoccupied to notice his absence in the immediate aftermath. Yet it would not be long before someone discovered at that point, Jia Fu would undoubtedly return to investigate. And the true challenge would commence. The head of the Jia family had deliberately arranged for Jia Jingsheng to co-lead the caravan with Jia Fu, a move laden with meaning in terms of cultivation. Jia Jingsheng was leagues behind Jia Fu, and in terms of intellect, he was several streets away. This arrangement by the Jia patriarch aimed to subject Jia Jingsheng to a harsh lesson, forcing him to confront reality and live a more subdued life henceforth. Simultaneously, it tested Jia Fu's character. If he could not even handle the setback of a brother, how could he ever be entrusted with the position of the Jia family patriarch? Jia Jingsheng had never truly grasped his father's well-meaning intentions. Though he possessed some intelligence, it was lamentable that he had only scratched the surface, a true pity for such a promising pawn. Feng Yuan silently lamented within himself, with 500 years of experience. He had long seen through the surface and discerned the deeper essence of the matter. When he observed the intricate relationship between Jia Jingsheng and Jia Fu during last night's altercation, a vague plan began to form in his mind. In this plan, Jia Jingsheng was an ideal piece. His weak cultivation and elevated status, coupled with a hint of cunning yet limited experience, made him easily manipulable. Once this piece was under his control, it would prove immensely useful. Firstly, a stable channel for disposing of stolen goods could be established through him, preparing for future acts of murder and theft. Secondly, Feng Yuan could operate behind the scenes, utilizing him and the Shadow Wall to sow discord among the three major strongholds on Qingmao Mountain, inciting internal strife and reaping the benefits himself. Thirdly, he could leverage Jia Jingsheng to infiltrate the Jia family. The impending disputes over the Jia family's assets and the ensuing Gu battles would be monumental events. The advantages were plentiful, and Feng Yuan could easily seek to maximize his gains within. My current cultivation is too weak. My actions are hampered, that if I had a pawn at my disposal, I could undertake tasks that I could not face directly. This not only offers convenience, but also significantly reduces risk. Should I be exposed in the future, I could simply abandon this pawn and remain unscathed. Those around me are all deeply rooted and loyal to their families, making them difficult to manipulate. Only outsiders like Jia Jingsheng can facilitate a breakthrough. Alas, I did not anticipate that the flower-drunk wanderer would leave behind a legacy of power. The flower-drunk wanderer was a fifth-turn Gu master, and his inheritance was undoubtedly far more precious than that of Jia Jingxing. Naturally, possessing both would be ideal. However, faced with such a treasure, Jia Jingxing had already slipped beyond my control, leaving me no choice but to relinquish him. Life is fraught with disappointments, after all. Fang Yuan shook his head in resignation. The emergence of the flower-drunk wanderer's legacy disrupted Fang Yuan's original plans. After the anomaly of the shadow wall, the previous scene vanished entirely, replaced by a line of blood-red characters that hinted at breaking the shadow wall would yield an entrance to be why following this entrance downward, one could obtain the legacy of power. The blood-red characters only appeared for a fleeting moment before disappearing, and the shadow wall reverted to an ordinary mountain face. Fang Yuan had spent the entire night processing the murder scene, leaving him no time to shatter the shadow wall to end the heat of the moment. Killing Jia Jingxing had numerous repercussions, though they had yet to manifest. While I successfully obliterated the evidence, a significant trouble still looms ahead. Consequently, the method of exposing the wine insect must be revised. Additionally, the secret cave in the crevice is temporarily off-limits that I must remain hidden within the stronghold for the time being, preparing for the imminent investigation. Fang Yuan turned, holding the umbrella as he walked through the rain towards the stronghold. Perhaps this is for the best. Recently, I have consumed a substantial amount of essence stones, refining them into mid-tier true essence. Utilizing this mid-tier true essence to nurture my empty apertures, I should be able to break through to the mid-tier soon. Once I reach mid-tier, my strength will double. At that point, I will be far more assured in inheriting the flower-drunk wanderer's legacy. The legacies of those practicing the demonic path are rarely gentle, often laden with perilous trials. Should one fail to pass the trials, the cost is often one's life. The unpredictability of life is precisely what makes it intriguing. A cold smile played at the corners of Fang Yuan's mouth. The rain-soaked green mountains stretched endlessly, tinged with a grayish hue, exuding an oppressive heaviness that a gust of wind swept through, tilting the raindrops as they struck Fang Yuan's shoulders, sending a chill coursing through him. His thoughts turned once more to Jia Jingxing. With a sigh, he reflected, Jia Jingxing, in truth, I did not wish to kill you. What a pity for such a promising piece. Chapter 48. Somewhat adorable, the torrential rain persisted for 4 consecutive days before finally relenting. The sun ascended high into the sky, lifting the curtain of rain as if unveiling the onset of summer. The essence of summer began to waft in, barely perceptible at first. The weather grew increasingly clear, sweeping away the lingering melancholy of spring, while temperatures gradually began to rise. The lively Dragon Ball crickets that had thrived during the spring nights retreated into the depths of the earth to lay their eggs. The unique Qingmiao bamboo on Qingmao Mountain began to grow wildly, displaying noticeable height increases nearly every day. The grass and leaves transitioned from vibrant green to a deeper shade. The green mountains appeared even more lush and vibrant. The sky stretched endlessly, a crystalline blue, that the training grounds of the academy. The sounds of fists and feet clashing echoed. After exchanging a dozen blows, Guyu Mabe was struck in the abdomen by a kick from Fang Yuan, staggering back 5 or 6 steps and stepping out of the circle drawn on the ground. The coach presiding over the sparring from the sidelines immediately announced, Guyu Mabe has been knocked out of the ring. Guyu Fang Yuan secures his 33rd consecutive victory. Humph. I've lost to you again, the Guyu Mabe gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on Fang Yuan, but he warned, don't get too arrogant. One day I will defeat you. I can feel that day is drawing near. Fang Yuan glanced at him expressionlessly before lowering his eyelids. That kick has already caused you internal bleeding. You should focus on healing first. What is a mere scratch? Guyu Mabe retorted, but suddenly his expression changed, and he involuntarily swallowed hard, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. His complexion turned ashen, a testament to the severity of the injury he had just sustained for the very first time. Terror unmistakably flickered in his eyes. The martial arts instructor hastily approached, offering reassurance. Fear not, this injury, with proper treatment and a few days of quiet rest, shall mend. However, for the next few days, you must refrain from practicing and avoid any vigorous activity. No sooner had he spoken than 2 healing practitioners, who had been waiting at the sidelines, rushed over to gently assist Guyu Mabe from the arena. The Guyu Mabe dared not utter another word. He cast a deep, resentful glance at Fang Yuan, his gaze brimming with anger, frustration, regret, and unwillingness. Despite Guillermo-bei's formidable martial prowess, he was still no match for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was simply too powerful. No one could rival him. The fact that Mo-bei had been reduced to spitting blood was truly alarming that I have no desire to confront this individual. Alas, the instructor declared that today was a day for practical combat. A chance to fight in the arena. Each participant must take their turn. The students lingered at the edge, some gazing at Fang Yuan with expressions of dread, others sighing despondently, some pale-faced, and others trembling in fear. Among them, several bore injuries of their own. Some clutched their bruised faces, others pressed their arms, gasping in pain that a few lay sprawled on the ground, rubbing their thighs. Next, the instructor's call echoed, yet no one stepped forward. In ordinary circumstances, only Guillermo-bei, Guyu Chi-chung, and Guyu Fang-jung dared to challenge Fang Yuan. Yet all three had already been defeated. The students fell into silence, some even retreating slightly. Observing their fearful countenance, the instructor furrowed his brows tightly, that he recalled the elder's words of wisdom. Fang Yuan's rising dominance must be tempered. Otherwise, the other students will be left cowering, their courage eroded over time. We must cultivate fierce warriors capable of confronting formidable foes, not timid lambs. What has come over you all? Fang Yuan, despite his strength, is merely 15 years old, a peer among you. He consumes the same food and drinks the same water as you do. He possesses no extraordinary powers. He is not a monster. Summon your courage and let me witness the pride of the Guyu clan that lies dormant within you. The instructor roared, fervently urging the students. Yet they could not shake the truth. He was far too powerful for them to contend with. Those who had clashed with him suffered greatly, that Mo-bei had even been struck to the point of spitting blood. Fang Yuan is becoming increasingly ruthless. Instructor, we cannot face him, the students meekly protested. The instructor nearly stomped his foot in frustration. These ignorant children. He had observed the proceedings closely. Fang Yuan had fought 33 consecutive matches without respite. Though he was adjusting his breathing, his stamina was nearly depleted. Fang Yuan's strikes were growing heavier, indicating he was no longer in complete control of the situation, that if they pressed on, they could force him to reveal signs of fatigue. A few more challengers could potentially bring him down. If Fang Yuan were defeated, his intimidating presence would diminish, rekindling the students' courage and achieving the goal of subduing him. Yet the students remained intimidated by the facade of ferocity Fang Yuan projected. Sometimes the greatest adversary is not a formidable foe, but rather one's own heart. The instructor, feeling desperate, continued to rally them. However, he was not particularly eloquent. His earlier words had ignited a spark of fervor among the youth, eliciting a few challengers. But now, the repetition of such exhortations had rendered them numb. Fang Yuan, arms crossed, observed the unfolding scene with cold detachment. Though he stood at the center of the arena, he seemed as though he were an indifferent outsider. After the instructor's lengthy entreaties, the students remained locked in silence, not a single one daring to make a move. The martial arts instructor was left both infuriated and helpless that he turned to Fang Yuan, reproaching him with discontent. Fang Yuan, you share the blame. Your strikes have grown increasingly vicious. Sparring with peers should be a display of camaraderie, not cruelty. You must exercise caution moving forward, that if you injure another student to the point of spitting blood, I will declare you the loser and remove you from the match. Instructor, you are mistaken, Fang Yuan retorted with a scoff, meeting the instructor's gaze defiantly, that I end sparring. One must give their all. Otherwise, how can it serve the purpose of training? Should we expect our enemies to be gentle and kind in future battles? The instructor's anger flared. If you strike with malice, harm your classmates, and dare to argue your case. Instructor, you are mistaken again, Fang Yuan replied with a sneer. You orchestrated this sparring session and raised the reward for first place to a staggering 20 yuan stones. Without your provocation, would these individuals have sustained injuries? Scoundrel. The martial arts instructor, lacking in eloquence, pointed an accusatory finger at Fang Yuan, bellowing, do you still desire the reward for first place? If you continue to argue, even if you emerge victorious, I shall declare you the loser. Your lack of unity and respect for your superiors disqualifies you from receiving the 20 yuan stones. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It is merely a contest of victory and defeat, a trivial 20 yuan stones. Do you think I covet it? With that, he turned and strode away, leaving the crowd in stunned silence as he exited the central arena. Though the shadow wall had not been sold, Fong Yuan possessed hundreds of yuan stones. Furthermore, he had not entered the arena for the sake of the stones. The instructor was taken aback, eyes wide with astonishment and confusion as he witnessed Fong Yuan's departure. Shouldn't a 15-year-old youth be brimming with vigor and a fighting spirit? With such martial talent, one would expect a personality to match. Why had he simply withdrawn? Moreover, without sponsorship, Fong Yuan should have been hard-pressed for yuan stones. Why did the prospect of 20 yuan stones fail to entice him? The martial arts instructor found himself rooted in place, unsure of how to proceed. Fong Yuan had eluded his grasp and given his status. He could not overtly seek trouble or force Fong Yuan back into the arena. The surrounding students instinctively retreated, maintaining their distance from Fong Yuan, but he stood outside the arena, utterly alone, that a radius of 5 paces around him formed a clear circle, void of any presence. What a pity! Had they stood beside Fong Yuan, they would have heard the sound of his labored breathing, a testament to his dwindling stamina. Fong Yuan sighed inwardly, though he outwardly appeared vibrant. Beneath the fabric of his garments, his body trembled ever so slightly. After all, he was merely 15 years old. Without any supporting goo worms, after 33 consecutive battles, he was nearing his limit, despite his rich experience from past lives. The other youths had made considerable advancements in their martial skills during this time, that he could sense an escalating pressure emanating from them. This pressure was reflected in the increasing weight of Fong Yuan's strikes. His blows were growing heavier, as he struggled to maintain control that in previous matches, the students had been too weak, allowing him to dominate effortlessly. However, now his grasp on the situation was slipping, necessitating increasingly forceful strikes to keep the combat under control. Experience alone could not suffice. Any force derived from thought requires a material foundation to manifest. Fong Yuan narrowed his eyes, that he had long since discerned the instructor's intentions. That he was not surprised. He had anticipated the pressure from the academy. Ever since he eliminated Gao Wan, fewer challengers dared to confront him. During extortion attempts, many, intimidated by his presence, refrained from resistance and willingly relinquished their yuan stones. Over time, Fong Yuan's image as invincible would solidify, casting a shadow of doubt on the other youths and instilling a lack of confidence in their martial skills from the very beginning. This was something the academy's elders did not wish to witness. They needed Fong Yuan to inspire progress among the students, yet they did not desire him to extinguish their fighting spirit completely. They wished to see Fong Yuan falter. Once he faltered, the invincible image he had cultivated would shatter, simultaneously awakening the fighting spirit of the other students. Moreover, setbacks could forge their relentless determination. However, for Fong Yuan, such intimidation was essential for facilitating his extortion of yuan stones. Should he fall, the youths would recognize his vulnerability and rally against him. Though Fong Yuan possessed a considerable number of yuan stones, extortion remained his primary source of income. Losing this avenue would leave him bereft of resources. Thus, Fong Yuan engaged in 33 consecutive battles, not merely for the reward of 20 yuan stones, but to uphold his intimidating presence. That if he had avoided conflict from the outset, it would have only revealed his weakness. Yet, if he continued to fight, it risked exposing his limits. Why do you all stand there? Who among you has yet to step into the arena? Continue forward. The first prize is a reward of 20 yuan stones. Do you not desire it? The martial arts instructor finally shouted, breaking the silence. The remaining students, now invigorated, clamored to take their turn. With Fong Yuan having exited the arena, it was as if an invisible weight had been lifted from their hearts. I'll go. I'll take my turn. 2 youths eagerly leapt into the arena, engaging in a flurry of strikes. Alas, had I known it would unfold this way, I would have waited and not rushed to the stage, thus avoiding being thrown off by Fong Yuan. How unfortunate. I did not expect Fong Yuan to withdraw. That he truly is audacious. Look, even the instructor cannot contend with him. The coach, upon overhearing the whispers behind him, felt his authority rapidly diminishing. That a wave of irritation surged within him, compelling him to discipline Fong Yuan severely. Yet, Fong Yuan had committed no offense. His voluntary exit from the field was entirely permissible. The coach, frustrated and helpless, ultimately cast a fierce glare in Fong Yuan's direction. The corner of Fong Yuan's mouth curved upward slightly as he mused. Such a simplistic tactic. This coach is rather endearing. Chapter 49. No worries about Fong Yuan escaping control, a pair of profound gazes fixed upon the training ground from afar. The elder of the academy stood at the third-floor window, observing all that transpired within the arena, his brow furrowed deeply. The moment Fong Yuan took the initiative to leave the field, a flicker of astonishment shot through his heart, but he had not anticipated Fong Yuan's audacity. This young man was indeed rather slippery, that well-versed in the academy's regulations and generally blameless. He often dozed off in class, yet when summoned, his responses were always comprehensive and impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Capturing his flaws to diminish his momentum proved to be quite a challenging task. Unavoidably, a faint sense of aversion towards Fong Yuan began to brew within the elder, as a mentor. He naturally favored obedient and clever students while harboring disdain for those who flouted the rules and engaged in mischief. However, having presided over the academy for many years and witnessed countless students, some exceedingly compliant and others perpetually causing trouble, he had long since cultivated an impartial demeanor. Moreover, he had inscribed the principle of being a teacher to all, regardless of background, on the right corner of his desk as a personal motto that he had never before felt such disdain for a student. Surprised by this burgeoning aversion, the elder pondered for a moment and finally discerned the root of his feelings. Fong Yuan possessed an inherent arrogance. It seemed he fundamentally disregarded his superiors. Not only did he ignore the coach's admonitions, but he also brazenly retorted, while public defiance of authority was not uncommon among previous students. Those instances were typically fueled by emotional upheaval, rebellion, anger, or obstinacy. The elder understood well that the more agitated the youth, the greater their underlying fear. Yet Fong Yuan exhibited none of that fear. He appeared to have seen through the academy's schemes. His expression remained impassive, even after stepping down from the field, as if he had merely accomplished an insignificant task. Indeed, he regarded defying his mentors as a trivial matter. In essence, he was unafraid. This very trait irked the elder and sowed seeds of repulsion within him. The elder could tolerate students who were 10 times more obstinate and mischievous than Fong Yuan, as those youths understood fear and were driven by their emotions. Fearful and impulsive individuals are easily manipulated and seldom break free from control. However, Fong Yuan was different. He was calm, composed, and dismissed his mentors that a person who harbors no reverence for their family cannot be molded for the family's benefit. Such individuals must be suppressed, for their existence could plant the seeds of rebellion in the hearts of other students. Over time, this could lead to a collective lack of respect for authority, undermining the academy's ability to manage its pupils. The elder squinted his eyes, resolutely determining to take action. Yet he soon wore a frown once more. How could he suppress Fong Yuan? The young man had not erred, leaving no tangible evidence to use against him. Fong Yuan's slippery nature left the elder feeling helpless that he had never encountered a student so intimately familiar with the academy's regulations. As the academy elder, he had always presented himself as fair and just. He could not resort to the tactics of a petty thug, deliberately seeking faults in the young man. Initially, he had placed his hopes in the coach. But now he felt profoundly disappointed that it appeared that the only way to quell Fong Yuan's prominence was to await the advancement of other students to the intermediate stage first, for a Gu master to ascend. The most significant factor is innate talent. Drawing upon his extensive experience, the elder had already assessed that the only students with a genuine chance of being the first to advance were Gu Yu Fangzheng. Chi Chung and Mo Bei. 1 was of the first rank, while the other two were the second rank, each supported by their elders and lacking in resources. Any one of them could potentially become the first to reach the intermediate stage in this cohort. Gu Yu Fangzheng, Chi Chung, and Mo Bei were the seeds of hope for this session. The elder gazed at the training ground and sighed. With his astute gaze, he discerned that while the students appeared to be casually standing about, they had subtly formed 3 distinct circles in one circle. Gu Yu Chi Chung clutched his shoulder. Surrounded by a throng of peers the center of the second circle stood Gu Yu Fangzheng. With the younger generation of the clan subtly aligning themselves with this first-rank prodigy, the third circle encompassed Gu Yu Mo Bei, who, having recovered from his internal injuries, now stood in the arena, his face pale, while classmates fussed over him. This is the significance of allowing their conflict to unfold. Observing these 3 circles, the elder smiled with satisfaction. Allowing the students to contend not only nurtured their combat awareness, but also served to identify potential leaders. In past years, it would take until the latter half of the year to delineate such circles. However, this year, due to Fong Yuan's sudden emergence and his brazen actions, the conflicts had arisen much earlier than usual. In confronting Fong Yuan, only Fong Zheng, Mo Bei, and Qi Cheng had dared to challenge him directly. Over time, this would naturally position the other youths to regard these three as their leaders, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. These three circles would serve as a microcosm of the family's future hierarchy. Yet, these circles were not yet stable. The dynamics among their members remained fluid. Once the three of them advanced to the intermediate stage and secured positions as class leader and deputy leader, their authority would begin to solidify their circles. The elder contemplated this that, of course, there were others who did not fit into these three circles, most notably Fong Yuan, that it is human nature to gravitate toward the strong. In truth, while Fong Yuan had positioned himself in opposition to all others, actively extorting his peers, there were still some youths who sought to align themselves with him. However, Fong Yuan had rebuffed all such advances. To him, only those with utility were worthy of being pawns. The value of his peers was simply too low. This was yet another reason for the elder's disdain towards Fong Yuan. The young man was excessively solitary, unwilling to integrate into the collective. For individuals like him, the family's grip would not be as firm as it was on his peers. Once more, the elder's gaze fell upon Fong Yuan, who stood alone, hands clasped behind his back, eyelids partially closed, indifferent to the fervent battles among the youths vying for rewards. An aura of solitude enveloped him, as none of the other students dared to stand beside him, clearly indicating that he had no desire for their company either, that he stood apart, isolated from the collective. However, there was no need for excessive concern. Fong Yuan was still young and could be gradually molded. The elder's eyes sparkled with insight as he considered the future. The next steps would involve establishing class leaders and deputy leaders. That a year later, groups would be formed, appointing group leaders and their deputies. Each academic year brought various honors and rewards, such as the Little Red Flower Award, the Blue Scarf Award, and the Excellent Student Award. But to pursue his cultivation, he would require resources and thus would inevitably compete for these positions and accolades. Over time, as they interacted, bonds of kinship, friendship, and love would inevitably form. There was no worry that he would escape the family's influence in the future. In recent years, the elder had gradually come to understand this. Upon the birth of new family members, the family would initiate a process of indoctrination. First, they instilled the belief in the supremacy of the family. Next, they imparted moral values, helping them recognize the beauty and significance of kinship, friendship, and love. They also instilled a sense of honor, continually employing material rewards to entice them throughout their growth. By utilizing the positions of power established by the family, they could sift through and attract the most loyal members. Despite the seemingly trivial nature of positions like class leader and deputy leader, once attained, they would be integrated into the family system. Within this framework, the benefits of power and the disadvantages of estrangement would become evident. With a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other, who could possibly break free? Even the most unruly or solitary individuals would gradually be assimilated into the family. Those lacking loyalty would eventually cultivate it, and those devoid of kinship, friendship, and love would inevitably forge such ties. This is the power of the system. This is the strength of the rules. This is the survival strategy of the family. Chapter 50. Intermediate Stage. As night fell, the moon emerged like a silver platter amidst the clouds, with scattered stars adorning the sky. Mo Bei stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the moon, his eyes alight with determination. "Little brother, I heard you were injured today," a voice suddenly called from behind. His sister, Guiyuemo Yin's sister, "Are you concerned that I might have been so severely beaten that it would leave a shadow upon me?" Mo Bei turned, a smirk gracing his lips. Mo Yin looked at her brother with a smile, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Although she genuinely harbored such worries, she replied, "Not at all. I know you best, dear brother. You possess an indomitable spirit and are destined to be the future leader of the Mo family. How could you be daunted by such trifling injuries? Haha, I knew you cared for me the most." Mo Bei scratched his scalp, chuckling softly. "Did you know, sister?" Beneath the luminous moonlight, the 15-year-old youth's eyes shimmered with a bright gleam. "Although I have once again faced defeat, I distinctly caught the sound of Fong Yuan's hurried breaths during our skirmish. In the past, I would be effortlessly knocked down by him in just a few moves, while he remained calm and composed. His labored breathing has betrayed his weakness. He is certainly not as formidable as most people imagine. One day, I shall defeat him with honor. Ah, what a fine young man from the Mo lineage I am. Mo Yin laughed heartily, affectionately ruffling her brother's hair, her face revealing a look of concern. However, you've sustained internal injuries, so refrain from practicing martial arts for the next few days. Sister, please don't pat my head like that. I have grown up now, Mo Bei replied, shaking his head with a hint of dissatisfaction. I am well aware of what you say. I have already devised a plan to take advantage of these days to nourish my empty orifice and achieve the transition from beginner to intermediate level. First, I will secure the position of class leader and suppress Fong Yuan's momentum. Let him know that, in the cultivation of Gu masters, true emphasis lies in one's innate talent. If you think so, then I am relieved, his sister responded. I was merely a vice class leader in the past, and if you become the class leader, it will compensate for my regrets. Rest assured, sister, that I shall undoubtedly claim that position. At almost the same moment, in the chief family, in a secret chamber, a solitary torch flickered, lodged in the recess of a blue stone wall. The flames blazed brightly, illuminating the modest room. One of the two powerful family elders, Guyu Qi Lian, sat face to face with his grandson, Guyu Qi Chung. Both were seated on mats, their shadows dancing on the ground. Swaying with the flickering flames, the Guyu Qi Lian extended his large hand, pressing his palm firmly against Qi Cheng's abdomen. Streams of silvery true essence flowed into Guyu Qi Cheng's empty orifice, guided by the elder's thoughts. Qi Cheng's face was tense, his entire focus devoted to his empty orifice. Desperately suppressing the fluctuations of his essence in this world. No two leaves are alike. For different Gu masters, there is no completely identical true essence. Once foreign true essence enters an empty orifice, it provokes a natural resistance from the existing essence within. If Qi Chung fails to suppress it and allows the essence to resist, it will inevitably result in a counteraction. The violent fluctuations caused by the counteraction would harm the empty orifice. The essence C of the empty orifice is the very foundation of a Gu master's cultivation. It is of utmost importance that if the empty orifice suffers injury, it may lead to a decline in cultivation level. Or worse, a decrease in innate talent. Should the empty orifice shatter completely, a Gu master would face immediate death. After a considerable time, Guyu Qi Lian gradually ceased the infusion of true essence, slowly withdrawing his hand. Qi Chung let out a long sigh of relief, his tense body relaxing. Thank you, grandfather. You must infuse true essence for me every 3 days to nourish my empty orifice. I apologize for causing you such fatigue. Guyu Qi Lian, drenched in sweat, sighed. There is no other choice. Your talent is only of the 3rd grade. Relying solely on your strength to advance to the intermediate level will take an exceedingly long time. Often twice that of a 2nd grade talent and 4 times that of a 1st grade talent. This way, you will inevitably expose your shortcomings. Thus, although this method is perilous, it is unavoidable. The grandson understood the elder's good intentions. I understand. The elder sighed again. This method also comes with significant side effects. The walls of your orifice are being nourished by my silvery true essence. Although silvery true essence is remarkably effective, it is still a foreign essence to you in the future, even if the orifice walls transform from a light membrane to a water membrane. They will still carry my essence. As the foreign essence increases, the empty orifice may cease to exist, hindering your future development. Qi Chung tightly pressed his lips together. Grandfather, for the future of our Qi family, I am willing to sacrifice my own prospects. Guyu Qi Lian was instantly pleased, nodding and stroking his beard. It is excellent that you possess such thoughts. However, the heavens often leave a glimmer of hope. You are not entirely without possibilities that if you can find the pure water Gu in the future, it will cleanse your orifice walls, eliminating the foreign essence within your essence C and eradicating these side effects. Furthermore, I have already used connections to seek out the wine worm for you. This worm can assist Gu masters in refining their true essence during the first transition, allowing them to elevate to a minor level. The essence refined this way will be your own true essence, rather than foreign essence. Using it to nourish your empty orifice will pose no side effects or risks, and the efficacy will be superior. Guyu Qi Lian rejoiced. Thank you, grandfather. However, the wine worm is hard to come by. Among the first transition Gu worms, the wine worm, pig worm, and bookworm are among the rarest, once they appear on the market. They are snatched up almost immediately. Of course, there are also some goo worms in this world that are said to be capable of altering a goo master's talent. Yet in my lifetime, I have only vaguely heard whispers of such things. I have never seen one with my own eyes. The elder spoke with a wistful tone. The night breeze gently flowed through the window. Guyu Fangzheng sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, hands tightly gripping two pieces of essence stones. His bronze essence C, undisturbed, surged with waves, continuously brushing against the white orifice walls, with a first-grade talent. His true essence occupied over 80% of the empty orifice. The recovery speed of his true essence was double that of Fang Yuan. This unparalleled advantage brought him close to the intermediate level of the first transition. After a long while, Guyu Fangzheng exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window, the moon was bright and the stars sparse, the green bamboo towers stretching away. A serene and peaceful atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Time always seemed to pass quickly during cultivation. Before he knew it, it was deep into the night. Fang Zheng's lips moved as he softly murmured. He gradually relaxed his grip, allowing 2 handfuls of grayish-white stone powder to fall onto the floor before his bed. Once the natural true essence within the essence stones was completely absorbed, it would transform into a pile of stone powder. Watching the powder scatter, Fang Zheng furrowed his brow slightly. Then he pulled out his money pouch, which was already quite deflated. Upon opening it, he found only 3 pieces of essence stones remaining. Fang Zheng received a stipend of 3 essence stones every 7 days from the academy, but one was taken by Fang Yuan, leaving him with merely 2. His uncle and aunt also provided him with a living stipend of 3 essence stones every 7 days. However, with such limited resources, how could he manage? Fang Zheng was determined to surpass his brother Fang Yuan, and thus he had approached his uncle and aunt several times, requesting additional essence stones. But after multiple attempts, his aunt had sat him down for a heart-to-heart, explaining that their family's finances were strained, making it difficult to spare any extra. Fang Zheng felt embarrassed to ask further. His parents had already exerted every effort to cultivate his talent. He could not burden them any more by requesting essence stones. With only 3 essence stones left, he had to be even more frugal. Using 1 each day would allow him 3 days of use. I have a feeling that in 3 or 4 days, I will surely advance to the intermediate level. I just wonder what progress my brother is making. With that thought, Fang Zheng instinctively gazed out the window towards the academy dormitory. I possess first-grade talent, while my brother is merely 3rd grade. His progress must surely be slower than mine, that he will not stand a chance against me this time. Brother, I shall make you aware of the might of first-grade talent. With this thought, Fang Zheng couldn't help but clench his fist tightly. I in the academy dormitory. Fang Yuan's door was firmly shut. I in the darkness. He had not gone to sleep, but sat cross-legged on his bed. The cultivation of a goo master cannot replace sleep. I in the past. He would have already lain down to rest by this hour. However, today, during his recent cultivation, he sensed that he was but a hair's breadth away from stepping into the intermediate level. He resolved to forego sleep tonight and push directly towards the intermediate level. A determined glimmer shone in his eyes, that he then closed his eyes, directing his mind into the empty orifice. The 44% bronze essence C had just been refined into emerald green intermediate true essence by the wine worm. Rise, Fang Yuan thought, and the tranquil bronze essence C immediately rippled with waves. The waves multiplied, growing larger, forming successive surges. The crashing waves surged forth, colliding against the surrounding orifice walls. Much of the true essence shattered into emerald waves. Soaring high before merging back into the sea, that a small portion of the true essence dissipated, transforming into strands of mysterious, formless power that seeped into the white light membrane of the orifice walls. Rise, Fang Yuan's spirit surged, and the emerald waves grew in scale. The previous waves, akin to rabbits chasing after one another, now resembled a herd of horses charging towards the light membrane of the empty orifice. Horses like dragons, waves soaring to the heavens. The true essence underwent severe consumption, and the surface of the water continually receded. With a resounding crash, the relentless waves finally triggered a qualitative change. The white light membrane trembled, and the originally gentle white light suddenly erupted into a fierce radiance. Upon witnessing this, Fang Yuan's heart leaped with joy. Knowing it was a critical moment, he quickly urged his true essence to continue the relentless onslaught. The white light grew brighter, The rays warped and intertwined, creating an increasingly dense sensation that in mere breaths, streaks of light appeared upon the light membrane. The light bands flowed like streams, constantly colliding and merging, growing stronger, forming a torrent of white light. At last, the light streams fused into a single body, completely enveloping the light membrane. The white light dimmed, and the original white light membrane of the empty orifice walls vanished, replaced by a spherical white water membrane. The surface of the light membrane was smooth and pure, devoid of any impurities. The water membrane was evidently thicker than the light membrane, with waves shimmering and flickering upon its surface. The S&C surface regained tranquility, with still 2/10 of the sea remaining that I have advanced to the intermediate level. Fong Yuan laughed heartily, opening his eyes wide. Bright sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, penetrating the room. Unbeknownst to anyone, the night had slipped away and morning had arrived. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the dormitory was forcefully kicked open, and 2 guards strode in. Fong Yuan, you have been absent from class without cause, and the head of the academy wishes to see you. Come with us. Lesson 51. Let us see how you explain yourself. Fong Yuan actually did not attend class today. Look, his seat remains conspicuously empty. How audacious of him. This morning was the head's lesson, and he dared to skip it. This bodes ill. The head's expression is grim, and it seems Fong Yuan is in for trouble. That a chorus of whispers filled the classroom as the youths exchanged glances, their eyes frequently darting towards Fong Yuan's vacant seat and the increasingly darkening countenance of the head. Since his act of robbery and extortion, Fong Yuan had positioned himself in opposition to all. Witnessing his downfall was a source of delight for the other students. The head of the academy, his face ashen, continued explaining the nuances of nurturing the empty orifice while casting furtive glances at Fong Yuan's seat. Internally, he scoffed. Fong Yuan, just yesterday I lamented my inability to catch you out. Today, you have delivered yourself right into my hands. You are but a 15-year-old boy. I had overestimated you. Much of his grim demeanor was feigned, aimed at seizing the opportunity to rectify Fong Yuan's increasingly brazen attitude. That it was undeniable that as time passed, Fong Yuan's presence grew more formidable, suffocating the other student spirits. The head wished for a vibrant environment of diverse voices, not a singular dominance. Come in. The head raised a finger and lightly rapped on the podium. Sir, we are here, the 2 guards outside responded as they pushed the door open. The head coldly snorted before the assembled crowd. This Fong Yuan is utterly outrageous, flaunting his laziness right under my nose by skipping class to go to the dormitory and bring him here. Yes, sir. The guards turned and departed. Yes, the guards vanished. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of whispers. Countless students exchanged hushed remarks. Fong Yuan is in for it now. How exciting this will be. Brother, you are far too arrogant. You are challenging the head's authority. Whatever punishment awaits you is entirely self-inflicted. Guyu Fong Zheng glanced at the empty seat, sighing inwardly. Bang, bang, bang. The head of the academy, his expression stern, struck the podium thrice with his hand. Silence. No noise in the classroom. At that moment, his presence was akin to a volcano poised to erupt, instilling fear and awe. The classroom fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as the students, trembling with trepidation, straightened their postures. Yet, outwardly composed, their minds were already ensnared by the unfolding drama. As the lesson continued, the students appeared somewhat distracted, some glancing out the window. Time passed, and suddenly, footsteps echoed at the entrance. In an instant, many students' ears perked up, and dozens of eyes gleamed with anticipation. They have arrived. The head of the academy also heard the footsteps and instinctively squinted. That he had already devised a plan for Fong Yuan's punishment. 3 hours of standing outside. Though the punishment was not severe, it would be humiliating. As students entered and exited the classroom, they would witness Fong Yuan's disgrace, thus shattering his fearsome image. Once the students realized that Fong Yuan was not as formidable as they believed, their fear would diminish and courage would stir within them, igniting their competitive spirits. Moreover, the punishment would originate from the academy, subtly instilling a greater reverence for the institution among the students. Only through respect could there be compliance. Hence, despite its simplicity, this strategy bore profound implications. The footsteps grew closer, finally halting at the door. Knock, knock, knock. I will open the door. A student nearest to the entrance volunteered. rising from his seat to pull the door open. The classroom fell into an involuntary silence. Countless eyes fixed upon the threshold. Creak. The door was gently pulled ajar by the student. Sunlight poured through the gap, but at that moment, the student suddenly trembled. "Ah!" He froze momentarily, then exclaimed in shock, instinctively stepping back, colliding with a desk and losing his balance. Both desk and student tumbling to the ground. His face turned pale, filled with terror, his limbs trembling and breathless. On the floor, he scrambled to rise, only to collapse again. What on earth is happening? In an instant, everyone's hearts sank, brows furrowed deeply. Countless curious gazes darted towards the door. The door was slowly pushed open from the outside. The head of the academy instinctively paused his lecture. The first sight that met their eyes was a hand propping the door open. A left hand, a bloodied left hand. Upon seeing the bloodied hand, many female students covered their mouths, unable to suppress their gasp of horror. The door was gradually pulled wide open, bright sunlight flooding in, blinding many as they squinted. Against the backdrop of brilliant light stood a slender silhouette of a boy, seemingly drenched in blood, presenting a chilling sight to all. For reasons unknown, the head of the academy suddenly felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. It was Fong Yuan. Who was it that exclaimed in shock? As the crowd adjusted to the light, they discerned the newcomer. There stood Fong Yuan, blood-soaked, defiantly at the entrance, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. His left hand, which had pushed the door, slowly retracted, while his right hand grasped the hair of an unconscious figure being dragged behind him. The individual's left arm severed at the shoulder, lifeless and motionless, blood oozing from the wound. It was one of the guards sent to fetch Fong Yuan. Someone recognized the unfortunate soul. What on earth is going on? Someone shouted in panic that he is killed again, this time a guard. Another voice shrieked, pointing at Fong Yuan in sheer terror. It seemed the louder one shouted. The more they could vent their inner turmoil and fear, in an instant, the classroom was thrown into chaos. Many students stood up from their seats, momentarily forgetting decorum, their expressions a mixture of shock and panic as they fixed their gazes on Fong Yuan at the door. They had imagined Fong Yuan being escorted in by 2 guards, but the reality was that he stood there, bloodied and unyielding, akin to a specter of doom. One guard had vanished, while the other lay motionless. Blood pooling at the entrance, creating a stark crimson puddle that a potent scent of blood permeated the classroom. The head of the academy stood frozen, utterly unprepared for such a scene. After the initial shock came a surge of anger. These guards were outsiders, and their deaths were inconsequential to the head. However, their identities mattered. They were the academy's guards, symbols of its authority, representing the head's dignity. Fong Yuan had crossed the line, not only killing a high-ranking official, but audaciously slaying a guard of the academy. No, this was not merely audacity. It was a brazen provocation, an affront to the authority of the academy. Fuming, the head pointed at Fong Yuan, his voice thunderous. Fong Yuan, what is the meaning of this? You must provide me with a clear explanation. Better yet, offer me a reason for leniency. Otherwise, for your indiscriminate slaughter of guards, you shall be imprisoned and await the consequences of your actions. The entire classroom fell silent. The windows trembled, reverberating with the head's furious roar. Only Fong Yuan remained composed, his countenance unperturbed, eyes as deep as ever, betraying no emotion. Surveying the room, Fong Yuan released his grip on the guard's hair. The head thudding against the bloodied floor, splattering droplets of crimson upon Fong Yuan's trousers, he clasped his hands together towards the head of the academy, his calm voice echoing in the hushed classroom. Honorable head, I indeed have matters to report. What is it? The head of the academy, hands clasped behind his back, stared at Fong Yuan with icy eyes, internally sneering. Fong Yuan, you have erred repeatedly, compounding your mistakes. I shall see how you explain this. Lesson 52. You shall accept my explanation in the academy. All eyes were riveted upon Fong Yuan. Among those gazes were shock, fear, mockery, and coldness. Fong Yuan remained oblivious to their stares. His attention fixed on the head of the academy, one hand pointing at the unconscious guard on the floor, his demeanor grave. Head, these 2 guards harbored malicious intent and are deserving of punishment. They forced their way in during the crucial moment of my ascent to the intermediate level. As is well known, a Gu master's cultivation must not be interrupted, particularly when striving for a higher realm. Even a moment's distraction could lead to failure or harm to the empty orifice. Fortunately, I was fortunate enough to step into the intermediate level just as they intruded. But before others could react, Fong Yuan continued. These two refused to acknowledge their wrongdoing, audaciously attempting to assault me and even slandering my ancestors, falsely claiming that their interference was sanctioned by you, honorable head, that I could not abide this. And in fierce resistance, I fought back against their formidable skills, ultimately defeating them. However, considering the identities of these two individuals as attendants of the academy, the student refrained from inflicting mortal harm. One merely had an arm severed, while the other suffered a deep cut to his thigh. Although they lost a significant amount of blood, they were still alive. This situation is as it stands. I implore the esteemed elder to uphold justice on behalf of the student. Upon concluding his remarks, Fong Yuan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the elder of the academy. His tone was urgent, delivering a multitude of words, leaving no room for others to interject. It was only after he finished speaking that those around him gradually began to comprehend the gravity of his words. Did he just claim to have ascended to the intermediate stage? How is that even possible? He, a mere waste of a third-tier aptitude, managed to be the first to ascend. Surely, this must be a deception. He is merely afraid of punishment from the academy, thus resorting to lies. The students began to voice their incredulity loudly. In comparison to Fong Yuan's ascension, the fates of the two attendants had become trivial matters. They were not of the Guyu clan. Why should anyone care whether they lived or died? You claim to have reached the first tier of the intermediate stage. The elder's voice was frigid, his gaze sharp as he regarded Fong Yuan. Such words should not be spoken lightly. That if you admit your error now, I might consider leniency due to your initial offense. However, should you persist in your falsehoods, attempting to conceal the truth, I must inform you that lies are the easiest to unearth. Fong Yuan offered no defense. Instead, he chuckled softly and said to the elder, "Please, do check for yourself." Without needing further prompting, the elder approached. He placed his hand upon Fong Yuan's abdomen, channeling a fragment of his consciousness into him. Instantly, he beheld the scene within Fong Yuan's dantian. Within it, there was not a single goo worm. The spring and autumn cicada had already concealed itself, and the elder, being of a higher tier than Fong Yuan's three-tier aptitude, had the intention to hide it. Thus it would not be easily discovered. As for the wine worm, Fong Yuan had temporarily stored it in the wine jar of his dormitory, not carrying it with him. The elder closed his eyes, witnessing a vast sea of bronze essence, calm and undisturbed. Every droplet of essence was a deep azure, characteristic of intermediate true essence. Upon examining the surrounding walls of the dantian, he saw that they shimmered with a white light, seemingly composed entirely of flowing water. Streams of water surged rapidly, that a water membrane. He truly has ascended to the intermediate stage. How can this be? The elder's heart surged with astonishment, a flicker of shock crossing his features. Though he quickly masked it, his expression returning to a stoic calm. After a moment, he processed this revelation and slowly withdrew his hand, speaking in a subdued tone. Indeed, it is the intermediate stage. The students had long held their breath, awaiting the verdict. The elder's pronouncement. The academy erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. The students, faces etched with incredulity, could hardly fathom the implications. Fong Yuan, merely of third-tier aptitude, had shattered the norms by being the first to ascend to the intermediate stage. This defied all logic. In the realm of Goo master cultivation, aptitude should dictate the ability to break through realms. Is it possible that a third-tier individual could ascend before all others? How would those of first and second-tier aptitudes feel in the face of such an anomaly? Guyu Fong Zheng's face turned ashen. He had been filled with confidence just last night, but the reality before him was too much to bear, and he collapsed onto the ground. Guyu Bei clenched his fists, while Guyu Chi Chong ground his teeth in frustration. The elder of the academy could not be deceived. How had Fong Yuan achieved this? For a moment, all the youth fixated intently on Fong Yuan, each harboring the same question in their minds. How could this third-tier individual have ascended so swiftly? The elder's heart was equally filled with confusion. Amidst this overwhelming uncertainty, he cast aside his prior intentions to suppress Fong Yuan and directly inquired, "Fong Yuan, I wish for you to elucidate how you ascended to the intermediate stage." Fong Yuan smiled silently, replying, "The heavens reward diligence. The student has diligently practiced, accumulating knowledge over time. Thus the results flowed naturally. A fraud. If the heavens truly rewarded diligence, I would have been first long ago. Diligent practice? I recently saw him leisurely strolling through a shop. The students were evidently dissatisfied with such an explanation. Is that so? The elder remained non-committal, his gaze icy as it bore down on Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan maintained a composed demeanor, fearlessly locking eyes with the elder. Bloodied and disheveled, he appeared as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. His eyes, deep and tranquil, exuded a sense of calm, a detachment, and perhaps even a hint of mockery. Upon encountering such a gaze, the elder felt his resolve waver. This Fong Yuan showed no fear, no trepidation. How could he possibly extract a confession from him? With his third-tier aptitude, achieving the intermediate stage first must surely conceal a secret. However, since he was unwilling to disclose it, as the elder of the academy, I cannot force him to speak. It seems I must conduct a discreet investigation instead. With that thought, the elder reluctantly withdrew his gaze, his previously stern demeanor softening. Yet, Fong Yuan pressed on. I am anxious. Esteemed elder, I am uncertain how you intend to handle these two attendants. They have lost a great deal of blood, and if not treated promptly, they may perish. And you still claim to be anxious? The elder could not suppress a cold snort. His brow furrowed deeply. At this juncture, as the head of the academy, he had to take action. But how to proceed? The elder found himself in a predicament. He pondered deeply. Fong Yuan observed the elder's changing expressions with keen interest. He secretly chuckled, knowing the elder was likely in a difficult position. These two attendants, being mere outsiders, held little value. Under normal circumstances, their deaths would be inconsequential, and no one would care. Yet, the situation was different now. These two were personally dispatched by the elder. If they were to die, it would be a significant loss of face for him. Thus, the elder would surely intervene to save them. What truly troubled the elder was how to deal with Fong Yuan. Initially, he had planned to punish Fong Yuan for skipping classes and for killing the attendants. Actions which could be deemed rebellious and arrogant. According to clan rules, he should be imprisoned and made to reflect upon his misdeeds. However, with the new context of Fong Yuan's ascension to the intermediate stage, everything had changed. Fong Yuan had skipped class out of necessity for his cultivation and had harmed the attendants in the process. This was somewhat justifiable. More critically, he had successfully ascended to the intermediate stage, becoming the first of this cohort. This placed him in a position of moral high ground. The secret of how Fong Yuan achieved such a swift ascent could be set aside for now. In the end, success and failure are judged by results that no one would dare criticize such an outstanding young talent. The elder of the academy could not impose any punishment upon him. What is the purpose of the academy? It is to nurture exceptional Gu masters and inject new vitality into the clan, that if such a remarkable youth emerges, and the elder seeks to suppress him, it would be a dereliction of duty. It is akin to a student achieving outstanding results. As a teacher, one must commend and encourage, rather than punish or criticize. That a teacher who punishes a student for excellent performance will never be respected. Perhaps other elders might harbor jealousy or grievances against Fong Yuan, seeking to undermine him from the shadows. But the elder of the academy cannot. He is responsible for the academy and must uphold fairness and justice. At least in appearance. This is the rule. Shall I simply let him go? After all, I have finally grasped a piece of evidence against him. The elder was unwilling to concede. He understood well that all the youths in the academy were outsiders. Outsiders can only watch the spectacle, oblivious to the underlying intricacies and unable to appreciate the hidden brilliance. In truth, this was a confrontation between the elder of the academy and the student Fong Yuan. The elder first sought to uphold the rules, intending to discipline Fong Yuan and diminish his imposing image in the eyes of the other youths. Yet Fong Yuan retaliated fiercely, his actions seemingly reckless. Struck right at the heart of the matter, by leveraging his ascension to the intermediate stage, he immediately regained the upper hand. As for the two unfortunate attendants, they were merely collateral damage in this power struggle. This Fong Yuan is far too cunning. If he had truly killed these two attendants, I could have used that as grounds for retaliation. Though his aptitude may be lacking, his methods are astute and meticulous. It is hard to believe such tactics could stem from a mere 15-year-old. And no wonder his early intelligence and poetic talent were so renowned within the clan. The elder suddenly realized he had been bested. His defeat lay in his very identity. He was the elder responsible for the academy. This was both his strength and his weakness. The strongest point also became the weakest. Fang Yuan had long since perceived this truth. The elder's heart brimmed with both frustration and anger that he had intended to demand an explanation from Fang Yuan, yet the latter's words were riddled with contradictions. Easily dismantled upon scrutiny, these attendants were handpicked by the elder himself. Their temperament would not be so reckless, nor would they be foolish enough to insult the ancestors of the Guyu clan. Fang Yuan's statements were deliberately crafted, a blatant slander, intended to frame and entrap him in front of those in the know. The elder was acutely aware of this, yet he knew he could not pursue the matter. It was a trap. Should he investigate further, bringing the truth to light, how would he resolve the situation? If he did not punish Fang Yuan, the two attendants would remain wronged, and his reputation as the elder would be compromised, making it impossible to command respect in the future. Conversely, if he punished Fang Yuan, he would be stifling talent, harboring jealousy against the capable. To punish a younger generation for the sake of two outsiders would surely incite dissatisfaction among the clansfolk. Thus, the optimal course of action was to turn a blind eye, treating these two attendants as sacrificial pawns, and accept that they had erred gravely. Simultaneously, he could commend Fang Yuan in this manner. The clansmen would find satisfaction, and the guards, under the veil of deception, would perceive this action as just. Such a resolution undoubtedly aligns with the paramount interests of the esteemed elder of the academy. Rationality dictates that the elder should proceed in this manner. However, emotionally, the elder finds himself unable to surmount this obstacle. This Fang Yuan is utterly detestable. Not only did the elder fail to suppress Fang Yuan's momentum, but he also became a mere stepping stone, trampled upon by Fang Yuan, publicly humiliated. Fang Yuan shows him no reverence whatsoever, daring to confront him so directly. This ignites a sense of shame and indignation within the venerable elder. More critically, should these two guards feel wronged in the future and seek to expose the truth, the elder must be the first to quell them in order to maintain his image and status. Yet this predicament has been orchestrated entirely by Fang Yuan. What a sensation this evokes, to illustrate. It is akin to Fang Yuan defecating upon the elder's face, while the elder is compelled to commend him and subsequently clean up after him. Should an outsider attempt to point out this indignity, the elder would have to silence them at once. This humiliation and revulsion are nearly unbearable for the elder, that a potent urge arises within him to strike Fang Yuan across the face. Ultimately, however, the elder merely extends his hand, gently patting Fang Yuan on the shoulder. "Well done, young man," he mutters through clenched teeth, his countenance as dark as the depths of water. "It is all thanks to the academy's nurturing." Fang Yuan replies nonchalantly. The elder's eyes twitch at that moment. Chapter 53. Fang Yuan appoints you as class leader. Everything unfolds according to Fang Yuan's expectations. In the aftermath, the elder commands the healer Gu master to attend to the two guards. Their lives are spared, yet they are left with severe injuries and subsequently expelled from the academy. Fang Yuan faces no reprimand. On the contrary, he is lauded. Such an outcome instills fear in the hearts of the other youths. Yet this matter is far from over. As time progresses, the turmoil escalates throughout the entire clan. Fang Yuan, with his third-rate aptitude, is the first to ascend to the intermediate level, becoming a notable topic of conversation among the clan. During tea breaks and meals, many engage in discussions about this event. Initially astonished, people begin to speculate on the mystery behind Fang Yuan's promotion. In truth, surpassing first-rate and second-rate, to be the first to advance to the intermediate level with third-rate aptitude is not so peculiar. Indeed, there are numerous methods available to achieve this. For instance, the Shirley Gu. Once employed, it can enhance the barrier and propel one's cultivation, elevating them by a minor realm with ease. In no time. Various theories abound, each clamoring for attention. Suggestions of wine worms and exotic true essence are also brought forth by many. Had Fang Yuan been forthright about the existence of the wine worm, the uproar would not have been as pronounced. Yet his concealment has inadvertently piqued the curiosity of the masses. While the ancient moon's stronghold appears tranquil on the surface, a hidden undercurrent brews. Countless eyes are fixed upon the academy, awaiting an explanation from the elder. As the elder of the academy, if he is unaware of how his students advance, it would be a grave dereliction of duty. Thus, the elder must provide clarification. Days pass by. The second youth to break through the initial stage and successfully ascend to the intermediate level emerges. Guyu-mo-bei. Shortly thereafter, merely 3 hours later, Guyu Fangzheng also succeeds in his ascension, that he is undoubtedly hindered by the lack of spirit stones, but the impact of Fang Yuan's actions cannot be overlooked. The third individual is Guyu Chi-chung. Though he benefits from the direct infusion of true essence by Guyu Chi-lien, the efficiency of this method is low, allowing for only one application every 3 days. And it is fraught with peril. Nonetheless, achieving third place with third-rate aptitude is already commendable. Done on the 5th day, the elder once again distributes supplements of spirit stones that Jiyu Fang Yuan, he calls out. And Fang Yuan stands up, maintaining an expression of indifference as he approaches. The gazes of the youths follow him, revealing a myriad of emotions: jealousy, envy, suspicion, curiosity, and animosity, all mingled together. Today, the elder not only dispenses supplements, but also intends to appoint the class leader and vice leader. As anticipated, the elder first calls upon Fang Yuan. Having been the first to ascend, the position of class leader rightfully belongs to him. Such an outcome is unimaginable. Previously, I had thought it would be Fang Zheng. His early promotion to the intermediate level was indeed suspicious, and surely there must be a significant secret behind it, yet he refuses to divulge it. Were I in his position, I would also keep it to myself. Quietly amassing wealth is far more advantageous. Amidst the whispers of the students, Fang Yuan approaches the elder to Jiyu Fang Yuan. You are the first to ascend to the first turn intermediate level among this cohort of Gu masters. This is your reward. As he speaks, the elder presents him with a blue and white pouch. Fang Yuan accepts the pouch and, in front of all, opens it to examine its contents. Rest assured, there are precisely 30 spirit stones within. The academy will not shortchange you, the elder assures, a faint smile gracing his features. Truth be told, he had never anticipated that Fang Yuan would be the first to ascend to the intermediate level. However, Fang Yuan pays no heed to the elder's words. Trusting others is a rarity for him. He has always placed faith in himself. Upon careful inspection, he confirms that there are indeed 30 spirit stones. None missing. Only then does he tuck the pouch into his robes. Observing Fang Yuan's demeanor, the elder mistakenly assumes he is financially strapped, causing his smile to widen slightly. After all, with his third-rate aptitude, the expenditure on spirit stones to reach the intermediate level must be considerable. Without the support of others, it is only natural for him to be short on spirit stones as long as he has a need for spirit stones. The elder need not fear losing control over him. Once he integrates into the family system, the secret he guards so closely, even if it remains undiscovered, will eventually come to light. The elder is brimming with confidence in this regard. In fact, since that day, he has dispatched individuals to secretly investigate Fang Yuan. Nearly every day, new developments arise from these inquiries. However, it is evident that they have yet to uncover the truth, that Fang Yuan possesses a wealth of hundreds of spirit stones. Living quite comfortably, the elder continues, Fang Yuan, you're the first to step into the first turn intermediate level. According to academy regulations, not only will you receive 30 spirit stones as a reward, but you will also have the privilege of selecting a second Gu worm shortly, that he then declares, I hereby appoint you as class leader. Ultimately, Fang Yuan has been appointed as class leader. At this announcement, a collective sigh ripples through the students. How infuriating! Guyu-mo-bei grits his teeth, visibly displeased. Humph! Guyu Chi-chung crosses his arms, observing with cold detachment. The one most affected by this turn of events is none other than Fang Yuan's younger brother, Guyu Fangzheng. His complexion pales, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, as a cloud of gloom envelopes his heart. Ordinary students must bow and pay respects when encountering the class leader and vice leader. Given my performance, I should have secured a position as vice leader. But in the future, I will still have to pay my respects to my older brother. Yet, just as Fang Yuan is about to speak, he suddenly interjects. With a slight smile directed at the elder, he states leisurely, Elder, I am but a humble student, lacking in ability to fulfill the duties of class leader. Such a position should be entrusted to someone more talented. What are you suggesting? Do you not wish to assume the role of class leader? The elder inquires, incredulity etched upon his features. As class leader, you would enjoy a supplement of 10 spirit stones each time. Are you truly certain about this refusal? The elder's brow furrows deeply. Having taught for decades, he has never encountered anyone who would voluntarily decline such a position. In truth, he has contemplated the advantages of appointing Fang Yuan as class leader. Once he assumes this role, he would be integrated into the family S system. Fang Yuan would be obliged to fulfill responsibilities while enjoying the benefits. Regardless of what those responsibilities entail, he would at the very least be compelled to cease his extortion of classmates. Such behavior is unbecoming of a class leader. Just as before, even after being publicly humiliated by Fang Yuan, the elder must commend him for his achievements in cultivation. Within the confines of the system, one cannot act entirely at will. Often, one is bound by constraints that, of course, the elder does not resent Fang Yuan for extorting so many spirit stones. His intentions are for the welfare of all students. Once Fang Yuan becomes class leader, he cannot continue to oppress his classmates. This would allow the other youths to catch their breath amidst Fang Yuan's relentless pressure. Eventually, the elder hopes to cultivate promising talents like Fang Zheng, Mo Bei, and Qi Cheng, making the sacrifice of a mere class leader position worthwhile. However, despite the elder's noble intentions, the outcome diverges sharply from his expectations. Fang Yuan has declined. He actually refused, though the position of class leader is minor. It symbolizes the pinnacle of glory among these impetuous youths. Not only does it confer honor, but each time it also entails a generous supplement of 10 spirit stones. Such temptation has never been resisted by any youth. Yet Fang Yuan has chosen to refuse. Seeing the elder momentarily taken aback, Fang Yuan retorts, "Is it stipulated by the academy that only the top student may serve as class leader? Is it not permissible to decline the position of class leader?" The elder's expression darkens. Of course, there is no such unreasonable stipulation. Fang Yuan chuckles. "I appreciate your understanding, elder." With that, he bows slightly and returns to his seat. Witnessing this unfold, the students erupt in a chorus of astonishment. The academy is set ablaze with chatter. Fang Yuan actually refused. Is this a joke? Has he lost his mind? Uncertain of what had gone awry in his mind, he chuckled, believing that he would soon regret his decision. Fang Yuan relinquished his ambition to become the class leader, which implied that I would assume that role instead. The unexpectedness of this revelation left Guyu Mo Bei, who ranked second in academic performance. Momentarily stunned, the Jiu Qi Cheng wore an expression of disbelief, struggling to comprehend how someone could willingly forfeit such a prestigious position. Truly the height of folly, brother. Guyu Fang Zheng stared wide-eyed, lost in thought as he watched Fang Yuan stride back to his seat. Given Fang Zheng's own exemplary results, he was all but assured the role of vice-class leader. Yet, with Fang Yuan's voluntary abdication from the leadership position, Fang Zheng suddenly found the prospect of being vice-class leader to be utterly lackluster. The elder of the academy wore a grim countenance, genuinely perturbed. Previously, when Fang Yuan had skipped class, his displeasure had been more performative than sincere. However, his current mood was far worse than before. Fang Yuan's renunciation of the class leader position was tantamount to rejecting the family's hierarchical structure. The elder, who had presided over the academy for decades, had never encountered a student capable of resisting such a substantial temptation. Initially intending to ensnare him, the elder found himself helpless, as Fang Yuan simply would not comply. Once the stipends were distributed, Guyu Mo Bei achieved the unprecedented feat of becoming class leader despite his second-place ranking. Fang Zheng and Qi Cheng were appointed as vice-class leaders, with the stipend for the class leader amounting to 10 yuan stones. While that of the vice-class leaders increased to 5, that some students from less affluent backgrounds gazed enviously at the three, nearly drooling over their stipends. Chapter 54. I am the class leader. The crimson sun gradually descended beyond the western mountains. Its light no longer blinding, but rather imbued with a gentle brilliance. The western sky was painted a deep red, the evening glow cascading like a favored consort basking in the emperor's grace. Delightfully enveloped in his presence, reluctant to part for the night, everything on Qing Mao Mountain was cloaked in a soft, rose-hued mist, and the towering stilted buildings shimmered in a veil of golden silk. The trees surrounding the academy appeared to be brushed with a delicate sheen that a gentle breeze wafted through as the students, buoyed by the stipends they had just received, emerged from the classroom, each exuding a sense of rejuvenation. I cannot fathom Fang Yuan's reasoning for forsaking the position of class leader. Ha ha ha, he must have lost his mind, likely consumed by thoughts of murder. We should pay no heed to such a lunatic. Speaking of which, I was genuinely startled when he barged into the academy that day. That IT was terrifying. After returning home, I spent the entire night plagued by nightmares. Students grouped in twos and threes, chatting as they walked. Greetings, class leader. Indeed. Salutations, class leader. Absolutely. Bay strode confidently, and wherever he went, students bowed in deference. His face radiated an uncontainable thrill and exhilaration. This was the allure of power. Even the slightest preferential treatment could significantly bolster one's sense of self-worth. As the sun set, casting a sanguine hue across the horizon, Bay mused with delight. How had I never noticed how enchanting this rosy sunset is before? So he becomes class leader and suddenly acts superior. What is so impressive about that? Guyu Chi-chung deliberately lagged behind, unwilling to extend a greeting to Guyu Bay. I truly cannot fathom what Fong Yuan is thinking. Why would he forfeit such a fine opportunity? Yet perhaps this is fortunate for me. Otherwise, as the third-ranking student, how could I have claimed the vice class leader position? Chi-chung felt a mix of confusion and relief. Greetings, vice class leader. That moment, an ordinary student passed by and promptly bowed in greeting. Greetings to you as well. The Guyu Chi-chung nodded, his face beaming with delight. As the student walked away, he naturally thought to himself, this vice class leader position is quite pleasant. I can only imagine how delightful it must be to be the class leader. If only I were the class leader instead of merely the vice class leader. Just moments ago, Chi-chung had felt fortunate. Now, his aspirations had grown, yearning for the class leader's position. Within the family hierarchy, each level of authority dangled before him like an increasingly large carrot, deeply enticing him. Although my aptitude might only be of the third tier, I firmly believe that everything shall improve with time. Guyu Chi-chung harbored hope for the future. However, at that moment, Guyu Fong-jung, also a vice class leader, was in a thoroughly dismal mood, his expression betraying his distress. Brother, he stared in shock at the entrance of the academy, where a solitary figure stood defiantly. As per the usual arrangement, each of us receives 1 yuan stone. Fong Yuan crossed his arms, his tone unremarkable. Fong-jung opened his mouth, attempting to articulate his thoughts, and after several attempts, finally managed to stammer, Brother, I am now the vice class leader. Indeed, Fong Yuan replied, his face devoid of expression as he nodded slightly, casting a cool glance at Fong-jung. The vice class leader's stipend amounted to 5 yuan stones. Then you shall hand over 3. Fong-jung was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words that a group of youths approached, surrounding Guyu Bay. Upon seeing Fong Yuan blocking the entrance, Guyu Bay erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Fong Yuan, you possess such audacity, daring to obstruct us? I am now the class leader. As an ordinary student, you must bow and greet me first. In response, Fong Yuan delivered a punch. Guyu Bay, caught off guard, staggered back several paces, his expression one of disbelief. You hit me? You dare to strike me? I am the class leader. Fong Yuan's fist met him once more, after several exchanges. Guyu Bay found himself on the ground, unconscious. The surrounding youths gaped in shock, unsure of how to react. This was entirely unlike what they had envisioned. The guards at the entrance witnessed the unfolding scene. Whispering amongst themselves, Fong Yuan has just taken down the newly appointed class leader. What should we do? Nothing at all. Just watch, and then call for others to handle the situation. But, what sort of person do you think Fong Yuan is? Do you even dare to provoke him? Consider the fates of Wang De and Wu Er. The questioning guard shivered at the thought and fell silent. The 2 guards at the entrance stood rigidly, allowing the chaotic scene to unfold as though they were deaf and blind, perceiving nothing. Fong Yuan dealt with Guyu Bay, then turned his attention to Fong-jung and Chi-chung. Only then did the other youths realize that nothing had truly changed. Fong Yuan remained the same Fong Yuan, and the customary extortion would continue as scheduled. Each student would receive 1 yuan stone, while the vice class leaders would receive 3, and the class leader 8. Fong Yuan announced the new regulations. The youths sighed, obediently extracting their yuan stones. As they exited the academy's doors, someone suddenly exclaimed, I've figured it out. No wonder Fong Yuan didn't want the class leader position. He intends to continue extorting us. Precisely. He used to extort 59 yuan stones from us, and now it has increased to 68. If he were the class leader, he would only receive 10 at most. Many others began to comprehend. How insidious, how cunning, how ruthless, someone exclaimed, pounding their thigh in indignation. Alas, with this, being class leader or vice class leader is hardly significant. They are still being robbed. The remaining yuan stones amount to merely 2. Exactly like us. Uncertain who uttered this statement, the youths fell into a contemplative silence. Bang! The elder of the academy slammed his hand on the table, seething with rage. This Fong Yuan has gone too far. What does he intend to achieve? He dares to rob the class leader of 8 yuan stones and the vice class leaders of 3. What distinguishes the class leader, the vice class leader, from ordinary students now? The elder struggled to keep his voice low, yet it brimmed with fury. Fong Yuan's rejection of the class leader position was a rejection of the family's hierarchy. More severely, it constituted a betrayal of the family. This was enough to incite the elder's ire. Furthermore, Fong Yuan's extortion of his classmates had overstepped the bounds of tolerance. The power and prestige of the class leader and vice class leaders were being systematically diminished. Over time, ordinary students would lose respect and interest in these positions. Though Fong Yuan's actions may appear trivial, their implications were profound. He was single-handedly challenging the family's structure. This was a scenario the elder could not abide. He had nurtured the family's new hope, not a traitor. However, despite Fong Yuan's challenge to his limits, the elder understood that he could not act against him, that if he did, the clan leader would undoubtedly intervene. Followed closely by Guyu Qi-lian and Guyu Mo-chun, both of whom would have grievances against him. The clan leader had pinned his hopes on Guyu Fangzheng, the only first-tier genius in 3 years. The clan leader required a resilient and independent genius, not a delicate flower in need of protection. Likewise, Qi-lian and Mo-chun wished for their grandsons to grow through such adversities. If the elder were to take action and punish Fong Yuan, word would spread that the heirs of the Mo and Qi clans could not contend with Fong Yuan, necessitating the intervention of their elders. How disgraceful! This would be a significant blow to the reputations of the Mo and Qi clans. The elder of the academy, though unafraid of a mere Fong Yuan, was wary that intervening could draw the ire of the clan leader. The Mo faction and the Qi faction, essentially the entirety of the ancient clan's hierarchy, as a humble elder, he could not withstand such pressure. The root of this turmoil lay in Fong Yuan's secret. What, pray tell, has propelled him to ascend to the intermediate ranks with such audacity? The elder of the academy, suppressing the simmering frustration within, redirected his gaze to the 3 investigative reports laid out upon the desk. The first report detailed Fong Yuan's family background. This time, his lineage appeared unblemished, his identity devoid of any questionable facets, and his past entirely transparent. Orphaned at a young age, he was taken in by his uncle and aunt. Yet the atmosphere among them was far from harmonious. Upon entering the academy, Fong Yuan had resided in its dormitory ever since. The second report chronicled Fong Yuan's life history. Even in his youth, he exhibited remarkable intelligence, earning the admiration of his clan, who believed he might possess first-rate potential. However, following the enlightenment ceremony, he was assessed to have only third-rate aptitude, leaving his kin profoundly disillusioned. The third report outlined Fong Yuan's recent whereabouts. His daily existence was exceedingly simple, reduced to a mere 3 points. Attending classes at the academy during the day and returning to the dormitory for sleep at night, that he practiced diligently. Engaging in nightly cultivation as a gu master, nurturing his empty acupoints occasionally, he would venture out to the Seoul and in the nearby village to enhance his meals and indulge in a drink. He had a particular fondness for liquor, particularly Qingzhou wine, of which he had amassed dozens of jars beneath his dormitory bed. After scrutinizing these 3 reports in detail, the elder's impression of Fong Yuan deepened significantly. The premature death of his parents, coupled with his discordant relationship with his guardians, elucidated why Fong Yuan felt such a lack of belonging within his clan, that he had been dubbed a genius by his kin only to have that title stripped away. Crashing down from great heights, it was no wonder he exhibited such defiance and peculiar aloofness. His life, stripped to its bare essentials, and his relentless pursuit of cultivation were fueled by a fierce determination to prove himself to his family. Thus, when I sought to suppress him, it is understandable that he would retaliate with such fervor. The elder pondered this, and a soft sigh escaped his lips the more he learned about Fong Yuan. The more he came to comprehend him. Yet understanding did not equate to forgiveness. Fong Yuan's insubordination had challenged his authority, his refusal to take on the role of class leader, and his brazen acts of theft against his peers were intolerable offenses. Shaking the documents in his hand, the elder furrowed his brow. While these reports were thorough, they revealed nothing of Fang Yuan's ascent that it had been several days. This group was utterly unprofessional. Knock, knock, knocked at that moment. A knock echoed at the door. Enter, commanded the elder. The door swung open to reveal the personal guard of the clan leader, Hope&h.e.l.lip. The clan leader requests your presence at the main hall. There is a matter of great urgency to discuss. What is this urgent matter? The elder rose from his seat, sensing the gravity of the situation from the tone and demeanor of the guard. Lord Jia Fu, the fourth-tier Gu master, has returned, and his brother Jia Jinsheng is missing, the guard replied. Hiss, the elder inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. Chapter 55. What I desire is your statement of full moon hung in the sky. Partially obscured by drifting clouds, the elder hurriedly traversed the path, his expression shifting with the elusive moonlight, oscillating between clarity and obscurity. Life in this world was fraught with challenges. The disappearances of Gu masters were not uncommon. His extensive life experience had taught him that such inexplicable vanishings often signified death. However, anyone could die, except for Jia Jinsheng. Particularly, he could not perish within the confines of Guyu Mountain Village. His status was unique. His father was the clan leader of the Jia family, and his brother was Jia Fu, a formidable fourth-tier Gu master. Fourth-tier Gu masters possessed golden true essence and immense combat prowess. Within the entirety of the Guyu clan, only the clan leader was a fourth-tier master, capable of matching him in strength. The other elders were merely third-tier. The Jia clan leader's cultivation had even reached the fifth tier. And under his leadership, the Jia family had prospered, evolving into a large clan that monopolized all resources of a mountain. With numerous clansmen, in contrast, Guyu Mountain Village was merely a mid-sized establishment. Should conflict arise, Guyu Mountain Village would undoubtedly find itself at a disadvantage. More critically, if news of this incident spread, it would tarnish the reputation of the Guyu clan. Many other merchant caravans would then exercise caution in their route choices. Should Guyu Mountain Village lose the trade exchanges with these caravans, its surplus local resources would remain unsold, and the necessary external resources would no longer be obtainable, inevitably leading to decline over time. This matter was of utmost importance. If mishandled, it could result in a great calamity. Troubled, the elder hastened to the main hall. Upon entering the council chamber of the main hall, he immediately sensed the oppressive and grave atmosphere. Seated in the principal position was the current clan leader, Hope&h.e.l.lip, while the short and stout Jia Fu stood in the center of the hall, flanked by 5 or 6 attendants, exuding an air of accusation. Under the bright illumination of the lamps, the many elders stood beside their seats, their somber expressions evident. Jia Fu, being a fourth-tier Gu master, remained standing, and naturally, the third-tier elders dared not take their seats. Such was the intimidating power of a fourth-tier Gu master, an embodiment of respect for strength. Greetings. The elder was about to perform a bow when the clan leader, Hope&h.e.l.lip, raised a hand to halt him. With graying hair, Hope&h.e.l.lip was currently massaging his temples, a troubled expression etched upon his face. Let us dispense with pleasantries. You have always been responsible for the academy. I ask you, where is Guyu Fang Yuan? The elder's heart skipped a beat, secretly pondering how this matter was once again tied to that young man, Fang Yuan. However, he replied respectfully, at this hour, he should be in the academy dormitory, engaged in his cultivation. The clan leader sighed. Currently, Brother Jia is highly suspicious that the disappearance of his brother, Jia Jinsheng, is connected to Guyu Fang Yuan. That I command you to go at once and ensure Fang Yuan's presence is secured. The elder felt a chill run through him. Understood. Aware of the seriousness of the situation, he hastily bowed and turned to leave. Brother Jia, Fang Yuan will be brought here shortly. Please take a seat. Hope&h.e.l.lip gestured to a seat beside him for Jia Fu. Jia Fu offered a bitter smile, clasping his fists in salute to Hope&h.e.l.lip. I must apologize, Brother Guyu, I am truly anxious. It has been several days without sight of my virtuous brother, and I fear the worst. Some truths are often only understood through loss. That it was only in recent days that Jia Fu grasped why his father had insisted on bringing Jia Jinsheng, a burden, along to lead the merchant caravan. That it was to test his character, to see if he could prioritize familial bonds even while facing adversity and care for his younger brother. If Jia Jinsheng were to perish, how would his father view him? Jia Fu, Upon realizing this, he immediately initiated an investigation within the caravan, quickly pinpointing the Guyu mountain village as the target. Without pause, he returned, standing in the center of the hall without taking a seat, aiming to project an air of inevitability and accusation. This not only served to pressure the Guyu clan, but also to provide an account to his father upon his return to the Jia family. Reporting to the clan leader, Fang Yuan has been brought forth. Soon, the elder returned with Fang Yuan in tow. Fang Yuan greeted the clan leader, Jia Fu, and the assembled elders with an expression of indifference. Bowing in acknowledgement, did I said he? Jia Fu scrutinized Fang Yuan, directing his inquiry toward the nearby female Gu master. This female Gu master was the very one who had sold him the purple gold stone in the gambling den. It is undoubtedly him, she declared with certainty, her gaze fixed intently on Fang Yuan. Jia Fu nodded, his gaze sharpening like twin blades, directed fiercely at Fang Yuan. Yet he refrained from immediately interrogating him. This was Guyu Mountain Village, and he had to afford the clan leader some respect. Thus, he turned his attention to the seated clan leader. Jiu-Yueba's expression was grave. He understood that Jia Fu's loud exchange with the female Gu master was not merely to confirm Fang Yuan's identity, but also to exert pressure on him. The unspoken implication was clear. I possess evidence, and I am confident. Thus, you should not overly protect your kin. This sentiment left Jiu-Yueba feeling somewhat irked, as he thought. You Jia Fu lost your brother due to your own negligence. Now you come to our Guyu clan, demanding answers with such ferocity. Do you think my clan is easy to bully? The Guyu clan is known for its sense of justice. We uphold reason, but do not mistake this for weakness. With this in mind, he refrained from directly questioning Fang Yuan and instead addressed the female Gu master sternly. Have you truly confirmed this? To be frank, Fang Yuan has a twin brother who bears an uncanny resemblance to him. Are you certain it is indeed he? The female Gu master, possessing merely first-tier cultivation, visibly faltered and grew anxious under Jiu-Yueba's imposing presence. Jia Fu frowned and stepped forward to shield her from Jiu-Yueba's scrutiny, but he clasped his hands and spoke. Brother Guyu, I have always held great respect for the Guyu clan, especially for the first and fourth clan leaders, both of whom were fifth-tier powerhouses. One built the century-long foundation of Guyu Mountain Village through sheer determination, while the other, a benevolent hero, sacrificed himself to protect his homeland. Deserving of our utmost respect. Brother Guyu, as the clan leader, I trust you will govern justly. I implore you to interrogate this Fang Yuan. Seeing Jia Fu's demeanor soften, Jiu-Yueba nodded slightly, though he had already made up his mind. If it was indeed Fang Yuan who had committed this act, he would hand him over without hesitation. After all, a mere third-tier individual was expendable, as long as this conflict could be resolved. All would be well. Conversely, if it were Fang Zheng who had acted, it would still necessitate attributing the responsibility to Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng was a first-rate genius, the only one of his kind in the past 3 years. The clan leadership had high hopes of nurturing him to counter Bai Ningbing from the Bai family's stronghold. Fang Yuan, do not be anxious, Jiu-Yueba said with a kind smile, adopting a gentle tone as he addressed Fang Yuan. I ask you, do you have any information regarding Jia Jinsheng? Who is Jia Jinsheng? Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow, his voice calm. That he lies. The female Gu master shrieked as soon as Fang Yuan's words fell. The assembly was taken aback by the piercing outcry, their brows furrowing in unison as they turned to face her. The female Gu master, her finger pointed accusingly at Fang Yuan, was visibly agitated. It is he. Indeed. At our gambling den, he purchased 6 pieces of purple gold stones, and from the 5th stone, he unearthed a toad. Young Master Jia saw this and offered him 500 yuan stones for it. The incident left a profound impression on me. Even a year or 2 later, I would not forget it. Moreover, I was not alone in witnessing this. Other Gu masters at the gambling den saw it as well. Is this true? The smile on clan leader Jiu-Yueba's face vanished suddenly, his expression turning grave as he fixed his gaze on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded slowly, a hint of tension creeping onto his face, though he feigned ignorance, saying, Ah, so it was him. Very well, if he is indeed Jia Jinsheng, I recognize him. However, since that incident at the gambling den, I have not seen him again. He is lying. This time, it was a male Gu master who spoke out, his voice rising in accusation. Fang Yuan focused intently on him, as if he had just recognized him, and a flash of astonishment crossed his face, which he quickly endeavored to conceal. The subtle shifts in his demeanor did not escape the notice of those present, prompting a wave of contemplation amongst them. "Esteemed sirs, I work at the tavern," the male Gu master began, bowing respectfully to the assembly before abruptly pointing at Fang Yuan. That night, I clearly saw him sitting with young Master Jia Jinxing at the tavern, engaged in hushed conversation for quite some time. Upon hearing this, whispers of speculation rippled through the hall. The elder from the scholarly clan regarded Fang Yuan with a gaze as cold as ice, while clan leader Gu Yuebo leaned slightly back, resting against the broad chair's backrest. "How can this be possible?" Fang Yuan's face betrayed evident anxiety as he hastily retorted. "There were so many people in the tavern. How could you possibly single me out? Perhaps you mistook someone else." "Ha, I would never mistake him." The male Gu master laughed, his eyes fixed intently on Fang Yuan, feeling a surge of confidence, not to mention young Master Jia's presence at our tavern. "We must always be vigilant. Even if you were not young Master Jia, I would still recognize you, for you left an indelible impression on me." At this point, he raised his eyebrows, a triumphant glint in his eyes. "Do you recall? You visited our tavern that very morning, ordered a cup of monkey wine, yet only took a single sip. Then you released the liquor bug, feeding it the remainder of your monkey wine that I was so excited to see the bug that I approached you to purchase it. Yet you refused and walked away." "Ah, that is precisely what I needed to hear." Fang Yuan's heart harbored a sneer, though his face portrayed a mask of surprise, compelling him to step back involuntarily. "The liquor bug," the elder from the scholarly clan, standing behind Fang Yuan, suddenly perked up at the mention. However, he soon furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Fang Yuan, where did you acquire this liquor bug?" Fang Yuan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in silence. The surrounding elders erupted in fury, their voices rising in indignation. "Do you realize the grave trouble you have stumbled into? Speak. What is the truth? Is this liquor bug not young Master Jia's? How could it belong to him?" "This liquor bug was undoubtedly mine," Fang Yuan exclaimed, his head held high, his spirit agitated as he protested against the unjust accusation, his voice resonating with indignation. "Indeed, how could it be?" Gu Yuebo furrowed his brow deeply. "At this juncture, I shall not conceal the truth any longer," Fang Yuan declared fervently, his tone urgent. "That I purchased 6 pieces of purple gold stones at the gambling den. Due to insufficient true essence, I only unsealed 5 on the spot. The remaining one I brought back to my dormitory, and upon unsealing it, discovered it to be a liquor bug. That I was overjoyed, for I had previously researched and knew the liquor bug to be a rare goo that could augment my deficiencies. Thus, I immediately refined it." "Wait, you claim you gambled and bought 6 pieces? One revealed a toad, and another yielded a liquor bug." One elder, unable to contain his disbelief, retorted incredulously. "And what of it?" Fang Yuan countered with a sense of entitlement, pointing at the female Gu master and asserting loudly. "She can attest to my words." The assembly fell silent, all eyes fixating on the female Gu master. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, she dared not fabricate a lie and spoke the truth. "Indeed, Fang Yuan purchased 6 pieces, and the 5th one revealed a toad. The 6th piece was taken away, but I do not know what it yielded. To have bought 6 pieces of purple gold stones, and to have consecutively uncovered 2 goo bugs. Such fortune is truly remarkable," murmured several elders among themselves. "What is there to find perplexing? Luck is unpredictable for anyone. Back in my day of gambling. Hold on, goo bugs are notoriously difficult to refine. How can it be that Fang Yuan claims to have refined the liquor bug so swiftly?" One elder queried, perplexed. "Are you so forgetful? Do you not know that goo bugs, once unsealed, are exceedingly frail and on the brink of death, even if one were to refine them at a higher tier?" "It is entirely feasible," someone beside him retorted. Fang Yuan continued, "I refined the liquor bug and returned to the shop the next day. Indeed, I arrived at a tavern at noon, where I ordered a cup of monkey wine. Later that evening, I happened upon a fraudulent dispute where Jia Jinxing attempted to pass off a foul-smelling bug as a black pig goo, selling it to one of my clan's goo masters. Eventually, Lord Jiafu appeared and resolved the conflict. When I returned to the tavern, I was taken aback to find Jia Jinxing there, sulking over his drink. Having just acquired the liquor bug, I was eager to inquire about its worth in yuan stones. However, upon learning that I possessed the liquor bug, Jia Jinxing attempted to forcefully purchase it. Naturally, I was unwilling. I had no intention of selling the liquor bug. I merely wished to ascertain its value." If I were to sell it, it would only be after my second transformation, so I walked away. Fang Yuan's account laid bare the enmity between Jia Fu and Jia Jinsheng, prompting the elders to regard Jia Fu with newfound scrutiny. Under the weight of their gazes, Jia Fu cleared his throat, his eyes flashing with intensity as he questioned Fang Yuan. "Did my brother Jia Jinsheng pursue you afterward?" Fang Yuan nodded, half-truthfully stating, "He did pursue me, offering an additional 50 yuan stones. Yet, I had no desire to sell that. He was furious, declaring that the Guyu clan was insignificant and warning me to tread carefully in the future. After issuing his threats, he departed, and I have not seen him since." Jia Fu secretly nodded, understanding Jia Jinsheng's character well enough to anticipate such behavior. If Fang Yuan claimed that Jia Jinsheng did not follow him, Jia Fu would suspect it to be a lie. However, with Fang Yuan's admission, Jia Fu found himself in a quandary. His investigation had reached a standstill. Did Jia Jinsheng truly not seek Fang Yuan again? Perhaps Jia Jinsheng pursued him later, and a disagreement ensued, resulting in Fang Yuan's hand in his demise. This was entirely plausible. "Tell me, did you kill Jia Jinsheng?" Jia Fu pressed, his tone sharp as he sought to intimidate Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan vehemently denied the accusation, adamantly asserting that he had not seen Jia Jinsheng since that day. With no further evidence to support either side, the matter reached an impasse. Listening intently, Gu-Yueb's expression darkened at the thought of Jia Jinsheng daring to threaten members of the Guyu clan on Qingmao Mountain. This flagrant disregard for their standing was intolerable. Now, Jia Fu was pressing Guyu's kin in front of their higher-ups without any solid evidence. If this information were to leak, where would their dignity lie? "Jia Lao Di, do not think me overly talkative," the clan leader interjected, interrupting Jia Fu's interrogation. "Jia Jinsheng has been missing for so long. His fate is likely dire. The perpetrator behind this bloodshed must have left traces. Have you uncovered anything, my dear brother?" Jia Fu shot a fierce glare at Fang Yuan, sighing heavily. "Do you think I am unaware of your words? If there were any traces, I would not have come here to confront you." The murderer was evidently a seasoned criminal, their methods both ruthless and meticulous. "That I do not wish to hide anything from you, brother. All leads have gone cold, that on the day we departed, it poured heavily, washing away any traces of blood." The Gu-Yueb smiled faintly. "Jia Lao Di, I have heard that your family possesses a tracking goo known as the Minglu dye, which emits a soul fragrance when planted in goo bugs. This fragrance is colorless and odorless, lasting indefinitely. That if your clan's goo bugs carried even a trace of this fragrance, employing the Minglu dye would lead you back to the bug, and ultimately to your kin." Jia Fu's expression darkened. "I have already utilized the Minglu dye, but to no avail. As you may have heard, once a goo bug dies, the soul fragrance dissipates. Clearly, the murderer has eliminated every bug on my brother." Gu-Yueb pivoted the conversation. "That is indeed strange. The murderer harmed your brother, yet neither sought his goo bugs nor issued a ransom for yuan stones. What could they possibly gain from slaying a mere first-tier goo master? Indeed, what could their motive be? Whether Jia Jinsheng was alive or dead, the perpetrator must have had a reason. That it was neither for the goo bugs nor for the yuan stones. Could it have been a crime of passion? However, if it were motivated by love, there should have been a gradual build-up of events. Jia Fu should not be here seeking answers. Those who traveled with Jia Jinsheng daily would be far more suspicious." In that moment, the assembly fell into a profound silence. Fang Yuan discreetly cast a glance over the crowd and suddenly addressed Jia Fu. "Perhaps Jia Jinsheng was eliminated by you. After all, that I have long heard that your Jia family is to divide the inheritance. And with the death of one brother, wouldn't your share of the estate increase? Enough. Such baseless accusations against Lord Jia Fu are utterly unacceptable." An elder immediately interjected with a stern voice. Fang Yuan promptly fell silent. His gaze subtly flickered, for he had already achieved his objective. His earlier words were akin to a small stone cast into the lake of the elder's thoughts, creating ripples that spread outward. Following this ripple, their minds began to wander. It was inconceivable that Jia Fu would kill Jia Jinsheng. The losses would outweigh the gains for him. Yet, if he did not commit the act, it did not preclude others from doing so. Internal strife within the Jia family. An elder's mind sparked with clarity, and he spoke softly. Although his voice was low, it resonated clearly in the silent hall. That in an instant, the eyes of numerous elders brightened with realization. They finally considered this angle. Fang Yuan smirked slightly, his eyelids lowering to conceal the glint of coldness within. The patriarch of the Jia family intended to divide the inheritance and pass on the family leadership, leading to fierce competition among his children. Particularly, Jia Fu and Jia Gui, both of whom were adept at the fourth transformation of the Gu Master, had gathered a following. Over the years, many rumors about the Jia family had circulated among various factions. The circumstances surrounding Jia Jinxing's demise were suspicious. Currently, there lacked any direct evidence proving Fang Yuan to be the murderer. The motive for killing merely for the sake of a wine worm was evidently insufficient. Moreover, the methods employed by the killer were far too meticulous and secretive. However, if Jia Gui was behind the scenes, it would all make sense. Almost all present were influential figures, and those in high positions invariably possessed extraordinary qualities. At the very least, they shared a keen sense of political intrigue. The phrase internal strife within the Jia family undoubtedly granted wings of imagination to those present. The patriarch had arranged for Jia Jinxing to join the caravan, partly to assess Jia Fu's character, to determine whether he was compassionate and fair, merely suppressing rather than oppressing his brothers. With the incident involving Jia Jinxing, Jia Fu would inevitably be implicated. Who stands to benefit most? It was evidently Jia Gui, his greatest rival. Furthermore, the killer's actions were so cunning, severing almost all clues, showcasing their vast experience. How could it possibly be the work of Fang Yuan, a mere 15-year-old boy? Thus, the answers began to reveal themselves. The assembly hall remained shrouded in silence. Yet the elders exchanged glances filled with profound meaning. Such beliefs, rooted deep within, were not swayed by persuasion, but rather guided towards a possibility. Fang Yuan keenly sensed these glances, a cold smirk curling within him, while his face retained an expression of indignant defiance. Jia Fu's expression darkened to a point where it seemed he could weep. The mention of internal strife within the Jia family instantly conjured thoughts of Jia Gui in his mind. At that moment, his very soul trembled. Who else could possess a greater motive to act than Jia Gui? Enough! I see it clearly now that I understand everything. The elder from the academy, standing behind Fang Yuan, regarded him with a glimmer of insight in his eyes. Fang Yuan was both fortunate and unfortunate, having fortuitously crossed paths with Jia Jinxing at the last moment. Given his tender age, how could he possibly extinguish all traces? If he possessed such profound and meticulous scheming, how could he display such obstinate defiance? His earlier adamant denial was merely to conceal the existence of the wine worm. In an instant, all doubts regarding Fang Yuan dissipated. Cleansing the suspicion was merely the second step. The critical moment lay ahead. Fang Yuan orchestrated the situation expertly, with the unfolding events well within his grasp. Just as he had anticipated, with a sigh in his heart, he turned to Jia Fu. Jia Fu's gaze met his, and the malice within his eyes grew increasingly apparent. Chapter 57. The gentleman-s-like Jia Fu was in a state of turmoil. He had already dismissed any suspicion surrounding Fang Yuan, almost convinced that Jia Gui was the true mastermind. But what good would knowing the truth do? A surge of indignation welled within him. Without any evidence, if he were to accuse Jia Gui before their father, it was likely that his father would believe he was attempting to frame him. Jia Fu was astute. He turned to Fang Yuan, his eyes flashing with shrewdness. Jia Jinxing had traveled alongside him, and now that Jia Jinxing was missing, Jia Fu naturally bore some responsibility for his negligence, since he could not directly accuse Jia Gui. He had to provide his father with an explanation, and that explanation lay before him. Indeed, if he could cast Fang Yuan as a scapegoat, it would suffice to appease the situation. Once this hurdle was crossed, he could potentially reclaim double the losses that a malicious thought burgeoned within Jia Fu. He raised his voice sharply, pressing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, how can you prove that you did not harm Jia Jinxing? The elders were momentarily taken aback. It was evident that this was an internal conflict within the Jia family. Why then pursue a member of our clan? Only the patriarch, Gu Yu, grew solemn, his gaze sharp as he fixed on Jia Fu. Fang Yuan, do you have any witnesses to prove you were not present and did not harm Jia Jinxing? If not, you are the murderer. Jia Fu pointed an accusing finger at Fang Yuan, his eyes wide with fury, exuding an intimidating presence that he intended to cast Fang Yuan from their clan as a scapegoat. How utterly absurd! At that moment, the elders began to grasp the situation, their expressions turning unfriendly. Having engaged in long-term intrigue, they quickly understood Jia Fu's position and intentions. Witnesses? Of course, I have them. I have long made arrangements, Fang Yuan thought with a cold smile, while outwardly presenting a facade of helplessness. As if words eluded him. Just tell me if you have any. Jia Fu raised his voice again, pressuring Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan feigned indignation, ultimately managing to squeeze out 2 words in apparent defeat. None. Ha! Then you are, Jia Fu was about to declare, when suddenly stop. An elder from the academy stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Fang Yuan with a serious expression that I am indeed his witness. You? Jia Fu asked incredulously. Indeed, it is odd that the elder faced the formidable Jia Fu with a hint of trepidation in his tone. Yet upon catching the encouraging gaze from Patriarch Guyu, he gained confidence. Raising his head. These past days, Fang Yuan unexpectedly advanced to the intermediate level ahead of schedule, and I dispatched someone to investigate secretly. His every move has been documented, and he had no opportunity to harm Jia Jinxing. Yes, precisely. Fang Yuan, concealed behind the elder from the academy, could not help but smile subtly at the corners of his mouth. Jia Fu's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that the elder from the academy would suddenly step forward to vouch for Fang Yuan. More critically, Guyu had not opposed it. This was significant, as it implied that the Guyu clan intended to protect Fang Yuan. I understand now. My desire to use Fang Yuan as a scapegoat stems solely from my own perspective, failing to consider their feelings. Indeed, if Fang Yuan were to bear the blame, the Guyu clan would be burdened with the infamous reputation of having harmed a member of the Jia family. They would face retaliation from the Jia family, their reputation would suffer, and future trade caravans would hesitate to engage with them, leading to monumental losses. Realizing this irreconcilable contradiction, Jia Fu clenched his teeth. Deciding to hold steadfast that he spoke, in that case, let me utilize the footprint goo. This goo can reveal the last 30,000 steps taken on the ground. The elder from the academy immediately frowned in displeasure. Jia Fu's statement clearly indicated his disbelief in the elder's testimony. However, he had no justification to obstruct it, so he stepped aside. Proceed. Fang Yuan regarded Jia Fu with a cold smile and strode confidently towards him. He felt assured, having anticipated this factor. Thus, he had remained within the confines of the mountain stronghold, never venturing into the secret crevices. Under the watchful eyes of the Guyu higher-ups, Jia Fu refrained from any tricks. The footprint goo was uniquely shaped, resembling a human foot. Its material was akin to a semi-transparent jelly, exuding a smooth texture, with a layer of yellow-green fluorescence shimmering on its surface that was not large, merely the size of a palm. Jia Fu held it in his hand, unleashing his true essence into the footprint goo. The goo brightened, and suddenly, with a soft pop, it exploded into a cloud of yellow-green luminescence. The luminescence enveloped Fang Yuan, swirling around him before darting out of the assembly hall. As the luminescence swept by, a series of footprints materialized on the ground, glowing in yellow-green light, perfectly matching the size of Fang Yuan's feet. They were the very footprints he had left upon entering the assembly hall. The trail extended from the Patriarch's quarters to the academy dormitory, and then circled within the academy grounds, ultimately leading to the inn of the mountain stronghold. As the yellow-green luminescence diminished, it finally vanished after marking the 30,000th footprint. As the results emerged, the assembly scrutinized the evidence, realizing Fang Yuan was entirely innocent, with no lingering doubts. Jia Fu let out a deep sigh and retrieved a small jade box from his robe. Upon opening it, he revealed a jade piece within, semi-transparent and emerald green, encasing a goo worm. This was a segment worm, slender and elongated, its body resembling a smooth bamboo tube of jade. The bamboo locust typically measures over the length of a hand. However, this particular specimen is not so, measuring only the length of a fingernail. Its surface emits a faint white glow, with a jade-green body and a veil of white. This is the gentleman of the bamboo. At once, an elder among the clan recognized this goo insect, exclaiming in astonishment. Even the clan leader, Guyu, was moved and could not help but advise. Jia Laudi, this bamboo gentleman is a 4-transformation goo insect. Not easily refined. Why waste it here? Jia Fu shook his head and turned to Fang Yuan. This bamboo gentleman was acquired during my youth, a serendipitous discovery while unearthing stone. The stone was only partially revealed. Halting mid-process is well known. This goo insect feeds on sincerity and possesses an innate ability to detect lies. Only a person of utmost sincerity, who has never uttered a falsehood throughout their life, can refine and nourish this insect. Feng Yuan, you need only to fully unveil the stone and place the weakened bamboo gentleman into the hollow cavity. Answer my questions truthfully, and then allow us to see if the insect changes color. A shift in hue would indicate deception, without a hint of hesitation. Feng Yuan proceeded to unveil the jade piece, following Jia Fu's instructions. The moment the bamboo gentleman appeared within the hollow cavity, it radiated a gentle green light, illuminating the entirety of the true essence C. Feng Yuan immediately sensed that should he utter a single lie, the bamboo gentleman would perceive it, transforming from green to another color. Yet he remained confident. The spring and autumn cicada, with a mere thought, the dormant spring and autumn cicada stirred to life, exuding a magnificent aura. This aura was immensely powerful, swiftly overwhelming the bamboo gentleman. The green luminescence emitted by the bamboo gentleman abruptly retracted into its body. Curling up in fear and trembling, it had neither the strength nor the will to detect lies now. Jia Fu began his questioning, his first inquiry striking directly at the heart of the matter. Feng Yuan, did you harm my brother Jia Jinxing? No, Feng Yuan replied emphatically. Jia Fu pressed on. Do you possess any other information regarding him? Feng Yuan shook his head. I do not. Jia Fu continued. Was there any untruth in what you just said to us? Feng Yuan again shook his head. There was not. Very well. You may now retrieve the bamboo gentleman. Jia Fu concluded after 3 inquiries. Feng Yuan extracted the bamboo gentleman, and as the onlookers gazed, they observed that the bamboo gentleman remained a vibrant green, showing no signs of change. The elders collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Jia Fu's expression softened as he carefully stored the bamboo gentleman. Bowing to Gu Yueba, I apologize for any offense caused. Brother Gu Yue, no offense taken. The revelation of the truth is what we sought. Gu Yueba waved his hand dismissively, then sighed, lamenting the fate of the bamboo gentleman. The bamboo gentleman, with its ability to detect lies, held a prestigious rank of 4 transformations and was of immense value. However, nurturing and refining it was exceedingly challenging. Only a person of utmost sincerity could achieve its refinement. If any other Gu master had told even a single lie, the refinement would surely fail, resulting in the immediate demise of the bamboo gentleman. Its sustenance was sincerity itself, residing within the hollow cavity of a man of utmost sincerity. It could only survive by consuming his truthfulness. Now, having been unveiled, the bamboo gentleman was left in a state of extreme weakness, devoid of sustenance to restore its vitality. Furthermore, after Feng Yuan's recent usage, its death was all but certain. Yet, Jia Fu shook his head, gazing at the dying bamboo gentleman with a semblance of indifference, but he spoke solemnly. I have exerted my utmost in this investigation, but alas, my efforts have proven insufficient. Upon returning to the clan, I shall employ the services of the iron-blooded cold hunter, capturing the truth of this matter. With that, he bowed to Gu Yueba and departed. His exit marked by a certain grace. Observing Jia Fu and his entourage leave, Gu Yueba released a long breath. You may all depart as well. That he gestured to the elders, and then, as if recalling something, added, Elder of the Academy, remain behind. Without losing a single hair, Feng Yuan emerged unscathed from the clan leader's hall. Chapter 58. The clan is not bound by rules. Clan leader, what is it that you require of me? The elder of the academy stood respectfully at his side. Nothing of great importance. Do take a seat, that I have a tale to share with you, Gu Yueba said, squinting his eyes and speaking in a leisurely tone. I am all ears. The elder of the academy chose a seat at the lower end, closest to the clan leader. Gu Yueba then recounted the story of the ancestor of humanity. It is said that once the ancestor of humanity uttered the correct names, he subdued the 2 Gu of rules. His first command was to instruct them to capture a longevity Gu for him. The 2 Gu, 1 round and 1 square, combined their efforts to capture all Gu in the world. And a single longevity Gu was indeed no challenge. Upon acquiring the longevity Gu, the ancestor of humanity was instantly rejuvenated, returning to the age of 20. However, the rule Gu then spoke. Human, while you have subdued us, each command you issue will add a new rule. The Matrix Gu echoed. We have captured the longevity Gu for you. This is our first command. Our new rule is that we will not capture the same Gu twice. This meant that if the ancestor of humanity sought to capture the longevity goo again, the two goo of rules would refuse to act. The ancestor of humanity nodded, accepting the terms that he then issued his second command. Aside from the longevity goo, please capture all goo in the world for me. Upon receiving this command, the rule goo transformed into an infinitely large circle, encompassing the universe. The matrix goo expanded into an infinitely large square, covering the great world. Together, they formed a colossal net, enveloping the entire cosmos. When they shrank back down to the palm of the ancestor of humanity, every goo in the world, except for the longevity goo, had been captured. The ancestor of humanity rejoiced. With this, all goo would belong to him, and he would become the lord of the world. However, when he opened the circular and square net, a tremendous surge of insects burst forth. The goo that the rule goo had painstakingly captured all fled in a frenzy. When the ancestor of humanity hurriedly closed the net, only 5 goo remained inside. Why is this? The ancestor of humanity was bewildered. The rule goo responded. Human, the world is filled with countless goo of all varieties. Lacking strength and wisdom, how can you subdue them? We can only capture goo for you. You must rely on your own ability to subdue them in order to command their loyalty. They continued. As a result of your second command, we must now add a second rule. From now on, we can only capture 1 goo for you at a time. The ancestor of humanity could only acquiesce, cautiously lifting the net to reveal a narrow opening. Among the remaining 5 goo were the power goo and the wisdom goo. The ancestor of humanity was elated upon seeing this that he addressed the power goo. Power goo, do you regret leaving me all those years ago? If you submit to me now, I shall grant you your freedom. The power goo replied. Human, you are mistaken. The reason I did not flee was not due to a lack of opportunity, but rather my desire to stay. You may not subdue me. I only submit to those whose strength surpasses my own, and you do not qualify. However, we can strike a deal. If you relinquish your youth to me, I shall temporarily obey your commands. The ancestor of humanity was reluctant. Having just regained his youth, was he to lose it once more? Yet he yearned for strength, knowing that with power, life would become easier and he would be able to subdue more goo. Thus, he consented to the power goo, forging a second deal that in an instant he aged into middle age, while the power goo flew from the net and perched upon his shoulder. With newfound strength, the ancestor of humanity felt emboldened. He then approached the wisdom goo. Wisdom goo, do you regret leaving me all those years ago? Submit to me now, and I will restore your freedom. The wisdom goo replied. Human, you are mistaken. The reason I did not flee was not due to a lack of opportunity, but rather my desire to stay. You may not subdue me. I only submit to those who are wiser than I, and you do not qualify. However, we can make a deal. If you relinquish your middle age to me, I shall temporarily obey your commands. The ancestor of humanity, upon hearing this, was loath to trade once more. He cherished his life more than ever and recognized that should he part with his middle age, he would be left with nothing but old age. Before long, the power goo and wisdom goo would surely abandon him, just as they had before. Reluctant to engage in another transaction, he still did not wish to release the wisdom goo that in a moment of urgency. The wisdom goo conceded. Very well, human, you have won this round, that I shall accept defeat as long as you tell me how you managed to capture me. I will not demand anything from you and will serve you from now on. The ancestor of humanity, filled with joy, spoke without a moment's hesitation. I captured you using the 2 goo of rules. The wisdom goo erupted in laughter. I see now. The names of these 2 goo are rules. Now that I know your names, you will never capture me again. With that, it transformed into a beam of light and vanished in the blink of an eye. The 2 rule goo began to complain. Human, we warned you long ago that it is best that only you know our names. Do not let others learn them. Otherwise, we will be of use to other beings. And now look what has happened. The wisdom goo knows our names, and this has become a grave issue. Only then did the ancestor of humanity realize he had fallen into the trap of the wisdom goo. He felt deep regret, knowing he had squandered his only opportunity to capture wisdom using the rules as we reach this point. The tale of Guyuebwa also takes a pause that he cast a meaningful glance at the elder of the academy. His eyes filled with profound significance. The elder of the academy could not help but rise from his seat. He had long heard of the ancestral goo master, Yet the story recounted by Gu-Yu-Ebwa undoubtedly held deeper implications. His gaze flickered, and he had already grasped the underlying meaning in his heart. Immediately, he inclined his body slightly towards Gu-Yu-Ebwa and respectfully remarked, "Esteemed patriarch, could it be that your story serves as a metaphor? Comparing Fang Yuan to the wisdom Gu and our clan to the ancestral figure. Though the ancestral figure captured the wisdom Gu within the confines of rules, ultimately, it still managed to escape." Pausing momentarily, the elder of the academy pondered before turning his gaze back to Gu-Yu-Ebwa. "Do you mean to suggest, esteemed patriarch, that I should let Fang Yuan go and cease my suppression of him? Yet his actions have become increasingly outrageous." Gu-Yu-Ebwa interrupted the elder's words, gesturing for him to sit and speak. The elder complied, and Gu-Yu-Ebwa sighed, "Ah, you are still so perceptive, a truly wise individual. Your words cut straight to the heart of the matter. Yet, your vision remains limited. You focus solely on your own little patch of land. Allow me to enlighten you. The academy is small, but the clan is vast. That I understand your concerns. Your fear that other students will be overwhelmed by Fang Yuan, ultimately losing their spirit to Gu-Yu-Ebwa shook his head slightly, pointing at the elder. "You worry too much. Do you think the clan exists solely to nurture newcomers through your academy? Not at all. Behind every student stand their parents, elders, and friends. That as long as these individuals provide support, encouragement, and hope, the younger generation of the Gu-Yu clan will possess confidence and vigor. Indeed, Fang Yuan has exceeded my expectations on numerous occasions, exhibiting a hint of brilliance that I have been observing Fang Zheng in secret and am well aware of Fang Yuan's exploits in robbery and extortion. Let him continue. It's a good opportunity for him to hone Fang Zheng and the unrefined gems from Mo Bei and Qi Cheng. This is beneficial, as this current cohort of students is the most proficient in martial skills I have ever witnessed." However, the elder of the academy appeared troubled. "But esteemed patriarch, excessive setbacks can be detrimental, potentially shattering the unrefined gems. Especially now that Fang Yuan possesses the wine bug, which greatly aids a first-rank Gu master. I fear that during this first-rank period, under Fang Yuan's oppression, the other students may find themselves unable to rise. Then let them remain unable to rise." Gu-Yu-Ebwa snorted coldly, revealing a hint of the demeanor of a higher authority. "What do such setbacks matter? Are they more fearsome than death? If they have the support of their elders and still cannot maintain their spirit, it signifies they are not true, unrefined gems, and thus lack the value for cultivation. Every year, new students enter the academy. If this cohort fails, there will be the next AS for Gu-Yu Fang Zheng. Starting tomorrow evening, I will personally guide him in secret." The elder of the academy felt compelled to flatter Gu-Yu-Ebwa at this juncture. Gu-Yu-Ebwa's expression softened slightly as he regarded the elder, admonishing him. "Do you know why, after decades of serving as the elder of the academy, you still remain in that position? It is due to your limited mindset. I understand that Fang Yuan has insulted your authority and embarrassed you, but why must you quibble with the junior? I know Fang Yuan possesses some early wisdom, yet he remains a youth, impulsive and headstrong. Otherwise, he would not have injured a guard and left you in such a predicament publicly. That he harbors a grudge. This is understandable. It is quite normal for one to turn from genius to ordinary and to harbor animosity towards the clan. He is still quite naive. His attempt to conceal the wine bug reveals this. How could he possibly hide it? He is not mature and holds on to naive notions. Do not view him as so formidable. When I compare him to the wisdom Gu, it is a generous assessment. At most, he possesses a modicum of cleverness, but no grand wisdom. That if he had subtly concealed his mid-tier cultivation or passively accepted a leadership position, that would truly indicate deep cunning. Are you implying, esteemed patriarch?" The elder of the academy raised an eyebrow. "What I mean is, if Fang Yuan is dissatisfied with the clan, let him vent his frustrations. When an ant spits at an elephant, does the elephant care? Emotions should be expressed, not suppressed. Once he is vented, he will naturally reintegrate into the clan. Our Gu-Yu clan, since its inception nearly a millennium ago, has seen many who were dissatisfied, yet did they ever overturn the clan? The clan is not merely about rules. It is also about blood ties. The ancestral figure sought to capture wisdom with rules. Yet he not only failed but also allowed wisdom to become aware of the rules. The implications of this are profound. Rules are rigid, but humans are alive, and emotions run deep. That if you relentlessly employ rules to capture individuals, you will only breed hatred, distancing Fang Yuan from the clan. Fang Yuan is merely of the third tier. With a stroke of luck, decades later, he may merely be a low-ranking elder. However, he is still Gu Yufang Zheng's twin brother. Do you understand? I understand. Upon hearing Gu Yuebua's final words, the elder of the academy suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, if the clan is only about rules, it becomes a lifeless entity. But if infused with blood ties, it comes alive. Gu Yuebua nodded slowly, adding, "There is one more phrase I wish to impart to you. I hope you can remember it well. Please instruct me, esteemed patriarch." Gu Yuebua gazed out the window. Where the moonlight spilled like silk, the sea embraces all rivers, for only with tolerance can one achieve greatness. Remember this, and then you may take your leave. Yes, esteemed patriarch, I shall take my leave. The elder of the academy bowed and departed. Chapter 59. Regardless of the third or fourth rank, they are all monkeys this night. The moon is particularly round. The moonlight, shimmering like a veil, cascades over Qingmao Mountain. The golden toad leaps a full 100 meters with each bound. Its leaping motion allows it to traverse the steep and narrow mountain paths without constraint or hindrance. Jiafu and his companions are seated atop the golden toad, having exited the Guyu stronghold and making their way back to the merchant caravan. The wind howls past their ears, and their vision bounces up and down with the toad's leaps. The moonlight illuminates their faces. Everyone remains silent, with Jiafu's countenance particularly frostbitten. After a considerable time, one of his trusted subordinates could no longer endure the oppressive silence and addressed Jiafu. "My lord, what shall we do? Jia Jin has perished. How shall you explain this to the master upon your return? Should we find a scapegoat first?" Jiafu shook his head, glancing around him. "Do you know the tale of the ancestral figure?" The subordinate was taken aback, not expecting such a response from Jiafu. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Jiafu continued, "The ancestral figure possessed two rules of Gu, capturing all Gu in the world, gaining power while losing wisdom, present. 3 Gu remain in his net. Upon inspecting them, he found they were the attitude Gu, the belief Gu, and the Tao Gu. The ancestral figure was unwilling to release them, so the 3 Gu had no choice but to negotiate with him for a gamble. As soon as the ancestral figure opened the net's mouth, they would scatter in 3 directions. Whoever was caught by the ancestral figure would be subdued. Tell me, what did the ancestral figure ultimately capture?" The subordinate, sensing the implication, replied, "The attitude Gu." "Do you know why?" Jiafu inquired again. The subordinate shook his head. Jiafu smiled knowingly, because attitude explains everything. Whether the father is believing or doubting, I have already made my attitude clear. Upon Jia Jin's disappearance, I immediately launched an investigation within the merchant caravan, and as soon as I had a lead, I rushed back to the Guyu stronghold without delay. Within the stronghold, I risked being besieged by the Guyu clan, confronting them directly that I didn't even sit down. To verify Fang Yuan's claims, I even employed the 4th rank Zhu Junzi. After returning to the clan, I will also hire the capture god with a handsome sum, inviting the Iron Blood Cold to investigate this matter. Regardless of whether Jia Jin is dead or alive, I, as the elder brother, have done what I ought to do. My attitude is clear. I have just realized that there is no need for a scapegoat. I will return honestly, for this matter is indeed not my doing. Should I seek a scapegoat, I might just fall into Jia Gui's trap, that if I can find someone to take the blame, he can surely find someone to overturn the case. The subordinate was secretly astonished. "My lord, do you truly suspect that young Master Jia Gui is responsible?" Who else could execute such a scheme so adeptly? As he spoke, Jia Fu's expression twisted, his eyes burning with fury. Previously, I hesitated out of brotherly sentiment and did not act against him. Who would have thought him to be so insidious, since you lack compassion? Do not blame me, Jia Fu, for being merciless. At this moment, he was unaware that a pair of eyes had been observing him from a distance, silently watching him depart. Fang Yuan stood atop the hillside, gazing quietly. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful and radiant. The golden round moon hung high in the night sky, illuminating the mountains and the earth with clarity that I in the vicinity. The verdant green mountains flourished, brimming with diverse flora. The mountains were adorned with pines, cypress, and a unique Qingmao bamboo, forming clusters upon clusters. Vast stretches of dark green cascaded down from the mountain peak to the foothills. The distant mountains formed a continuous silhouette, blurring into a deep black shadow under the moonlight. The winding mountain paths meandered down like a sheep's intestine, occasionally obscured by the trees, extending far into the horizon. Jiafu and his party rode upon the golden toad, traversing the mountain path. After numerous leaps, they eventually vanished behind the trees. Although the terrain could not restrict the golden toad's speed, Jiafu dared not recklessly traverse Qingmao Mountain, should he stumble into a beast's lair. Even his fourth-rank cultivation would be rendered helpless. Thus, proceeding along the mountain path was the most prudent choice. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had stood on this hillside, holding an umbrella, watching the merchant caravan depart. Now he stood here once more, observing Jiafu's retreat. The trouble of having killed Jia Jin was finally resolved. His eyes were shrouded in a profound darkness, yet his heart remained a tranquil lake, undisturbed and serene. Ever since that fateful night when he ended the life of Jia Jinsheng, he had been contemplating how to manage the aftermath that he was acutely aware that he lacked any foundation. Should the truth come to light, the Guyu clan would undoubtedly sacrifice him. However, mere concealment was akin to trying to contain a fire with paper, that a masterful lie intertwines truth with falsehood. Where the false carries a kernel of truth, and the truth is laced with deception, the calamity must be redirected. This situation resembled a chessboard, with two sides in opposition. One side represented the merchant caravan of Jiafu, while the other embodied the mountain stronghold of the Guyu clan. In this game, whether it was Guyu Bo, the elder of the academy, or Jiafu himself, they were all mere pawns. With even he, Fang Yuan, being but another piece on the board to safeguard his own peace. He had no choice but to exploit the tensions between the two factions, seeking a sliver of opportunity amidst the conflict. Days prior, Fang Yuan had begun to orchestrate his plans, but he first leveraged the two guards to stage a performance on the makeshift platform set up by the elder of the academy. He concealed the existence of the wine bug, igniting the curiosity of his kin and drawing significant attention from the higher-ups. Simultaneously, he had the elder of the academy conduct a covert investigation. Next, he robbed his classmates, showcasing his impulsiveness, arrogance, and dissatisfaction with his family, thereby feigning weakness to the higher echelons of the Guyu clan. As the days passed, he calculated his timing, waiting for Jiafu. During the confrontation in the hall, he portrayed his naivety and panic, inadvertently guiding the thoughts of those present to unearth the truth themselves. Ultimately, he maneuvered the conflicting interests between the Guyu clan and Jiafu, turning the elder who had been suspicious of him into an unwitting witness for his defense. The bamboo gentleman was a minor unforeseen development, yet under the oppressive aura of the four transformations and the spring and autumn cicada, he ironically became Fang Yuan's best testimony. In the end, Fang Yuan not only elucidated the origins of the wine bug, but also shifted the blame onto the innocent Jia Ge, emerging from the predicament unscathed. The elder of the academy was left behind, suggesting that Guyu Bo intended to meddle in the affairs of the academy, easing the pressure on him. Given his stature, such ambition was not surprising. However, his true objective did not lie with Fang Yuan. It primarily revolved around Guyu Fangzheng. One of the purposes behind Fang Yuan's escalating actions was to incite a stir, drawing the attention of the higher-ups. Even if Guyu Bo remained passive, Guyu Machin or Guyu Qilian would inevitably intervene to uphold their reputation. As for Jiafu, he must have concluded by now that Jia Ge was the culprit. The flames of vengeance were already igniting within his heart. How thrilling! With Fang Yuan's intervention, the conflict between the two brothers was bound to escalate. Would the upcoming Gu Worm tournament be advanced? And that iron-blooded investigator, Tai Shuelong. Chuckling softly, Fang Yuan savored the name, recognizing him as a formidable figure. Alas, he was ensnared in numerous affairs, making it quite challenging to summon him for this matter. Jiafu would undoubtedly wish to clarify his stance and would likely invite him over, though the timing remained uncertain. Perhaps 2 or 3 years hence. By then, he would have attained a second or even third transformation in his cultivation. At that point, life would metamorphose into an entirely different realm. The night breeze swept in, carrying the fresh air of the mountains, imbued with a floral fragrance. Fang Yuan inhaled deeply, feeling increasingly invigorated, gazing into the distance. His vision expanded, the mountains painted like a masterpiece under the tranquil moonlight. The bright moon illuminated the pines, and the clear spring flowed over the stones. Fang Yuan, in a gentle murmur, recalled a fable from Earth. a troop of monkeys. Chasing the moon, spotted its reflection in a well and endeavored to retrieve it. The monkeys clung to each other's tails in a chain, until the foremost one finally touched the water's surface. In that moment, the water rippled, scattering the moon's reflection. People in this world often behave similarly. They see the shadow of the moon and mistake it for the real thing, oblivious to the fact that it is merely the moon in the well. In their eyes or within their hearts did I end this life. He aspired to become the true moon, traversing the Tian Shan mountains, frolicking amidst the seas of clouds, illuminating the past and present, wandering above the dark heavens. Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled with clarity, reflecting the resplendent green mountains that on the hillside. A slender youth stood silently that a golden moon hung high in the night sky, resembling a radiant disk, eternally present, traversing the heavens and casting a faint shadow of the youth upon the bluish stones. Chapter 60. The wall cracks to reveal the passageway. Is inheritance not difficult? The night sky of early summer was breathtaking, and clouds adorned the heavens, and the crystalline stars twinkled with enchanting light. The sandalwood crickets took center stage, replacing the dragon ball crickets, singing lyrical melodies amidst the grass, by the mountain stream, and on the branches. The Guyu stronghold glimmered with scattered lights, seemingly in harmony with the starry sky. Yet, Fang Yuan was not within the stronghold. He had stealthily ventured into a secret cave hidden among the stone crevices. Kneeling upon the ground, his right hand caressed the shadow wall, emanating a soft blue moonlight from his palm. The original image upon the shadow wall had long since vanished, indistinguishable from the surrounding stone. Had Fang Yuan not memorized the location, who would have known that the power of the flower wine walker lay concealed beneath the shadow wall? More than a month ago, on a fateful night, the shadow wall underwent a transformation, revealing the secret cache of the flower wine walker. Initially, the wall displayed the flower wine walker, drenched in blood, proclaiming the intention to leave behind an inheritance. Following that, a line of blood letters appeared, instructing future generations to break the wall to unveil the entrance. Subsequently, the blood letters vanished, and the power of the shadow wall, which had recorded sounds and images, dissipated entirely, returning the wall to its ordinary state. Although Fang Yuan was aware of the flower wine walker's inheritance, he had yet to find the time to explore it, due to the unforeseen incident. He had killed Jia Jinxing on the spot and spent that night managing the aftermath. Thereafter, in preparation for the impending interrogation, he meticulously laid out his schemes, limiting his movements to the stronghold. It was not until Jia Fu departed and the elder of the academy rescinded his covert investigation that, after more than 10 days of relative calm, Fang Yuan stealthily returned to this place. The bronze sea within the hollow was gradually descending as Fang Yuan channeled streams of true essence into the moonlight bug nestled in his palm. The moonlight bug radiated a gentle luminescence, its light flickering continuously. Under its influence, the stone wall was gradually worn away, and a plethora of stone powder cascaded down. This was Fang Yuan's masterful manipulation of the moonlight bug, a technique he had employed during his initial stone excavation. Compared to stone excavation, this method appeared rather crude. Yet for breaching this thick stone wall, it was almost too gentle. This marked the 6th consecutive day Fang Yuan had utilized the moonlight bug to grind against the stone wall. A substantial pile of dark red stone powder had accumulated on the ground. Ordinarily, the soil of Qingmao Mountain was green, yet here it exhibited an odd reddish hue, emanating a dim light. Fortunately, this luminescence spared Fang Yuan the need for a torch. To minimize suspicion, he refrained from using any tools that a hammer or pickaxe would undoubtedly have expedited the process, but such tools would produce sounds that echoed through the summer night, regardless of whether the noise was faint or loud. Fang Yuan sought to eliminate any potential doubts. Details often determine success or failure. For Fang Yuan, caution was less a virtue than a habit that in his past life. He had been somewhat careless but soon learned a harsh lesson. It is often said that as one ages, their courage diminishes. However, it is not a matter of diminished bravery, but rather a cultivation of patience and prudence. 500 years of existence had ingrained the essence of caution deep within his bones. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan gradually ceased channeling his true essence that he plopped down onto the ground, fatigued from his efforts. The shadow wall, now reduced by 3 inches in thickness, bore the marks of his toil. Wiping the sweat from his brow, He stretched his shoulders and legs, feeling a tingling sensation coursing through his limbs from prolonged squatting. Knock, knock, knock. Feng Yuan tapped his fingers against the stone wall, listening intently. A flicker of joy arose within him, for he knew the wall was growing thinner. Closing his eyes to center himself, he gauged the situation within the hollow. The bronze sea still held less than 20% of its capacity. Perseverance. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and extended his right hand to the stone wall once more. The aquamarine moonlight continued to shine brightly for a quarter of an hour, but suddenly he paused. Removing his hand, he delightedly discovered a small opening had formed in the wall that he immediately rose to his feet and kicked at the hole. With a resounding crash, the entrance widened, resembling the size of a bamboo basket. Feng Yuan cautiously stepped back a few paces, feeling a wave of oppressive air gradually seeping from the opening, permeating the secret cave. The ventilation within the cave was poor. After some consideration, Feng Yuan opted to squeeze through the stone crevice and return to the outside world. After a considerable interval, he finally turned back. The stifling sensation within the cave had eased significantly. Feng Yuan resumed widening the entrance, alternating between the moonlight bug and using his hands and feet to pry it open. Moments later, he successfully expanded the opening to a size that allowed him to enter comfortably. Peering through the opening, he beheld a steep, straight passage leading downward. Initially narrow, the passage widened as it descended. Upon entering, he had to bend low, but by the latter half he could stand upright and stride forward. The walls of the passage were composed of the same peculiar red earth, casting a dim red glow that illuminated the interior. However, the passage extended far beyond his line of sight. Due to the angle, Feng Yuan could not discern what lay at its end. Standing at the entrance, he refrained from immediately stepping inside, squinting his eyes and remaining still. The inheritance of power differed from mere relics. Relics refer to items left behind after a Gu Master's death, where the discoverer often claims everything from the corpse in an instant. The legacy of power is a phenomenon wherein a Gu Master, facing the twilight of their life, seeks to prevent the extinction of their lineage, bestow blessings upon future generations, or leave an indelible mark upon the world. Thus, they deliberately establish trials to test those who come after them. Take, for instance, the Flower Wine Wanderer. His intention in creating this legacy is unequivocal, to cultivate a vengeful spirit to avenge the ancient Moon clan. Should a successor successfully navigate these trials, they will be rewarded with various benefits. Successfully passing the final trial signifies the acquisition of the complete inheritance of power that is in accordance with the factions of power inheritors. The legacies are naturally divided into righteous and demonic inheritances. Righteous inheritances are typically intricately designed to evaluate the virtue and character of the aspirants. Those who fail midway are spared the threat of death. The demonic inheritances, however, are far more complex. Practitioners of the demonic path are often characterized by madness, obsession, or a chilling ruthlessness, defying conventional judgment. Some demonic legacies are crafted to rigorously test the mind, laden with riddles that ensnare many for a lifetime in fruitless contemplation. Others may be alarmingly straightforward, involving a sealed chamber with goo worms and essence stones laid bare. Yet, some demonic trials are brutally merciless, where failure often equates to death that is in even more sinister cases. The legacies of certain demon lords are mere fabrications, elaborate traps designed to ensnare others, adhering to a principle of harming others for personal gain, ensuring that before their demise, they craftily deceive others. What kind of legacy does the Flower Wine Wanderer possess? Feng Yuan pondered. With the memories of his past life, he is well acquainted with many renowned demonic inheritances, yet this particular legacy remains shrouded in mystery. Logically, the chances of it being a trap seem slim. Otherwise, the Flower Wine Wanderer would not have gone to such lengths to design this shadow wall. Nevertheless, could there be mechanisms at play? Feng Yuan picked up a stone dislodged from the ground and cast it into the cavern. The stone clattered and rolled along the passage, quickly vanishing from his sight, accompanied by a series of echoes reverberating through the tunnel. Feng Yuan contemplated. The outcome of his stone-throwing inquiry indicated safety. However, he refrained from entering the passage just yet. Instead, he took out some stone powder and evenly sprinkled it around the newly opened tunnel entrance, as well as a thin layer at the crack of the secret cave. Then, he squeezed through the narrow gap of the entrance and departed from the area that a few hundred meters away, concealed within a thicket. He retrieved the Qingzhou wine he had brought along, that he uncorked the wine jar, took a hearty swig, and deliberately spilled some liquid to dampen his clothing, saturating himself with the scent of alcohol. With the jar in hand, he returned to the mountain stronghold, arriving at his quarters just as the clock struck midnight. Frequently staying out all night would raise suspicion. Thus this arrangement suited him well. Out for the first half of the night and back for the latter half, during his search for the wine worm. Fang Yuan had already undertaken such measures, so this behavior was not particularly out of place. As dawn broke, the vibrant sunlight illuminated Qingmao Mountain. In the classroom, the clan elder was meticulously detailing the key points. Tomorrow, we shall select the second goo worm for refinement. Everyone has prior success in refining goo worms, and this time we can solidify our skills. The choice of the second goo worm should be approached with careful consideration, integrating insights from recent training and self-awareness. Generally speaking, it is most advantageous to select a goo that complements one's life goo. The first goo worm a goo master acquires is termed the life goo. Once selected, it establishes the foundation for their development. Subsequent goo worms, such as the second and third, will further define the specific direction of the goo master's cultivation. Upon hearing the elder's words, the youths fell into deep contemplation, save for Fang Yuan, who lay sprawled across the table, fast asleep. He had toiled through the night, and upon returning to his quarters, continued his goo master training, nurturing his empty aperture. Only with the dawn did he finally succumb to sleep. The clan elder cast a glance at Fang Yuan, his brow slightly furrowed, yet he chose not to comment further. Ever since the clan leader, Gu Yubo, had shared his thoughts with him, he had adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards Fang Yuan. What goo worm should I choose? As many students pondered, their gazes instinctively drifted towards Fang Yuan. Indeed, Fang Yuan already possessed a second goo worm. Remarkably, it was a wine worm. How fortunate he was to have unearthed such a treasure. If I had a wine worm, I could swiftly ascend to the intermediate level as well. The thoughts of the students surged, some feeling envy, while others harbored jealousy. Ever since that day, following the interrogation, Fang Yuan's wine worm had been successfully revealed. Its origins raised no suspicion. The clan members, relieved, could not help but marvel at Fang Yuan's fortuitous luck. Why do I not possess such good fortune? Sighed Guyu Chicheng, who, despite sharing the same mediocre aptitude, lamented internally. Long ago, his grandfather had scoured for connections to procure a wine worm for him. Little did he expect that as a scion of a branch lineage, he would be outmatched by Guyu Fang Yuan. In contrast to Chicheng's lamentations, Fang Zheng, serving as the vice monitor, radiated vigor. Brother, I shall surely surpass you. He cast a glance at Fang Yuan, silently vowing before averting his gaze. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he approached life with a vibrant passion. His cheeks were flushed, his forehead gleamed, and even his gait was buoyant. The clan elder observed these changes, immediately discerning that the clan leader had begun to secretly mentor Fang Zheng. Such preferential treatment could not be openly acknowledged, and the elder chose to turn a blind eye. Night fell once more. Fang Yuan squeezed back into the secret cave. The tinkling of bells echoed. In his grasp, a wild rabbit struggled fiercely. A bell tied around its neck, a token of Fang Yuan's capture on the mountain. After a day had passed, the stale air within the cave had dissipated, leaving the atmosphere refreshed. The entrance to the passage gaped open, silent and still. Fang Yuan crouched down, meticulously inspecting the ground, but he had scattered stone powder in 2 locations the previous night. This thin layer of powder remained inconspicuous. The powder at the entrance of the passage was undisturbed, indicating that during his absence, no unclean entities had emerged from the tunnel. The crack of the secret cave, there was a footprint, yet it was clearly one he had just made. Thus, it was evident that no outsiders had visited. With his concerns alleviated, Fang Yuan stood up and forcefully tore a handful of withered vines from the wall, but he then seated himself on the ground, using his legs to pin down the wild rabbit while freeing his hands to manipulate the vines. This task was typically beyond the capabilities of ordinary goo masters. Yet Fang Yuan possessed an abundance of life experience that in his past life, during times of destitution, he had been unable to feed his goo worms, leading to their demise. For a period, he had been devoid of goo worms, reduced to a state akin to that of a mortal, struggling to survive. In desperation, he had learned to weave grass ropes, crafting grass shoes and hats to trade for meager sustenance. He twisted the grass rope now, Memories surged within him. The bitterness and torment of that time transformed into a silent smile at the corner of his mouth. The wild rabbit beneath his legs continued to struggle, the bell jingling that a pair of intertwining strands, spinning through the years, gathered the passage of time. The process of twisting grass rope mirrored the journey of life itself. Within the secret cave, the dim red light mingled with youth and the weight of experience on Fong Yuan's face. Time seemed to pause, quietly observing the young man weaving the grass rope. After half an hour, the wild rabbit dashed into the passage, its bell ringing as it swiftly disappeared from Fong Yuan's view. The makeshift grass rope he had fashioned was tied to the rabbit's hind leg, now being dragged rapidly outward. After a while, the movement of the rope ceased. However, this did not imply that the rabbit had reached the end of the passage. It could have fallen prey to a trap or merely paused midway. Fong Yuan began to retract the rope, which gradually tightened as he pulled, that a sudden force transmitted back from the other end of the rope, and then it began to move outward once more. Clearly, the rabbit had been startled by the abrupt pull and, in a panic, had bolted back towards the interior. This sequence repeated several times until it seemed the rabbit had finally reached the end of the passage. Regardless of Fong Yuan's continued tugging, the rope alternated between tight and loose. Perhaps the rabbit had indeed reached the terminus of the passage, or it might have encountered some trap or mechanism and become ensnared. To ascertain the truth, the answer was straightforward. Fong Yuan began to reel in the rope. The wild rabbit was no match for his strength, and ultimately, he managed to haul it out with the grass rope. The rabbit struggled vigorously at the end of the rope, yet the grass rope, made from the materials of the wine worm flower goo and the rice bag grass goo, remained resilient despite years of desiccation. Far surpassing ordinary straw, the rabbit, once again alive and kicking, landed in Fong Yuan's hands that he carefully examined it, and, seeing no injuries, exhaled a breath of relief that it appeared that this section of the passage was indeed safe. With this conclusion, the rabbit had outlived its usefulness, and Fong Yuan swiftly dispatched it, discarding the body carelessly on the ground. It was imperative to eliminate the rabbit. Animals possess memories, and should it return here, akin to the wine worm, it might inadvertently attract outsiders, leading to dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, Fong Yuan cautiously stepped into the passage. Despite the rabbit having scouted the way, numerous traps and mechanisms were specifically designed for humans. Such a small creature was unlikely to trigger them. Thus Fong Yuan remained vigilant. The passage stretched in a straight line, slanting downwards into the depths of the earth. As one progresses deeper, the passage becomes increasingly spacious. When Fong Yuan first entered the corridor, he had to bend low, but after taking more than 50 steps, he was able to walk with his head held high. Upon reaching around 100 steps, he could extend his arms freely and move them about. The corridor, though not particularly long, approximately 300 meters, took Fong Yuan a full hour to reach its end. Throughout this journey, he treaded carefully, probing with each step. By the time he arrived at the terminus, he was already drenched in sweat. The absence of any goo worms for reconnaissance posed a significant inconvenience. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Fong Yuan confirmed his safety before settling his mind to scrutinize the end of the corridor. Upon this observation, he was momentarily stunned. The corridor's end lay a massive stone blocking his path. Its surface was smooth and protruded towards Fong Yuan, resembling the round belly of It was this boulder that obstructed Fong Yuan's forward progress. Apart from this stone, there was nothing else in the vicinity. Could it be that an unforeseen collapse in the middle of the corridor had caused this blockage? Fong Yuan's gaze sharpened. This was indeed a plausible scenario. In a moment of desperation before his demise, the flower wine traveler hastily established this lineage of power, but he had utilized the 1,000-mile wolf spider to craft a mountain passage in a rush. This passage led deep into the mountain, guiding the inheritor onward. However, hundreds of years had elapsed, and this corridor could not withstand the ravages of time. At some point, a section of it, neglected for years, had collapsed. Life is fraught with unexpected occurrences. If that were truly the case, would I be forced to halt my journey here? He stepped closer to the stone, feeling its surface. The exposed area of the boulder was as large as a door. One could only imagine the thickness of its entire form. Fong Yuan could use the moonlight goo to wear away at the stone wall, but to grind down such a boulder would require a year or two of arduous effort. It seemed he must employ tools, using a pickaxe and shovel to break through the giant stone. However, doing so would inevitably leave many traces behind. The sounds of striking would also carry forth. Contemplating this, Fong Yuan furrowed his brows deeply, weighing the risks against the potential rewards that if the risks were too great, he would prefer to abandon this lineage of power. After all, should others discover the secret here, all his prior arrangements and efforts would be for naught, and he could even endanger his own life. Chapter 62. Selecting Gu in the Gu chamber. As the sun rose steadily, a new day dawned. The students lined up excitedly, each displaying eager expressions as they stood before the Gu chamber. Today marked the auspicious occasion for selecting the second Gu. Fong Yuan, being the first to advance to the intermediate level, had the privilege of choosing first, thus taking his place at the front of the line. Behind him stood Gu Yu Mo Chun, Gu Yu Fong Zheng, and Gu Yu Chi Chung in succession. With a creak, the door to the Gu chamber was opened by the guards, and Fong Yuan stepped inside first. Though the Gu chamber was not large, it contained a world of wonders. The surrounding walls were punctuated with numerous square holes, varying in size, each housing an array of vessels. There were stone basins, jade plates, woven baskets, and burnt purple clay pots. Within these vessels rested a variety of first-tier Gu worms. The Academy expended thousands of yuan stones daily to nourish these Gu worms. Fong Yuan cast his gaze around, noting that many vessels were already empty, devoid of Gu worms. The Gu worms in the chamber were replenished only once a year, during the prior selection of their innate Gu. Most youths had chosen the Moonlight Gu, and now not a single Moonlight Gu could be found in the chamber. The Gu chamber had no windows save for a small skylight in the ceiling. Sunlight streamed through, casting a rectangular golden spot on the floor. Upon his initial entry into the Gu chamber, Fong Yuan had a clear goal and immediately selected the Moonlight Gu. However, now he found himself with a few potential choices. Yet their availability depended on what the chamber offered. Fong Yuan meandered along the left wall, carefully browsing as he walked. After 5 steps, he paused slightly. In a square compartment near his shoulder lay a copper bowl, within which rested a Gu worm. This Gu worm resembled a bug, flat and wide, with a small head and an oval body. Its entire form was a vibrant orange-yellow, emanating a metallic sheen akin to copper. This was a copper-skinned Gu, often chosen by melee Gu masters. The Academy's martial arts instructor had raised such a copper-skinned Gu. Once activated, it would envelop the user in a golden hue, significantly enhancing their defenses. However, with Fong Yuan's broad perspective, he found such a Gu worm lacking appeal. Continuing onward, he soon encountered a stone-skinned Gu. Similar in appearance to the copper-skinned Gu, it had a grayish hue, resembling a stone artifact. Following 6 stone-skinned Gu, he came across an iron-skinned Gu. The iron-skinned Gu bore a resemblance to the copper-skinned Gu, with only subtle differences in details. It sat motionless within an iron bowl, radiating a cold, steely gleam. In human society, there are families, and among Gu worms, there are also lineages. The 3 Gu worms Fong Yuan had observed were all part of the same series. They shared similar appearances and functions: iron-skinned Gu, copper-skinned Gu, stone-skinned Gu, and potentially, if there existed a jade-skinned Gu, he might consider selecting at this time. Fong Yuan murmured to himself, a flicker of anticipation rising within him as he continued forward. Yet disappointment awaited him. Following the iron-skinned Gu was a series of bee-skinned Gu. The jade-skinned Gu and bee-skinned Gu belonged to the same lineage as the copper-skinned Gu, yet their values varied significantly. The bee-skinned Gu was the most common, with a market price even lower than that of the stone-skinned Gu, though it offered numerous paths for advancement and could be combined with various other Gu worms. The jade-skinned Gu was the rarest among this series. Its market price only second to the wine Gu, occasionally fluctuating to match it. Fong Yuan glanced around but found no sign of a jade-skinned Gu. Rather than feeling disheartened, he smiled with understanding. The Gu Yu stronghold was merely a mid-sized family, and the Academy's Gu chamber could only be considered of mid-range quality. Expecting a jade-skinned Gu here was overly ambitious. Having finished inspecting the left wall, Fong Yuan shifted to another wall and continued his leisurely exploration. This wall was predominantly filled with Tianyou Gu. Like the skin Gu, Tianyou Gu also encompassed a vast family of first-tier Gu worms. They shared a similar exterior, elongated and cylindrical, with slightly flattened backs. Most were black, gleaming with a metallic luster. Their long antennae extended beyond their bodies, and their powerful mandibles produced a crunching sound reminiscent of sawing wood. Consequently, Some goo masters referred to them as sawworms. The first goo to catch Fong Yuan's eye was a mighty Tian-Yo goo. Its entire body was a reddish iron color, and its antennae were thicker than those of ordinary Tian-Yo goo, with segments resembling bamboo joints spaced along their length. The mighty Tian-Yo goo was quite popular in the market. Not long ago, a merchant caravan visiting the Guyu stronghold had a large stock of them for sale. This goo could temporarily bestow immense strength upon its master, boasting a claim of 1 cow's worth of strength lasting for 5 breaths. However, it had 2 notable drawbacks, the first being its substantial consumption of true essence, requiring 10% for an intermediate tier user, which translated to 20% for a beginner tier user per activation. The second was the aftereffects. If a goo master had a frail constitution, excessive use could lead to muscle strains or even ruptured tendons. Generally, only robust goo masters would dare to utilize it. Given Fong Yuan's slight frame, it was not a viable option for him. Aware of his limitations, he passed by the mighty Tian-Yo goo and continued his search. This goo worm looks promising, that he slowed his pace. This was a yellow camel Tian-Yo goo. Slightly longer and leaner than the mighty Tian-Yo goo, it was entirely dark yellow, its long antennae devoid of segments, transitioning from yellow at the base to black at the tips. While the mighty Tian-Yo goo provided a temporary surge of strength, this yellow camel Tian-Yo goo granted endurance, significantly slowing the rate of physical exhaustion for the goo master, lasting for a quarter of an hour without any aftereffects. Among first-tier goo worms, the yellow camel Tian-Yo goo also held a considerable market value, comparable to the Moonlight goo, second only to the jade skin goo, and further below the wine goo. Fong Yuan scanned the chamber and confirmed that this was the only yellow camel Tian-Yo goo available. Though the goo worm was impressive, it did not align with his goals. Shaking his head, he chose to forego it. Before long, he reached the corner of the chamber. Having inspected the second wall without satisfaction, he realized that the quality of the goo worms in the chamber was somewhat limited, and the hopes for unexpected treasures were slim. Fong Yuan turned to the third wall and resumed his examination. This wall was predominantly filled with pig goo, which comprised a series of goo worms. There were flower pig goo, pink pig goo, black pig goo, and white pig goo. The pink pig goo held the lowest value, with nearly no goo masters opting for it, as its sole ability was to induce weight gain. Once infused with true essence, the pink pig goo would alter the goo master's body, transforming them into a plump figure regardless of their initial size. Only 2 or 3 pink pig goo could be found in the chamber, seemingly deemed unworthy of collection. The flower pig goo, however, was abundant, numbering in the dozens, arranged in clusters. These goo worms sported mottled patterns, either black and white, black and pink, or white and pink, with a few exhibiting a combination of black, white, and pink. The flower pig goo's function was similar to that of the mighty Tian-Yo goo, providing a temporary boost to the goo master's strength. The mighty Tian-Yo goo was said to confer the strength of 1 cow, while the flower pig goo offered the strength of 1 pig. The true essence consumption of the flower pig goo matched that of the mighty Tian-Yo goo, yet it could sustain its effects for 10 breaths, double the duration of the latter. Furthermore, due to the lesser magnitude of power unleashed, the aftereffects were naturally less severe than those of the mighty Tian-Yo goo. The flower pig goo was the most common goo worm, widely available in the market at a price only half that of the mighty Tian-Yo goo, making it a quintessential example of affordability and quality. However, among the remaining members of the Shirgu family, the value of the 2 remaining goo was exceedingly high, surpassing even that of the jade skin goo and the wine bug. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Fong Yuan's eyes that a black pig goo or a white pig goo could fetch a staggering price of 600 yuan stones in the market. And whenever they appeared, they were quickly snatched up. The abilities of the black and white pig goo lay in their capacity to transform the bodies of goo masters, fundamentally enhancing their strength. While the bull power beetle goo could bestow the might of a bull upon the goo master, its effects were limited to a mere 5 breaths. Excessive use would overwhelm the goo master, resulting in severe side effects that in contrast, the strength provided by the black and white pig goo, though incremental and accumulated over time, became an intrinsic part of the goo master. Even if the black or white pig goo were to perish, the strength would remain with the goo master. It is precisely for this reason that the prices of the black and white pig goo exceed that of the wine bug. The general consensus is that the value of the wine bug is somewhat less than that of the black and white pig goo. The wine bug can only refine true essence, and during a fierce battle, a goo master's true essence can easily be depleted. In the ensuing conflict, the goo master would be left relying solely on their fists and physical strength. This is the value embodied by the black and white pig goo. They are far more reliable than the wine bug, that if one could refine a black pig goo or a white pig goo, it would indeed be a fortuitous acquisition. However, Fang Yuan merely pondered this notion. Given that there was only one yellow locust beetle goo in the goo chamber, it was improbable that such rare goo as the black and white pig goo would be present. After perusing the chamber, he found none of the goo he sought. Ultimately, he retrieved a small light goo from the corner. There were a total of 5 of these goo in the chamber. This particular goo was uniquely shaped, resembling a pentagram, and only half the size of a fingernail. It primarily served to complement the Moonlight goo, making it one of the most common auxiliary goo. Fang Yuan selected this one, deeming it passable, as it aligned with his developmental aspirations. Fang Yuan emerged from the goo chamber. After a considerable wait, he finally appeared. What goo did he choose, with the wine bug already in his possession? This marked his 3rd goo, and one couldn't help but worry whether he could afford to nurture them all. Fang Yuan strolled leisurely out of the chamber, while the students outside fidgeted restlessly. "It's my turn." One wondered what goo Fang Yuan had chosen. Upon seeing Fang Yuan exit, Gu Yumo-chan hurriedly stepped forward and entered the chamber. After a brief inspection, he quickly spotted the sole yellow locust beetle goo, his face lighting up with delight as he promptly took it. Soon after, Gu Yufangjing followed suit. "I possess a Moonlight goo for offense, but I lack a goo for defense." Ji Yufangjing pondered for a while before ultimately selecting a copperskin goo. Gu Yuchi-chung was the 4th to enter the chamber. "I require evasion capabilities. In future battles, I must be able to strike my opponents while remaining untouched. This way, I shall be invincible." He perused the options and ultimately chose a Dragon Ball Cricket GU. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended, night enveloped the concealed courtyard of the Guyu stronghold. A towering locust tree, with its lush branches and expansive crown, resembled a canopy of jade, casting a shadow over the entire courtyard. The moonlight, gentle as water, filtered through the locust leaves, bathing the courtyard in a soft glow. A breeze rustled the leaves, causing the shadows to dance slightly. Beneath this canopy, 2 figures stood. The clan leader, Guyu Bo, regarded Fang Zheng with a gentle gaze. "Fang Zheng, today you have chosen your 2nd goo. May I inquire as to which it is?" Reporting to the clan leader, "Today I selected a copper skin goo." Guyu Fang Zheng replied, standing upright with a look of reverence. The Guyu Bo nodded, contemplating for a moment before remarking, "Indeed, a commendable choice." Standing before Guyu Bo, Guyu Fang Zheng felt a tightness in his body. Upon hearing the clan leader's praise, he was momentarily at a loss for words and could only manage a nervous smile. Saying, "Clan leader, I chose it rather casually. Do you think I am merely offering you empty flattery?" "Quite the contrary," Guyu Bo stated, fixing his gaze upon Fang Zheng, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Do you understand? The selection of a goo often reveals much about a person's character. You have chosen the copper skin goo, intended for defense, in conjunction with the Moonlight goo, it establishes a balance of offense and defense. This indicates your pure disposition in the affairs of the world. One must balance offense and defense, embodying the principles of righteousness and ingenuity, light and dark, softness and hardness. This is the true path in contrast." Guyu Mo's choice of the yellow locust beetle goo enhances endurance, indicating his resilient and tenacious nature. As for Guyu Chi-cheng's selection of the Dragon Ball Cricket goo, it augments his evasion capabilities, suggesting he is not fond of direct confrontation and possesses a shrewd character, albeit one that also reveals a softer side. Ji Yufangjing listened, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had never considered that such a simple decision could unveil so many profound truths. His gaze towards Guyu Bo grew, increasingly filled with admiration. "Clan leader, what goo did my brother choose?" Fang Zheng suddenly recalled Fang Yuan and immediately inquired. Guyu Bo chuckled softly. "Your brother selected the small light goo. Used in conjunction with the Moonlight goo, it amplifies the power of the Moonblade. This suggests a personality that is aggressive, full of zeal, and prone to extremes." "Indeed, my brother does seem to possess such traits," Fang Zheng murmured softly. Guyu Bo observed Fang Zheng's expression, noting it carefully. Those in positions of power often possess extraordinary insight. Despite their brief acquaintance, Gu Yubo's keen gaze had already pierced through Fang Zheng's character. He conveyed to Fang Zheng that the choices made by Mo Bei and Qi Cheng carried deeper implications. Intended to assist him in analyzing these two individuals, with the hope that he would surpass them and solidify his leadership position based on his exceptional qualifications. However, Gu Yubo refrained from stating this outright, as direct instructions could be misconstrued as political maneuvering, potentially leading to strife within the clan and jeopardizing the entire stronghold. Moreover, Gu Yubo hoped Fang Zheng would independently grasp his intentions. He dedicated time and effort to nurturing Fang Zheng, not merely to cultivate a mere combatant of rank 4 or 5, but to foster a future leader of the clan. I have provided Fang Zheng with an analysis of Mo Bei and Qi Cheng's characters. Yet he remains oblivious to the underlying significance. Instead, he inquires about Fang Yuan's situation. It seems Fang Yuan has cast quite a shadow over him. Nevertheless, given Fang Zheng's youthful rebelliousness, his desire to outshine Fang Yuan is understandable. Alas, if only Fang Zheng possessed Fang Yuan's wisdom. Throughout the years, I have encountered numerous young individuals, yet in terms of political acumen, Fang Yuan is undoubtedly the foremost. Regrettably, he only possesses average qualifications that Gu Yubo sighed inwardly. Though his smile remained warm, he produced a gu from his pocket. This. The jade skin gu? Fang Zheng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the Gu. The Gu Yubo remarked, in comparison to the copper skin gu. The jade skin gu is superior. It consumes less true essence while offering enhanced defensive capabilities. Clan leader. Fang Zheng gasped in surprise, gazing at Gu Yubo with wide eyes, stammering, I would certainly desire it. You may have it, but as clan leader, I must uphold fairness and justice. It cannot simply be given without reason. Thus, I have a condition. Fang Zheng nodded vigorously, his eyes widening in anticipation. What condition? Gu Yubo's smile faded, his expression turning serious to, I require you to be the first to advance to the second rank, becoming the foremost in cultivation. This jade skin gu shall serve as your advance reward to advance to the second rank. Gu Yu Fang Zheng displayed hesitation that he had only just attained the mid-stage of the first rank, with high stage and peak stages still ahead. Yet Gu Yubo now demanded he become the foremost of this cohort at the second rank. Are you afraid? Then this gu shall be awarded to another. Gu Yubo feigned withdrawing the jade skin gu. Fang Zheng, stung by these words, felt a rush of determination and exclaimed, No, I accept your challenge. I will defeat everyone and become the first at the second rank. That's the spirit. Gu Yubo's smile returned, warmer than ever, as he placed the jade skin gu in Fang Zheng's hands. In his heart, he mused, Fang Zheng, I am aware that you harbor some insecurities. These feelings are detrimental to your growth. The best remedy for such insecurities is success. You possess top-tier qualifications, and advancing to the second rank is your most advantageous and attainable success. You must strive diligently. If you fail even this, it would be a profound disappointment. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan once again entered the fissured secret cave, delving deeper into the passageway. This time, he brought no tools such as shovels, spades, or hammers. Instead, he carefully observed his surroundings. After experiencing setbacks the previous night, he sensed something was amiss on his way back to the stronghold. Today, while at the dormitory, he utilized the spring and autumn cicada to refine the small light goo, suddenly gaining insight into the peculiarities of the situation. The boulder obstructing his path was unnaturally smooth and rounded, indicative of human intervention. This suggested that the flower wine walker had intentionally set this blockade. What was their purpose in establishing such an obstacle here? Fang Yuan's brow furrowed in contemplation as he surveyed his surroundings once more. The passageway's floor was even, the ceiling arched, and the walls were a cohesive blend of crimson earth, emanating a dim light. As he cast his gaze once more upon the ground, he discerned a peculiar patch. Adjacent to a colossal boulder obstructing the path, the earth bore a deeper hue. This color discrepancy was subtle, and in such dim light, it would be easily overlooked without meticulous scrutiny. Fang Yuan crouched down and touched the ground, immediately sensing a dampness that was no wonder the color appeared so pronounced. It was, in fact, wet. Yet this corridor was dry. Where could the water have come from? Fang Yuan then used his fingers to pinch the moist soil, discovering that it was indeed problematic, exceedingly loose and soft. unlike the cohesive dry red clay that a glint of realization sparked in his eyes. Both experience and intuition suggested that this spot might conceal a key belonging to the flower wine wanderer. And this key would be crucial for Feng Yuan to advance further, and he began to excavate the soil, which was remarkably loose, requiring little effort. Upon digging down an inch, a unique, subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Faint yet alluring. This aroma was rich and luxurious, devoid of vulgarity, exuding an air of elegance and mystery. Could it be? A thought flitted through Feng Yuan's mind, prompting him to hasten his actions. As he continued to dig, a glimmer of dark gold suddenly emerged from beneath the soil. Indeed, it was as he had hoped. Feng Yuan's eyes brightened, and his movements became more delicate as he carefully cleared the surrounding earth to widen the pit. Moments later, a dark golden flower bud, nestled beneath the ground, revealed itself before him. It extended 2 inches underground and was roughly the size of an ordinary stone mill. The surface of the bud was smooth as silk, its dark golden hue exuding tranquility, mystery, and nobility. That it was, without a doubt, the earth. Upon this discovery, Feng Yuan exhaled a long, heavy breath. He did not rush to unfurl the petals, but instead took a moment to rest on the ground, wiping the dirt from his hands before slowly reaching out to gently peel back the dark golden petals. The earth resembled a hybrid of a lotus and a cabbage. Its petals were layered tightly together, thick and smooth to the touch. As Feng Yuan unveiled the petals, it felt akin to unrolling layers of silk. Yet, once detached from the main body, the dark golden petals began to dissipate rapidly, akin to snowflakes melting into the air. After uncovering 50 or 60 outer petals, the bud's volume was significantly reduced, revealing the flower's heart. The petals at the center were smaller, thinner, and increasingly soft and delicate, resembling a sheet of fine paper more than silk. Feng Yuan's movements grew even more gradual. Often, he would take several breaths before successfully unveiling a single petal. The petals became increasingly translucent, and after a while, when he lifted a petal as thin as rice paper, he paused in his actions. That moment, the earth was left with only the thinnest layer of petals at its core. These petals, overlapping one another, formed a sphere the size of a fist, semi-transparent and as light as rice paper. Inside the flower heart, a golden liquid filled the space, and at the center of this golden liquid, a goo worm lay in slumber. Feng Yuan focused intently, yet could only perceive a vague silhouette of the goo worm, unable to discern its exact species. As he drew closer, his breath brushed against the flower heart, causing it to tremble slightly, making the golden liquid within ripple gently beneath the petal's embrace. Without food, goo worms would perish. Only a rare few could enter a state of self-sealing to maintain the goo worms. Goo masters devised numerous methods. The earth was one such method. This goo was a one-time consumable. Once planted in the ground, it could not be relocated. Its source of sustenance was remarkably simple: earthly energy. As long as it was buried underground with ample earthly energy, it could thrive. Its sole purpose was to nurture other goo worms within its heart, soaking them in the golden liquid. This golden liquid could, to a certain extent, simulate a sealed state, lulling the submerged goo worms into a deep slumber. The flower wine wanderer had planted the earth here, and the goo worm within its heart was likely intended for an heir. Feng Yuan extended a finger, gently pinching the remaining petals and carefully tearing a small opening. The golden liquid began to flow along his finger, reminiscent of the texture of soybean oil. As the golden liquid trickled away, the flower heart gradually deflated. Feng Yuan twisted his fingers, delicately separating the supremely tender petals to extract the sleeping goo worm. It was an adorable little ladybug, no larger than a thumbnail. Its entire body was a milky white, appearing as a round shape when viewed from above. Its head occupied only a small portion of the round form, while the remainder was its plump abdomen and shiny shell. Its 6 tiny limbs were also milky white. Tucked beneath its belly, the white pig goo. A flicker of joy flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Chapter 64. The subtlety of shadows and the challenge of clarity. In recent days, the temperature had been steadily rising. At noon, the sun blazed down, unabashedly pouring forth its fervor. The merchant caravan had departed, leaving the inn once more in a state of desolation. Feng Yuan entered the dining hall, immediately capturing the attention of the staff. A familiar face hurried over, adorned with a sycophantic grin. "Ah, young master, you have arrived. Please take a seat inside. Bring me a jar of wine, slice a pound of beef, and a few side dishes." Fang Yuan made his way to the old spot by the window. The attendant's expression turned apologetic. "Young master, I'm afraid that due to the last merchant caravan's arrival, the shopkeeper sold out all the Qingzhou wine, that we currently have none left." Fang Yuan nodded, not particularly surprised. "Then bring me a jar of rice wine, and please inform the shopkeeper to brew more Qingzhou wine this year. I wish to reserve over 100 jars. As for the deposit, you may calculate it and report back to me." Now that the wine worm had been exposed, there was no longer any suspicion, and he need not be concerned about purchasing wine. "Understood. I will certainly relay your message," the attendant assured, patting his chest with confidence. Soon, the food and wine were served as Fang Yuan savored his meal. He gazed out the window in the sweltering heat, coupled with mealtime. The streets were sparsely populated. Sunlight cast its glow upon the ground, and the verdant stilted bamboo houses that a few barefoot farmers, muddy from their toil, walked by, either wielding shovels or carrying burdens on their shoulders. Evidently hurrying home after a long day, as work. Two children ran ahead, one brandishing a small windmill atop a bamboo frame, their little legs racing. Behind them another child chased, crying out in protest, seemingly having had the toy snatched away by the mischievous one ahead. At that moment, two young Gu masters, adorned with blue sashes, strode purposefully, exuding an air of urgency. "Clear the way! Don't block the path!" one Gu master barked, forcefully shoving aside a farmer in their path. The farmers hastily stepped aside, alarmed. "Humph!" The two young Gu masters passed with an air of haughty disdain. Fang Yuan observed, momentarily lost in thought, a portion of his mind drifting into the void. Within that void, a membrane of water flowed silently, the surface of the bronze essence sea undulating rhythmically. The wine worm floated within the essence sea, occasionally rolling comfortably, at times curling into a ball. The spring-autumn cicada had succumbed to slumber. Concealing its form, the round-bodied white pig Gu soared above, circling gracefully. The white pig Gu and the black pig Gu were both renowned, rare Gu worms of the first transformation. Their market price exceeded that of the wine worm. Despite their similar appearance and functions, their paths of advancement diverged. The black pig Gu could be combined with the green silk Gu to form the second transformation black mane Gu, which could then be promoted to the third transformation steel mane Gu. In contrast, the white pig Gu's optimal evolution route lay in merging with the jade skin Gu, culminating in the second transformation white jade Gu, which could then ascend to the third transformation Tianping Gu. The steel mane Gu could render a Gu master's hair as hard as steel needles, providing both offense and defense. The Tianping Gu would harden the Gu master's skin to the toughness of white jade, simultaneously diminishing the effects of attacks akin to moon blades. That a subtle joy filled Fang Yuan's heart. Acquiring the white pig Gu was but one aspect. What truly delighted him was the inheritance of the flower wine wanderer's power. The white pig Gu could enhance strength, and the flower wine wanderer had set a great boulder in the way, suggesting that he expected Fang Yuan to refine this white pig Gu to gain strength sufficient to push aside the boulder and continue onward. This seemed to be the first trial by discerning the intentions behind the flower wine wanderer's setup of this challenge. One could surmise that subsequent inheritances would undoubtedly present second and third trials. Most crucially, it was certain that this power inheritance was not a pitfall trap, but rather a sincere gesture. With this inheritance, he could expedite his advancement to the third transformation, escape from Qingmao Mountain, and seize the initiative. What is most needed in the cultivation of Gu masters? The answer is simply two words: resources. For Fang Yuan to cultivate, he required resources. However, the resources of his family were limited. To acquire more, he must compete. Not only must he compete, but he must also emerge victorious in those contests. For him, the more competition there was, the more victories he achieved, and the more his trump cards would be revealed. Instilling trepidation in others, that trepidation accumulated to a certain extent, it would manifest as suppression, hindering his progress. Why did the Mo family refrain from pursuing Fang Yuan after he killed their servant? Why did those elders not seek retribution after he robbed all his peers? Why did the clan leader choose to show leniency when Fang Yuan rebelled against the family and refused to conform to the system? It was all because he was weak, possessing only mediocre aptitude. They, in their arrogance, looked down upon the weak, finding it beneath them to eliminate one so feeble. Within the family system, being overly meticulous with the weak Fang Yuan would not only be humiliating, but would also portray them as callous, damaging their social networks. Weakness, therefore, served as a protective shield for Fang Yuan at present. However, as he continued to seize resources, he would increasingly project strength. This would draw attention, instilling fear, and leading to attempts at manipulation. Regardless of which camp Fang Yuan chose to align with, he would inevitably face oppression and restraint from the opposing side. The constraints and suppression he faces will undoubtedly hinder his growth. Fang Yuan is acutely aware of his current predicament. His situation is quite enigmatic. It appears as though he has offended everyone, yet in truth, he has not antagonized anyone. However, as time progresses and his cultivation advances, this contradiction will inevitably arise and intensify. Fang Yuan understands that this tension will eventually escalate, yet the later it occurs, the more advantageous it will be for his development. Thus, the emergence of the flower wine walker's power inheritance is remarkably fortuitous. With this inheritance, he possesses an invisible resource. Utilizing this resource enables him to operate outside the confines of the system, pursue an independent path, cultivate at his leisure, and discreetly accumulate strength. Once one enters the system, they must choose a faction. Even if one has no personal ambitions, they will invariably be embroiled in political strife and factional disputes. Those who enter the system become mere pawns. One must first become a competent pawn for others to feel secure in utilizing them. Only then can one aspire to ascend, all the while remaining cautious to avoid being discarded as a useless piece. Fang Yuan is all too familiar with this process, despite possessing countless insights. He cannot alter the established framework. This is the rule of the game. The crucial point is that he possesses only mediocre qualifications, which, from the family's perspective, diminishes their desire to invest in him. He often risks being regarded as expendable. Consequently, the optimal course of action is to develop independently, thereby circumventing much of the competition that in the minds of the clan's upper echelons. The carefully crafted image can be maintained. In this world, clandestine dealings are far more manageable than overt ones, by leveraging the inheritance of the flower wine walker. He can cultivate in secrecy, amassing strength without drawing attention or inciting suppression. Nevertheless, he must continue with his acts of robbery and extortion, as an abrupt cessation would raise suspicions, and he also requires Yuan stones. Fang Yuan contemplates his future plans that he indeed needs Yuan stones. While his peers begin refining and nurturing their second gu, he has already refined the little light gu and acquired the white pig gu, totaling 4 gu. Previously, nurturing the Moonlight gu and wine bug cost him nearly 1 Yuan stone daily. Now, with the gu he is raising, his daily consumption exceeds 2 Yuan stones. When factoring in his cultivation needs and living expenses, he requires at least 5 Yuan stones per day. 5 Yuan stones are sufficient to sustain a mortal family of 3 for 5 months. Although he possesses several hundred Yuan stones, such long-term expenditures are unsustainable. More critically, as time progresses, the cost for a gu master increase substantially. Especially after advancing to the second transformation, the expenses for merging gu become considerable. With this in mind, Fang Yuan grows increasingly anxious. Yuan stones pose a problem. Relying solely on robbery and extortion among his peers, coupled with his current savings, will only delay the inevitable crisis. Additionally, he faces another issue: the nourishment of the white pig gu. The food for the white pig gu consists of pork. The character denotes pigs. The food for the pig gu series is exclusively pork. Both the black and white pig gu have substantial appetites. Requiring a whole adult pig every 5 days in this world, pork is not inexpensive. Mortals only slaughter a pig during the new year for a taste of meat, lacking large-scale farming techniques akin to those on Earth. The prices for pork and beef are beyond the means of common folk. Furthermore, the steep terrain of Qingmao Mountain offers limited space for raising livestock. Mountain dwellers typically rely on hunting for occasional pork, often capturing wild boars that it seems I must personally hunt and slaughter pigs for meat in the future. Fang Yuan muses, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Solely relying on purchasing pork within the village would first deplete Yuan stones and secondly attract suspicious glances. Even if one loves pork, it would be unusual to consume it so frequently and in such quantities to be hunting himself. Not only would this problem be resolved, but it would also alleviate financial pressure to a greater extent. Waiter, the bill. With this thought, Fang Yuan wastes no time. After settling the bill, he exits the inn. The academy is on break for a few days, allowing students to focus on refining their second gu. Fong Yuan decides to take this opportunity to venture outside the village, assess the situation, and hunt for pigs. The vast mountain forest stretches before him as Fong Yuan proceeds cautiously. Sunlight filters through the towering trees, casting a patchwork of dappled shadows. Beneath his feet, the grass is lush, and wildflowers bloom vibrantly. The sounds of birds chirping and the gentle flow of water fill the air. The further he distances himself from the village and ventures into the wilderness, the greater the danger becomes. Thus, Fong Yuan remains exceedingly vigilant. The wild is fraught with peril. A gu master must possess at least the third transformation to explore alone. However, this does not guarantee safety, as many third transformation gu masters have perished in the wild, and even fourth transformation ones. Predatory beasts, venomous creatures, human calamities, and occasional extreme weather can all lead to the loss of life. Nonetheless, the wild boars Fong Yuan intends to hunt are known to roam near the village. Otherwise, the mountain dwellers would not occasionally capture them. The environment surrounding the village is periodically patrolled by clan gu masters, ensuring it remains relatively safe for a mid-level first transformation gu master like him. However, he must still exercise caution, as wild beasts and gu creatures are mobile. Drawing upon his past experiences, Fong Yuan searches with care. As time passes, he finds nothing. Damn it, Qingmao Mountain is still too vast for me at this moment. Without detection gu and unfamiliar with the terrain, coupled with the regular cleanup near the village, locating wild boars proves exceedingly difficult. He decides to head toward the foot of the mountain. Qingmao Mountain boasts 3 major villages: Guyue Village, Xiong Family Village, and Bai Family Village. Among these, Xiong Family Village lies at the front, Guyue Village at the mid-slope, and Bai Family Village at the waterfall in the rear. Besides these 3 villages, numerous small settlements dot the foothills. Inhabited by common folk, the 3 villages dominate these settlements, becoming their unseen rulers. When lacking household servants, they choose from these villages, but they do not select gu masters. The cultivation of gu masters is reserved solely for clan members. Even though they acknowledge that there are individuals among the mortal villagers with cultivation potential, the ratio is minuscule, and they still refrain from selecting them. This world places immense value on blood ties, believing that power should remain within the family, ensuring stability. Many villages have suffered decline or ruin due to recklessly incorporating outsiders, leading to the outflow of power and internal strife, regardless of the world. The foundation of governance lies in the military. This is an undeniable truth. The military is the embodiment of violence, of power. Only by wielding strength can one attain status and authority. That, of course, the clan system is not immutable. It also welcomes new blood. Each year, individuals from outside the clan marry into families, breaking free from servitude. Their offspring bear the surname Guyue, thus becoming the next generation of clan members. This is akin to a deep pool receiving a stream. Do not underestimate this stream. Without it, the pool becomes stagnant and eventually putrid. With it, it becomes a source of life, gradually expanding the pool. Fong Yuan's former maid, Xin Shui, had the same intention, seeking to ascend the social ladder and escape her servitude. After descending the mountain for half an hour, Fong Yuan catches a distant whiff of smoke rising from the foothills. Continuing, he spots a village nestled beside a small river on an open hillside. The nearby villages all fall under the dominion of Guyue Village. Although the surroundings are not as secure as those near the major villages, they are still periodically cleansed in such an environment. Common folk manage to survive, and Fong Yuan, too, can accept it. Suddenly, as he nears the village path, he keenly detects tracks on the ground. His past experiences inform him that these are the traces of a wild boar. Follow. Fong Yuan's spirits lift as he pursues the tracks deeper into the forest. The moss-covered stones are shaded by ancient cypress and towering locust trees. The summer forest, under the blazing sun, appears even more profound. Suddenly, the dense grass rustles that a few deer grazing on the lush vegetation raise their heads, cautiously observing the grass while their ears twitch. The tall grass parts, revealing a youth emerging from within. This youth, pale-skinned with short black hair, clad in simple linen attire, is none other than Fong Yuan. With a rustle, the startled deer take flight, their slender, agile legs propelling them swiftly into the distance. vanishing from Fang Yuan's sight. These deer are all does. Their hides, when processed, can be made into warm cloaks, and their meat serves as sustenance for certain gu. Should there have been stags among them, their antlers and velvet would be even more valuable. As some golden antler velvet is essential for gu advancement, the wild is riddled with dangers, yet it also harbors abundant treasures. Fang Yuan glances at the direction the deer fled and then redirects his gaze. His goal today is the wild boar. Not these deer. He presses onward, that a buzzing sound reaches his ears, halting Fang Yuan in his tracks at a beehive. He observes from a distance, spotting a large hive hanging from a tree. Its size comparable to a kettle, displaying a dull yellow hue. Around the hive, dozens of soldier bees flit about, with worker bees entering and exiting. The hive holds honey, a vital food source for the bear strength gu. Hence Xiong family village's substantial demand for honey. However, this hive is merely a small one, with a low probability of producing gu. If I had a copper-skin gu or similar, I might dare to gather honey despite the risk of being stung. But alas, Fang Yuan muses that in this world, not all insects are gu are the essence of heaven and earth, the embodiment of laws. They are not so easily attained that in a swarm of insects, it is often only the insect king that possesses the ability to use gu worms. However, this is contingent upon the size of the colony. If it is too small, such an ability may be absent. Take, for instance, the beehive before him. Due to the diminutive size of the population, the likelihood of encountering gu is rather slim. Fang Yuan circumnavigated the hive from a distance, pressing onward. The tracks of a wild boar became increasingly conspicuous upon the ground, and Fang Yuan realized he was drawing nearer to the creature. He grew more cautious, as wild boars are perilous adversaries. Unlike domestic pigs, a mature wild boar could pose a significant challenge even against a tiger, which might not emerge victorious in this extraordinary world. The ferocity of wild beasts is not to be underestimated. What is this situation? When Fang Yuan finally laid eyes upon the wild boar, it was ensnared within a deep pit, its body pierced by sharpened bamboo spears. Blood gushing forth in a gruesome manner. Observing the pool of blood accumulating at the bottom of the pit, it was evident that the boar had been trapped for at least a quarter of an hour. Nevertheless, the creature still fought valiantly, grunting and howling, exhibiting considerable vitality. This pit was clearly the handiwork of hunters. To his surprise, an unexpected opportunity had presented itself. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, though his expression bore a hint of seriousness. Such traps also posed a threat to him. Should he fall prey to one, death would likely follow within a quarter of an hour, though the area surrounding the village is regularly cleared. Hunters often frequent this territory, laying numerous traps. Some are easily recognizable, while others are cleverly concealed. If Fang Yuan were not vigilant, he could easily become ensnared. Traps could be hidden in any nook and cranny of the mountainous terrain. However, hunters typically inform one another of the locations of their traps. It seems I must find an experienced hunter to elucidate the arrangement of traps in this vicinity, as well as the range of wild beast activities. With such intelligence, I would no longer feel as though I were searching for a needle in a haystack. Fang Yuan mused inwardly. This was a significant drawback of his lack of detection gu worms. Yet, finding a superior detection gu worm is no simple task. For the time being, if I could acquire information from a hunter, it would suffice. With this thought, Fang Yuan swiftly flicked his wrist, sending a crescent blade soaring through the air, effortlessly striking the wild boar. With a soft whoosh, the entire blade embedded itself into the boar's neck, creating a slender, elongated wound. Then, with a splatter, a fountain of blood erupted from the wound, causing it to widen as the crimson liquid gushed forth. The wild boar screeched, its struggles becoming increasingly feeble until it finally fell silent. Fang Yuan observed in silence, his expression serene. As the life ebbed from the boar, its eyes bulged wide, its muscles twitching. Warm blood pooled within the pit, filling the air with a pungent scent of death, survival, or demise. This is the resounding theme of nature. He sighed inwardly to that moment. Faint voices could be heard approaching. Wang Ergo, in our village, no one possesses hunting skills that can rival yours, especially when it comes to hunting wild boars. Your family's Wang Laoyes is renowned as the king of hunters within 100 miles. Famous far and wide. Who doesn't know him? Indeed, indeed. Wang Ergo, you have inherited your father's true legacy. Hunting a wild boar is simply a matter of course for you. By the way, Wang-er-ge, why hasn't Wang Xiaomei accompanied you today? Amid the flattery, a harsh and stern voice interjected. Humph. Hunting a wild boar hardly showcases my true abilities. Today, I intend to hunt 3 wild boars, so you can witness my prowess. And you, ergo Dan, don't get any ideas about my sister, or I'll make you regret it. However, ergo Dan retorted, is it a crime for a man to pursue a woman? Besides, I'm certainly not the only one interested. Which man in our village isn't? Wang ergo, if I may say, you're already 19. Isn't it time to marry and start a family? The harsh voice chimed in again. Humph. A man of honor should not be swayed by such trivial beauty. One day, I shall venture beyond this Qingmao mountain and explore the world, proving myself worthy of my masculinity. As they spoke, 4 young hunters emerged from the woods. The foremost hunter, tall and robust, bore a bow and arrows, his muscles rippling, and his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. Upon spotting Fang Yuan, his brow furrowed, and he barked, Which village and whose child dares to infringe upon my Wang-er's territory? Scram, scram, upon hearing Wang-er's words. Fang Yuan let out a cold laugh, raising his palm in response. With a swift motion, the blade shot forth that the moon blade sailed through the air. He propelled himself towards the 4 hunters. Anew, master? The hunters gasped in shock upon seeing the moon blade, and they hurriedly scattered to evade it. Point 1, however, was too slow. The blade struck his forearm, severing flesh from bone, causing his wrist, along with half of his forearm, to drop to the ground. He collapsed, writhing in agony and terror, instinctively clutching his right arm with his left hand, crimson blood spurting forth and rapidly staining the ground. Spare me. We meant no offense. The other 2 hunters, witnessing their comrade's plight, turned pale, devoid of any color, and immediately prostrated themselves before Fang Yuan, repeatedly bowing their heads in submission. Humph, what a useless bunch. What is there to fear? It's merely a Anew master-apprentice. Only Wang-er remained standing. Fang Yuan wasted no words and moved to strike, inciting his alarm and fury that he drew back his arms, deftly grasping his bow and arrow. Stop, if you come any closer. I'll shoot you. Wang-er retreated while knocking an arrow, roaring defiantly. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Wang-er was proving to be quite formidable. While ordinary mortals cower in the presence of Anew masters, he maintained his composure, displaying a measure of courage. With another flick, Fang Yuan sent a second moon blade hurtling towards Wang-er. Ungrateful, Wang-er scoffed, a murderous intent igniting within him that he sidestepped just in time, evading the incoming blade while releasing his arrow. The arrow flew swiftly, piercing the air towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan ducked low, narrowly avoiding the shot, and pressed on, quickly closing the distance to Wang-er. The latter, displaying great courage, discarded his bow and swung a massive fist towards Fang Yuan. Towering over him, Wang-er was at least half a meter taller, his physique impressive, with the sun casting a shadow behind him as Fang Yuan charged forward. His features obscured in that shadow. Wang-er's eyes gleamed with a predatory ferocity. Stop, please no. The 2 hunters, witnessing the imminent collision, cried out in terror. Prepare to die. Wang-er's eyes blazed with malice, his face contorted into a savage grin. Reminiscent of a bloodthirsty wolf, he unleashed a flurry of punches, left and right, aiming for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan watched as the fists loomed larger in his vision, his expression unchanging until, at the last moment, he deftly sidestepped in the nick of time. He evaded the oncoming punch, twisting his body and darting to Wang-er's left side. Wang-er, grinning menacingly, swung his fist in pursuit, but at that moment, a blinding ray of sunlight struck his eyes. Previously shielded from the sun, he turned abruptly, squinting against the glare, momentarily blinded. Fang Yuan smirked, executing a somersault in midair, avoiding Wang-er's punch, and with a swift motion of his right hand, sent a 3rd moon blade soaring towards him. Wang-er felt a rush of adrenaline as he sensed an unprecedented threat. He instinctively tilted his head just as the ethereal blue blade whizzed past. Wang-er, watch out. Had he evaded it? The 2 hunters, kneeling in submission, suddenly forgot their pleas, their eyes wide with anticipation. The blinding sunlight illuminated their faces, and time seemed to slow. The world around them fell silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. The relentless afternoon sun cast a blinding white backdrop, against which Wang-Er's silhouette transformed into a dark shadow, soaring through the air, his body arcing gracefully like a drawn bow, embodying the beauty of masculine strength. As he angled his head to avoid the moon blade, it traversed the air with a sluggish grace. The ethereal blue light, under the sun's glare, appeared almost ethereal, the interplay of the white backdrop. The dark silhouette and the moon blade coalesced into a vivid tableau, encapsulating life and death in a fleeting moment. The moon blade sped past. Wang-Er's shadow, propelled by inertia, began to descend for a moment. He seemed unharmed. A young hunter exhaled in relief that he avoided it. Another hunter rejoiced silently within. Yet, in that instant, a small portion of Wang-Er's head burst forth, crimson liquid splattering as the shadow separated. The ethereal blue moon blade gradually dissipated into the air, and that black silhouette, like a bowstring that had snapped, released its pent-up energy in an explosive moment, transforming into a poignant cascade of falling leaves. Silently drifting to the ground, the two hunters' pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Their mouths gaped wider and wider until they reached the limits of their astonishment. With a splatter, the crimson liquid fell upon their faces. As the two individuals touched their hands together, they were met with a chilling sensation of blood. Instantly, they were jolted awake. In their perception, time abruptly resumed its normal flow, and the cacophony of sounds filled their ears once more. There were birds chirping, the gentle murmur of flowing water, and the agonizing screams of a companion who grasped his severed arm, wailing in despair. Wang-Er, go. One of the hunters called out, his voice laced with panic. Wang-Er had always been their leader, that he's dead. Another hunter cried out, his countenance paling to a ghastly gray in an instant. Wang-Er go was their strongest hunter. Just moments ago, he had been sharing laughter and camaraderie with them. Yet in the blink of an eye, he lay lifeless. We should never have provoked the Gu Master. How could mere mortals stand against such power? The two hunters were engulfed in a mixture of shock and dread, momentarily frozen like statues, kneeling helplessly on the ground. Fang Yuan rose from the ground. He had just performed a sideways somersault to evade Wang-Er's punch, losing his balance in the process. After unleashing a crescent blade, he collapsed to the earth. However, this fall was worth it. Had he been struck by a fist like Wang-Er's, he would likely have spewed blood on the spot. After all, Fang Yuan possessed no defensive Gu insects, and his body was still that of a 15-year-old boy. Now, as he stood, he felt only a slight ache in his shoulder from the impact, with no other ailments to speak of. Wang-Er was formidable, even surpassing anew. Any ordinary student who encountered him would undoubtedly face defeat. Even a high-level Gu master would risk falling to him due to carelessness. Fang Yuan cast a deep gaze at Wang-Er's lifeless body. During the first transformation, an exceptional mortal warrior still posed a threat. Wang-Er was indeed a skilled fighter. His arrows flew swiftly and accurately, rivaling the crescent blade in effectiveness. In fact, the crescent blade's attack range was somewhat inferior. Lacking the expansive coverage of his bow, his fists and feet had reached the pinnacle of mortal capability. With robust muscles and fierce strikes, Fang Yuan's current stature, he could not withstand a direct confrontation. Any student in his place would surely meet defeat. Yet, Wang-Er's misfortune was that he had crossed paths with Fang Yuan. The moment he appeared, Fang Yuan noticed the bow slung across Wang-Er's back and quickly deduced that he could not contend with him at a distance. The crescent blade had a range of only 10 meters, while the bow's range far exceeded that. Thus, Fang Yuan abandoned the notion of ranged combat, swiftly closing the gap and adopting a stance for close-quarters combat. Wang-Er was compelled to relinquish his bow in favor of grappling with Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan had no intention of engaging Wang-Er in close combat. He deftly utilized angles and sunlight to create an opening, then launched a third crescent blade. Having recently advanced to mid-tier strength and refined his true essence with wine insects, the crescent blade's power was comparable to that of a high-level Gu master. At such close range, combined with Wang-Er's blurred vision, hitting him was inevitable. Nevertheless, Wang-Er proved to be remarkably tenacious. Fang Yuan had initially intended to behead him, but in a moment of crisis, Wang-Er relied on his instincts and reflexes to evade most of the attack, leaving only a graze that sliced through half of his skull. Life and death are the natural themes of existence. All beings are equal. Each possesses the right to live, yet all are susceptible to death. That I end the struggle for survival. Distinctions of nobility and lowliness may arise. However, when faced with death, what difference exists between a person's demise and that of a pig? Both are but death. With a final glance at Wang Er's corpse, Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Chapter 67. Rest assured, I shall spare you. Trees, their roots anchored deep within the mountain soil, stretched their verdant limbs toward the heavens. Sturdy trunks stood watch, gazing at one another across the expanse, lush branches intertwined in the air. Beneath this arboreal canopy stood a wooden cottage, crafted from robust tree trunks, exuding a sense of sturdiness and authenticity. The dwelling was not newly constructed. It bore the marks of age, with moss creeping along its surface and tender shoots sprouting from some of the trunks. Surrounding the cottage was a tall bamboo fence made of green spear bamboo. On either side lay vegetable gardens, with a well nestled at the center. At this moment, a young, beautiful maiden was drawing water from the well. Though her attire was exceedingly simple, it could not conceal her striking beauty. At merely 18 years of age, her large, sparkling eyes were as clear as crystal. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating her face and giving her skin a snow-like radiance, complemented by a translucent blush and warmth. Her dark hair playfully cascaded down, partially concealing her lovely earlobes. Her pink lips were pressed together, biting down on her pearly teeth, her expression one of determination. She struggled to lift the filled water bucket from the depths of the well, taking a deep breath before placing it on the gray bricks beside the well. With a puff, the young girl filled her cheeks with air and exhaled a breath of relief, fanning herself with her fair hand. Upon hearing the bucket thud against the ground, the door of the wooden cottage creaked open, and an elderly man emerged. His hair was a mix of black and white, his face lined with wrinkles. And though his eyes were weathered, they occasionally sparkled with a fierce glint, reminiscent of an aging tiger whose strength still lingered. "Child, that bucket is too heavy. I told you to let your father carry it. Why do you insist on secretly watering the vegetables?" The old man regarded the girl with a tender expression. "Father," the girl sweetly called, "you returned from hunting so late yesterday. You should rest a bit longer this morning. It's just a water bucket. See, I managed to bring it up." "Ah, you always love to show off." The old man's tone was laced with helplessness, his gaze warm with affection. That he stepped forward, reached for the bucket, and effortlessly lifted it. "Come now, my dear, let's water the vegetables together." The air was fragrant with wild grasses and flowers, as the summer breeze blew warmly, rustling the treetops and transforming into a refreshing coolness. In front of the cottage, the daughter bent over, carefully watering the vegetables with a ladle, while her father fetched water, alternating between two buckets. That a warm, familial atmosphere enveloped this small space. "Alas, I'm growing old. After just a few lifts, I can hardly manage." After a moment, the old man stood by the well, wiping the sweat from his brow, and sighed deeply. The girl turned her head, her smile radiant, chiding him. "Father, you've finally realized you're getting on in years. You should let your younger brother take the hunts. At your age, you ought to be resting at home, enjoying your peace." "Ha." The old man chuckled, nodding. "With your brother's skills, he's indeed more than capable of navigating these woods, especially his archery, which surpasses my own prowess in my youth. Yet one thing troubles me. He is too wild, overestimating his strength. Eager to soar, youngsters often indulge in fantasies. It's a common flaw." "Father," the girl drew out her tone. The old man laughed heartily, teasing, "Indeed, and you as well. That you're no longer a child. It's time to find yourself a husband. I shall take the time to find a suitable match for you. Our daughter is a rare beauty in this area. There is no doubt you'll attract a good suitor." Suddenly, two bright spots of color blossomed on the girlish cheeks, leaving her at a loss for words in her embarrassment. The old man gazed at the sky, as if envisioning a bright future. He sighed contentedly. "Once your brother has faced some hardships and learned to temper his spirit, I shall retire from the mountains and find you a good husband, watching you marry and have children. Ideally a stout grandson. Ha. I would be content just to dote on him. Life is indeed not easy. Among hunters, how many can truly see their endeavors through to the end? Alas, my companions from youth have all but vanished, leaving just you and me." "Father, you're mistaken." The girl smiled comfortingly. "What do you mean?" "Just us? You still have us." Ha. The old man chuckled, about to respond, when suddenly he heard a commotion and turned sharply. The small bamboo gate of the fence was flung open with force. "Are you Wang Laohan?" Fang Yuan approached with a cold demeanor, his eyes dark and foreboding, a sphere of moonlight cradled in his right hand. The old man was taken aback, and upon seeing the moonlight in Fang Yuan's hand, he quickly knelt. "Old man pays respects to the Gu master. Wang Laohan, your son had the audacity to offend me and has already been slain. Bring his body forth." Fang Yuan towered over the kneeling elder, speaking bluntly. No sooner had he spoken than two young hunters stepped through the gate, one in front and one behind, carrying Wang Er's lifeless form. Upon sighting the corpse, Wang Laohan trembled violently. "Ergo!" The girl cried out in despair, rushing forward to embrace Wang Er's body, tears streaming down her face. Wang family's sister. The two young hunters, witnessing the sorrowful scene of the girl they admired weeping, felt a pang of sympathy but could not find the words to console her. "Wang Laohan, I have heard you are a renowned headhunter, the most famous hunter among the nearby villages. Even at such an advanced age, you still venture into the mountains, consistently returning with bountiful catches. That is commendable." Fang Yuan paused, then continued with an impassive expression. "Now, you shall draw me a map indicating the locations of all traps in these nearby mountains, as well as your observations and insights regarding the distribution of wild beasts over the years, that if you provide this information, I shall pardon your son's grave offense against me. Fail to do so. Humph. These villages are all under the control of the Guyu mountain stronghold. The villagers are mere serfs of the Guyu clan. Now that Wang Er has offended his master, according to clan rules, his entire family shall bear the consequences." Wang Laohan trembled anew, nearly collapsing to the ground. Such a blow was truly overwhelming and utterly unexpected for him. "The murderer, are you the one who has slain my second brother? You trample upon human life and yet dare to seek justice? I shall avenge my brother." The young girl cried out, her voice brimming with hatred and fury directed at Fang Yuan as she charged towards him. However, before she could reach her target, a figure leaped forth, blocking her path. That was not the two young hunters, but her elderly father. "You vile creature!" The old man Wang let out a low, thunderous roar, swinging his hand to deliver a resounding slap that sent the girl crashing to the ground. "Your second brother is already dead. Do you wish to join him? Do you desire for me, your father, to live out my days in solitude?" As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, his body trembling violently. "Father!" The girl, roused by the blow, found her eyes brimming with tears, her voice laden with pain, resentment, grievance, pity, hatred, and helplessness, a whirlwind of emotions. The old man turned to face Fang Yuan, his knees buckling as he knelt before him, forehead touching the ground in deep reverence. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Great Gu Master, my son has indeed offended you, and he deserves his fate. I shall draw you a map. Please show mercy upon us." Fang Yuan's expression softened slightly as he looked down at the old man, stating, "Rest assured, as long as you depict it truthfully, I shall spare your lives. However, I advise you not to deceive me. Should I uncover even the slightest hint of deceit, your lives will be forfeit." The old man understood. Yes, he understood. Wang, the hunter, bowed repeatedly, pleading with the Gu master, "Please allow me to fetch paper and ink." "No need." Fang Yuan waved his hand, glancing at the two young hunters who had approached with trepidation, and commanded, "Go inside and retrieve paper and ink for me." "Yes, great Gu master." The two young men trembled, daunted by Fang Yuan's intimidating presence, and dared not defy him. "Master, the paper and ink are on the dining table in the kitchen," Wang the old man added. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with intrigue, but he remained silent. The two hunters dashed into the wooden house and soon emerged with paper and ink. The paper in the southern region is specially crafted from bamboo. It is sturdy with a faint green hue, suitable for the humid climate. Ordinary rice paper would likely succumb to moisture within a week. The old man knelt on the ground, pen in hand, drawing intricate black lines, some curved, some straight. He filled over 10 sheets of bamboo paper, and moments later, he presented them to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly scanned the drawings, then split the bamboo sheets in half, handing them to the two young hunters. "Examine these and identify any discrepancies. For each error you uncover, I shall reward you with a piece of essence stone." The two young hunters, trembling as they held the bamboo sheets, felt their eyes brighten with excitement. This was the culmination of Wang the hunter's life experiences and efforts. While hunters often exchange information, they would not divulge the distribution of beast herds to one another. The intelligence on these sheets had been accumulated by Wang's ancestors over generations that there is a herd of wild deer in this valley. If I slay them, I shall not worry about food for at least 3 months. There is a den of mountain bears by the stream. How perilous. I hunted in this vicinity last time. Take note, it must be recorded. Such invaluable intelligence is akin to a hunter's livelihood, gained not merely through a single generation, but through the blood and lives of ancestors, meticulously documented over time. Wang the old man's family had always relied on hunting, and under his stewardship, their legacy reached its zenith, establishing him as the preeminent hunter. Thus, the intelligence in his possession was undoubtedly the most comprehensive. The two young hunters examined the sheets for over a quarter of an hour, turning them over repeatedly, until Fang Yuan urged them to return the bamboo sheets reluctantly. Throughout this time, Wang the old man remained kneeling, his forehead touching the ground in a show of respect. While the girl lay on the ground, dazed. "There are no errors, my lord. The trap placements on this bamboo paper are all accurate," they replied. "Great Gu Master, regarding the lives of this old man and his daughter, I would never dare to deceive you." Wang the old man, still kneeling on the ground, exclaimed, bowing repeatedly. Very well." Fang Yuan shook the stack of bamboo paper in his hand, then suddenly shifted his tone. "Yet I do not trust you." Wang the old man's heart sank, his head snapping up to see a spectral blue blade expanding within his gaze. With a swift motion, his head flew from his shoulders. Blood splattering, da-da! "My lord!" The two young hunters, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, were left in shock. "Father!" The girl let out a heart-wrenching scream, rushing towards her father's decapitated body. Yet midway through her charge, a blade struck her face, thud. She collapsed to the ground. Lifeless, the thin stream of red began to seep from her forehead, down to her lips and chin, flowing into the dark soil, staining half her face crimson while the other half remained untouched. Radiant and fair under the azure sky, resembling a delicate work of art. Such beauty. Fang Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the girl on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. With merely a mid-level true essence, he could sever a Gu. Now, having employed high-level true essence, he could break bones, even slice through iron. Wang's daughter, a young hunter, witnessing the demise of his beloved, collapsed helplessly to the ground. "Great Gu Master, spare us." The other hunter, seeing Fang Yuan's gaze turn towards them, nearly lost his wits and fell to the ground in supplication. "Get up, go inside, and search." Fang Yuan's voice was cold. "Did I know that every hunter family retains a map made of animal hide, depicting terrain, trap placements, and beast distributions. Retrieve it for me, and I shall grant you a chance to live." Yes, we shall search at once." "Great Gu Master, please wait a moment." The two young men scrambled to their feet, stumbling into the wooden house. Soon, sounds of rummaging echoed from within, but after a while, the two young men emerged, their expressions filled with fear and panic, having found no trace of the hide map. "My lord, please give us a moment longer. We will find it soon." Their faces were etched with terror and desperation, their movements growing increasingly frantic as they smashed tables and dishes in their search. "Damn it, where could it be? Where are you hiding?" they muttered, trembling with anxiety, their eyes bloodshot. "Useless fools." Fang Yuan strode into the wooden house. "That am my lord. My lord, spare us, please." Sobbing and trembling, the two young men collapsed to the ground, pleading. Fang Yuan ignored their cries and surveyed the wooden house. That was divided into 4 bedrooms, a hall, and a kitchen, with furniture strewn about haphazardly. As if ransacked, he stepped lightly, the floorboards creaking beneath him. Indeed, it had been thoroughly searched, yet it seemed improbable. Almost every hunter possesses a hide map, passed down through generations, continuously revised to record beast distributions and trap placements, essential for their livelihood. How could it be absent? Fang Yuan's eyes darkened as he pondered. Moreover, I had just tested Wang the old man, deliberately instructing the two young hunters to search for paper and ink. Wang the old man immediately revealed its location, indicating his anxiety over the hunters discovering the hide map. The hide map must be concealed within this wooden house. As he scanned the room, a sudden realization struck him, and his gaze landed on the fireplace in the hall. This fireplace, connected to a chimney, was used for warmth during the autumn and winter months, and remnants of chard would still lingered within. Fang Yuan approached the fireplace, crouching down, and picked up an iron poker resting beside it, carefully turning over the pieces of charred wood. Most retained their original shapes, fragile and easily broken with slight pressure. After a thorough inspection, he suddenly noticed one piece of charcoal that felt unusually dense and heavy, unlike the others. Using the poker, he extracted the long piece of charcoal and dropped it to the ground, where it shattered into countless black fragments, revealing a bamboo tube within. The two young hunters gasped in unison at the sight. Fang Yuan picked up the bamboo tube, uncovering one end to reveal a map inside. This map was significantly heavier than the stack of bamboo paper, crafted from a large piece of white animal hide. The hide map was expansive, measuring about 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, intricately marked with black, green, red, yellow, and blue lines, outlining a complex terrain. Fang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as he scanned the map, noting its extensive coverage, reaching far beyond the nearby mountains. A remarkable feat for a mere mortal. His gaze sharpened as he identified 5 locations where wild boar herds were distributed on the map. 2 small wild boar groups, 2 medium wild boar groups, and a single large wild boar group. At the center of this large wild boar group, a crimson cross was drawn with a line. Upon seeing this cross, Fang Yuan could not help but let out a cold sneer. There was absolutely no such cross on his bamboo paper. The 2 young hunters had also examined the bamboo paper and found no discrepancies. Their limited experience only allowed them to comprehend a handful of places. This red cross was already far at the edge of the map. From this point, one could discern the cunning nature of the old man Wang. This animal skin map was precisely the reason Fang Yuan was driven to commit murder to hunt wild boars. He required such an animal skin map, but how could he trust one drawn by another? A map obtained through his own hands would be far more reliable than in his previous life. What words had he not heard? Merely a single curse would not incite him to kill Wang Er. After overhearing the conversation of the 4 men by the trap, he immediately harbored thoughts of murder. By eliminating Wang Er, he could reduce obstacles and more smoothly acquire this map. Why not kill? Fang Yuan did not kill for the sake of killing. Murder was merely a means to an end, that if this means could more directly resolve his issues, then why refrain? The old man Wang was certainly destined to die. Even if he could let go of the grudge of killing his son, Fang Yuan could not. Had he not heard the saying about cutting grass but not uprooting it, allowing it to grow again with the spring breeze? What? You say it is wrong to kill the innocent? Regardless of the world, as long as one lives, they are entangled in karma. There is no such thing as innocence. When a person kills a pig, is the pig innocent? The big fish eats the small fish, and the small fish eats the shrimp. In nature, there exists only the food chain, devoid of the concept of innocence that in this world. Anyone can live, and anyone can die. No one is innocent. The animal skin map was thick, not something that could be easily folded like paper for convenience. Fang Yuan could only roll up the animal skin and return it to the bamboo tube, then tie both ends of the tube with hemp rope and strap it to his back. The 2 hunters fixated on the bamboo tube, their eyes inevitably betraying their greed. They were not fools and naturally understood its value. Although this animal skin map was looked down upon by the Gu masters, for mere mortals, especially hunters like them, it was a treasure of immense worth. The Wang family had passed it down through generations. The old man Wang had become a renowned headhunter, and this map had surely played a significant role in his notoriety. That it was truly a family heirloom. Did I ask you, are there any other people in the old man Wang's household? Fang Yuan's gaze glimmered ominously as he coldly inquired. The 2 young men kneeling on the ground trembled at his words, recalling their current predicament, and the greed on their faces quickly faded, replaced by expressions of fear. There are none. They have all perished, esteemed Gu master. The headhunter Wang once had a wife, but over a decade ago, she was killed by wolves that invaded the village. Before her death, she bore Wang Lao a pair of sons and a daughter. However, the eldest son, Wang De, died 3 years ago while hunting in the mountains. The Wang family is no more, the young hunters hurriedly replied. Is that so? Fang Yuan squinted, observing the 2 kneeling men, knowing their words were likely true. The likelihood of them deceiving him was minimal, as life and death were firmly in his grasp. Yet he still asked, You are not deceiving me, are you? We would not dare to deceive in the slightest, my lord. I just remembered. The old man Wang actually had another daughter-in-law, who was Wang Da's wife. However, after Wang Da went missing, that woman also took her own life. And that year, the village even sent down a purity archway. However, I heard that Wang Da's wife actually wished to remarry, but was forced to death by the old man Wang. My lord, by killing the old man Wang, you are ridding the world of evil and benefiting the people. Another quickly echoed, Indeed, indeed, in truth, my lord, we have long found that old man Wang to be displeasing. What is so remarkable about him? He is merely better at hunting than us. He acts as if he is so special, deliberately moving out of the village to live here, that as juniors, we sometimes wish to seek his advice on hunting. But he would drive us away, forbidding us from appearing near the wooden cabin. Fang Yuan silently listened, nodding. Although these two were belittling the old man Wang to save their own lives, it was not difficult to detect the resentment in their voices. Fang Yuan secretly speculated that these two young men sought hunting experience as a pretext, likely coveting the beauty of the Wang family's daughter. When they were discovered by the old man Wang, they received a severe reprimand. The words about ridding the world of evil and benefiting the people need not be elaborated upon. His intention in killing was originally driven by a desire for this animal's skin. I find your performance satisfactory enough. You may leave now. Fang Yuan's tone softened slightly, while his right hand, hidden behind his back, glimmered with a soft moonlight. The two young men kneeling on the ground were instantly filled with surprise and joy upon hearing Fang Yuan's words. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Your generosity and kindness will forever be etched in our hearts. Tears streamed down their faces as their foreheads struck the ground, producing soft thuds, after bowing several times. They immediately turned to leave. Although Fang Yuan was younger than them, they were deeply intimidated by his demeanor and no longer wished to confront him. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. As the words fell, a Gu master leaped down from the treetops. You cannot leave. You must clarify the events that transpired here. The Gu master who descended was clad in deep blue attire, cinched with a red belt, which bore a prominent character 2 engraved upon a metal plate. This second-tier Gu master was slender, with elongated eyes that he wore arm guards on his wrists and sturdy bindings on his calves. Exuding an air of competence, common folk, I greet you, esteemed Jiang-he. The two young hunters, having just stood up to leave, immediately knelt once more upon seeing this Gu master, performing a full prostration. They recognized him as the village's station Gu master. Each year, the Guyu clan would dispatch Gu masters to subordinate villages to enhance control over the surrounding areas, prevent infiltration by other forces, and strengthen border defenses. This Gu master, named Jiang-he, ignored the kneeling hunters and turned to Fang Yuan, coldly inquiring, I am Jiang-he, the station Gu master of the Guyu clan. Who might you be? Fang Yuan offered a faint smile, extending his right palm, from which the moonlight, Gu emitted a radiant glow. Upon seeing the moonlight in Fang Yuan's palm, Jiang-he's expression softened considerably, for the moonlight Gu was a signature insect of the Guyu clan. Irrefutably authentic. The matter is quite simple. The second son of old man Wang offended me, and in my anger, I killed his family. These two can attest to this, Fang Yuan boldly admitted, gesturing towards the two young hunters kneeling on the ground. What Fang Yuan said was not untrue, and the two hunters nodded vigorously, showing no hesitation. Jiang-he paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Well done. A mere peasant dares to offend a lord. He deserved to die. However, he quickly shifted his tone, imbued with deeper meaning, and continued. Yet, Junior, your actions have placed me in a difficult position. Although the old man Wang lived in seclusion, his family is still under my protection as the village's Gu master. I have been dispatched by my clan to watch over the villagers, to guard and defend. Now that you have killed these people, the village's population decreases, and my evaluation by the clan will decline during the year-end assessment. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, instantly discerning that Jiang-he sought to extort his wealth under the guise of concern, that he chuckled and replied, What is there to find troublesome? Just report the truth. State that this entire family was killed by me. And that has nothing to do with you. Jiang-he, upon hearing this, felt a twitch in his eyelid, secretly enraged that Fang Yuan was ungrateful. His tone turned grave. Then I shall handle this according to the rules. Junior, if you are not afraid of your clan's inquiries, you may provide your name. I will duly record it and report truthfully. His words were laden with threat, Perhaps a different youth might have been intimidated. Yet Fang Yuan perceived his weakness and replied directly, "Just report the truth. By the way, my surname is Guyu, and my given name is Fang Yuan, .sou or Fang Yuan." Jiang He displayed clear surprise on his face. "I have recently heard my younger brother mention you frequently. You have beaten all your classmates, extorted publicly, and each time earned 60 yuan stones. My brother speaks of you with envy at how easily you earn money. Furthermore, you have remarkably drawn the toad demon and the wine worm consecutively in stone gambling. Such luck is indeed enviable to be. By the way, my younger brother is Jiangya. You must have met him before." "So it is him." Fang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I always purchase moon orchid petals from Jiangya's shop." "Haha, in that case, we are acquaintances. Forget it. This matter shall be borne by Jiang He declared, thumping his chest and striking a pose of righteousness, that he was merely taking advantage of the situation. How could he genuinely report this incident? If he did so, his clan's evaluation would still decline. Instead, it was better to do Fang Yuan a favor, and as for the death of the old man Wang's family, he could simply report it as a wild beast attack. After all, the old man Wang had chosen to live apart from the village, constructing a wooden cabin in seclusion. Jiang He was not concerned about this matter being exposed. After all, they were merely a few common peasant slaves, their lives as cheap as grass. That if they died, they died. Even if the clan discovered the concealment, it would not care about such trivial matters. You are merely a junior, yet you have yet to step out from the confines of the academy. Nor do you possess the distinguished attire of a master of the art of Gu like I do. Otherwise, upon seeing this garb, Wang Er would undoubtedly recognize your identity as a Gu master and would refrain from offending you. You are indeed a wise individual, are you not?" Jiang He continued. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily. Jiang He's subtle words served as a reminder to himself. Do not aimlessly wander out of the academy, and it is best to refrain from causing any disturbances or taking lives in the area under his jurisdiction in the future. I am grateful for your guidance, senior. Fang Yuan clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, bid farewell to Jiang He, and promptly departed from the scene.